Greetings, esports fans, and welcome to the start of the PGL Tour for 2025, which begins in Cluj-Napoca. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio, two of the world's best analysts. They're back. You know them. You love them. It is the Viper, Maui Snake. Wow. I haven't got one for you yet. The Desert.
Desert.
The Desert. Dusty Murray. How are you doing, boys?
Doing good. Glad to be back. You know, familiar setting, but different stakes on the line nowadays.
It's good. The PGL Tour, I'm interested in what's going to come of the fact that different teams are playing different tournaments, the fact that, you know, we don't have all the top teams, but I like it. You know, I like the variety in terms of matchups and in terms of crowning maybe an unusual champion here and there.
Yeah, well, look, we can look at the participating teams, and you're absolutely right. You know, a new reality of the VRS Tour is that people are going to pick and choose their events, and for whatever reason, some teams are sitting this one out, but you can see for the likes of MongolZ, FaZe, and Eternal Fire especially, maybe Falcons will probably talk about that in a moment, but they're going to be eyeing this one as a way to really cement more of those points by winning the event, and there is a very clear cluster of favorites. But also remember, for the have-nots, if you want to call them that, the smaller organizations, you can see some of the teams down there, they really need a performance here because they really need those points to sustain their future invites for the whole tour over the course of the year.
Yeah, I mean, we're missing the big four, but that whole top row that you saw there in the graphic are either already in the top 10, in my opinion, or have a chance to break into the top 10 with a good performance at a tournament like this. So still a great quality of teams and still many opportunities out there for some of these other teams to kind of climb their way up the VRS. And, you know, some teams on the outside looking in may regret their decision not coming here, particularly teams like Liquid who are struggling a little bit on the backslide.
Yeah, well, look, we can talk about some of the big roster moves. This is going to be an extended show for you at home. Just talking about some of the roster moves you might not have kept up with since Shanghai, just to set the table for the event we've got. I think we do have to start by talking about Falcons. Obviously, you know, I'm not going to hide from it. I've maligned them a little bit, mocked them a little bit, ridiculed them a little bit, spent all of that money bringing in a core to have that ranking in the VRS, and then ultimately had to blow up that team and then go again by another core, this time the core from Heroic. And you can see this is what the roster looks like now. And all of that new in team really shows how they are an unknown quantity no matter what the VRS rankings say.
And Falcons, I mean, the thing is that behind them stands Zonic, who obviously we don't see his picture right there, but he has done just about everything he can in the last 365 days to lose all of the goodwill that we have given him for his performances with Astralis, with Vitality. And now you have a core of players, 3 of them, who made it to the quarterfinals of the previous major. You have a guy that made it to the semifinals of the previous major, defeating that core himself in Nico. And you look at it and you're thinking, why would it not work? Why are we not seeing the results already? So I would say there's a huge target on Falcons for this tournament to show us that Zonic is on fraud watch, that Magisk is on fraud watch, and they don't need to make a roster move.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those situations where they obviously didn't get their first choice yet again. You know, they obviously were hunting for MOUZ, they were hunting for Jimmy. You know, they were looking to build this whole super team squad. But once that dust settled and that was not going to happen, I think they did the best thing they could do, which was pick up a good core 3, you know, Kixon, Dexter, and Tessis, a team that was on the rise, a team that was, you know, in the top 10, breaking even into near top 5 territory. And really what you've done is you just kind of replaced Nerds with Nico and you've replaced Shush with Magisk. And so in theory, it should be just as good as the old Heroic core, if not better, with Nico being a more tenured star player than Nerds. And it's just take him a little while to hit the ground running. But I do predict that this team will certainly eventually show their strength, and it could happen right here.
Yeah, maybe. This is a big event for them. Well, I'll just add as well, obviously, we alluded to the fact there was going to be these super team lineups. And a little interesting detail was the word on the street was that the Heroic core, they were already looking at replacing Dexter. That was going to be something that happened. Maybe Sun Pius was going to go and play with them. That was a name that was being linked over there. And then this move ultimately meant they were going to have to continue to play with a player that maybe they weren't necessarily enjoying. So as a team that's got potential friction there, it is kind of interesting. And that kind of does bring us to the Nico factor. Obviously one of the best players in the world still. I think he's made some questionable career choices, and this might be one of them, playing on this core. But obviously, he had that last dance with G2 that we saw in Shanghai, and this is kind of like they're missing him, and maybe he's missing them a little bit. I don't know. You talk me through this one, Maui.
I would argue that Nico is the most impactful rifler of the last 4 years, as a matter of fact.
Contrary to some other opinions, I've heard.
Yes, of course. And so when I look at Nico and his results, I mean, so much of it is not only spurred by the results you see in the server, the statistical output. But what G2 is feeling in his absence is that they're missing a huge voice. And so for Kixan to kind of get this boon as an in-game leader where he was on the rise coming up, and now Nico can offer so much input, so much feedback in a live round, this has to be his dream. This has to be Kixan's dream to have a right-hand man like that. So all in all for Falcons, again, it's just kind of like, why is the cohesion? We saw the losses right there. The fact that they came in last place at Katowice, for example, the main part of the tournament, that is. And we just have to see some more results on paper, and that's why this should be really a Kickstarter for them, because a lot of those elite teams that they tend to lose to aren't here.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, if you're looking at it from Kix's perspective, as you were kind of alluding to, like, you lost Nerds, but you've picked up, like, literally the best person that you could have possibly replaced Nerds with, in the sense that, you know, Nico can do everything. You know, he can aggressively lurk, he can entry, he can anchor, he can be a rotator. He's great with pistols, great with rifles, just an all-around player, an all-around star, and he's so versatile that you can really kind of plug him in anywhere and still have the other pieces be very comfortable as well. And so I do just think, for me, it is just a matter of time. I do think that this team should be threatening this tournament, and in general should be threatening a top 5 position at some point in the future.
Well, look, I'm going to talk about Virtus.pro. I said some pretty crazy stuff at the bar when we were talking about...
Not you.
Yeah, I know. Like, would
you like to repeat those words?
Yeah, but actually I will repeat them.
Okay.
These are the repeatable crazy things I say. So I think Virtus.pro, I think I still believe in that team. I still believe in this lineup, and we'll take a look at the roster moves they made. A lot of people have been out on this team since they replaced James, you know, on a permanent basis. You can see there he is. He's all grayed out. It's sad to see Norbert, the greatest major winner of all time. He's gone as well. They've brought in Flamus from Gamer Legion, Icy from Cloud9. These are players that I like and respect and think are trending in the right direction. And the question really sort of becomes about, you know, when can this roster click? I think they've got a chance of actually going deep in this tournament. I'd give them a very small percentage chance to win this tournament. No joke. That's where I'm at with them. No one agrees with me.
I wouldn't take any odds for them to win the tournament, but to see them finish top 5 or top 4, I guess it would be, that seems reasonable. It's just that we've seen glimpses now. We've seen glimpses from them. They're finding cohesion in ways that I didn't necessarily expect. Watching some of their games at Katowice, for example, the run that they had there, I almost feel bad that we were kind of shortchanged by the fact that we didn't get Flamus in the arena there, so they had to play with Mir instead, and we all knew that was always going to be an uphill battle. But, you know, the signs right now for this team are trending upwards. Electronic is taking more of a backseat, supportive role. I don't really see him as a source of firepower anymore, but I will say that I'm liking how the tactics are developing for them a bit quicker than I would have expected. And I think this Blade quote actually instills a lot of confidence into Electronic believers, which I wasn't before, but I am slowly coming to that.
I think when I pulled this quote, I think it was from 2022. It was an interview. Blade was talking about Electronic's potential as an IGL, and he said he thought he had more than Boomich, who everybody, you know, loves in the community. It hasn't really panned out like that, but I mean, at some point, Electronic has to eschew this idea that he's a poisonous element within his teams, right?
Yeah, I think the other thing is he did a recent interview as well with Thorin where he kind of mentioned that for Electronic to be successful as an IGL, he has to give up the idea of being a playmaker.
Yeah.
And I think that you have actually seen this transition. Like, yeah, sometimes will be like kind of a sacrificial entry fragger to set up Flamus, but he's not the highlight of the team, right? And I think they have found a really good balance of the roles. And, you know, like Mario was saying, unfortunately, we didn't get to see them in full force in the playoffs at Katowice. They will be in full force now going forward. That was a temporary visa issue that's now been solved. So luckily that was just a small bump in the road that won't be a long-term problem. But yeah, I mean, the talent on this team is great. I think really the biggest thing for me is Flamus is a big playmaking rifler. Icy is a more aggressive and proactive opper, which is one of the things that Jane got heavily criticized for not being. And I think this team now, under Electronic's tutelage, is willing to play more of the meta that we're used to seeing from the top teams. Like, they're willing to be more explosive. They're willing to change the pace. They're not just lolling on slow defaults and methodical play. Like, they're willing to mix it up. And I think over time, they will eventually just keep getting sharper and sharper.
I mean, yeah, they've got to have something tactically in the locker. They look very sloppy, but for me, they're sloppy in the right direction. Before under James, it was insufferable. They would play every round, super passive, trying to make that CSGO grind style that won them Rio in 22, and trying to make that work in CS2, and it just doesn't pan out that way. At least Electronic is being sloppily aggressive, you know, which is like, I think that's just a better philosophy to have, and if they can make it click, I think they've got the firepower on that roster to do something.
The growing pains for me with them is watching people like Flit try to play a more modern system.
Yeah.
Watching him play, in a weird way, Flit's kind of felt like almost like an onliner, or he's kind of a relic of this team right now. A lot of people for a long time were like, yeah, he's the best rifler, and I agree. I would have agreed with that in 2024, maybe 2023, but actually, I almost feel like they're winning despite him lately, which is really odd because he shouldn't have fallen off. It didn't feel like his play style wouldn't work in CS2, but for me, when I'm just the eye test, I just feel like watching Flit, he misses a lot of simple kills. His mechanics aren't really quite there. So all in all, I feel like Icy's been a huge reason that they've had the success that they had. And he's kind of a name that wasn't really on the tip of anybody's tongue with his Cloud9 stint, but now he's showing that he is a really solid opera. Like, he's kind of approaching the territory where he has a chance to be on HLTV's top 20 this year. I think he's probably going to fall just short because of the results of the team, but a win at a tournament like this would definitely vault him into the conversation.
And we'll do one more roster move just quick before we start getting into the first game of the day. We got to talk about FaZe. Obviously, Rops out, Elige in. This was a move I predicted. It kind of felt like a no-brainer. It was very clear after Shanghai. Elige was doing interviews and saying, I want to go where I can win no matter what. I'm willing to do anything it takes. Jason Lake was saying, we don't put players in contract jail, so he can go if he wants to. FaZe, obviously, are this weird kind of thing that they essentially are a self-regulated team. Carrigan's essentially running that show. The organization doesn't necessarily hold them to contracts. Robs just went out to Vitality on a free, and then obviously Elige is coming in. So it was a no-brainer move, but the question, Dust, is it an upgrade, downgrade, or side grade?
It's one of those situations where it feels like I have to see how it's going to evolve over time, because what they've really done so far is they've essentially given Elige everything that he wants. You know, they've basically given him all of the star roles that he's used to having. Rain has had the biggest adjustment on the team to kind of facilitate this. He's taken over a lot of Rops' like extremity roles on the T sides, for example. Kerrigan's changed some of his positions up on the CT side to give Elige his star roles on the defensive end of on things. And so I do feel like he comes in as an aggressive playmaker, but it's having, you know, to cause someone like Rain to really kind of adjust the type of player that he is, which is awesome because, you know, I think that's one of the things we credit about Rain is his willingness to do whatever it takes to make the team successful. And so I think it's just going to be about how Rain evolves into playing those types of positions, because on the one hand, it's going to take him some time to get used to it, but on the other hand, it allows you to have explosive playmakers on the perimeter of the map while also still having Elige as your main front runner. So I think as long as they can figure out that balance, you know, this team should be strong.
I would put it like this simply. It's an upgrade on paper. Elige is a better player than Rops. I feel like the impact of an aggressive rifler is much more important than a closer in this game. So, but because of all the reasons that Dust listed that they had to work around the fact that Rops' absence is so sorely missed, they are unfortunately downgrading as a team. So it's kind of a confusing situation.
I've already got my reservations. Just to end the roster talk here, I think FaZe is going to struggle to win things because ultimately I just think Elige does things to teams where, because he's such a perfectionist and has this kind of mindset, he wants to be more involved. And it's like, bro, you're playing under maybe the GOAT IGL, and now you're already calling like CT sides on 4 maps.
Yeah.
I just hate I hate everything about that, for real. And FaZe might sell it like, oh, it's doing us a favor, it's really good, it's going to take some weight off Carrigan's back. Carrigan's the GOAT, man. Like, you don't need to take weight off his back. He's used to carrying that stuff. So
I mean, here's what I will say. Like, as far as like Elige calling on the CT side, look, I'm going to guess 2 of the maps that he's talking about. Has he publicly said what the 4 maps were that Elige is calling on? I don't think he has.
No, I don't. We haven't specified.
I'm going to go ahead and just guess 2 of them. It's probably going to be Anubis and Mirage. That's because Kerrigan's playing anchor positions on the edge of the map where he's not going to get a lot of information to make those mid-round calls. And Elige is going to be more in the center of the map at middle on Mirage, for example, and you know, the connector position on Mirage. So I just think that it makes sense that he would help in those types of scenarios. So I'm not totally against that concept. And I do think at the end of the day, Kerrigan will put his foot down if he needs to. If there's going to be an IGL out there that Elige respects, it's going to be Kerrigan, who is a legend and potentially the GOAT IGL. You know, so I think it's okay in that regard.
All right, let's take a look at the format. This is what we've got coming at you for this event. We got an animation, which we're just going to kind of talk over here. But, I mean, it's pretty much what you would have come to expect. We've got our group stage. It's very Swiss in its construction, you might say. Look at that. Whoop, 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 whoop. You like that, Maui?
Yeah, that one looks familiar.
Yeah.
I mean, we're basically using the major format for Swiss stage, where all of the teams that are going to have 3 wins will progress to Cluj, because we actually are playing the first stage in Bucharest. And then the teams that have 3 losses are obviously not going to be making it. And so it's a great way to actually slim down the pack to the final 8 teams. I hope that it doesn't mess up the seeding moving into the playoffs.
And then look.
But
a grand final. That's a best of 5. We're bringing best of 5s here to PGL.
This is what the major should have. So this is almost like for the prize pool that we're working with here, $1.25 million, and for a best of 5 grand final. This is an elite tournament in terms of just the rigor that everyone's going to be playing through. It's practically just the major.
And the other 2 big facts you have to consider is there's no best of 1s in this tournament. Not a single one. Everything's a best of 3 at least, and then the best of 5 grand finals, super based. And then I think this third place decider game is big now. With the new VRS system, it makes sense now to have a third place decider. In the past, you were just fighting for prize money. A third place decider game just felt kind of weird. Like, let's get the top 4 the same prize money. Let's just move on with our lives. But in this case, that extra bit of money and the VRS points that are associated with it means so much that now a third place decider game does make sense. It does have so much value for those teams to play that extra match to try to get that extra little bump in the points. And so, yeah, I think this is like one of the best formats we've ever seen in Counter-Strike.
Well, let's take a look at the prize pool. And remember, guys, the prize pool is more important than just who's going to go home with a big wedge. It's about VRS points now. The way that the VRS points are calculated, the more prize money you make, the more points you're essentially going to accrue. And what this means is the deeper the run, even something like 2nd and 3rd, it can make a big difference to future invites for the tour.
The difference between 3rd and 4th place being roughly $70,000, $60,000. I mean, that's a pretty significant jump up. It's actually bigger than 4th place to like 5th, 8th. Like it's a significant jump. And so, yeah, like you're saying, I mean, all of the VRS stuff involves just total prize pool, the amount of winnings and everything like that. And so I'm gonna say this, and this is my official statement. I'm just glad it's not a show match.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the show matches have kind of historically
been pretty bad for a while.
I know.
So, like, a third place decider that has something on the line is so much better for entertainment and stakes.
To be fair, you know who I blamed for the show matches?
Who?
Suck. Players.
Oh, yeah. Oh, because some of them just try too hard.
It's not even that. Some of them don't even want to do a show match. It's like, it's prestige, bro.
I think the worst thing about, the worst show match I ever covered was the Antwerp major show match because, like, Copenhagen Flames played in it and then they just tried really hard.
I know.
And that's not a fault of PGL or anything like that or anybody that's running the tournament. It's just like, you guys are running strats. Stop. Like, the other team is goofing off and you're running strats. Like, this one, at least, is competitive. You know? Everybody's on the same page.
Let's make show matches great again, guys. Like, let's work on that for the next time.
All right, well, look, it is a PGL event, so we're going to have 2 streams. This is what we've got coming for you on Stream B. Going to be starting with 3D Max versus Virtus.pro, which is why we highlighted the roster moves if you are going to be watching that game. Falcons, that we also talked about, they're going to be taking on FlyQuest. That is a very contentious game right there. I think FlyQuest really do need to pick up some wins here. MIBR versus Wildcard. Wildcard being the wild card of kind of North America and maybe surprising a lot of people in terms of how well they've been doing. Yeah, great underdog pick. And then, of course, Eternal Fire, one of the teams, no doubt we'll talk about it later in the tournament, that really leveled up their game, and they're going to be taking on Imperial Valkyries.
A lot of those matchups have a lot of, I mean, they're actually quite competitive, surprisingly.
Yeah.
You know, first round matchups, usually the seeding and everything, but really, I feel like what's really cool about this tournament is because 4 of the top 5 teams aren't here, actually the middle of the pack is really going to differentiate itself for us as it plays out.
And then we've got the schedule for Stream A, and working backwards, we'll be closing out the day. Pain Gaming versus Astralis, talking about teams that need W's, the Danes, like, tough times over there. Can't wait to talk about that. I love a good dunk on Astralis. It's good fun. MongolZ versus Complexity, the new look Complexity, but with an old logo. Good to see that. FaZe Clan versus SAW. We'll be talking about that one a little bit later, but SAW are just imploding before our eyes. It's like, I don't know what's more scary, their roster or the SAW movie. And then you have MOUZ versus Big to start us off. So, guys, let's start by talking about MOUZ versus Big. And this is a super interesting one because I think the most surprising move of all of Rostermania, it came at the tail end of Rostermania, and that was MOUZ cutting their IGL, an IGL that was considered in the scene to be a prodigy IGL, had won all this stuff at academy level, had already won tier 1 tournaments when he came in, and then just out of nowhere, he's cut. You go, okay, they must have another super secret IGL move coming in. No, we're giving it to Brolan, and Spinks, an aggressive rifler that had fallen out of favor at Vitality, he's going to be coming in to make this 5. So how do we feel about this roster move just on its surface? Because I think it's terrible. I think it stinks.
Don't you have something called like the Overwatch fart noise whenever you do?
That's what I do call it, the Overwatch fart noise.
So that's what I would do.
Yeah.
Roster move 100%. Look, I mean, here's the thing.
You don't have to actually do it though.
No, I'm not going to.
Good, excellent.
I'm just saving the cover. Anyway, so it's one of those things where when something clearly happened that we'll never probably know about, or if we find out about it, it'll be a long time from now.
2 years. It's going to be 2 years.
Yeah, it's something like that. So it clearly couldn't have been based on performance because Shuhei was indeed one of the best tacticians in Counter-Strike. And I mean, sure, we always had the debate on who was responsible for the tactical success of a team. Is it the end-game leader? Is it the coach? Is it a second voice that's, maybe doing a lot of mid-round calling that we're not aware of? But I think in this case, it was so clear how good MOUZ Sports were from a shot calling perspective that Shuhei brought so much to the table. And to give it to Brolin, who has no IGL experience whatsoever. I'm not sure how much of a voice he had, I guess a secondary voice on the team.
No one talked about him as a secondary voice.
So
never heard that ever.
I mean, I guess if you are going to pick one of the MOUZ Sports players to be the IGL, it makes sense it's him because you don't want to burden Jimmy or Torzy, or Xerxin with that type of thing. So Brolin kind of has to take it because he is kind of the veteran of the team, I guess you could say. He's the one guy that's not from the academy system. But still, all in all, this just looks like an ugly move on the surface where if he's not able to hit the ground running immediately, there's going to be a lot of question marks raised.
And speaking of Jimmy, star anchor on this team, obviously he said some pretty crazy stuff, but I mean, he nearly left as well. So everybody was expecting not Shuhei to go. Everybody was expecting that Jimmy was going to be the one to leave MOUZ. He was linked to like G2, linked to like Falcons, all of this stuff that was going on in the roster mania season. And yet Jimmy stayed, said, I'm happy to stay. Whatever happens to me is good. But then he also put a quote out where he was like saying, listen, we just didn't like Shuhei's calling style. It's like, what are you talking about?
Calling style that won you tournaments, made you a top 5 team in the world. Yeah, I don't like that style either.
Crazy.
The Yimpat statements, the Cyclone statements, all of them to me are just loose PR regarding the fact that they need to sell Shuhei still. And so they're not throwing Shuhei under the bus entirely. But Yimpat's review, as scalding as it was, to me just indicates that there was a discontent in this roster, and one that it feels like the whole brotherhood that united MOUZ in the past has really just dropped off of a cliff. All the guys that were morale leaders in terms of what they were bringing to the table and coming up in the academy system together. People like JDC, for example, who helped foster an environment that many of these people were thriving in, that's gone. Like the luster of being a new roster, a plucky underdog had vanished, and the expectations for them and the burden that they all were carrying was at this point too much for them to really actually hold on to. And so they had to find a scapegoat. They had to find a reason why they weren't actually progressing past a certain point. And even though the arena performances from people like Exertion, people like Yimpat were subpar by their own group stage standards, they somehow outlined Shuhei as being the weak link, when in reality, he was the guy that had provably shown on big stages he can find upsets. He did it with Gamer Legion, making it to the grand finals. And so in many ways, MOUZ have made themselves from darling sweethearts to suddenly one of the easily most hateable teams in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
I like it. Now, obviously, they're going to be taking on Big. We're about to get into the map veto in just a few moments, so I'm coming over to you, Dust.
Sure.
Just before we talk about the strengths of the roster, assuming we have time, Big are the underdogs here against MOUZ, even with it being a new roster. What do you think they're going to do here?
Yeah, not surprised to see this ban from Big. That's kind of Matt. They've banned it a lot in the past. They'll probably also take out Train at some point, I would imagine. Anubis has always been MOUZ Sports' ban, so not a surprise there. As far as picks goes, I think both teams like playing Ancient, so we could see that. And indeed, it does come out from Big in the end. And then from here, it can go a lot of different directions, I think.
I wasn't really sure because MOUZ actually liked to pick Ancient. They picked it against Liquid, even though they lost that time. I'm glad to see that Big floated Anubis, given that it's their permaban. Both teams permaban Anubis, generally speaking. So seeing that MOUZ likely going to be a strong Inferno team, they took that one out. And actually, the nuke decider from MOUZ, it was Big to ban Dust 2 here. And all in all, I would say that MOUZ were a really solid nuke team with Shuhei in command.
Sure.
I haven't really liked any of their T sides so far, but we've seen such a limited amount of gameplay from them, playing with a stand-in and all at Katowice.
So we can talk a little bit about Big now that we know what the map's going to be. Obviously, they've had a roster change as well. They're maintaining this commitment to, having German-speaking players on the roster. They brought Hyped back for his second run within the team. How are we feeling they've been doing? It kind of feels like more sustained mediocrity from where I'm sat.
It seems similar pattern to what they were before, which is they'll get occasional good wins, but they still haven't had the big results to back it up. Like, for example, they beat a solid heroic team in the play-in for Katowice. That's a pretty solid win to get into the main event, but once they got there, they weren't really able to do a whole lot. I do think that Hyped is playing at a much higher level this time around on Big compared to his first time. I think he was done well by going back down to the academy system. He got loaned out to alternate attacks, all that jazz. So he's done well. And then QB, though, for me, hasn't really been able to fill the shoes just yet. But someone like JDC has stepped up to be even more of an aggressor, even more of an opening force to kind of make up for some of the losses that they took.
JDC is the exact reason that Big perma-pick Ancient as much as they can. His mid-antics on this map are really the driving force of why they have so much strength in terms of space-taking ability. In terms of the roster move and judging that for Big right now, so far it seems like something that's going to lead to more sustained success because Regon couldn't really fill those anchor roles. That was clearly out of his comfort zone. And Surson, despite the fact that we saw some incredible highs mostly online and actually frequently at RMRs in big tournaments, I feel like he kind of just became a broken record. He just kind of kept trying the same plays over and over again. And right now, Hyped, he's on a little bit of an uptrend. He looks okay, but all in all, I feel like he's experiencing the same thing Ultimate did with Liquid, where he is hyper aggressive. Like he just goes for way too many peaks. Instead of actually repositioning and rotating passively, he just goes for a secondary fight. And that's the exact same problem he had when he actually joined Big the first time. And so all in all, I need to see growth from him, but Big right now, they're trying to future-proof themselves, so hopefully they can actually work out some of those kinks.
We got about a minute left. Just give me a key matchup, something to watch for in this game, Dust.
Well, one of the interesting things for me is that Spinks didn't play Ancient. That was a map that Vitality banned, so what are they going to do with Spinks? And I imagine they're just going to plug him in at B side with like Shuhei played with Brolin on both sides of the map would be my guess. I just want to see how does Spinks settle into playing that position on a map that he was not playing officially for a very long time. And again, I think the other cool thing that I've noticed, even though they're using extended at Katowice, was Jimmy's a lot more active now on this map. He's a lot more aggressive in middle, you know, with Xerxin. Like, he's not just playing the perimeters. And so I want to see if that up-tempo kind of continues.
I'll just bring in our casters as well. We got commentators for this one, of course. Are they on the big screen for the first time? Yes.
Throwing up gang signs.
Yeah, I don't know why you're doing that, Alex, but, you know.
I mean, they're made-up gang signs. I don't have any
What's the gang?
Well, like I said, I made it up.
The PGL gang.
This is the PGL crew gang. This is
Richard should be doing that one.
I can't even do that with my hands. I'm so old. The arthritis kind of took over. You know what I mean? So you'll have to show me how to do that in the green room. Anyway, guys, just before we get into the action, what do you think about this matchup? Any thoughts?
I like the Spinks angle, right? Not seeing him play Ancient in a period of time, so see how he slots into this. Focused on that. That'll be a fun one. But you guys haven't mentioned Valentine's Day, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Oh.
Especially you got some romantics on the desk there like Maui. So I've presented a little Valentine's poem that I would like to hear from the class. Roses are red, violets are blue. It's MOUZ's honeymoon. Will their debut be boo-hoo?
Oh, I like it.
I think you need to learn about iambic pentameter. I'll give you a few lessons a little bit later, but don't worry about it. It was good start.
It was good.
Good start.
Richard, will you be my Valentine?
I will. I love you. I mean,
oh God, he's gone and said it.
I've known you a long, long time, Alex. You're one of my favorites.
Oh my God.
So yeah, I mean, hopefully we can like maybe get dinner tonight.
Yeah, okay.
Chill,
maybe some Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, another game of Magic the Gathering because we're turning into the Dota guys.
Yes, we are.
Absolute big nerds now.
We're going to play Mafia at the end of the event.
Yeah, exactly. Or is it Werewolf they call it now? I don't know. I don't know. I can't keep up with the trends. You know these.
You guys should host a Dota event together.
Yeah, we could. You've done TI. I'll never get that. Maybe you could like smuggle me in.
Yeah, maybe there's a major.
Yeah, exactly. So look, we've got about a minute. Production's giving us another minute here. So give me some bold predictions for this game because we've been saying MOUZ are going to struggle tactically. Do you share that opinion?
Obviously, having Brolin as an in-game leader is something that's really new, right? And you guys touched on it in terms of this guy even being a second voice. When are you hearing that? So I have question marks mainly about that. But for my focus, you guys have mentioned all of this negative framing for MOUZ. I'm curious as to what the vindication is for them. What do they have to achieve? I feel like top 8 at this event is a must.
Minimum?
Yeah. It feels like that should be a must for them.
But is that an unrealistic expectation for a new IGL like Brolin?
Well, I think when you look at the field and who's left in the roster, it should be that would possible. If I was MOUZ, that's what I would be aiming for.
Best chance, right? Like this is where you like are remembering all the things that you still used to do. You know, the further you get away from your in-game leader, the worse it gets because that's the more adjusting you have to do.
True.
So the very beginning is probably their best chance to get something done.
And also could put more stock in Cycron, right? If he's able to pull this together quite quickly, so then we can talk more about the coach. But yeah, I think tactically there's going to be some issues if Big put up some resistance today.
Yeah, Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like you guys pointed out, I'm very intrigued to see Hype's second go around. Like, I love an Aggie Orpa. I know Maui, understandably, would prefer to see some more, wiser decision-making.
Versatility.
I love watching it.
All right.
It's
Well,
fun.
I just know the
let's see if it comes to pass. The game is live.
All right.
Take it away,
Much
casters.
love, fellas. Thank you.
See you for Valentine's Day. Love you.
See you later.
I wrote another one, Alex.
Okay.
Why hold B when you can hold me? The first
Honestly,
one didn't go over
No, but
very
Chad,
well.
I have to say, you're doing better than Astralis social media manager did.
Hey.
You know what I'm referencing? You know what I'm referencing?
Oh, Jimmy, aggressive main.
Oh.
Out the gates on the pistol, takes a little bit of a pot shot and
Wasn't
gets
ready.
a boatload of information.
Good.
All four. Tabson, he's outside the B door. So they've shown themselves and they're backing off.
Started A with 4. Tabs by the big door.
Oh, now is it a haiku or?
I don't know what it was.
Or is that the anime?
I think it just rhymed. Sounded cool. But yeah, this is interesting because they've been spotted. And then, but doesn't it feel a bit telegraphed where...
Well, it drew the rotation, so
suppose, yeah.
I think the job has been done in that sense. And they have this util for the execute.
But-
Tabson with the smoke and the molly.
Spinks is playing for that early info, right? So any contact walks up ramp will be spotted rather swiftly as well. The short smoke is being thrown as we speak. Tabson's got it cocked. And here we go. That misses. The first does not connect, but Exertion's done very well. Long range with the dual Berettas will peace out. 50 seconds, already a man down. Big Clan are going to at least take a little bit of space. Spinks being cautious, playing the numbers game. Broke up the smoke, and Brolin punished through it. Nice one back. Big Clan have got the numbers advantage after these catches from Crimbo.
Well, they haven't planted yet. They're looking for the fight. 38 seconds on the clock right now.
They know where Exertion was. That's also a factor. They know that Cave is still occupied, and it's kind of suspiciously quiet. Big, they're taking their time.
Well, it has to be the B finish. They know where they are. So at the moment, this one is just going to start to peter into the fight.
There's a fight right there. Jimmy unable to connect it. A couple of opportunities onto absolute.
20 seconds, Alex.
I can't believe how long this has taken. We are going to see the bomb get out of Cave eventually. Torji take a goosh down to just 5. Oh, Torji hits a headshot on the drive-by. Hyped, gone. JDC and Crimbo up against it. Crimbo's got no bullets. Headshot found in the last. And Torji last seen. As well as Exertion up the ramp. Good find from Crimbo. Looks like it's been a very slow, very methodical T-side pistol. They used every second of the round. But Big will be taking this pistol. Exertion with just his 10 HP and no kit available.
The way that you packaged that one there seemed casual. That was on a knife's edge the whole time. I can't... Big almost gave that away. I don't understand why they fake planted and then went into cave and waited.
I don't know either.
Because that was, like I said, on a knife's edge the entire time. They actually gave an opportunity for MOUZ to get back into the round by not getting the bomb planted ASAP. I don't know, maybe because the smoke was fading, but either way, there was an option there for MOUZ to be able to steal that one, but Big do convert.
It was a 4v3, right? And then they went into cave.
Yeah, and that's but they were trapped.
Yeah.
And they could have given away kills in any moment.
What the hell is that?
He needed to.
Oh. Well, obviously, right? He throws the molly for a reason. Exertion's dead, though.
That molly's very common these days, right? Because you don't want the pistol players, the MP9s, or the rifles to scale close. You want to send them wide. So you're seeing a lot more, in terms of the smoke landing on top of it.
Yeah.
We don't know about that, but the molly's
By design.
standard in terms of the meta.
Well, you've been highlighting it so much to me that we even got to see the counter to it now, with the CT's run boosting over the top of it.
It's getting out of control.
And counter to the counter.
Well, the 4 spy is already a mound down.
I want to learn that lineup from Tabs.
We get Chevs on the 1s and 2s.
Hyped, gonna be tucked up. Do we have an official broadcast word for this?
I call this Beehive.
I know you do, but like, do the public know what I'm talking about?
I think if you could, well, you can.
Beehive.
The cubby.
Cubby. Well, there's a lot of cubbies on this map. And
But it's the B ramp one.
B ramp cubby. As they do run in, having a good time. Roland actually making it interesting. Hold on, 5-7 up close. Never mind. He's got no teammates and he's got no bullets or health. That's Big Clan converting the second round force out of MOUZ. Should be looking at a 3-0 start.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Okay, this is very positive for the Germans.
The drum.
Ja, genau.
But yeah, everyone's saying JDC is one of the best players in the world on Ancient. That's what a cool high praise, would you say?
That's hugely high praise. Yeah,
Maybe a little hyperbole?
Well, I think you can have specialist players for sure on certain maps and positions. But I think when you're tussling with a team on debut, there's a lot that you're going to have to learn. And one thing that we need to be keeping note, that's why I'm waiting for the gun rounds before we start this conversation, is what positions the players from MOUZ are going to be responsible for as JDC. Well, he grabs a couple in mid, QB from the upper deck, and well, away you go. That's going to be a clean sweep of the third round. Now the rifles come out. Now we can take a look at this CT-sided setup.
So the presumption from Dust was that Spinks was just going to kind of take Shui's position towards B, right? On the CT side, was that the suspicion?
Yeah, but I think there could even be more changes, right? Because Exertion traditionally a mid player, so he was in cave on the pistol. Now that could just be a pistol scenario. So Brolin over towards B, Exertion mid with Jimmy. That makes sense. So, yeah, and your AWPer can essentially start anywhere. So standard stuff as A pressure being applied.
Oh, Brolin goes really aggressive there. Straight out of cave into Crimbo's crosshair. Double out of Crimbo. Ready for that. Ready in. Oh my God, he's found the gap and he's run with it. They did throw a smoke. Donut and DT was smoked, but Abson is so far forward. Like, if you're Xertion, you're maybe worried about Big Box, worried about A main, but he's acknowledging that there is a potential slip. The bomb's making its way into A now. Torgy's missed his chance onto that QB on towards the heaven. Quick catch onto Spinks, and the bomb should be waltzing on in. Oh my God, he gets a fight as well. QB confirms Exertion's position. Doesn't expose him on the nade break. The bomb will go down. Abson's done so much and yet has not been able to really participate. Now it's cut down. Doesn't even get to play the round. Versus 2. Crimbo is on the warpath for Exertion. Looks like he could win this duel. Forces him away at the bare minimum. Looking at the kits, I don't see one. So this one just going to have to be a 4th for Big. MOUZ will have to accept defeat. The kit too far away.
Beautiful stuff. Great little start.
I'm loving this mini-map we've got here. Just seeing the B util thrown out, the opening push from Brolin not being rewarded. Is that quite common, would you say, for a cave player if he's not got early resistance on the heaven cross, it's not smoked, etc.? Just throwing out a smoke towards the lane and taking that fight towards elbow and mid?
I think it depends on where you feel like the pressure's coming from and the connection that you have with the rest of your teammates.
Yeah. I mean, when Crimbo's going to hit the first bullet on out of his AK, I guess. Just the way the cookie crumbles. Bang. Good shooting out, Crimbo. One of my favorite German players. Anyone didn't know. I think we might have had.
We might be listening to Virtus.pro there for a moment. They're on the secondary stream as we're in with a fast A execute.
Well, we've got the live dubbing.
Well, yeah, hey, the technology's there. They're in the site, Alex, and nobody from MOUZ is in any position to be able to stall this out. There's a HE on Spinks, but he's rotating over. He can't help clear this in Donut. There's one for Jimmy. He's pushed all the way up heaven, and it's about to be a 5v5 retake of the A site.
All right, let's do it. Let's see how we cook. Okay. UB will play on site first contact. Retake smokes have been thrown out. Actually, that's a T-side smoke, excuse me. It's a bit shallow. Able some CTs to push out of it. Or a break coming in. JDC's a dead man, booked by the flash out of Spinks. There's Hype Combat, Orping unable to provide a second. They're coming for you. Crimbo's overwhelmed and Tapson way too late to the party. Torgy good for it. Just in time. A well-structured retake of the A site.
Oh, that's a big round to win. If you're completely out of position like that and you're having a retake 5v5, especially with residual utility from the T's, you saw that one that you highlighted over towards Donut, it's never going to be easy because you feel you've been out-called. What you started and opened up your round with, you were focusing over towards B and middle, and they've waltzed into a completely open site, but confident there on the retake. Very good stuff for MOUZ to get there first. The first round with Spinks in the roster. That's one to remember. A 5v5A retake on the map he never played with Vitality.
Yeah, and does it not also kind of reinforce that, hey, you can go for A, we can continue to gamble 3 mid, 2 B, because we can retake A if you try it. Well, maybe mid is a problem. There's the JDC special. Double delivery straight to the gut. MOUZ already operating at just an unwinnable situation. Spinks and Brolin, the B players, they've opened their scoreboard. They've confirmed it's likely going to be 2B. And, well, very quickly, the issues are rectified. JDC does what JDC does.
This is not looking good whatsoever. 5 rounds on the T side of Ancient would be par for the course, already accrued by Big. JDC mauling them. He's 9-2 currently. So the desk the point that they made about him over towards middle is being backed up heavily. JDC getting some revenge against his old team of once upon a time. Used to play with Torji and Exertion.
I forgot about that connection.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, whoa. Kind of crazy I overlooked that. Oh.
And they're hunting.
Yeah, and they've successfully.
But Spinks could get a kill. This could be his first kill in a MOUZ jersey in an official match. Spegs
on the
from
exit.
Vitality to
Can he
MOUZ.
hold on to his F4?
It's the howl.
Oh.
And it's a howling big frag underhyped.
Shut up.
Can he double?
Oh.
No, it's trouble. JDC hits double digits.
Oh. He did hit double digits. That, well, wow, this guy's a pro. The caster, I mean.
Woke up on the right side of the bed today.
I am detecting that, yeah. 30-second break. I think I'd need one too after.
Chewy was right. Justice for Chewy.
Take a minute. Let's have a map, baby. Let's.
Well, Maui's on the desk, so I'm, it's like the hot take, point made. There's always something. We got to get with it.
Okay.
We got to bring the drama too.
Okay.
All right. Well, there is enough cash for a buy, but the most important part about this next round, yeah, I know, is the tactical timeout from MOUZ. So Coach Cycron, as all these players refer to him.
Yes, Coach Cycron.
It's like Auntie Sharon.
Yeah, Unc.
Well,
what, you can call him Auntie, but you can't call him Uncle?
Well, you'd call him Uncle. Show you respect.
Oh, okay.
Actually, imagine if you called your coach Uncle. Uncle Cycron.
Unc. What do you do, Unc?
Red smoke. Surely you just... Oh, sorry. I was going to call from a MOUZ perspective. I was going to say you keep doing more of the same. The run boost!
Yeah, and JDC, dead meat. Lovely counter. Jimmy steps up and delivers, removes JDC, who was the crucial catalyst to that 5th round for Big Clan.
Ooh.
Oh, they're already ahead of the curve. Look at this gamble. Oh, tip of the head. Hello, Torji. Bit of a standoff with Hyped. He caught a whiff of him. And they do flash for a swing, so spots out the long player. This feels like a death trap. If you walk into a 4-man stack B, which it looks like they might be about to do, he's lining up for these pillar flashes. Will blind Torji in his current position.
If they smoke short and long, molly the pillar, there's a chance they can trade efficiently.
Yeah, okay. Smoke will isolate Brolan. Molly long, geeky from Tabson.
Oh, not spreading. Hasn't cleared out the cubby.
Torji, ooh, doesn't matter. He's missed his first shot, so now they are up. Spinks Nest test. Oh, and he's dead. Good work from Crimbo. Torji still combat AWPing on the site, needs another, and he delivers multi-kill massacre out of the AWPer. Oh, 3 from Torji. Locks down ramp, sends him back to spawn, and a must-win round for MOUZ converted.
Okay. They're starting to get a little something under their belt. There's still money for several rifles to be invested. Big might want to take a tactical timeout just to discuss who's going to get dropped what or what approach. There it is. Kakafu going to get on the mic. And I think there was options for different executes. Just the one that Big chose was the least restrictive. They went cave smoke, long molly. They had 2 smokes. If they went long, short smokes, pillar molly, they're not to know what's on the other side, right? So they're kind of making an educated guess.
They went for cave smoke long molly. Why does it feel like we're tuning into VP on the wireless?
Her 1932. 87.9 on the AM. You're in morning radio. It's just a 3-round gap, just for those of you in the kitchen who might be cooking right now. Scoreline is 5-2. Both teams have used a tactical timeout. Maybe you're changing the oil on your car.
Maybe.
Maybe you're driving down the highway listening on audio only.
Maybe you're charging your electric scooter. JDC's progression in mid has been delayed, but certainly not however you say this word. How do you say this word? Stymied. Spelt like that. Dude.
I think you might need Richard to help you with that one.
I'll ask, yeah, our educated personnel. My Valentine, I'll ask him. As either way, we have got an opening kill cube. He's gone. Dead to heaven.
I think the space that Spinks has right now is very telling of this round. The fact that he's already encroaching on T-spawn, this is massive.
That's true. I hadn't clock just how much progress he'd made so early.
Yeah, and the thing is that if you're big, you have to be aware that you've given over B lane almost.
Ref. That was just a one tap to the face through smoke.
Well, it was already round over thanks to this push, but that's going to hurt a whole lot more. Now they're completely boxed. Jimmy and Torji on A to seal the deal.
And I've calculated the timing, and Spinks is actually not going to get a single kill because Torji's going to kill them both. Oh, just the one. Spinks has got hyped dead to rights. Unless... Oh, it actually had a chance to hit the quick scope, doesn't nail it.
And poor Crimbo has to save a little Galil.
Poor guy.
Well, it's not... I wouldn't say it's maybe... It's not as ideal as an AK.
So look. Never mind.
It's got waves on this one?
Yeah.
What's this one called?
If I was...
We can look. We're in game.
Yeah, yeah.
Crimson Tsunami. Kind of cringe, huh?
Yeah.
Sorry to whoever
I don't
named
love
the
it.
Crimson
I don't love
Tsunami, but...
Well, no. Alex?
2 in a row now for the MOUZ. Here's the opener. Brolin pushing down ramp with Spinks. Spinks keeps on pushing. Here it is from Exertion.
Yeah. This is a hard shot to hit. Respect. Does feel like at the moment everything's been determined by these opening mid jaunts, successful or otherwise.
Well, they're going again. This time with Tech 9s.
All right. JDC trying his luck once more. Xertion's got a good nade. Combines it with some bullets. Sprays down JDC. More where that came from. This is a quick round. Exertion puts 3 down. Could be 4. No bullets. Tabson fights back. But it's already a MOUZ 4. They have certainly stabilized after taking a timeout, catching their breath. They seem to have found a good response to Big Clan's early ventures in mid.
So 2,900 is the loss bonus into the next round. It's likely to see MOUZ tie things up 5-5. So should just be some light investments, maybe some Deagles, some P250s, just slow the tempo of the game down a little bit because the last spread feels awfully quick. So I think next round we might see a slower default. A couple of flashes for just a B pop. They're going on the second tempo, waiting for the block utility. And then they'll flash from Tabson and go.
Oh, this is cool. Flash out for Brolan.
Oh!
Ouch! Ow, yow.
That's a gun.
Yep, that's a gun. That's a dead Swede. And that gun could be tested. Session, this is overly exerting yourself. It's actually perfect. He's got 2. Clears them both out. Weapon now retrieved. He's done a lot. Oh, and he keeps farming. Okay, the multi-kills are flowing. Xertion looking like his usual self. That felt like a very aggressive maneuver. I suppose knowing that there was likely no Kevlar on some of these pistol
I still
players.
think it's risky.
Right. He's just backed himself. A small detail that I'm sure is commonplace, but I haven't necessarily caught previously is that Brolin's leaving his HE. So Spinks is doing like the lane HE and has a second HE to throw towards ramp, which can lead to some misinformation. I like saying, oh, there's no one cave. They're playing 3B. Bang. Nice shot from QB. It's going to be frustrating death for Brolin to stomach, but, you know, he just hit a good shot. Fortunately, he's got good teammates around him. And they clean up his mess.
Still a chance for 7 at the half for Big. The 5 is great, but considering how this started, you'd love a few more.
JDC's blind. JDC's dead.
Well, now that the game's been able to stabilize a little bit, MOUZ are looking an awfully lot stronger, a bit more comprehensive.
They're going for more. He's just doing himself. Never mind, don't need one. He's got Kyobi on the floor. Oh, he is just a nuisance for Big Clan right now.
But when Exertion's on his day, he can be very impactful. The criticism traditionally comes for Exertion once he gets to the stage matches.
It's just so satisfying when that cave smoke ends up being used against the T's. He can just kind of peek around it, has that gap.
I think right now, if you look at the scoreboard as well, the battle is really between JDC and Exertion. JDC was 10-2, now he's 10-7, whereas Exertion's 14-5. So I think it's the late sprint from Exertion that's really started compounding.
Okay, Brolan. Spinks to be tested on B. They have got the bombs in cave and short smoke thrown. Hyped, what have you got for us? Spinks, he's trapped, commits to the fight, and does well to find one. Bomb spotted, rotation on its way. Torji and Jimmy both charging. Exertion, he's actually got the geeky lineup as well. This is to catch that bomb plant, unless you're perfectly on the pillar. Oh, and well played on the reaggress there. Brollan just crouches in, catches Tabson, and Crimbo left in a impossible 1 versus 4 with 20 seconds left. Exertion is creeping in, nails it for a third. He is farming them. What's that put him up to? 15 and 5. Solid work from Exertion.
Okay, so später?
Später langsam.
Later, so later.
I thought I heard langsam, which means slow.
Could have been slow, but he did say später.
Yeah.
So it could have been slow, and then later we do.
Ooh,
It does suck for Big that we speak a little bit of bad German.
Yeah. We've got him red now.
Yeah, we know all your strats.
Let's see if they do something later or slow.
Not a lot of utility. That's the biggest issue right now.
Is that a missed door smoke, or is that a deliberate, like... Oh, my gosh. Brollan's put some good pepper on that one.
Starting 3B as well. I think Exertion's won out a lot of his fights in middle, so an educated gamble from MOUZ with this opening gambit. And then they will be going into this B execute. So smokes, flashes, and mollies is blocked for now. Having to apply some pressure to siphon through the U2. A nade with some chip damage onto Hyped and Co.
Ooh, good nade back. Being sub 50. Nice little up-down boost here.
Feels strong on B. The orb to rotate in. Take a look at the left-hand side of your screen as well. Torji has flashes, so if it is an execute, Torji, as he's rotating from red, can be flashing above them.
Oh.
Default molly.
This is some diligent stuff. Yeah,
Well, they missed the T
They're
side.
playing retake B with 2 in cave. It's very cheeky. Especially if JDC's not ready for both of them. No trade potential, don't need it. Brollan wins the head-to-head. They are walking on up, but backs are turned upon the fade. Tabson misread that smoke fade. Torji in position to disrupt, and that's a good catch from Crimbo. Big Clan forging a path into the side. Crimbo's done a lot here. Keep them in it to win it. Crimbo walking in. Jimmy next victim. It's Crimbo with a multi-kill. Lovely farm. 3 kills from him. Torji in a 1 versus 2. It is winnable.
Would love to get into a rifle. The orb's going to make this really difficult.
QB's still on site, so if he does go for the wallbang, it's, or even the incendiary, then spots the swing. QB burnt out. They're in his sight line. Missed chance. You've got to go for it, mate. Last round. I think his teammates just told him there's an AK at his feet. Swings through. Oh, and not far off. Hype closes it down. Just his 3rd contribution, but it does tie us up at 6-6.
Yeah, so I would say this first half was a recovery. MOUZ getting online. The 6 rounds is really good for Big, and the fact that they get 1 going into this 1-minute halftime break can just help fill them with confidence again. But really, it was JDC getting away with a lot of his moves, finding those openings that helped enable rounds, the pistol, the conversions. So there's the first 3. Now you just get to sit back, relax, and think about the defense that you're about to erect on the CT side from Big. And we get a look at Brollan's in-game leading. Now, I understand that they played over there in Katowice, but it was with the stand-in as Alex. Then they had a boot camp after they were eliminated in Poland before coming here to Romania. So we'll get to see the fruits of their labor. I think something that's nice with Ancient is your openers, right, are pretty standard, right? Smoke red, smoke cave, and then it's more about the timing, and your mid player gets to, which will be Exertion, gets to, well, should be Exertion, gets to call the flashes from the support players. So when the mid rounding comes into things, I don't feel it's as difficult as other maps necessarily. Here we go.
I'm always intrigued about the CT pistol call. Like, how many bodies do you put on B?
Yeah, where are you happy to play strong? Where are you happy to play weak? And then playing weak means what is the conversation for the retake?
Okay, Tabson's going to spot this 5-man mid push. He's jump spotting and gets some info. Confirms multiple bodies. Crimbo's got the perfect weapons, and JDC catches 1 on the cross. That's the bomb as well. Spinks is forced to go back and get it. Segregated from his teammates. It's falling apart. It's falling through their fingers. MOUZ in trouble. Brollan claws 1 back, but that bomb still lies idle in middle. Exertion calling for assistance. There are 3 CTs holding this bomb retrieval. He's in so much trouble. He needs assistance. Torji will come to lend a hand, but it feels like it's too little, too late. And a clean JDC 4K to get this pistol started. Just as we said, it was a battle between JDC and Xertion.
Those are JDC's first kills since round 6.
Jeez.
Yeah, I'm just flicking through right now. I did say he called. Because he was 10-2 at 1.
Yeah.
So there you go. He's back. Back in a big way, as no pun intended. That's both pistols for big.
Wow.
Got Mirage coming up next and Nuke as the third and decider if we need to get there.
Yeah, this is Big Clan's pick. So important pistol to start their CT side off on the right foot.
Eco from MOUZ. This one is a bit of a non-starter. So if you're joining us in Twitch chat at the moment, so able to... yeah, I've got them up. They were talking about some stuff early, but they're having a good time. You guys can go head over... Twitch.tv/PGL_CS2 for the secondary stream. Harry and Hugo are bringing you all of the action over there. They are covering 3D Max versus VP, but it doesn't look like it started yet. So, oh, I shouldn't have said anything. Yeah. They're having a slight delay on that stream. So don't head over there. Stay here with us.
Hang out.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. What's that from?
Would anybody... show? Yeah. Would anyone be going to bed at this time?
Americans?
Okay. Is it bedtime?
Well,
like 2 a.m.?
What, do you want LA?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be going to bed. It's 12:30.
Oh, yeah. Way past. Way past bedtime.
We've got Scrawny and Launders coming later for the second 2 best-of-3s on the main stream today. And Jason O'Toole and Mr. Dinkles will be bringing you action after Harry and Hugo have concluded their little shift.
Don't know why you had to say it like that.
Their little shift.
Why is it their little shift? You patronizing.
I also called him Mr. Dinkles.
Yeah, you did, but I'm okay with that.
Jason's sidekick, Mr. Dinkles.
Mr. Dinkles and Mr. O'Toole. The economical has concluded.
Zwei?
Ja.
Was?
Bitte.
Zwei was?
Weiß nicht.
Off gets
2 a.m. in Midwest US.
Okay.
Go to bed, 420 pizza.
Double mid mollies.
Okay.
So not the elbow smoke. That'll come in later. JDC drops that. That would... Thank you, J-Raz.
Yep, good catch. Bad throw. Ooh, Crimbo's in trouble. They're already out big box. Brolin has put... How many smokes are up right now? My goodness, there's a lot going on. And Brolin, yes, you have a bit of access to the A side, but your teammates aren't with you, and the CTs are not to know that.
But it's about what kind of rotations and eyes that he draws. There's 2 players from Donut considering this, as well as 1 over towards Temple. So 3 players essentially somewhat worried about Brolin's position. But now the brakes have been hit. They're trying to fill some of these gaps. This next fight, Tabson versus Spinks, is not going to happen.
Yeah, he's going to pivot back into the side. There's a lot of responsibility. Does he have util?
No.
Okay, so this favors MOUZ, despite that man advantage to big.
Well, now it feels like MOUZ have to go for a B contact play. Maybe not contact. They could go for a light execute with the smoke and mollies, and then Brolin would lurk middle with his position. 40 seconds. I said mid-rounding shouldn't come in, but this is complicated. Brolin's across and up, so everybody will be finishing towards B from MOUZ. 3 through cave, bomb up ramp. 2 through cave, 2 up ramp.
1 on long, 1 on short. Good Molotov. Really limits the potential contributions. Tabson gets his hand back on the mouse. His teammate does go down, 1 and done. Bomb to be planted. Tabson can't disrupt it. Does wait for JDC to take that first fight, and good awareness from Jimmy, looking sharp. Can't control the spray. On that second, doesn't adjust perfectly onto Crimbo. There's Torji. Spinks good for 1.
1v1.
It's up to the 1v1. Already 2 from Torji. Can Crimbo find his third as well? Takes the fight head on, and Crimbo just too damn good. Massive round to win. Big Clan extend their lead. Triple out of Crimbo. And that's a nice rectify of the issue. Like, they felt like they were kind of overestimating that A presence from Brolan. Still managed to hold to that finish on B.
Yeah, I thought after Spinks got that kill in unison with Torji's, he peeked off of the long side. Might have been enough, but not to be the case. And I saw you there get a little bit wobbled by Tabson in the smoke.
Yeah.
Just adjusting his headset.
What the hell?
Tabson was like, no one's going to shoot me in this smoke. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to adjust my headset as the fight is literally coming my way.
Terrifying.
Okay, MOUZ, yet to get around in the second half. It's going to be a partial investment. That was their best opportunity yet, and a 1v1. Keeps them at nothing.
I'm just saying, Zersh and JDC head-to-head might, happen again. JDC gets it. Tabson tapping. Oh, overwhelmed by the pistols. And hang on.
He's open.
Die. Yeah, okay. It's a shame for Torji. It's a shame.
And the bomb is outside the long doors as well.
Yeah, we can chill now. We can be cool. Be cool.
But this is where Spinks announces his presence in the MOUZ jersey. A 1-on-3 to be remembered as... he tickles up Crimbo.
It's the Tickle Monster. That's a terrible nickname. We should never give anyone that.
The Tickle Monster.
There we go. Okay. 10 for Big. Wow, this has really turned around. So I think what he said was like, let's go, kind of thing.
Ja, auf geht's, auf geht's.
Auf geht's.
Run boost. Oh.
It's a timeout.
It is.
I was just, otherwise I was like, Cypher, you're moving your mouth an awful lot there, sir. I don't want to be that guy, I'm just saying.
You're touching Brolin and you're moving your mouth. What are you doing? Vibes looking like they're at an all-time high for the big camp. Understandably so. Just 3 more rounds required. But the guns are back out for MOUZ. What adjustment has been made?
Let's go, Spinksy. Let's go.
Red smoke, cave smoke, B into the doors, elbow smoke. So 4 smokes, 2 from either team. 3 strong middle, run boost. JDC looking for a fight.
Yes. Crimbo down. Oh, wow. Gets Zershan and JDC's aggressions rewarded. Jimmy's trying to find a response, but the smoke still guises him as JDC removes Brolan from the lane. That's a one-man Ancient army.
That's a GG.
Yeah, why is JDC just the best player on Ancient?
Now he told us.
Yeah, I know he's... he didn't say why.
Yeah, but it's their job to explain why. Okay, so when we get back from the cast...
But then all he can say is, yeah, his protocols and his fundamentals are just really sound, and the way he approaches the map, his aggressions are facilitated by the team, and all around, he's just, he's got a comfort level on that map. Or something like that.
Which
is probably right.
Is probably right.
Yeah, I understand. But I wanted an answer I wasn't expecting.
Well,
actually, when he was born,
Ancient
was one of the maps.
He got the heads up from the Valve devs early that Ancient was going to be brought into the map pool, so he's been studying the flight paths necessary. No, but I think players who have the natural inclination to be aggressive can thrive on a map like this, especially on the CT side, because I like to compare mid and B lane, maybe B lane not so much, but middle to some degree, similar to like Cash. Remember the CTs, they would come out of their main, they would smoke, right? You'd molly on top of the boost, but the Ts could also like flash and come through the smoke and then path left and right. Right, so it's a little bit different, but in terms of those fights there, I don't want to call it coin tossy, but it does come down to, at certain points, like, do you know what flash rhythm they throw? Or, do they just do 2? Do they have 3? Is there a late one? How many do you have to turn? What different variations can you show? So there's a lot that goes into it, but I think players who are naturally more aggressive and want to look for fights, this map is great for them out the gates, and you're seeing that for both. Oh, don't go down after time, Jimmy. Fortunate. It's great for Exertion, who's a naturally aggressive individual, and the same for JDC. So here it is, a run boost. Swing. An extinguish.
Boom. I mean, this is just textbook, isn't it? Like, if you wanted to have hey, how do we play 3 mid-aggressive mid on Ancient? Well, that's a pretty good place to start.
Need to get a new lung for someone there.
Yeah, someone's not good right now. Get him a lem step. And now we get to see 3B from Biggie. Don't know who that is. Big Clan, obviously, the team.
Did you call him Biggie?
I did. I don't know why. It's not cool.
It's the Biggie boys.
That's as bad as calling Harry and Hugo's little car.
A little shift.
Little shift they're doing over there. This is a good start from MOUZ, in case you were wondering. 2 players dead. Crimbo's aggressing. He has to. Maybe Hyped and QB can slow them. The smokes won't last forever, though, and a nice aggression down
You have
the ramp.
to convert this if you
If
mount,
he hits,
don't you?
oh, this is a very hard shot.
You have to.
Hyped. This is a ballsy walk that he hasn't committed to. So now he is.
Kind of wish you would with the cave plays, don't you?
That's why I can't help but feel it.
As soon as the cave smoke phase, he's a dead man.
Well, they're playing it very, very.
Gentlemen, there's danger.
Yeah,
Danger
look
afoot.
at that jump scare. Oh. 1, 2, and done.
Ain't bad. Ain't around though, is it? Crimbo, I don't think you have any real stake in this one. So it's going to be the first T-sided round for MOUZ. Off the back of a couple of saves.
Noble says Lemsip is good, but damn, does it taste bad? I disagree.
Is there different flavors to Lemsip?
I think the original was lemon, hence
But that makes sense.
Lemsip.
It does make sense.
But I think it tastes quite nice. Maybe I'm just weird.
We used to have a medicine for cold and flu for children in Australia that I
Alpol?
remember. No, it was called Demazin.
Amazon.
Demazin. If there's any Australians who are boomers like me in chat, let me know if you ever had Demazin. That tasted quite had a distinct flavor, but it was sweet.
Like for English kids, Calpol was always something we could have.
Isn't that a petrol station?
Calpol? No, it was just like a little thing you put on a little spoon, and you take it when you're sick.
And Mary Poppins had it.
Yeah, probably. Spoonful of sugar and all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes the medicine go down.
Talking of adverts that are stuck in your head. Autoglass repair.
We had auto.
Glass
I
replace.
think ours was different.
You didn't have that one?
No, the jingle would have been different.
I wonder if they have it in like German as well. They go like Autoglass Reparung, Autoglass Replassen. I mean, I don't actually know the words. You know what I mean? Maybe they use the same jingle.
Just a 4-round game, Alex.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, getting
You?
the eyebrows.
Technically, his eyebrows were bowing.
I bow to you. Vice smokes.
Oh, this is. I just realized this is Braland's calling. He just got his first T-round calling with the full roster.
Oh, so we've celebrated
That's huge, man.
Spinks' first kill and Brolin's first on Valentine's Day. It's all romantic. So many firsts. All right, well, here we go. Is it going to be the same openers from either team? Red, cave, doors, elbow. It is.
It's a lot of smokes. Out mid, Exertion and Jimmy. Gonna have full access to middle. Respecting the red smoke. Is JDC. Hype spotting the cross to start with the AWP.
Slightly singed toes with the Molotov. But no harm, no foul. They are out. They've been given the space. Bigger playing a bit more of a passive stance. Looks like Crimbo with the X-ray is going to have company.
He's won it again. JDC just indomitable on Ancient. Now, Bomb is moving in first. This is actually a lot of pressure onto Crimbo, but if he goes unchecked, a timing is available to him. Torgy's
I might get first contact.
That would be huge if Crimbo really doesn't get cleared. I think at this point he won't.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the timing's awful. Bomb down, Bomb spotted. Hype needs to hit this. He needs to get a second, and he will. Don't re-peek again. That's okay. You can stay there. That's cool. Torgy's posted, and he is going to peek into him. He wants confirmation. He wants the third. He's had a quiet game. Is hyped, and there it is. Takes all three. Lovely work from die Deutsche Oper.
Ja, wunderschön, Jungs.
Ja, man.
Das ist perfekt.
Super duper.
Eine Round.
Ein
round?
Mir. Well, no, you need a few more than one, actually. Actually, no, they only need one. That's right. That's how maths works. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. I think that's a real good confidence booster in a best of three to have your AWPer, like...
Especially with Mirage up next.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of the things with young AWPers, I know this is his second foray in the big jersey, but I think it's really tough with young AWPers because you never want to ruin their confidence.
Yeah.
But Maui is right. You need an AWPer that can do everything. You want one that's willing to go for the aggressive duels and fights and picks, but you also need one who's going to be able to reel it back when necessary to let the riflers scale, to let them go for the type of rounds. And you just put the fear of God that you have the AWP on this line, and you need to hit those shots.
Yeah. Makes sense. I was definitely boxed into a corner on Big's pick.
Okay, they're going to fight middle. They highlighted well here by the Obs team. Chev showing that they're going for the extinguish on the mid molly. Wait, is it just a ruse? It's just a ruse. Okay. Ooh. Exertion is going to get the room, but it's heavy A.
And look at the timing. He's got full open gap. Here's Hype tested again. Gets his. Gets away. JDC's down. A break of the smoke for Hype. Retake smoke lined up for Crimbo. Or is it for the spam? He's actually got a lineup for that spam on the corner. Ooh, geeky punish though. Torji good for it. And now Tabson and QB find themselves in dire straits. Very uncomfortable position to be in.
You might want to hold on to your guns here, gentlemen.
Yeah, no AWP to be saved.
That's tough from Crimbo because the bomb didn't get faked at all, did it, in that situation? He just started spamming. So even though he has the silenced M4, still penetrating holes in the smoke and then triangulating his position, he goes down for free. So a bit of a misplay there from poor Crimbo, maybe getting around two ahead of himself. So that smoke that I was highlighting in middle, when you see that, it makes the mid players feel that there's a larger indication that it is going to be a mid fight because you're using a smoke to extinguish. That tends to say that you want to take that territory,
right?
Which Exertion was still fighting for it. You're just hoping that you draw more eyes, right? That you have more focus from at least 2 to 3 players in that position. But a really important trade from Spinks. Very, very important trade from the man on your screen right now. Brawler makes the space, Spinks gets the trade, site gets overrun, round gets taken, 4-round game. Well, I'm getting answers to my Valentine's Day poem.
Yeah?
You don't remember it?
I do. Roses are red.
Yep.
It's a blue.
It's MOUZ's honeymoon.
Honeymoon.
Will their debut be boo-hoo?
Ah, yeah, just a couple too many syllables.
Yeah, but come on, man.
Yeah.
I don't see any of you guys doing poetry.
Right. No, let me workshop something for map 2. Give me a minute. Exertion versus Tabson. And, oof, good double dink out of Tabson, so he's done well there.
That's one of the save rifles removed.
Yeah, you almost kind of have an unrealistic expectation of more than one with the hero rifle when you've only got 2 in the mix. Everyone else just on that almost full eco. In fact, yeah, it is. Just Crimbo with a couple of nades and Zeus.
That's curious now because is that enough to throw MOUZ off kilter, right? Remember, Brolin is going to have to try and piece this round together. JDC's actually snuck on over to pick up the kit and the rifle. So now they're both back in the mix. QB needs to get 1. He's currently the only defender on B, and there's a lot of force coming his way.
Yeah.
Smoked off for now. This is tough. Crimbo has flashes. Crimbo could flash behind QB and he could push.
Oh, good shot from Jimmy.
Here comes the flashes, surely.
Yep. Oh, great awareness from Spinks. Just spams away at QB, a very likely possibility.
Okay, well, MOUZ, even after a little bit of awkward moment there, they just grouped up, finished towards B, secure their 9th. They're 3rd in the second half.
The real question here is, does anyone have a reason to push to Crimbo's Zeus? I mean, the answer is no.
You shouldn't be hunting. Well, no, you don't need to hunt.
Yeah.
At the moment, right, like you lose 1 round, the game's over. The last thing you want to do is give away an AK that gets wielded against you.
I'm pretty sure there's a rifle mid, but I suppose they're going to be holding on to that. Or like, you know, covering it in some capacity.
The reason that rifle might be nice is it's only 1900 lost into the next. So if he can get something, it'd be better than just the poor Zeus. But it looks like Crimbo's going to value the stat line. Keep himself with the lowest deaths in the server so far. 16-8. Everyone else has got giga deaths. 13, 13, 16, 13. It's actually, Alex, a very comfortable position to be in as MOUZ down the stretch. Look, it's tough considering the scoreline has been 12 for a while, but in terms of where you have Big's finances at, and you can see that reflected in the buy right now, Tabson and QB going for utility over firepower, 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, and an AWP. And then if you lose this round as Big, you're only going to get 2400 as the loss into the next. MOUZ can bring this back. They're in a good position to do so.
See if they will so. Deep red smoke. Ooh, a little bit of a suffocating smoke. You can't really swing to look at it. It'll get gray screened and exposed. Bit of proactivity out of Crimbo on the A side of the map. Going to be aggressing A main. But with Exertion, such crazy amount of control. He's got like Donut as well.
Yeah, but because it's into the AWP for Exertion, it's going to be tough.
I mean, just being alive there, it's not going to be his approach.
And now that Crimbo has all this A main space, Hyped could even cheat away. They could give up Donut, just focus red, but 3 on B and the fight coming.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of work. QB does walk down that ramp, gets close, good work with an MP9, can get some serious damage done. Here's those nades. Catches the
Good
timing.
Oh.
Messy spray. Couple of bursts to the face may have been better. Suited to the task. JDC.
Oh!
The...
Did you see Brolin's face there? I don't think he meant to get that kill.
I don't think he counter-strafed. I think that might just be a flying, running accuracy bullet.
Could we please see that from Brolin's perspective if possible?
What that looked...
Did his jaw literally go agape? Like what?
Oh, it looked like it. That's crazy. What the hell was that? I mean...
What? I was like, yeah, if Brolin gets traded, this will be all right.
Yeah.
He was on 10 HP.
Brr.
What was that?
I don't think, like, scientifically, Counter-Strike's running accuracy has changed in CS2, has it? Have you looked into the source code?
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah.
I'm diving into the source code every day.
Cool. Okay. Cool. So you've done it. You've like scrolled through GitHub and.
I don't believe so.
I don't think so. But I know that that's like kind of a common myth around Counter-Strike 2, like running accuracy.
Drum roll, please.
Running accuracy.
Look at his face as well.
Oh, CS2 to XD.
You see his face? Yeah, okay, Brolin. That's a cheeky one. So now it's the 2 saved guns plus partial purchases like pistols and then a full buy for big on the final round or we go to overtime. Juicy.
We should write a poetry book and call it Partial Purchases. There's a nice start for Hype, given the ramifications of this round, as you've discussed.
Is that confidence?
Yeah, let's see what he can get done. QB, this looks like you're in trouble, bruv. Oh, definitely you are. Yeah, PT50 just a little slow to the run. Brolin having a fun time. Bomb
Save,
planted.
Oh, taps it in.
Oh my god, he's off the bomb. The bomb's not down. It's actually a 2v2 with
And
the guns
JDC's coming
alive.
doors.
No Kev on the AK. Oh, Tamsin may have actually just won them the ancient. Hyped, I love it. Fake. Worried about Ram. Missed shot from JDC, now it's awkward. Bronze on long side. Takes the fight, nails it, can't ball in time. Spinks clutches up, that's a massive round from Spinks. 4 kills in total, saves MOUZ as they look to claw their way back into the game.
Damn, steady Spinks. Maybe, just maybe, it won't be a debut loss.
How many map points has it been? 4? You've had 4, you got 1 more.
12-7.
Yeah.
Now 12-11. Had highlighted the loss bonus accruing, so there will be money for that buy. Slightly light on in a few areas of util. No defuse kit. Keep that in mind if we find ourselves in a post-plant situation. This was crazy, right? So Tabson being able to... This here, he looked into his own flash, didn't he? What's he meant to do? Poor QB, the timing against him. But a good clutch from Spinks.
It's important. I mean...
Understandably so.
Yeah, considering it was a 1v1 for the map.
All right. Well, we've made it all 24.
I can't believe we're still going. It felt like Big Clan really had him dead to rights.
Different opener.
Roland's been calling some solid rounds, and his teammates have been hitting some solid shots. Only one. There's Jimpat getting themselves the trade necessary. So JDC's gone. Their hero for Big Clan. Okay, Spinks has got an awful lot of responsibility, and they are coming to clear him, and he'll comfortably dispatch of Tabson.
Oh, they know where the AWP is now as well.
OT written all over this.
So right now, just pick your poison, head into a site. You should be able to get away with that plant. Torji cheating over to join Brolin, who's already peering out of A main. Jimmy dealing with the push out middle. QB rotating over. QB needs a double.
Okay. Let's see what you got, QB. Hype's delivered a nice one. Removes the lurk. Will rotate through. QB
Wasn't spotted.
closer than they may anticipate here. He's ahead of the util. Brolin clearing. Big duel. Needs another. Torji's posted. And if he misses the shot, he hasn't. Now Hyped is handed a 1 versus 2.
Oh.
And this is a real opportunity, a golden opportunity for Hyped. But Torji's covered. We will need overtime. What a comeback that was. A run of rounds from MOUZ to take us the distance. And now OT required to separate these two.
12-7 tied up, 12-12. I think you're really frustrated if you're Hyped in that situation because they threw a smoke. It was behind you, and Torji the AWP is still watching that runway through CT. You're thinking, why aren't you looking Donut? Why aren't you looking over towards Temple? So Hype gets caught there trying to make a sneaky move for the 1v2. Magic number we're looking for right now is 19. 18-18, we do it all again.
Okay, Zershan trying his luck at mid. Crimbo going to win his duel, as will JDC. That's kind of how it started in this defensive half of big. Of course, into OT now. And the rounds tend to flow quite nicely when you get 2 opening kills.
Indeed. You have no space. You're down 2 key members. And you can't really just initiate into a fight because you were still spread out, throwing the util for those mid players. So they've all regrouped with 1:18 left on the clock towards B. tabs aggressive in cave. A block smoke lands top ramp. What are you really meant to do with this? You don't just want to run through a smoke to your demise. Spinx tries to spam. He gets chipped down further so. Bogdan's Law comes not into play. He's begging for it. Oh, I said 19. That's if we were doing...
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
We only need 16.
Yeah, we need a CSGO.
Sorry, I was, sometimes I remember MR15.
Well, this one looks like it's going to hurt. It does. JDC, lovely work.
He keeps on going, doesn't he? JDC, 25 kills.
That's the nade I've been looking to add to my repertoire. That's the one. I think it's a left and right class or Magic's throw it.
That could have been better. That landed on the roof.
Well, yeah, but then you do that and you can spam from that same spot and you can get some real stylish little converted kills.
Come on, Spinx, it's overtime, bro. What are we... Is it 10K? If it's 10K, justified.
Yeah, it is.
Well, we'll give him to him then.
Yeah, it's allowed. He might not actually... No, he's going to be allowed. I hope to get out of there.
Did someone in Twitch that just own me?
Oh?
Yeah, because I said the score wrong.
Yeah.
Chad misses a lot more than MR15. Have you seen him play CS? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
You can have that one.
Still carries me, though, so...
Yeah, but they're comparing me to
these guys.
Yeah.
These guys.
These guys. So it's okay. I'll take it. Take it on the chin.
I just want to play Ancient like JDC.
Do you?
Yeah, I want to just run around and get double kills and have good movement.
Well, just watch some of the POVs, and then you need to look at the util that's being thrown for him, and then it's possible.
Okay.
But you also need a call for those nades and understand why.
Do you know the Jame Flash?
Yes.
Okay.
There he is again, JDC.
Oh.
Can't get the opener this time.
Oh.
Well, this time it's double openings for MOUZ.
And we'll see if that converts to a MOUZ round in the same way it did for Big. Looks good now. Spinx catches hyped. Combat AWPing in cave. Story of Crimbo and Kyubi versus the world.
It all started on a Friday. Approximately 10:54 local time.
Crimbo and Kyubi showed up to Prac, and JDC hyped and tabs them. Didn't.
The two of them. They had their hearts set on getting the job done.
A 14th round was all they required.
It was all their hearts desired.
Back where he started, Crimbo was in spawn, retrieving additional utility. However, a feeling of futility in his soul up against 5 members of the MOUZ clan.
Especially as QB on his own sensed a force, a fearsome force, with fledglings fighting forward furiously.
Marauding into the second letter of the alphabet's bomb site. Look at that lineup. It's Geeky, full. And they saved their rifles for another day.
And of course, resistance was indeed futile. 13-13.
What are they called?
Big or MOUZ?
Borgs?
Borgs?
Yeah, from the Star Trek, which you just referenced.
Did I reference Star Trek?
Yeah, resistance is futile.
Live long and prosper.
Resistance is futile. Who said that? That's a thing. Star Trek. Ah, 1976 episode of Doctor Who.
Of course.
Obviously.
Great double opening here from Spinks. I'm curious to see if we have more of these duels that are just the all-in mid from both teams, because the rounds are essentially being decided within the first 15, 20 seconds of these opening gambits. The CTs are the ones who can cool that off. But
Gambit? Like Hobbit?
yeah, and
Adren?
Zeus, Adren, Dozier, and Mo, of course,
Mo.
winning the PGL Krakow 2017 major
That's right.
over none other than Immortals.
Immortals. KNG.
Oh, look at this.
What's this?
Is this in this map?
Wow.
Is this map?
No. Yeah?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Maybe.
So Big's been slightly better at
can't.
trading. This map. Oh.
Historic. Okay.
Okay. If it was this
Okay.
map, I was like, we're doing things.
We are doing
We're really doing things if it's this map.
We've got to fight in mid once more. Actually, Torji trying to take the AWP for that pick. Smoke will make it difficult. Here's JDC playing active on the fight, and all the flashes to support him were great, but Brolan, good for the head-to-head. An important opening. Jordan built upon Brolan onto Tabson, just accelerates into his crosshair. Jobs are good. And
So we've had 3 rounds in overtime that have all just gone into 3v5s almost instantaneously. It's JDC and Tabs in the first 2 deaths again in consecutive rounds. Hyped, you need more than a kill. You need a miracle.
they need a hero. Is Hyped that hero?
Oh, he's screwed.
No. Maybe. No, he's not. He is not.
MOUZ have brought this back.
They certainly
MOUZ are in
have.
the lead.
They are in the lead.
Is
Chad.
this the
12?
first time that they've been in the lead? Is this the first? Because let me double check. I'm pretty sure this is the first time they've been in the lead.
It was
this
like
map.
5 something to Big.
Yeah, and then they brought it back to 5-5.
Yeah.
And then I think Big extended to 6-5. Oh no, we're in the lead once. MOUZ were up 6-5. This is the second time this game that MOUZ have been in the lead. Bro, JDC has been involved in 15 opening duels.
Yeah.
Exertion's been involved in 16.
That's because they're the coolest cats on the server right now.
We like aggressive players.
Spinks had the advantage on the angle. QB baits the shots up close, swings in. Good flash, team play. Looking good to at least make it interesting in a 2v4. Bomb planted courtesy of the Swede. Oh, and that's a lovely little wall bang, but Brolan unwavering in his hold of long. Puts QB down. And now Crimbo. Sure, you got a smoke kit, you have an AK-47.
He's in the team to win the unwinnable.
Okay, he's got a cool cave smoke. I like that. He's not going to like this, though. He has no time, and he's used his smoke, so Brolan might very well catch him. Nice adjustment. Crimbo gets 1 on the cross back. Trying to get on the bomb. It's unwinnable, and 14 in the bag. So yeah, just get 2 kills and you win the round. That's the secret.
Simple recipe to Ancient. Win out the initial exchange, and that'll be that.
Okay, I'm starting to understand. But for Big, you can't help but feel like you're kind of throwing this one away, right? You can feel it slipping through your fingers after having 5 opportunities to close it in regulation.
Ash21 says, casters, please start next map.
Oh.
Guys, we got to finish the first map.
What's the
Start
console
second
command
map.
to start next map?
Yeah, it's just give win to who?
Give win to who?
Coin toss.
Yeah, okay.
All right, well, here we go. The biff, the brawl, the battle in middle. JDC versus
rubbish.
Zertian.
Fight. JDC down.
So cool.
That is the counter. That is the...
Oh!
That's the counter to the counter, but that's the counter to the counter of the counter.
This is counter.
Yeah, this is counter. Brolan has managed to get themselves a 2-man advantage, catches QB's progression. And now, dare I say it, Hyped has to move up the ramp with an AWP.
This is for map point for MOUZ.
Doing it. This is necessary. That is the end of the round.
Tabson in a 1v4.
Go on. I'll let
The
you go.
storied German in-game leader. From the tutelage of God B for many a years to now the man the German Counter-Strike turns to. The first land, the second confirmed onto Spinks. A 1v2 on his plate. Go on, lad.
Pause for suspense.
The bomb planted, a defensive smoke, traversing into cave. The fight against Jimmy, it can't connect. 15 for MOUZ, 1 round away from a map win on debut.
Oh, I thoroughly enjoyed that. I was on the edge of my seat.
I didn't realize you were actually going to give it to me.
Oh, yeah,
I thought
sorry.
you were going to...
Oh, no, that's all you. That was all you.
Got a bit scary there.
Yeah, it is a bit scary. Oh my goodness. Is this really how it ends for Big? Your map pick? Come on, lads. JDC just needs to get 2 kills every round. That's like the only way they're going to win this. Can he do it again? Exertion just killed him insta at the start of that one, and it really ruined everything.
This is a bit like, you know, scissors, paper, rock in middle at the moment.
Stop calling it that, man. It's rock, paper, scissors. It's so weird you guys had to put it in a different order just to be different.
What did I call it? Say it?
Scissors, paper, rock.
Paper, rock, scissors.
Rock. You were a colony.
Hold up a second.
Follow our lead.
Wow. Oh my God.
Sorry, I don't know why.
Is HR in the building?
I don't know. I don't think that's accepted. I think I just signed something I shouldn't say. Anyway, politics aside. Unlike nope.
Is this the final round? Find out now.
I'm just on JDC cam. I'll let you know how it's looking for Big Clan. Oh, cave fight. Whoa, whoa, whoa. CTs are pushing through the smoke, and Tabson's got a freebie. Lines up a double. It's actually Kyubi that lends a hand as well before he falls. Lane under their control. Huge. Bomb loose. No rush.
You want to see something a little bit risky out of MOUZ right now. So a potential group up from Exertion and Torji and push down the ramp. Jimmy's also going to take main space. So they are playing on the extremities. They've foregone all control of Donut, Red, as well as Cave. But they're stalling. Everybody's hit the brakes for MOUZ, waiting for the next move to come their way from Big. Bomb needs to be picked up. If Jimmy kept pushing, he would find that first, but he isn't to know. Crimbo wary of the possibility. Jimmy's starting to move. This head-to-head could decide the round.
Yeah, it's coming in just the right time from Jimmy. This reactivation of this A main push, and now Crimbo, he is going to be aware. It does diligently peek in. It doesn't matter. Jimmy's just got those reflexes. He's just built different. Bomb spotted, and now he knows his limits. He packs away, tucks back into A main, well aware of the potential donut route.
But now the other CT pieces start aggressing.
30 seconds. What do we do here?
If they go through middle, Exertion and Torji are both heaven.
Oh my God.
They're going to funnel them into this.
This is it. This is it. Big Clan's pick is slipping through their fingers. One click from the AWP. Tabson's gone. Bomb is lost. You've got 18 seconds. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Hyped has got no options available to him. JDC finds Jimmy. That actually opens up A. Can he get there in time? No, definitely not now. The round, the game, the map at least, all MOUZ, lovely work from them. They claw their way back. 12-7 the scoreline.
On debut, MOUZ pick up a map victory. Gentlemen, what grade are you giving MOUZ?
Well, obviously, Chad, you know I know nothing about the game despite 20 years dedicated to it, so I am going to have to defer to our panel of experts. Yes, what grade indeed, because they've took the scenic route, which isn't great, and they were heavily down at one point in the map, but obviously it was Big's choice, and so MOUZ, under the Brolan regime, have been able to pick up their first map win here.
I give him a B+. I give him a B+, actually, MOUZ. I know it was close, but I saw development from Katowice. The big problem on their T side of Ancient at Katowice was that they just kind of ran the same default every single round. They had like 2 guys swinging mid. This time I saw a few more pocket strats on that T side. I saw resilience. I was also impressed with Spinks lurking. He was getting a couple kills, just playing to punish in a pretty tough B lane position where you can get shot from multiple angles. So his ability to handle those kinds of situations to me was impressive. And at the end of it, we saw a little bit of flair from individuals. People like Yimpad hitting shots that he's probably not supposed to hit. And all in all, I would say that this became a sort of hectic game and one that Big probably should have walked away winning. So MOUZ, to show resilience, to show pocket strategies, to show a little bit of individual flair, they checked all the boxes I wanted them to.
It's one of those things where Big had hot starts to both halves, and it really came down to them living and dying by the sword of their mid-aggression. So JDC obviously being the big X factor in that. Early on in the first half, was able to really establish himself on the T side. Lots of multi-frags, lights action at middle, but then Xerxia was able to come up with a big response on the MOUZ Sports side of things defensively to kind of close that first half gap. Second half, we swapped sides, and again, Big get off to a great start due to this mid-aggression, being able to, get the kills with elbow, start pressing up onto the B side of the map, really just disrupting MOUZ Sports, not letting them get comfortable which is tough because if you're Spinks, you haven't been playing Ancient in official matches for over a year at this point because he was on Vitality, who banned this map. He's now playing B like we expected. So it's kind of working through those motions of dealing with those situations. Eventually, though, they were able to handle it. Eventually, they were able to start shutting down Big's aggression. That's what tied this game up and got into overtime. And look, I'll say it like this. Like, I agree with Maui. I give Maui MOUZ a pretty good grade here, that they handled Big well. They adjusted when they needed to at just the right time and were able to eke out the win.
And for Big, bit of a nightmare, I guess. You know, you're within touching distance of what would have been a comfortable win on a map that you, I think, correctly identified was one of your best chances to really beat MOUZ on. And then obviously to have it kind of slip through your fingers. Why did that happen, Maui?
I would say that we had a couple different people that activated at the right time. In the first half, it was Exertion making a comeback against JDC for mid-fights. And in the second half, I would say that people like Spinks were able to activate. I feel like also, I think strategically is actually the reason that I like their comeback in this one, because when they lost to Liquid on Ancient, I watched that one back pretty recently, and just like, it was just the same thing over and over again. And then this time around, when they started hitting a wall at middle and losing those mid-fights, then they just went for some poppy plays. They went for some other kind of strategies, which then opened up the map because then it forced Big to devote more resources towards the extremities.
I want to give some shout outs to Brolin here as well, not only for the shot calling, but for some of the playmaking. Like, if you're going to look at his overall numbers from this map, you're probably not going to be that impressed on the surface. But what I think you saw from him is he kind of was a B ramp player and B lurker in the past when Shuhei was the in-game leader of this team. He now has to play a more dynamic position as an IGL and roam the map, and he really did. He was leading entries on the B side. He was aggressively lurking and taking space on the A side, opening up opportunities for his team. So I think that he was always kind of the second most aggressive rifler on the team next to Xerxen in the past from an extremity position, but now he's in the main space-taking group, and I've seen him willing to go in first. He actually had some big entries or some big space-taking moments, and so that's actually a pretty good sign for your new IGL to be able to do that. Obviously, it's early days. Obviously, it's just one map, but, you know, I liked what I saw.
Yeah, and over on Big, we saw JDC do some stuff. He had a pretty, you know, solid entry in the game, and this is one of the things about Big. We don't really know where they're at in terms of overall firepower. We kind of feel this iteration might be better, and, you know, he's going to be integral if they're going to do anything here in Cluj.
So Machine on the cast really wanted us to break down why is JDC so great on this one, and he said, you know, he waxed lyrical on just kind of the normal phrases people are going to use. The protocols are good. They set him up and everything like that. I find it actually pretty hard to put my finger exactly onto why he was so good at this, and because he used to be such a supportive element for MOUZ, but he had very snappy aim. Like his aim is it's not really about tracking. It's just like flick, 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 flick. And I feel like when he's in these hectic situations, he has a lot of pop-off potential, but the reason that he ended up being a support player on MOUZ initially is because he's still a hair behind some of those guys that are like
of course.
Like Yimpat does have faster.
I think he said in an interview as well, he said being that defensive player, he said it was very humbling because, you know, it's very tough to lock it down, even if you do have good natural aim. So, you know, it's nice to see him get a bit more freedom on a lineup like Big, and obviously, you know, they were within touching distance of taking that map there in this series. Another pop-off player, as you said in the green room quite loudly, Xerxen. He had a great entry here into this tournament.
Yeah, he's the other mid player that was on this map, obviously, and while he had a kind of cold start to the first half and JDC kind of dominated the middle position, the second half of the first half, I guess you could say, we saw Xerxen able to kind of start getting out there in middle in his own right, taking space, shutting down any type of map control from their opponent. You can see it here on this highlight clip, having a big individual moment. He was able to really start putting the hurt on Big defensively to be able to get MOUZ back into the game. When we swap sides, you know, he again is that mid playmaker. He can entry, he can aggressively lurk red room, he can, you know, just create a lot of pressure on the map. And when you have him doing that while Brolin's kind of roaming and pressuring B or pressuring A solo or whatever, it really just gives you so many options that it makes Big hard to read what you're actually intending to do in the end round. And so, yeah, I actually thought from a diversity perspective that MOUZ Sports were able to impress, and Xerxen's a big part of that because of the pressure he can create by himself.
Awesome. There's a joke there, but it's too early in the day.
Go on.
I'm just not going to do it.
I appreciate it.
So, look, let's start talking about Mirage.
Sure.
This is obviously going to be MOUZ's pick. And, you know, I think the good news about this being their pick is it doesn't really matter what your tactics are. It doesn't matter how well drilled down you are overall. You can kind of style this out with just, you know, 5 strong players. It's Mirage, you know, it's the map that has ultimately replaced Dust 2. It's been done to death. It doesn't matter how many, you know, tactics you have. There's just, you've seen every iteration of possible plays on this map, and I'd say MOUZ are the strongest team on paper. So realistically, they are looking at closing this out 2-0 now.
I feel like if you're taking any team right now to be a blueprint for playing this, just copy Na'Vi also.
Oh, sure, yeah.
If you don't know where to go with your map pool, and you could just watch what Na'Vi do, watch the smokes that they throw, top, mid, window smoke every single round, smoke top con, and then just start taking some space. And I feel like that's the thing. If you're on the T side of MOUZ, we know that that's going to be the difficulty for them. And so if they are able to just kind of implement basic map control utility, it's almost an unbeatable mid control that Na'Vi run. And so I would fully expect MOUZ in this current iteration to just copy that plan for plan.
Yeah, this is something I've been working with PGL for the last couple of weeks, and I'm glad we're able to finally bring it out. And this is to kind of illustrate what you should be seeing from MOUZ Sports on the T side. Spinks was naturally a B Apartments player on the T side for Vitality. They've pivoted Jimmy over to the A side of the map for Brolin to be able to facilitate Spinks to play position he's going to be comfortable in. Brolin obviously now is the IGL, going to be more of a factor in middle with Xerxin, that we can be a part of the main space taking group and be more central and have more intel to be able to call from. So this is going to make sense. And on the CT side, when we swap, we should be seeing Spinks maintain his B rotator role at the CT side, and that will allow Xerxin to be playing the A connector. We kind of already saw some of that over at Katowice when they were using Zealous as a stand-in. They had already moved Xerxin to A connector on the CT side. So basically what I'm getting at is it seems like MOUZ Sports are just going to give, you know, Spinks his spots from Vitality, and the others have adjusted to accommodate that. And it'll just be about how efficient are they in running that game plan. Because look, on the big side of things, JDC and Tabson are going to be the main key factors. Like, they're the main aggressors. They play the main rotator roles on the CT side. It's going to be those two, and then Hype's dynamic opping. That's going to be their win conditions. And for the other side, it's going to be about Xerxin being that mid playmaker, and then Spinks just being able to slot into roles he's familiar with and just being able to hold those positions down and facilitate his team.
Yeah. Anything to add to that, Maui?
I mean, I think that was pretty comprehensive. I think we now know the positions of the players and key matchups to watch out for. So well done.
Yeah. As if you say that, we have got 2 more minutes before the game.
Okay, all right, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I would say, you know, as I was alluding to, I mean, sure, obviously everyone is coming into this with tactics, but I think, you know, you can just frag out here. Like, MOUZ should be able to get it over the line. And
the thing is that with MOUZ in that last one, their mid control wasn't really working on Ancient, but they were able to adapt. They changed it up. They just went for an A-pop play. They were able to put a little bit more pressure towards B, and that's also why Mirage is just such, in a weird way, it's a reliable map that you can just, if something isn't working in your game plan, there are so many set pieces you can just go out of spawn with on this map. So all in all, I think this is one that MOUZ, along with Ancient, are probably going to be focusing on into this season.
Yeah, it'd be interesting because there's also new defensive positions for Big as well that you saw there. You know, JDC now playing more of the A connector, which Tabson used to do. Tabson now more of a B rotator. So obviously, JDC is going to be responsible for dealing with people like Xerxin in the mid control and being able to defend against that for those A splits. And kind of going back to what we're talking about technically with Mirage, I mean, this is a map that the meta has trended away from defaults and more towards just set pieces, 4-1 splits, just being super fast-paced and aggressive. And if you're MOUZ Sports dealing with a new IGL, being able to do simple calls like that is going to really kind of help get around that situation of dealing with mid-round protocols, just being able to just send it with the aggression, just sending Brolin and Xerxin forward, getting Spinks involved in mid to late round. I think that you kind of nailed it. Like, this is a map that doesn't necessarily take complexity to be good at it. You can if you want to, but simple takes with just good trading and efficiency is still going to be able to get you results. And so this should be, you know, yes, we did see Big win this against FaZe and Katowice, so we know that they're capable of playing Mirage to a high level, but let's be real, the core of this team were pretty hit or miss on Mirage in the past, whereas I feel like this map has always historically been pretty good for the MOUZ core.
And I think the good news is, like, not to be, you know, we made our views clear in the pre-show, but obviously for Brolan, you know, when you're learning being an IGL, you really need that breathing room in that space. And like, this is just a great kind of map that maybe they're going to integrate moving forward, because it is going to give him that ability to kind of, like, you know, you don't have to be that playbook caller. You don't have to micromanage quite so much on a map like Mirage. So obviously they're going to be looking to get up and running 2-0, start smooth, and Brolan era is underway. So guys,
okay, sure,
we'll see. Thanks a lot for your thoughts. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get into the second map of the series between MOUZ and Big. It'll be Mirage. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
We're about to play Guess the Price, where our players need to see if they know the price of our Counter-Strike 2 weapons. I got Spinks with me in a MOUZ jersey that I need to get very used to here. It's going to take a little bit of time. You ready for the challenge?
Let's go.
Let's go. All right, 60 seconds you have. We'll start with the first weapon, and it's going to be the M249.
Oh, we do like this. 4,900?
Nope. CZ.
300.
500. Negev.
1.8.
No, 1.7. All right.
800.
No, 600. SG.
3.3.
3,000.
What the fuck?
Mag 7.
You give me so many random guns. 1.2.
3. Nova.
1,050.
Yes.
Oh, yes. This one I know.
P90.
Okay. 2.
350. Scar 20.
5,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
MP7.
1.7.
No, 1.5. Sawn off.
1.
100. FAMAS. Oh, time's up. No.
The new FAMAS or the old one?
That was a new one, definitely. Did you know the FAMAS?
900. Like 1.9.
It is 1950.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. I was so close, but so far away in the same time.
It's tough, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, we'll see how we can do for the rest of our players coming into it, but this is a tough test on Guess the Prize.
Not so much guess the price, really, is it? It's know the price. There's no guessing about it unless you don't know the price.
I was going to get you to guess a price.
Oh, I'm ready.
15 red roses.
Mate. I can't believe... Internet people of the internet. If you had to, let's just make some assumptions. Maybe you've got a significant other. Maybe you're buying them for yourself.
Or your mum.
Oh, your mum. Hopefully not your significant other. But let us know how much you would expect to pay for 15 red roses.
Not 50, 15.
15, and you know, they're real. They've grown from the ground, and they've been grown. I understand that's a labor of love. But yeah, what do you reckon? I wouldn't have expected it to be 80 euros.
Well, you shouldn't have me to tell them. They're meant to guess.
They're typing now. Remember, there's a delay. They'll be typing by the time before I said it.
Okay, well, hopefully we get some answers.
Yeah, because I don't think it's 80 euros.
But it is
arm and a leg, mate.
It's the best day of the year for. They got a couple.
Yeah.
Mother's Day's a big one.
Yeah.
Valentine's Day's a big one.
I mean, funerals are all year. Well, that's true.
So are birthdays.
Well, yeah. So there's good days and bad days.
Well,
they're all
is
good days.
it a funeral for big?
Oh.
In the opening round of the Swiss stage.
Pulled us right back on track.
At the PGL Cluj-Napoca.
Yeah, look, $45, $30. I've been absolutely rinsed here.
Someone's 120 AUD.
Oh,
that's
but
pretty close.
sneakiness. Okay, the Americans charge the same.
All right. Well,
all right. Oh, Counter-Strike starting. Here we go.
Map choice for MOUZ. A execute. 3 players to defend. Crimbo with the Julies. Hype playing triple. QB from Ticket. A good defense to defend.
Looks like a geeky start with the nades, but Crimbo, the disruptor, with those Julies, and that's a P2K drive by Brolin, sleeping with the fishes. Ooh, hyped. Good tap as well. Looking great here for Big's conversion of the CT pistol. Just one loose end, and his name's Torzi. Or Torji, if you wanted to say it properly.
3 for 3 as far as the pistols are concerned for Big, so that's beautiful. Another hot start. This time they need to make sure they convert off the back of it. They were up 12-7 on the previous map of Ancient, their map choice, and if you missed it, ended up losing in overtime. So can't have that fall apart again. Maui gave MOUZ a B+.
Honestly?
Not bad.
Not bad. I'll take a B+.
And if you guys were paying attention to the desk segment, you will have seen the little graphic. Call it little again. It's not.
You did. Stop it.
Well, it could be scaled up, I would say.
Okay.
But the graphic, that wasn't, I did, but the graphic that Dust has been working on with PGL to show you all at home the positions that we can expect to see these players in more default styles of rounds. So we'll recount that when we get to the rifles, which is coming up next. Don't you worry. You don't have to wait too long. How horny is hyped?
It's a question we'll find an answer to, Chad, I suppose.
Right about now.
The Funk's your brother. I don't actually know if that's what
Check
he's saying.
him out
Is it
now.
The Funk's your brother? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Right about now. The Funk's your mother. The Funk's so brother. The Funk's so mother. The Funk's function of other.
I'm going to say you're well off, no matter what you're saying.
Here we go. He's a little horny, but he backs away.
Right about now, the Funk Soul Brother.
The Funk Soul Brother.
Funk and Soul, two of my favorite types of music.
Your mother or anything. Be weird. And that's by Fatboy Slim. Right
backed
about
off.
now.
He's not horny at all.
Released in 1990. Yes, you closed it.
It's closed now. Before most of you watching were born.
Oh well, he's got 2 kills, paid for the SMG. Couple of casualties that will feel a little successful
The
for
M4,
MOUZ.
can he make it up through the window? He got it. 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 All right, retained. Yeah, but still, losing a couple of kills to just Glocks, you don't love to hear that. Or see it. Okay, AK-47s are going to be out in hand. Let's take a looky-loo. If we see MOUZ go straight into a more of a default spread. Spink setting over towards A with Jimmy, so this could be more telling of straight into an A split as opposed to a default. Yeah, it looks like this is going to be pretty fast. They'll harass connector.
There is a fight available here. We're going to get that Xertion JDC head-to-head like we had on Ancient, but no, shy of the mark. Cognizant that there is aggression towards Khan, and Brolin's adventure has been cut short.
Very
JDC, again, starts with an impactful opening. You were talking about his openings previously. Him and Exertion were in the double digits on map 1. But MOUZ successfully weathered the storm of Big Clan's early lead.
Still going to try their luck at this A split. Palace Smoke's faded. A ramp shouldn't be too far away either. So Jimmy and Spink can start working in alongside of this Exertion. Torji pack up through connector.
JDC, he's committed to this. Oh, and perfect timing from Spinks from Palace. He exposes himself to that in reaction to the smoke.
They're going to give up the site. They can't really help from spawn so far. If they plant open.
Yeah, QB's going to concede this. He's going to get jump spotted. And that's Torji, very brave with the bomb on his back to clear out the ticket position.
Round should be done.
Height versus Exertion could change the dialogue. And he's managed to punish the runaway.
And the Crimbo flank, but oh, he's going through Palace.
Going to take his sweet time.
Smoke, no kit.
Yeah. Oh, kit on Hyped. Picked it up. Shadow and headshot. Good work from Torji. Crimbo really can't do anything now, and he has accepted that.
If he had the kit, he could go for a Techno 4K.
They call that the Techno 4K diffuse. Doesn't really have a ring to it. We can work on that.
The Techno Funk Soul Brother.
Okay. Well, now you're just being silly.
We like to mash music together. Nice first round.
Oh, he's repping God B on that.
That's God B to you.
And to Crimbo. Oh, the little tease from Spinks' steps, but he doesn't get the rifle or the chance for a frag. He looks for $600 would have been nice.
And now those Glock kills are going to have a bit more of a ramification. You have Crimbo, who's in a position he could drop that MP9 and he could have an M4 for himself. But all in all, it's going to be a pretty tough position for the buy. Great little shot there from Spinks, blindsiding JDC. Diligent stuff as MOUZ want to make sure that they clean out the closet of the ticket. And it is going to be an eco with the saved MP9.
Chad, do you remember like the day TV went color for the first time? Do you remember, like, did they do a big kind of I think I've seen it actually on Australian TV. They did this like really clever thing where they like were wearing colorful costumes, and then they did like a.
Yeah, it was around the time that they landed on the moon.
Is that like after school? You kind of came home, had your Wheatie Bix?
No, they sat us down in school.
Oh, that's sick, man.
To watch the moon landing.
Oh, wow. Must have been radio broadcast Churchill's speech, wasn't it?
That one we got by Telegram.
not to be confused with an app on your telephone device, cellular telephone device, that is.
Encrypted, though.
He hasn't cleared
it. End to end.
Oh, yo.
Well, he's about to be a dead man.
I know, but... Thank you.
That's not allowed exertion.
That was really nice.
That was quite naughty.
That was really quite satisfying.
Well, he got 4, and 2 of them were on... Actually, 3 of them were as he was the walking wounded. Very well done from exertion there.
Man, QB could have just put 1 bullet in him with his P2K, and he didn't.
Could have.
Didn't.
Chose not to.
Yeah. I don't think it was a choice. The same way I don't think it was really a guess of the price.
Just for people in Twitch chat, I wasn't actually alive for the moon landing. It's the 21st of July, 1969.
Yeah, allegedly.
And I wasn't alive then. I was just recounting the story that my mother told me of when she was in school and they were watching the moon landing on the television.
Allegedly.
Oversharing Turtle is correct, though. I am old enough to have witnessed the 1865 Res IEM Oakland MVP.
Oversharing Turtle. Oh, did you ever have awkward Turtle? Was that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I hated that. That was cringe before cringe. That's what people used to do when you were being cringe. Kind of cringe. Oh, okay. Hyped onto Jimmy. That's a nice start for the Big Clan defense.
Down a ramp.
Yeah, just takes an early jaunt, and now QB's going to kind of vacuum up that additional space for the team. Good information play from QB. Am I saying that correctly? How do you say
QB.
It? QB. Like a cube, as opposed to QB.
I'm thinking of that little character from...
From what?
The little pink man, isn't it?
I don't know what you're saying, so I'll let you work that out. Little pink man.
Oh, no, that's right. We've said it on this before.
QB.
Oh, no, that's a different thing.
Oof, again, Spinks twice now successful at catching JDC, departing his safe haven of that window room into the A site now.
Bomb is going to go down. A real opportunity for MOUZ to win this. Spinks still up in Palace.
Okay.
Torji needs to get away and can. Ushered across by the smoke. CT is theirs for the taking. They're not to know that. Connector and jungle, the points of retake. 1 defuse kit to work with. A smoke. Make that 2.
Time sensitive, gonna have to get a wiggle on. Here they come. Spinks smoked off, awkward for him. Brolin especially now catches an important frag, but there's a Crimbo and Hype. They can certainly win this. Smoke and a kit. It's a nice potent package. Oh, down to the last couple of seconds. Crimbo pulls it across the line for big, a successful retake. Makes it a 3rd.
I think considering the man discrepancy there on the site, MOUZ did very well and they took a lot of casualties. And because of the buy pattern that's been opted for by Big so far, that's actually a really, really good round from MOUZ. Even though they didn't convert it, they can still break Big. So this next round, doubly important for the Germans who are having to piece together this buy. I mean, see with this heads-up display that there is enough money to get close to a full buy for MOUZ. Probably be a couple of emissions, maybe a Glil or 2. It depends on the call from Brolin and Cyclone. Maybe they want to go into a Mac 10 play. All right, looking to get this thing back. And they've gone for Galils. Okay.
Have you experimented with the new FAMAS? Do you think it's going to be...
Haven't used it enough.
Yeah, you can't make that decision yet.
I don't feel that I would be qualified enough to make a comment on it, but I have been trying to use it a little bit more.
Still, MP9s feels pretty good, though.
It's just the crouching that got nerfed, so...
still just as potent on the move.
Okay, so Spinks towards B-Apps, Exertion and Brolin as the mid-duo to take control. Jimmy on the A lurk, and Torji, because he's the AWP, he gets to be here, there, and everywhere this round, choosing to help out Jimmy on A.
Oh, I like this. A real opportunity for Hype to find back-to-back opening kills for this sniper rifle posted on the right side. They are walking up close left. He will be having to acknowledge that temporarily. Oh, a hard track with the double zoom. Can't hit his shots, but nice work from JDC. Actually just blows the smoke open with some well-placed bullets. Jimmy comes out the palace, and oh, that's a death sentence to JDC. He's had a rough go of things. Despite finding 6 kills still, feels like a lot of his deaths have been with the 0 counterplay.
All from Palace, right?
Yep.
So that's
Spinks, and then this one.
It's tough. This is a freebie right now for Tabson. Oh, no, never mind. Exertion aware, gets the shadow and takes him out. And I was talking about the importance of this round for Big. Well, it's going to fall in favor of MOUZ. And the reason that I want to mention it's important is because of the way that Big chose their buys, right? When they saved their MP9 on Crimbo, where the loss bonus was at, most teams would force buy. But they looked at it and they went, okay, across the board, we can get out a Hyped, or we can get out M4s. Maybe we're a little bit light on YouTube, but mainly rifles. They just get away with the round victory, as Crimbo loses it all, but only had one man stay alive, so they're touch and go with the finances. Their loss bonus goes all the way back down to only 1,400, and now they lose the follow-up.
Yeah.
So now they're in the position where they should force buy, but it's going to be a sucky force buy. Not a Jake sucky force buy. Worse than that.
Whew. Let's see the second one. It must have been quick. But yeah, very nice from Jimmy.
Jimbini.
Jimbini. I actually love that. Look at it. It is pretty sucky.
Yeah, exactly, right? 1,400 loss, and this is what you get. So next round could be, if they lose this, next round likely an eco.
Okay, but you have to do something, don't you? With a buy like this, you can't just like let MOUZ group up and
But
walk
what are you
into
meant
a
to do?
site.
It's Mirage as well. Like
Stack A and hope they
exactly.
go A.
So you have to go for a gamble, and they are.
But then you say you have to remain a little active. Oh, smoked off. Spinks investigating. That was an audible step. But they're going into the path of least resistance. They're actually walking into a wide open site. It was just Crimbo's responsibility. I don't know what he's supposed to get done with the Deeg. One hell of a headshot required. Here we go. And he hasn't got it. Unfortunate for Crimbo and for Big Clan. This force buy is already over. Bomb will be planted shortly. And Spinks might get some on the exit. Torji too. Oh, unlucky on the zoom.
I think the thing for Spinks is he is encouraged to hunt in this situation because Big are going for the double dip, so they'll just use this into the next. If Spinks can get a kill or two, it's okay. And if he dies, he only gives over the Mac 10. So for Spinks, anything is a big boon for MOUZ. Just removes an MP9.
What about extra diligence? You go to Torji, you give him the Mac 10, you take the AWP because you're low, so you don't give him anything on a kill reward, and then someone with health goes and uses the Mac 10 to farm some more.
Now, if you were a coach, you'd be happy with that, but yeah. I don't think you're gonna.
Like if we want to maximize our diligence.
Don't think you're gonna get that, unfortunately.
Yeah, okay.
But they did get. So that does now mean that there's only going to be 3 upgrades into this next round. I don't believe Crimbo and JDC can really justify any investment. So now do you want to do something similar? You just group up, stack a site, hope that they come your way? Or do you want to try something a little bit more aggressive and take the fight to them?
Ooh, okay. It's like I'm playing the game for them. I would prefer if they let the game come to them.
Okay, interesting. QB has a good mid spawn. He could jump out window. Okay, so they've given a flash to Hype. So if MOUZ start with a standard mid opening, we might see the flash from Hype come over connector potentially, and then pounce on middle from window, short, and connector.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Hype's going to flash them down a ramp.
No one's home.
No one is home.
Brolin's got his troops going B.
Yeah, and they could be executing into Crimbo, the solo defender, who has a Zeus. Oh, I haven't done the Zeus noise.
Wait,
in
is he
a
doing
while.
the knife strat? Is
No,
under
he's got
the
a
window?
Zeus.
Okay.
He'll do the Zeus strat. Here it comes.
Potentially the worst way that could have gone down for him. QB, he's managed to make it costly.
Jimmy's low.
Yeah.
Jimmy's dead.
Go on. Lovely work. Gets himself another kill and an M4A1, obviously.
I think he may as well give this a look.
he had a sneaking suspicion that Brolin would have pushed up so close, but Brolin bests him.
I like the proactive nature as well to kind of close down on his position there, make sure he can't go too far if he did want to go for the save. So 5-3, 2-round lead for MOUZ. Rifles now to be reinvested for Big. All back in Hype's hands. Plenty of A1Ss, so not too many A4 bandits in the Big camp at the moment. Everybody's got a smoke. They're lacking 2 incendiaries, and they don't have a defuse kit for a post-plant situation. This half can... Oh, did they double smoke window? They did double smoke window.
Better than no smoke window.
I suppose. It's going to be a B pop into Crimbo and taps into assist from short.
Crimbo's just not having fun, is he?
Hype's here as well to assist from market.
Okay, that's really
Here
good.
they come.
What have you got? Crimbo's blind, that's for sure. And there's a nice one. Hyped.
Cancel?
Xertion on the floor. Full cancel call. Now, if you were really crazy, you would start to try and take information towards A. Like, be pushed into Palace, deep ramp control.
I think the thing is, it's still a bit of a mystery. I'm not sure how many footsteps will have been heard with that, so you're probably not expecting a full execute. You know that they had a go or a move to look into B. You dealt with it. But at the same time, you don't want to be a bozo and give over a kill on the way back because you start investigating and then you go into their default. So there's this weird moment now. MOUZ don't know if they've taken space on the other side of the map. They have a choice. Do we operate? Oh, mid-reaggress. I like this.
That's cool.
Good little move.
It does it surely inform Brolin's call, though.
Here could be the bozo death.
Rip
There
bozo.
it is. So now we're back into 4v4. Wow. Sorry, what?
He's actually got the new M4A1. It's like an AK, and yeah, Hyped just got legged.
Can he track him down with a HE?
He was trying to, couldn't quite get the trajectory bang on. JDC's got a sniper rifle M4, so one bullet could do it. Hyped, good for another. Oh, JDC's such a demon around those smokes on Con. He just does those little cursory taps, looks for the info, adjusts his crosshair. He's done that twice now. Just 9 rounds deep. Very, very good.
I think as well, because Torji knew that he had tagged Hyped, it's going to try and lull you into, if we just go B, we land one bullet, that guy's dead, we can get into that site. So probably what informed the decision that had just been made is, looks like another tactical timeout to be called. This one by the T side, the first for MOUZ. An AWP for Torji still on the table. Plenty of cash for Brolin. Actually, plenty of cash for everybody to get out the purchase. Their loss bonus, obviously, now bottom of the barrel. 1,900 going into the next. But again, this is another one of these reset moments for Big. It's like you just won the round. If you lose this one, not only are you running out of rounds, you're running out of money. And MOUZ can run away with a half. Lots of running.
JDC's made it increasingly difficult every time they try and cross through the upcat towards short.
You've been using this big radar they got for us?
Yeah.
When action comes in, that's really good.
It looks really good. It looks like I could actually
Everything's very clear.
just look at the radar.
I turn the faces on too.
I've got faces on.
You say what faces?
I got faces.
Oh, okay, nice. All right, well, I was going to say a default, but that's not the case because Torji started over towards A with the orb. So he was just searching for a pick with the big green. Now they're taking the mid control. Window smoke deployed. Top connector smoke. Hype's ahead of this. He will get a fight.
Fight he shall. Missed shot, but Xertion doesn't finish off the job. Dinks him through the box. JDC, the bodyguard, ready for Spinks' response.
Oh.
Spinks shoots fast and finds the head. Ooh, a very threatening smoke. He's already walking through this. Cheeky from Xertion. Spinks' nade finishes off the job. It's all coming in perfectly for MOUZ's 6th.
Xertion's finding space on A. QB still floating jungle. On the fate of this smoke, this kill can decide it. Oh, QB gets the better of him. Crimbo can stay parked. Crimbo can still do more damage.
They are committing into the site. Hasn't been holding their apps cross, so the bomb now into the site. Jimmy gonna be tasked with that, but does catch Torji on the peek through. 2v2, and another shot just time misses, just over the shoulder of Spinks. QB late to the party.
He's gonna give it a go. The nade for Spinks could be perfect.
Yeah, the nade could isolate. Not bad, not bad, but too deep. Spinks forward position. He lives on. Q with that smoke and a kit needs kills. Spinks has been holding, and he nails it. What a round out of Spinks. He was low HP for 2 of them. finds himself 4 in total in the round and helps secure the 6th for MOUZ on this T side.
All right. Well, those financial woes I discussed, they've come home to roost. It looks like Crimbo's gone in with a Hero M4. The rest are likely to go for light upgrades, keeping themselves around the 2K mark. If JDC doesn't overspend, he could drop an all for Hyped into the next. He's got 4K, so all right. They can be competitive on the final round of this first half, second map, first series. As we are turning our attention to an A execute. 2 through Palace, 3 through Ramp. Everything, including the kitchen sink, should be thrown at this one. No point taking any risks. It's just Crimbo with the Hero M4 on A. Can he be the difference maker?
Okay. Well, looks like Crimbo has already started as he means to go on. They are still committing into this. They just know about Crimbo. Someone's got to bring him down, but he's still hitting shots. Crimbo does everything for Big. Finally felled by the Flames.
Might not expect Hyped in sandwich. Real possibility for Hype to shut this down, but the back off. Torji already making sure there's no flank.
Wow. Crimbo's made a round out of this. Still not comfortable for Big. Make no mistake.
Yeah, 2 rifles, though.
He scrounges up that M4 off of Crimbo's corpse. And this crossfire ain't bad. Why is Hyped on his pistol?
Could be no ammo in the AK, and he doesn't want to reload.
The 1-bullet weadshot, or yeah, no ammo.
So we'll be able to check that one, but fight in Palace.
Okay, so Torji's gonna have to nail this, and he does.
Still sandwich.
Overlooked. Doesn't want his barrel to be spotted. Doesn't want his barrel to be spotted! Sensational dig! Crimbo starts. That's the layup. It's Hyped with the slam dunk dig.
Yeah, that's a frustrating round for MOUZ to lose, isn't it? It's just one Hero M4. The B anchors over towards A, and he gets a triple kill. He bodyguards for the first. Great work from him there. The second, and well, the third is easy. Exertion's not looking his way. The molly has to do the job. Hyped with a dig in hand, and an absolute couple of bangers there.
Oh, yeah, that is the power of the dig in the right hands. Beautifully utilized and visualized by Hyped.
Well, that's a bit of a resuscitating round for Big, right? Because if you take a look at the round timeline, they won the pistol, they got the conversion, but since then, it's really been quite spotty for them. Nothing consecutive since, and now they get an opportunity to close the door on the first half with consecutive rounds. That actually forced a second tactical timeout out of MOUZ as well, so Cyclone likely not happy or wanting to settle the team after a bit of a fumble. They're able to get out 2 Galils, 2 AKs, and a Tech 9. Window smoke, top cat smoke. 3 towards mid to fight. Flash forward, it's a duel.
It's a big one at the start, and Xertion shining bright. Double kill, JDC wins 1. But the damage is done. Jimmy lingers ramp, pressure con, the rest retooling. Very difficult decisions to be made. JDC forgoes A, and whether it's just for a reposition to join up with Hyped or if he's worried about B. Yeah, it looks like he's moving B. So look at this wide open A site now. Hype joins him, so they gamble, but it's the last round, so this is just going to be a very bleak retake as MOUZ have called the perfect reposition into A.
Well, let's just talk about how they even get back into this round.
Do you have to get past Brolin, I suppose?
Well, that's it. So you might not even want to go through the vent room now, which means both players probably having to go through CT. JDC's clearing out B apps. JDC has to rotate now through short. So Hype through CT, JDC from Cat. Brolin has the rotations cut off, but there is a smoke on Hyped.
Yeah, get on JDC. You can get on Ticket and clear sandwich. Tucked is Jimmy. And there's a missed shot from the AWP. Okay, limitations now for JDC. Time so gone. And that's the 7th for MOUZ. Okay, they have the lead. They have 7. We'll be swapping sides. Big Clan's T side to be tested here to avoid a 2-0.
Just to recount the series so far for some of the particulars, Big were out on top in terms of opening kills on Mirage, and they also won both pistols, and they had the clutches go in their favor, and they still ended up losing in overtime. Now that we find ourselves on Mirage, they won the opening pistol, and it looked like it was going to be another hot start, but then MOUZ activating, and actually in some number disadvantage scenarios were able to piece rounds together. So again, you know, we'll have to try and do some quick maths on the trot. We're looking at a total of 3, 5, 6. So, yeah, split right down the middle with opening kills in the first half. But, again, the pistol going in their favor. And this could be 4 from 4.
Yeah, so if you win every pistol and still lose the series, what does that indicate?
So the final we just did in Katowice, Vitality won every single pistol against Spirit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but they won.
Oh, that was the opposite, right? So, right, yeah, exactly. And
so what is this, like, you know, typically it's an indicator for like a team that's doing well, but also a team that has a heavy advantage in the series. If you're winning pistols and losing maps, some fundamental flaws.
Yes, your rifle rounds not being up to snuff right now. And then you have to look into the finer details in terms of clutches. How do these rounds really simmer out in the end? But well, right now, MOUZ, under the Brolin leadership with Spinks in the jersey, could win their first official pistol round.
This is it.
We love first.
I can feel it. This is the one.
This is the one?
Uh-huh. And it's going to be Spinks that plays a huge part in it because he gets boosted up by Jimmy. Then he pushes up aggressively. And he's just playing for one and done. If he can hit a one-tap, jump out the window. And he doesn't.
There is an execute on the way. Smoke and flashes. Crimbo's got that kit. Not the defuse, that of the util.
Like
but the flashes should be completely blind them here.
Yeah, touche. Anyone brave it ahead of time? Yep, there's the one tap.
Played ahead of the util.
Pressure applied. Spink got a whole lot more to do. Jimmy, oh, he's going to get cleared. Combat, oh my God, he still tracked Tabson. Important from Hyped. Clears out Spinks, enables a plant. Bomb down, smoke from Brolan could be used and utilized on this retake and throws it out to obfuscate that van and bench angle.
Exertion, big flank. No kit. Time potentially a
look
problem.
At this angle. I think Hype's absolutely perfect for this. Did he spot Brolan on the cross? Yes. Nails it as well. Quick 1-2 punch. He goes looking for more. Crouching around the smoke. Punished by Torji.
Gotta go.
Long range. Not great. Hard to hit. But Zertian does. QB, what can you do? Nothing. And they just about get on the defuse in time. MOUZ's first pistol. It is theirs. And a full team effort.
All right. Bit of a sigh there from the coach of Big. Kakafu not happy with how that one ended up simmering. Had a great opportunity to get the job done, but now 8-5 is the score.
Oh, it's just tough for coaches, isn't it? You know, for Kakafu, he just has to sit in that chair and watch.
That's really good. That's really good. That's so good, actually. Joke of the day. I hope that gets a 10 from our judges. So the bomb goes down, and the buy comes out. An AK and 4 Galils. Pretty juicy looking.
Not bad, is it? Ooh, Spinks, he's risk averse, peeks in, waltzes into the angle, punished by JDC on that AK. Quick response from Jimmy with a double.
They really wanted to fight for mid there, didn't they? Bianca on short, fighting alongside of his short player. Exertion in connector, Torji in windows. So really wanted to make sure that Big doesn't get the mid control for free. And now with the number advantage, they can tuck in and play that. Just play for information in these type of scenarios. The last thing you want to do on the CT side, unless you're grouping up and looking for a fight together, is commit to an angle. So what you want to make sure is you're in a position where you're jiggling for info and you're able to disengage from the fight, then reconfigure the setup with your teammates. I guess you could take a look at that, right? Jimmy's kind of leering out on Cat. Exertion's taking jiggles from jungle. Torji on a tight angle, so if he gets contact, then he can peel into a line and set up the crossfire with Jimmy. So you want to keep as many of these options open as possible.
Oh, that looks like a revolting little ang. From Torji. As long as Jimmy's not susceptible to that window, they're in a solid setup to break this. This big clan 3 versus the 4 defenders, but just 2 on B. Sound cue given away. The penny drops, as does Crimbo's corpse. Comfortable, more available. Tabson gets out the window at the bare minimum. Jimmy backs himself into a duel he can't win. But Tabson in a clutch he can't win. There's Torji to close. Looking pretty comfortable for MOUZ now.
Yeah, this is some nice stuff. I think you're getting to see a little bit more of what's going to be possible for this roster. I think on the T side, having Spinks and Jimmy as your more passive pieces, then you get Brolin and Exertion more aggressive, and then Torji gets to be in between. As that looks like a stressed in-game leader, thinking Alta.
You know all about that, eh, Chad?
Junge.
Ja, was kann ich machen?
man. I would love to catch like Tabson just losing his marbles because they're all back chatting. He's like, hold the Fresse, Junge.
Halt die Fresse, Junge.
Just spitting the venom.
Bitte.
All right, well, Farm Fest for Torji. Everyone's favorite game, but a trade fair. Here he is on his tractor. Just harvested a bale of wheat.
Alter, ich hab gesagt, da ist ein SMG im Mid.
Scheiße.
Think MOUZ make playoffs of this tournament?
I think that they're one of the teams who should have that as the goal.
Yeah.
The problem,
eight teams, right? Make playoffs?
Yes. So the problem that I have when discussing a new roster that has a new in-game leader is I don't want to jump to any conclusions immediately. I kind of want to see what they're delivering in the server and then be able to form some opinions. Because,
understandable.
Like you can think, okay, so you need to posture yourself in a position where you go, okay, so Brolin hasn't done this before. That's going to be a big curve. Like Spinx is obviously a class player, but how does it plug in and what does it change? And then what kind of atmosphere is bred within the team? And at the moment, this is a team who they're going up against Big, who traditionally they would be a favorite against, and it looks like they're going to win the series 2-0. So that's a great start. I think when you look at the other names, we've got Eternal Fire, FaZe, MongolZ. I think those three should be a shoey in for the playoffs as well.
Yo, okay.
Falcons, which I think a lot of people would be surprised to hear, but I do think that they have the necessary components to make the playoffs with it being top 8.
FaZe, Falcons, Eternal Fire.
Then you're starting to look at your VPs and your 3D Maxes.
Yeah.
3D Max with the body edition, but they did qualify for Dallas with body in the team just the other day. Jocko out. So that's 7 of the 8 teams, I think. And then it could be anybody's. A bit of a wild card.
Oh. Oh. We'll see. Stan in the playoffs in 2025. That would be cool. Tabson hast 5. Whatever HP is. I don't know the letters. HP.
They'd probably just say HP, wouldn't they?
No, I don't know, man. Nice from Zershan, removes JDC.
Good
Tabson's
info.
already limping. There is a chance into B right now. There is a window of opportunity. Sure, the boost is brutal. God.
The Tower of Power.
They're both active on the angle. Oh, God. Look at this. Look at the fun he's having.
Well, they were probably mid-boost, and they went, actually hold up.
Stay there.
They're on the way. Let's just stand here, shall we?
Oh.
We'll line them up. We'll knock them down. That's just 2 more rounds. This is about to be a absolute pantsing.
It is. Humiliating.
We'll have one of those coming up next as well.
Oh, yeah?
FaZe versus the Disintegrating Saw. That's the other version. You've got the Reciprocal and the Disintegrating.
Okay. We can all relate to that
I think
feeling.
we are hearing some Ruski in there as well, though,
There is a
aren't
bit
we?
of everything in there.
Kind of like Dennis the Menace, a.k.a. Electronic. A execute. Torji the Ticket Man.
When in doubt, execute the A side. That's how the saying goes. Torji has been already able to neutralize the first threat. Breaks to spot the cross. A lot of bodies committing here, and not able to get across there. JDC giving a helping hand onto Hyped.
Look at that, bomb down.
Yeah, this is just a mess. No plant, 1 kill, 12-5. Now, when Big Clan got to this scoreline on Ancient, it was 12-7.
It was close.
Yeah, close enough. When they went to overtime.
Now, this is what the coach is saying. Jungs, das ist nicht gut.
Yeah, probably. And then he's probably going to say, bitter, besser. Spielen. Bitter, besser spielen. Please play better.
And then everyone just goes, genau.
Genau. Natürlich.
Was machen Sie hier?
We just got an invader. He gave me a little sly smile.
Wait, so Richard speaks German as well.
Okay.
All right, we
could take over.
do a German broadcast. Hallo, mein Name ist Sponge.
Hallo
But that's how
und
the Russians
willkommen
say it.
und 99 Damage.
RIP. Likely the final round. First series, map, match, and series point.
Please welcome to the stage. It's MOUZ Sports. Good start. Spinks onto JDC. Bomb is top mid, so Hyped and Tabson are going to be looking for a fight, and they may very well get one. Happy to oblige you, Spinks. Hyped, Bomb, AWP, and a Dream. Oh! Looking the wrong way. Exertion takes its time, and that is a quick second map. MOUZ, strong statement of intent here at the PGL Cluj-Napoca event.
Well, if it was a B+ for map number 1, what does map number 2 get?
Is this where we have to do the alphabet in German to appease Chad and Alex? Showing off their full range of talent. Das war ein sehr guter Cast, meine Freunds. So, yeah, I mean, look, if it was B+ on the first map, I guess this is an A. You know,
Hard to argue with that.
Yeah, it is.
If we're using the same standard grading rubric, I think it has to be an A at this point. I mean, 13-5, indomitable defense right there for them. Various setups being run. T side, couple shaky moments for them, but overall, I'd say the game planning was really solid, and I can't really complain about how they wanted to even carry out the mid rounds either.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at a game like this, I look at it two different ways. One, the result itself and how we break that down, but two, this is a learning opportunity for us to see what is MOUZ Sports cooking up with Spinks in the lineup, with Brawl in-game leading. Are they going to look much different than their previous selves? What we saw is what we expected. Spinks playing the exact same spots that he was known for playing on this map, and he was playing for Vitality, so they've embedded him in, made him very comfortable. Xerxon seems like a very natural player to be able to take that A composition on the CT side. Looked like he did very well with it. And all in all, MOUZ Sports just playing a more explosive play style at times. And I think one of the other things I've kind of noticed is that this is not just on this game of Mirage, but Jimmy is just a lot more active on some of these T sides now.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't call him an entry fragger by any means, but you do see him get in the mix a little bit more, make more aggressive plays, or do little pushes. Even on the CT side, he had a couple little pushes off.
It was a nice adjustment because he didn't have the best time on Ancient. Right?
Exactly. So I think it's just like kind of getting players more engaged. And then obviously Brolin has even kicked up his aggression a notch to be able to kind of fill those shoes a little bit. So all in all, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, and look, I'll just be honest, you know, Big aren't necessarily the sternest test you're going to face, but I imagine there was a lot of trepidation in the MOUZ camp. You know, the new IGL, it's been some of the most talked about roster moves that they've made. You know, keeping Jimmy looks great, and then Shuhei goes out of nowhere, Spinks coming in. I'm sure they wanted to get over this hurdle without any drama, and they've certainly achieved that goal. I thought Big, they did show some flashes. I thought JDC had a very good series, and we were talking to Banks in the green room, actually. He was saying he did an interview where Tabson was saying, you know, we're going to give JDC more resources. Spoiler, by the way, Banks, I'm ruining your interview. Sorry, mate. But, you know, we're going to
have a round of Banks in the chat?
Yeah, get a round of Banks in the chat. JDC is going to be the star in this kind of lineup, and we're going to give him more resources. And we saw that in this series.
The problem is that if you're going to rely on JDC to be your star player, I think JDC's ceiling in that role is solid, but it's not necessarily like top 10 in the world. So if you're banking your future on JDC's individual ability to uplift you, you're probably going to have to mix in a lot of what makes Big Clan uniquely them. You need to have some more pocket strategies, some more interesting counters, but instead it was actually MOUZ that seemed to bring out more interesting plays in this one, more like interesting boosts, defensive setups, just kind of being more disruptive in general. Big so frequently playing on the back foot in a lot of these situations, and then when they do, I feel like I see the micro decisions between other people that it just falls short of the guys on MOUZ, who are, in all honesty, like they're sharper mechanically, and they also just have generally better macro ideas of how they need to integrate with their team.
And great to see Spinks have a good map as well, good series. I was worried. I was really worried for him. The whole thing with Vitality was so strange. There was a lot of crosstalk. They weren't being entirely honest about what the problems were. That we never really got to the bottom of it, although I will say sometimes by omission you can figure it out. Spinks did tweet, I never had a problem with Mezzy. So it was Apex then, right? Okay, cool. We figured it out. But I was worried he wasn't going to be on a team. I think he's a phenomenally talented player, and I'm glad that someone picked him up. Even if it wasn't the destination I would have ordinarily liked him to have.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some other options, I think, that were out there that people maybe thought could happen. Maybe Spinks would go to G2. Obviously, they wound up going with Heavy God instead. That was probably target. And I think a lot of people just didn't expect him to go to MOUZ Sports because MOUZ has usually been on the other end of that sort of thing, right? Like, they've been kind of the farm team. You know, you've seen guys go over from MOUZ Sports to FaZe, for example. The past multiple players have done it, in fact. But now you're seeing MOUZ kind of reinvest in themselves. Like, yes, they brought these academy players, but now they've gone out and they've picked up a big piece. That's kind of a declaration of intent to say we're not just letting our players go anymore. They re-sign Jimmy. They bring in Spinks, who's a very skilled rifler. And so now the only question really just becomes is how do they handle the leadership change long term? Because short term here today look great, but what happens when you face some real adversity? What happens when you go up against a fellow, you know, really strong top 10 team or maybe even a top 5 contender team?
It's like what we're asking with Liquid and Twist.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Like what's happening with Liquid and Twist right now is kind of what we might expect from MOUZ in a couple tournaments, or like when they're facing some of the top 5 teams in the world. It's just that, yes, you can beat a big clan. Your players are better than all of big clan's players. This is a given. So we want to see them contest with the teams like FaZe Clan, for example, where maybe FaZe is still trying to integrate a Liege, but all in all, they should go toe-to-toe with them.
I mean, look, we knew that MOUZ weren't going to lack individual talent. I mean, maybe sometimes when their talent falls off on the big stage, we're not there yet, of course. We'll wait and see how that plays out once we get to Cluj, if they can make it to the playoffs. But yeah, you're right. Like, it's more about understanding how are they going to handle when they have to make like big adjustments in a tense game, or when someone's going to have to make a big play in a key moment. Like, that's the big things we're going to keep an eye out for. But at least we're starting to learn a little bit about how MOUZ is trying to set this team up going forward.
And just a final thought about Big. Obviously, we set it up at the start of the show. The importance of getting points at tournaments like this, where maybe some other teams stay away from it. Big need that too, right? And so they have to adjust for their next game. Have you seen enough to think that maybe they could sneak into the playoffs based on the field here?
Sneak in, yeah, like 3-2. I feel like Big, if I were to make a whole ranking of all the teams, I would kind of put them on the cusp, probably just beneath the mark at like as a 2-3 team. Like the bottom feeder teams at this tournament, I think Big can handle a couple of them, but it is when you're faced against teams with better firepower, you start to see the cracks in and the deficiencies in some of the individuals. Like today was a rough day for Tabson. It's been rough for QB integrating into this lineup. I mean, I rate Crimbo and JDC as individual players, but to outline them as your 2 stars is like, come on, guys. There's like a few of the other teams here who are probably willing to take that duel head on, as we saw MOUZ just did.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, guys. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to see if FaZe can leave their opponent sore. We'll see you in a moment.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Saw are battling against it all as they try to rebuild and find success once again. I've got Mudrist with me here, and first thing I want to ask you is just, how are you feeling going through this process again? Because 2024 was amazing for you guys, and we saw what you guys could do, but now it's a tough time, but it's a almost complete rebuild, right? 2 players is a big change for you. So what is going on inside just your head right now?
I mean, it's a rough moment
because when you are low and you know that you need to do this process, you kind of accept the moment. But when you go to one tournament, we did some good things. And right now we feel that we are not improving. So I think that's the hardest part. Because somehow we are trying to, I'm not saying that we are doing the same job that we did the last year, but we are trying to see what is good for the team, what is good for the players. And it's hard to solve some problems. So right now I think that as a team we are not even close to our potential or the level that we want. But yeah, that's our reality. So as a professional, then we need to accept that and work every day and believe that we can do better. But yeah, right now I can't lie, and it's very hard.
And obviously with your coach, you have Golden now. Again, you've opted for a non-Portuguese coach in here to bring this different level of experience in. How has your working relationship with him been so far, and how are you two just approaching what you're working on as a team?
We stopped believing in Portuguese coaches because it's not about believing, it's about we want something new, because we wanted someone to be from a different background, because we had some problems that everyone on the team has, and we wanted someone different to work with us. So international coach, I think it fits to our team. We are speaking in English on the team speak all the time. Less when we are playing, we just speak Portuguese. That's when
makes more sense.
So yeah, I think that right now it's not about the coach. It's about the players. I think we are the problem. So I like to think that way, because the coach is not inside of the server, is not making the decisions. Of course, you can have the impact in the pracs or outside of the server. Of course, you need to have that impact. But when we are playing and the mistakes that we do, it's all about the players.
When you say, right, obviously it's all about the players, do you agree with like the vision that you and Golden and the players are agreeing on though? Like, you see that this is the right way to go for the future of Saul? Not in terms of him being a coach, but in how you want to play the game.
I mean, for me, it's really hard to answer that, because what I feel right now is that maybe we can have a good approach, but that approach, it's not working sometimes. And I don't know if what we are doing, it's right. Or if I'm wrong, and it's so hard. But I've been through that with the past team. At the beginning, we had a lot of doubts, and for example,
there was a big change when Barry came and added all this stuff before, right?
But I'm talking previous that. When we signed, for example, Rajdos, Jerks and stuff like that, of course, we feel that we had a lot of margin to improve, and we feel that we were the right team. But I remember that I was out of the team for 2 weeks, because I was, it's not a burnout, but it was more to, I'm gonna say like this, it was more to protect the players. I felt that we had so many pressure on that time, and I didn't know how to solve that problem. So what I felt on that moment, it was, okay, I need to go out of this team for 2 or 3 weeks, and I need to rethink what we can do best. And after that, things started clicking again.
You had this time away to think and to
So I've been in the same situations before, and I know that sometimes it's really hard. Right now, I feel the same that I felt 2 years ago. It's like, I don't know how to solve some problems. I don't know if we are doing the best things. So it's a lot of thoughts in our heads. And I don't know if it's my problem, or if it's this player problem, or if as a team right now we are not clicking, if the players are fitted. I don't know. It's really hard to answer.
Well, hopefully you can get those answers very soon. It seems like you solved it in the past, so you should definitely be able to do it again. Keep the positive attitude, keep trying, and good luck with the rest of the tournament, man. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you so much.
Yes, welcome back. It's now time to see if what they were saying there in that interview is going to be applied in theory for Saw. More on why it won't be in just a moment. But over to our panel, we're going to be talking about their opponent's FaZe to begin with. We talked about it briefly in the pre-show. Obviously, it is a different roster. It's life without Rops and life with Elige. A good player, a different type of player, and they have had to make some adjustments to get the most out of him. So I'll start with you, Maui. How has life been going with Elige over at FaZe so far?
I would say that FaZe have wanted a lot more, pretty simply put. I feel like they saw the best rifler on the market, they went for it in Elige, and are basically trying to put the pieces together around him to fit Rops' departure, which is obviously sorely missed because now we're getting Kerrigan, we're getting Rain in these anchor positions trying to fill that void, and they're catering to Elige. But unfortunately, Elige hasn't really been popping off the page in the same way that he did with Complexity. Still a great player overall, one that I think is going to bounce back, as will the team. But right now with FaZe Clan, I think this kind of tournament is where they need to build some confidence.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make. I mean, as you've noted, they've really tried their best to facilitate Elige by giving him pretty much all of his positions. I think the only exception was Ancient, where he kind of bit the bullet and kind of plays a little bit towards the A side like Rops used to, but they still very much use him dynamically, like in middle or as an entry player. So it's really been Rain who's given up the most to try to facilitate Elige. He's taken a lot of extremity roles and anchor positions he used to not play. Nuke, Frozen kind of took over Rops' roles to help Elige kind of be with Kerrigan in the yard and stuff like that. So someone at some point along the way has done something to try to make this work as well as possible. But I don't even necessarily mind the Rain moving to the extremity thing because Navi has shown us that if you can turn your extremity players into playmakers, which Rain can be, he's a natural entry type guy, that just gives you more options all across the map at the same time to play from. So I think long term it could work out very well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be one of those adjustments that they had to make. I mean, Rops and Elige are very different types of players, obviously fantastic riflers. Elige, I thought as well, was a little bit cruelly done by the fact that he played on Complexity for most of the year, and therefore he wasn't able to get higher up in the, coveted HLTV rankings at the end. But ultimately, I think, it's as good as a rifler as they could have hoped for to replace somebody that casts as big a shadow as Rops.
And so for just roles in general, like the most basic way to frame this, I mean, we both obviously, or all of us, would really praise Elige for what he's done. It's just that he does it from the front line. Rops is more of a backline player. Some would say that he's the best support player to ever really touch this game, CS2 I mean, because obviously Zipnix holds that crown for CSGO. But all in all, it's just that they've had to do so many things in order to fit him onto this team. And yeah, like we said, I mean, it's making some of the players a little bit uncomfortable on the team. And I also feel like there's one thing that is been the elephant in the room for Elige's career is that he's not really like a locker room presence that you're going to say he's a moral leader. Like he can look back at a game with 2020 hindsight and say, we needed to do this. But Rops, I feel like one thing that they've praised him for, including Apex, is that he's so constructive in theory that he's trying to always bring something new to the table. And that really actually gave FaZe a huge honeymoon when he first joined.
Sure, but you know why the vibes are going to be immaculate today?
Because they're playing Saw.
Well, yeah, that too. But it's Brokey's birthday.
Valentine's birthday, Brokey. You know what he call him? Lover boy.
Yeah, exactly. No, but here's the thing as well. Imagine, right? It's like it's Valentine's Day, right? You've got to. It's your birthday. Sit down and play against Saw in this tournament, bro.
What a gift.
Yeah, I know.
What
a
gift.
Honest to God what a gift. But we'll be wishing him well. Happy birthday from all of us at PGL. Anyway, let's talk about their opponents briefly.
Sure.
I'm sure it is going to be briefly.
Yeah.
Saw appears to have imploded overnight. So we're going to show you some footage of like...
They look sad.
This is already like...
He already looks sad.
Yeah, sad times. Can
we get a grayscale over this, actually?
This footage should be in black and white. It's, you know what I mean?
Maybe some sepia?
Yeah, you're fooling no one. Yeah, what happened apparently is the roster...
Listen, Saw just needs to change their name to WAS, reverse it, because they used to be interesting. They did have some cool results last year. They had a top 4 at Cologne. You know, they won the Challengers Katowice event. They beat some pretty good teams to get those 2 big results, but they were fueled by their 2 big star riflers. Now it's Aradose and EU Jerks. So EU Jerks is their huge entry rifler, then Aradose was a playmaker on the extremities and a great anchor player. Now Agile came in for Aradose and looked like he could maybe fill those shoes. He had some moments where he looked good, but ultimately never really hit the same highs that Aradose was able to. Meanwhile, SHR has been absolutely a non-factor. He's taken over all of EU Jerks' aggressive rifling roles, and he has not been able to really contribute in that department at all. And so the team that used to be somewhat interesting because of a couple of splash, results that they had last year with those 2 stars are now gone, both on NIP, funnily enough. And now this team is left with nothing. In fact, they're now about to just be done after this tournament's over and have a whole new roster.
Well, yeah, but I mean, obviously that's going to have massive implications for where they're going to be in the VRS rankings. And I feel like we were talking about this in Shanghai. They made that inexplicable roster move that we couldn't quite nail down. Why do it now?
Yeah, exactly.
Before the major, and then now we come into this, and like you've got to play this tournament knowing it's a dead team essentially. It's just never an optimal way to go about it. So I don't know what has happened just based on the timing, but Sora just kind of like it's a miracle. For them to beat FaZe in this series, for them to beat almost anyone at this tournament, it's insane to conceive they could do it.
Saw are really just fighting this tournament to not go 0-3. That's all I'm going for them. Saw, all in all, this is a case in point, prime example of just how to not GM a team. And as the veto rolls in, we got FaZe banning out Train as
probably
they have
Mirage
been.
ban here.
And yeah, okay, Saw going with their tried and tested ban of that. FaZe Clan, I mean, they've been going in a couple different directions.
Yeah, I never want to predict Kerrigan's picks because you never know. But we are going to see them pick Ancient. They have been trending up on that map with this lineup, so I'm not surprised by that. Nuke is the only map that Saw has a winning record on, so like. There you go. That's like pretty much the only spot in their map pool that looks somewhat promising.
You have to deal with rain on that map, of course. So
yeah, good luck.
Enjoy.
And then after that, who knows? It could be Anubis maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Saw, to their credit, when they were good at Nuke, it was like what propelled them to actually beat FaZe at Cologne. I mean, they were actually their reactions are so fast on that map, like when they're in their groove. But the thing is that everything has just been trending so downwards for Saw, and that's why we're hearing about the 2 roster moves that they're going to be making. Not only that, but by the way, I feel like this has been a kind of an unnoted detail about them, is that like they were good when they had Barry as a coach. When Barry joined the roster, that's when they made the Cologne run in short amount of time. They improved drastically. Their nuke started looking world class all of a sudden, and that's why they're still just kind of relying on it. They're still hoping that it's going to propel them here.
Yeah, and this is just kind of showing you what FaZe has done since Elige has joined this team. But I want to make this very clear. Even though Elige is the A player, he very rarely is actually playing that position. He's usually buddied up with Frozen, taking mid control, or they're stacking Elige over on the B side of the map to do B executes, or they're helping him lead on A executes. So he's a very dynamic player. You can even sometimes see Kerrigan playing on the A side by himself, aggressively lurking, while Elige and Rain are the big playmakers. So this is their starting positions, but they are a very dynamic team, very explosive, very good at playing defaults into mid rounds, but also able to do the pacing change executes.
One thing that I would note about the CT side of Saw here is SHR and Roman are both playing B. They're both being cut right after this tournament. So if I'm Kerrigan,
so B is open.
I'd probably run some kind of game plan to try to mess with the guys that they know they're out of this roster at the end of this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be such a tall order, guys. We are thinking FaZe are just going to take this comfortably. Right?
Hey, let's make it a little interesting. You know, let's put something on the line.
Like an over under.
Let's do an over. Let's go over under 6.5.
I would just do Saw 12 rounds in the whole. I think if Saw get 12 rounds in the entire BO3, good for them.
Okay, you raising the stakes on that one?
No, I think that's a pretty
like
good
5
number.
and 6. Like I think they're gonna get 5 rounds on Ancient.
I think 6.5 over under per map. Right. What do you take on that?
Okay, I
think that's pretty similar to what.
It's a good line.
I'll cover the bets and look after the money. But now it is time to go into the game. So roses are red, violets are blue. Machine is your caster, and Sponge is too. Take it away, guys.
Oh man, that was my thing. Roses are expensive. That's all I have. Yeah,
You're still working.
No, violets.
See, Richard at least finished his.
Roses are expensive. Violets for the poor. Their roster is dead. R.I.P. Saw.
I like Dustline about Saw should be was.
That was very cool.
Dead team walking. 12 rounds over 2 maps. Let's see. Pistol round. Not starting well. Story. Gooshed. Run. Hide. Get out of there.
Skedaddle.
Well, there's 4 players, 2 donut, 1 backside, and Muterus can help from red.
All right. Going to be interesting to see if they can get 1 pick before FaZe Clan arrive, and that's exactly what SHR delivers. A second asking too much, and Elige should have been able to finish off Story with that low HP. A Gil hits a headshot, but Elige good for it. Gets it done. Muterus, last man on that temple position, going to try and be overrun. Important trade from Frozen.
Bomb still has to go down, so problems ahead. Util on Roman to displace them. Frozen worrying about Temple, Elige in the site, Carrigan still main and peeking out with the P250. Reroute. This will usher in that plant.
And Elige, she's going to get another one. Escorts a third off the premises. Oh, okay. Elige is in the server, and he's in that FaZe jersey. This is our first chance to cast him, actually.
Yeah, we didn't get an opportunity over in Cato, so great to see. And be keeping tabs on just how much domination Elige can... Wow, this is a stat padding type of game. I'll say that much. This one's going to look great on the resume.
Do you think players like... You know, because they're already so well drilled and the mechanics are all there. Do you think like little motivations like this, where it's like, okay, tournament, I can farm some rating here? Do you think that's a thought that's crossed his mind?
No, but you do think like these guys are bots?
Yeah,
because people thought that against me all the time. So
yeah, and then they act accordingly.
Yeah, and then they run over you.
Like,
sorry, I just wanted to ask Twitch. Oh, hold on a second. Cancel Muterus. I want to ask a question.
Yeah, okay.
Twitch chat, any Portuguese viewers? Could you let us know? Are SHR and Agil brothers? Both of their last names are Gil. G-I-L.
Well, SHR got a key. Brokey shut him down.
Full rotation.
Oh, Story's hit a dig. Hold your horses. Are you holding them?
Nay.
Fucking hell.
Cleared.
Oh, the birthday boy gets himself on the board with 2. Out mid, walking about. Alicia's got a new crosshair, and it's really weird.
Is it the T? It is ugly.
Yeah, it's like when you've got the crosshair outline.
It's probably why they're going to lose this round.
On a cross. I agree. I like the diligence. You molly towards Brokey, ensuring that I can't call it Brokey when Brokey's in the server, can I? Temple corner. Temple corner.
Oh, yeah, you can be as descriptive as you want. Paint the picture. Bob Ross this thing.
All right.
They're not brothers, apparently. It's a common name, and they're from different cities. Sponge's family with everyone named Birchall. I'm sure I'm related to a lot of people named Birchall. Mr. Imdejar.
Yeah.
How many Birchalls do you know?
I know 1.
I know a few more because they're my family, but other than that... Well, retaining the goodies. That's what life's all about. Hoarding as many things as possible until you win.
Do you think a Gil means something in like Portuguese? Because you know how like
his name's Andre Gil.
Andre Gil.
G-I-L.
Oh.
G-I-L. B-I-N-G.
Gilgo was his name. Oh, what are we doing here?
Well, I don't know. You're feeling a bit musical right now.
Yeah, I can sense that.
Okay, well...
Bang, it was a cool shot.
It was. A beautiful shot indeed. Now, the fact that they retain the goods, they're able to get a little bit of something for everybody. Another opportunity for Saw to make a dent. Tucked into the tall box with the scavenged Mac 10.
Oh, he's in trouble. 2 Molotovs find, yeah, it gets very awkward.
Did he jiggle or something?
I presume so.
Because they just
no reason for everyone to suddenly spot.
Yeah, it's just, oh, hold up a second. Should we all stop and...
I think that's one of those positions where you do just have to kind of
you have to hard commit.
Be clear.
Yeah, you can't jiggle there.
Out of interest, are you saying tall, T-A-L-L?
Tall box.
As in it's tall?
It is the tallest box on that side.
As opposed to a toolbox.
Who's calling it toolbox?
Well, that's what I presumed.
Tall.
Maybe there were some tools in the box that I didn't know about.
Tall
maybe a hammer,
box.
a saw.
Oh, this is one blunt store to start. Store to start.
Oh, it was really cool, man.
Could have been better.
Yeah.
Uterus and Roman, the last two standing. They've been together for a long time, haven't they?
They have, and now they're breaking up. To tweet about it.
No.
Bomb to be planted, FaZe to win 3-0.
That's a podcast topic. That's not a casting
I
topic,
didn't
but
do
we'll
it.
get into
What
that
topic am I talking about? I didn't talk about anything.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
So it's a toolbox, the tallest box on A.
Tall box.
T-A-L-L.
All right, rifles out for Saw. They love the elbow door smoke opener. So does everybody.
Yeah.
MOUZ weren't throwing it. They were just throwing elbow.
But I can throw at least 3 spawns.
If you were at home, what excuse do you have? This is for everybody in chat.
He's right. He is. Listen to him.
Learn your elbows and learn your insta-reds. You should have them from all spawns.
And then
no excuse.
you won't be resident sleepering about Ancient because you'll realize it's a really cool map when you learn basic util.
It is a great map, but they've given up mid-control.
Yes.
Now, they've been smoked off Donut and Red. Nice deep nade with an awful lot of damage. They will have to concede. This is very, very tough for Saw because they've already given up a lot of space, which means they're under pressure for the whole round.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at Mutiris, right? He has to stay in this red room. He knows it's likely occupied. He's even going to smoke it. Whoa. Okay. I mean, so early, you wouldn't walk through it, would you, Kerrigan? Why are you looking like you might? He is. Oh, and he's just turned away. Mutiris now has got a horrible thing to deal with. He's
saw a shadow.
At his teammates.
Yeah, he saw the shadow.
Sure, but A players on Donut need to be on high alert. Frozen can just park the bus here, and Mutiris swings in, handled. No trade from SHR. They are reaggressing middle. Actually, this has legs. Story and Agil. Kerrigan's flanking. There's so many moving pieces. That's a great catch from Frozen, but now Story's back his turn. He's running into Kerrigan. They have found the gap. They twist the knife, salt to the wound. Agil's got no help.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, he's just
2v2.
about gotten away with that. 7 bullets, finds the head of a liege. Kerrigan's walking up on him.
And Roman coming through red.
Kerrigan's just going to swing. Okay, full swing with the
back's turned.
+1. Frozen turns around just in time. Roman, his position now noted. 20 seconds for FaZe to scoop up the bomb. He knows he's got a chance here. He's got legs to the round. Frozen, not going down. 3 kills from Frozen, 2 from Kerrigan. This partnership in middle get every single kill.
Yeah, I think the lack of information misled FaZe into what the setup looked like. That's how it worked out so awkward in middle because those Donut players had found all the room. And the shake of the head there from Roman. He knows it's over. And so do we all. The report coming out, what, less than 24 hours ago, that SHR and Roman will no longer be a part of the Saw roster going forward. And for an older statesman like Roman, it is going to be tougher for him to find a roster where he'll get to be playing at events like this down the stretch. So you don't really know what his career is going to look like from this point forward. He's 32 years young.
How did it go down? I think the desk implied that they cut 2 players.
Yes, Roman and SHR are being removed.
No, I understand that, but it was like it wasn't their choice. Made this timing, blah 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 blah. He's been in Saw for 5 years.
It's quite a time, isn't it?
I mean, I guess with this whole, the gap forged by Arostos and U-Jerks, who were like their money men.
And they also touched on Berry as well. So when they were successful, Berry was coaching, but he's not with them anymore and hasn't been for some time. So it is just everything kind of coming apart at the seams as Rain will brute force into B.
How many? Oh, he can't get the third. SHR shuts him down. Okay, Brokey goes running. He wanted to get it done, and Roman will punish. That's a little uncomfortable.
Frozen's going to call the A site clear, so they can get the bomb in through Donut.
Roman picked up an AWP off of Brokey's corpse, so that's a nice prize.
Do you want to save it, though? Because they're actually responding in time.
Oh, a deep CT smoke.
I like this from Elige. He's going to bunker down. Hey, see how difficult that is for Mutiris? He's so focused on Donut.
That's a cool angle, cool way to play it. Elige, a very good player to learn from if you were trying to get a better understanding of how to approach angles.
5-0. Again, the desk said 12 rounds over 2 maps. So far, 0.
Yeah, but 13 zeros don't happen, so... I'm not expecting anything.
No, there's never been a 13-0.
Nope. That's how I remember it. Not a single 13-0 in Counter-Strike history. Oh, ooh. The break of the smoke. Yeah, Brokey was spotted. He eats the nade, but is stubborn on the reclear. Another HE to try and get Elige out, and he is braving it straight up. The cave smoke and the control. Rain makes no secret that he is threatening on heaven. Elige across, tucks on box. They will need a red re-smoke. They've actually opted for donut.
So notice how it has a completely different flavor to the seed.
Bang.
Oh my giddy aunt. One bullet. One bullet. Look. Look at it on screen. 29.
What?
He shot one bullet.
From Story's POV, I mean, that's just brutal. A flash is thrown his way, posts up with the AWP, bang.
Absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, get trucked.
Oh, Brokey. He's just going to wait out this smoke by the looks of things. Elige with red pressure, frozen to lurk out A main. And the other three to piece together a bit of an execute. Well, this is another good fight for Elige.
He's doing the wiggle. He did a bit of a Stewie 2K wiggle there. Oh my god.
He shot three bullets.
3 bullets, 2 kills. Stop killing them. See how many you can get.
Oh. Now, I don't know if Elige has RSI or if he has a hot hand. But right now, just SHR. We'll get a trade. Brokey dead or picked up. I think it was Launders. We were having a chat. Elige for the third. The first two speckies, the third spam. And yeah, he keeps shaking the hand. Now, this is probably a good question.
Yeah.
Something that maybe the desk could get him on an interview. I think Launders was just saying, you know, is he struggling with RSI or something along those lines? Because he's shaking his hand a lot. So, and considering how geeky Elige is with aim trainers and his own platform, refrag is, here it is. Bang. Beautiful.
So smooth.
Crispy,
it looks so effortless. His crosshair stays so static and perfectly pre-aimed. And then he shows he can control his spray too. Like both ends of the aiming and spraying spectrum.
6-0. Can you take this one? I'm going to go check on the secondary stream.
Yep, no worries. Now, you got blocked A main. Your whole plan was if they don't block A main, we're going to walk in. And interestingly enough, with no info, they're blindly stacking the A site. So, haven't seen much. It's quiet in mid for a moment. They've missed their red smoke.
A dead roster's right twice a day, Alex.
That's what the saying. That's how the saying goes. Smoke will land CT. Flash and go. Oh no.
Big info.
Down.
It's
yeah,
big
that's
info.
And I mean, if they are quick on this, they're mantling up mid now. It does look like the Carrigan said, I need you to go fast.
Elige, he's going to brave the smoke. Or at least he thought about it.
He's got the HE
break it, have a peek.
SHR does jump up in time, jumps up. What is he up to? That was cheeky. Brokey does find Story on the rotation. Roman's here and does get one. SHR, timing favors him. Not if the no-scope's as quick as that.
And Elige dealt with the jump up towards middle as well. So round over, 7-0. So secondary stream, if you guys want to go check that out, that's twitch.tv/PGL_CS2. I believe it's on YouTube. You can also go and watch it there on PGL's channels. That's Harry and Hugo casting the 3D Max versus Virtus.pro opener. It was a short little delay to get that one underway. Ancient has concluded that was the map choice of Virtus.pro. I won't spoil the result in case you want to check it out yourself. Inferno underway, map number 2. And the third and decider is Dust 2. But we have 4 matches on both streams. So that's 8 games in total. Best of 3 Swiss. 8 teams make it through the playoffs. Got 4 best of 3s on the Friday next week. That's the quarterfinals. 2 semifinals and a best of 5 grand final with a 3rd place decider, which means an awful lot in the VRS system thanks to prize money and head-to-heads, opponent network, LAN wins. All the boring stuff that most of you probably don't care about.
Did you say your opponent network?
Yeah, don't get me started.
Okay, because that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, with the teams that you're playing against is your opponent network.
Okay, so you beat good teams.
Yeah, LAN wins and prize money are probably the 2 most important.
Well, this is why, you know, FaZe are in attendance here. They want to just make sure, get some good wins on LAN with a high prize pool.
Yeah, 1.25 million.
Yeah, and Carrigan gets his entry. That looks awkward for Rain. Was not expecting such an aggressive repush from SHR on the ramp, and there's a nice catch from Story Zorp. Brokey unable to connect, instead brought low. Hang on, Elijah's alive, Chad. I am not ready.
This has to be their
to
first.
say this is Soar's first round.
Well, if Brokey wasn't so low, I might get behind you. But how do you win this one?
Oh, but he's heard that. He knows one was flirting with that round. Molotov, Elijah, ooh, coming out. Missed first bullet. How many chances do you give him? And SHR will put him down. Brokey should be a dead man walking here, or a dead man AWPing. Bang. First one's clean. Good timing on that one. Punishes the unavailable gun.
Story should have him.
And Story walks in. Misses his shot.
Story should have had him.
Should have had him. That's fine. Brokey mollies the position out. Story will be forced into the fight. He's playing it well. He's milking it for everything it's worth. They understandably respect it. Don't want to catch him on the re-aggress. The smoke is covered. Story closes. Soar on the board.
SHR, the nice little double to kick that one off. So 5 rounds still available within this first half. But you just have to think of a team like this with 2 players being cut. The mental's in the bin.
Oh, yeah.
I think Soar are a great sample of how quickly a team can drop in the VRS.
Okay. So, like, new systems are in place, and they have been in attendance for the start of the year's big
Exactly, right? So without any wins and poor results, how quickly do you fall?
Right.
Especially with Decay in play as well.
Oof, at least just burnt down.
Yeah, there was a lot of mollies on the map. Great flash.
Oh, up ramp. Carrigan, lazy clear, still hits it. Roman sketchy on the aim. SHR, 11 bullets, 3 targets. He's going to be underwhelming.
Save.
Did you see Snacks's little, like, the geeky molly for A main, on A main to tree?
Yeah, yeah.
Where he bounces it off the brick and it goes like, not the one where you bounce off the thingy and it only lightly spreads. It's a full everywhere on tree. He bounces it off. You know where you flash into the little
Yeah, yeah.
He bounces it off a weird trajectory. It does a full, like, gymnastic bounce.
Aerobatics.
It's very cool. I was thinking about learning it, then realized...
Thinking about learning
Doesn't matter.
I got to download the demo.
Well, I found the clip, so I just have to find the crosshair, and then you don't move your mouse, and you move, and then you run.
Did you know on this radar as well, it shows the defuse kits?
Isn't that nice?
Yeah.
It's a fantastic tool, PGL.
It is great. I might make this one the vertical monitor.
Which one's that one?
The middle one.
Yeah. Oh, that would be better.
Don't you reckon?
Yeah, because then you can be in-game on right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or, alternatively, sorry everybody at home, PGM goes middle,
Yeah.
Counter-Strike goes left. That just is 2 cables, all you need to change.
That's probably easier.
That's probably better.
Yep. Agreed. Just these 2 swap.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
Nice.
Cool. So anyway, Counter-Strike continues. FaZe Clan have 8, and Soar have just got their first. Now, will they be able to string this together? That is a question.
Come on, man.
I don't know.
Come on, what are you doing,
I
man?
we weren't doing our job, so I was like, let's do our job. And
Yeah, but okay, so the context, the Des said it very, very nicely. If anything, if you want to get excited, we're looking at what is going well for FaZe. There's nothing that we can take away from this that is good for Soar at all. Roman and SHR are no longer in the roster after this event. If they don't go 0-3, right, that's what Maui said. It's the battle for them not to go 0-3. And right now, this is a David versus Goliath, and David, he left his little sling at home. So he's just a man right now. He's got nothing.
a little sling, huh? Not a normal sling like everyone has. Had to be a little sling, did it?
It's always little.
Okay.
8-1, T-side, Ancient, map choice, FaZe. They're running away with this. They've had no resistance. Everybody's fragging. 8-1 from Frozen. 9-3 from Elige. 7-5 for Brokey. 7-3 from Carrigan. Reigns bring up the rear with 5-7. Nuke up next. You know what else is good? Accelerated schedule.
That is good.
So in case you're thinking, why are we watching this game? You won't have to for long. FaZe will make light work of this Soar series.
Are you kidding me? Let's go Soar. Little proactivity. I like this from SHR. Taking that information, calling lane quiet. Frozen does reside towards that heaven position. And SHR wants to show and puff up his chest that the aggression has occurred. Carrigan not buying it. Meanwhile, Rain selling A.
Agil.
On that toolbox. Elige good for Muteris. The pressure applied towards A. It is all a fake. And everyone's there. Like moths to a flame, like flies to...
These guys are selling ice to Eskimos.
That's what I was going to say.
All right, guys, now we're going to retake 4v4.
Oh, Carrigan, he knew where SHR was there. Maybe it was intuition.
Wow. Save. Elige is playing his own game right now.
100% just playing his own.
I'm containing them. They can't save.
Yep.
I'm killing them all. There's just story. And he might be dead too.
Oh, no. Elige is an animal. Just running around the map collecting scalps. He's having a great time. This is just essentially just a glorified warm-up, but, you know, with huge stakes. It's one of those games where he just keeps making calls and then saying dead. Yeah, one red, dead.
Yeah.
One red,
That's
dead.
always nice, isn't it?
Orb donut, dead. And he's a wrist rest user, one of the few in professional CS to use the wrist rest. Oh.
Fun facts.
That is nice.
Rain's coming out, the aggressive utility used over towards B lane. That means he won't be able to contribute if FaZe decide to go for a mid take. And, well, they are. On the clear, Elige is looking clinical.
Ooh.
He's shredding him.
Yeah.
Ragdolling him. Is he ready for this?
He's boosting for the red room, but this there's a chance for Roman to do some damage on this one. Oh. Bloody hell! What? I think we should stick with the Saw POVs because their deaths just look so nasty. Oh, there you go. Oh, Frozen's taken down the only B defender.
And Roman's already dead.
Oh,
so...
could have hit that. Would have been nice.
Oh!
But Elige having a field day. He's throwing Saw around.
Chewing him up, spitting him out.
There's nothing they can do. It's just too easy for him.
Not often do you say that players in the NIP jersey are probably happy to be where they are, but Ujerks and old mate Aras are sitting here going, glad we left.
Yeah, man. I mean, Elige is having his way with them. 16-3. Oh, that's a nice catch. That's a really nice catch. Agil stays proactive, stays active. Roman drops down. Nice combination of frags between the two of them. And Brokey left all alone in middle.
Oh, more info on another player.
And he spotted the bomb. So that might be misinformation. Rain, the unknown entity right now, just parked. Going to be progressing slow lane control.
Muteris is going to take a little bit of space over towards A main. So this is going to help inform the decisions for the finish. Final round, first half, map 1, series 2 of the day. Will Muteris go back and upgrade into that AK? That's the question. Rotating over in time is Agil. Still plenty of time, so FaZe could hit the brakes, but starting to piece something together. A short smoke.
Hoping your long player looks for answers and he might get it. Oh, Agil, you want answers, don't you? You might have to have a little look at that ramp.
Oh, Molly's not burning story. It's too...
Oh, there it is, the late spread. Oh, he just dismounted. And the wallbang not far off of the mark. How do you push through that? He's got time to respect it.
Muteris didn't even go for the flank. He just went safely into cave.
That flash is designed for story.
Oh.
What? The wallbang into cave hits. Muteris is tagged by the AWP already. Oh, Rain's not looking. He doesn't have a confirmation. He's going to spot him now. And just like that, it's 11. FaZe Clan are absolutely outclassing, out-aiming, and better in every single way.
That was a 2v5 to get 11 rounds in the first half of play.
The wallbang onto Muteris. Like, dude, put yourself in their shoes. You're like, oh, Oh, we just lost a man advantage again. Yeah.
Being absolutely suffocated.
Look at the feeling. Look at the vibes. He's having a great time.
Oh, dear. Well, it's going as forecasted.
It certainly is. You know, like the guy on the TV said, it's going to rain, and it's raining.
We had 3 weathermen.
Well, it's Elysian, technically, but look how cheeky they're being. I don't think he's going to post this comms video.
Well, it'd be a quick one.
Yeah.
One of his shorter YouTube
It could be for
videos.
TikTok, you know?
Get it on the reels. Okay, everybody, 2 rounds necessary. FaZe now flick over to the defensive side. This is how it started.
This was cool.
And this is how it ended. 2 straight back for Brokey. Piece together the round into B. Rain.
It's like they're playing refrag.
Just
like,
milks him.
Crazy.
Yeah.
It's 2 very different ends of, of the vibe spectrum, isn't it?
Well, right now it's a completely empty B bomb site.
Carrigan has the Ninja Diffuse package, but he is going to flash for long control. Make sure they don't take that. Decides the smoke is better utilized by a teammate. Brokey's got a lineup for this? Why is he going back? Whoa, 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 whoa. Good frags.
Gentlemen, you have to win this. This is a 2v4.
He's got a cave smoke lineup from Speedway. An unlosable round here for Saw.
Well, going back for the kit, I believe, Frozen. He's got it.
Unlosable round.
He's got to go now, but this time.
Unlosable round. Very nice.
SHR has been the main contributor in the 2 rounds that Saw have won so far. He had that double kill with the push down the B ramp, trading Roman, and now 3 on the pistol round in the second half. So something to work with. Likely to see the FaZe force. Looks pretty heavy as far as an MP9 investment is concerned. A couple of digs and some smokes to work with as well. I know that Saw should have a lot of advantages in this one, but I'd say this is a 50-50 round.
Donut, red, smoked, and okay, I actually not sure.
Is he cheating?
Dude, this hand thing is making me uncomfortable. It looks like he's in pain. I don't know.
No, he's in FaZe. Pain's up later.
Oh yeah, okay, thank you.
No, but seriously, I'm not sure. We might need to get our doctor.
I mean, the fact he's playing so well, it's incredible. The Deagle headshot he just hit.
I said it's a 50-50 round.
It's not looking like one.
No. Until.
Okay, a valuable resource.
Alicia's going to spot this though, isn't he?
Information, not currently.
But he'll head back to it once he blocks. Now we go, oh, they could be red. And then it would go, I have a Deagle.
No. No! He's unstoppable! He's just better! He is just better in every single way! Who is this man? Elige! 18-5, man's got the hot hand!
He's just absolutely destroying them.
I haven't seen one player kind of put a team in the dirt like this in a long time. I mean, since like Don Katowice kind of energy, you know?
Well, it doesn't take a lot to put a corpse in the grave, does it?
No, you're right, but someone still has to do it. And Elige is.
Farm Fest. Snap padding. Adding to the tally. One more round. 1,400 loss. Call it a GG.
This is going to be a POV, I think.
What do you talk about if you're the desk?
You probably talk about Brokey's birthday.
They already did that.
Okay, let's give him some topics then, shall we?
Well, I'm sure they've got a couple, but I'm trying to guess.
What about the global economic state of the world?
Okay. They could talk about some GDPs.
Yeah. Gross domestic product.
Man, I don't know. It's an acronym.
Yeah. What other acronyms have they got? SAW?
Severely ass-whooped.
You're quick today. That's the B-Doors smoke. Look how powerful and effective it is. Look at that.
Misthrown.
Yeah, he's fucked it, actually. Nice one, Obs.
Mate, you're going to be reprimanded for your P's and your Q's.
I have, yeah, you're right.
I've had a few today.
I have, haven't I? You're right. I'll be nice. Elige, how many more are you going to get? Do you get 20? 20.
He deserves 20.
He does. But can he earn it? Oh, tames the spray, finds the head. And here comes 20. Mutiris in the smoke. Not going to be dead. Instead, Roman falls to Rain's aggression. Story next victim. Doesn't have the bullets. Good find on the P2. 50, that is.
Nah.
19 and 5, the final score for Elige. That's a quick day in the office. Obviously, the game's not over. First map, 13-2. Can't wait to hear the breakdown from the boys at the desk. What are you saying, boys?
I don't know. I was like listening to the cast, like hoping you would give us, you know, something. But you're in the same position we are. We can all see the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's just a horrific, one-sided, brutal beating. We know all the problems Sora have had. It's going to be very hard to lift yourself. It was going to be a tall order coming in on their best day. They're coming in on their worst day.
The worst. Yeah. The worst.
Yeah, they're playing FaZe's map. So obviously one to forget there. But I mean, what I will say is any notion that FaZe is going to be starting cold and, you know, I'll get rid of that.
Not everybody has a good Valentine's Day, Richard. Some people get heartbroken, and Saw, unfortunately, maybe caused this themselves.
You don't need to tell me.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
I miss it. I miss it so much.
I'm here for you.
Saw stands for single and waiting right now.
Single and waiting. They're in the waiting room right now for their new 4th and 5th.
When did Dust get game? Like, what's happening here?
I don't know.
All right,
it also stands for like smashed and whooped or slapped around and walloped. I mean, you can really pick whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Chad. He said severely
ass whooping. Yeah.
That was a good one.
That was a really good one.
I like that.
I didn't top it, unfortunately.
Well, anyway, let's talk about the good things that we saw in this game.
Elige.
So, Elige, yes, absolutely crisp, assassin, ball buff, whatever you want to say about him. He was just destroying this team. I mean, this in particular, this like had it all.
I mean, I have to ask you, Richard. I mean, like, as somebody that has a lot of experience with this, like, do you think you gained a bald buff?
It's different when you're fat.
Okay.
Bald and fat is socially unacceptable. It's a taboo. Bald and ripped is actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So would you say you're a bald fraud and he's like a bald legend?
Yeah. Basically, he's like, he's nailing it. By the way, also as well, he did it. He kind of probably could have styled out the hair he had for a little bit longer, and he just said, "You know what? I'm not doing that."
No, I like that. I like that. I think some people hang on a little too long, and then we all see it.
And I'm not naming names, but there's like a lot of people getting them hair transplants right now, and that's like the ultimate fraud right there. You know,
that's not even where I was going with it at all.
No, I know what you were thinking, but no one even knows you wear a toupee.
Exactly. Yeah, I take this off actually at halftime usually.
So look, are we gonna try and analyze this?
No.
Where to start? Where to start, Richard?
Yeah,
guide the conversation.
Give us an actual question. Give us an actual question.
Was this a FaZe actually being very good, and then we being really, really harsh on Saw in the way that we do because we're edgelords when we do PG?
I mean, Elige just got to do whatever he wanted. It was like using a DM server, just running around smacking people. I mean, the shots he was hitting were absurd, first of all.
Yes.
Some of the one-taps he hit at middle were ridiculous. That spray transfer that he had, like, towards the end of the first half. I mean, just farming people, bro. Like, just showing you what he's made of.
I mean, you watch back these 19 kills that Elige got, and it legitimately looks like you're putting together a tournament highlight reel for half the people at this tournament. Yeah, this was a brilliant display of mechanics from Elige. Mid control was on point for them. The only time that Saw really were able to put anything together was in the rare circumstance they got an opening pick, and then they would sometimes just push out. But anytime FaZe had a chokehold over middle, which was like almost every single round, it was Elige that was just laying the smacketh down on their sorry asses.
Yeah, you know, this is the Elige that I want to see, because like I actually think, yeah, okay, well, we've said Sora having a tough time. Team doesn't have a future beyond this event, in all likelihood. But I think if Elige was playing like that, even against a better team, a more equipped team, that's when Elige is unplayable. That's the player that I saw that I thought was like a little bit lower down in the world rankings. Like, I mean, he is a much better player than those rankings. Maybe
people need to remember that Elige was on a complexity team that was obviously struggling. Yet he was one of the only entry fraggers in the world, maybe like 5 or 6, that were able to maintain like an over 50% win rate in their opening duels on the T side. Like for the entire year.
Yeah.
Like, the only people who were doing that were like Donk, Xantaris, Senzu, MOUZ, Nico, obviously, yes. But Elysia's attempts were so much higher than some of those players because Complexity relied on him so much to do that, to have any type of success. So, yes, while he's had a slow start to the year on FaZe, that's not going to hold. Like, we have a whole, resume to look at to know how good of an aggressive rifler he can be. And I just think that as he embeds more and more in this team, as they get more reps, he's just going to get smoother and better, and they're just going to be a ferocious.
The real story with FaZe isn't even what Elige does. I think it's a given that no matter where it ends up, the performance and the numbers are going to be good from Elige. The real story within FaZe is what is Frozen going to be doing in 2025. And I say that because obviously towards the end of the year, he kind of fell off a little bit. He had a pretty poor major campaign. Fans gave him a real tough time coming off that super disappointing final. And, I feel if Elige can free him up, if he can find some form again, then, what you've lost were ops you might gain back if Frozen can refine form. Is that a fair assessment?
Frozen is the best secondary star rifler you could probably have on a team right now. He's really up there with some of the greats in terms of just being a sidekick. If Elige is able to unlock himself and be, again, like a top 5 aggressive rifler in the world this year again, I think Frozen is then going to more naturally fit into a mid-late round position after Elige is able to clear that sort of space out. And unfortunately, last year, it felt a little bit awkward at times because Frozen and Rops both wanted to occupy that mid-late round star rifle spot, but Rain wasn't always paving the way. Kerrigan wasn't always paving the way. Now they have a bona fide entry fragger in Elige who can take space consistently versus top 5 teams in the world, and that just frees up Frozen to do exactly what he wants to do. He's so clutch in the mid-late round. He's so good at getting trade frags. He's very good at identifying what he needs to do next in a round. It's just that he doesn't want to be the initial space taker in that round. He wants to let the round just settle a little bit. Then he makes his move in terms of just finding out what the gap is and how to exploit it.
And Ancient's a perfect example of that, where he's pairing up with Elige at middle on both sides of the map, and so Elige can kind of take point, and Frozen can kind of play off of him. He's not relied upon to be the guy taking mid. He's the guy that can kind of support Elige in doing so while being that trade fragger like you're talking about. And so I think that's actually really helped suit him and will allow him to be a little bit more comfortable.
And staying with you, Dust, we now move on to Nuke. You said it's the one map that saw sort of have that decent win rate on. Yeah. It is kind of the one that also has different lineup, but historically beat FaZe on in Cologne. What are your thoughts on this, and what are the key matchups here?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be whether or not SHR could actually get something going for them as the aggressor yard player. He's going to be dealing with some really significant opposition, though, as Rain continues to be the yard defender for this FaZe team, while Leech is going to be the guy kind of playing A door and assisting in that outside coverage. So that's going to be the key matchup right there for me. The other big thing that's going to be key for me is Frozen. Frozen is actually the player who did take Rops' spots on Nuke. He's playing ramp CT side, and he's playing lobby on the T side. So this is the one map where he has had to kind of change what roles he is playing compared to the rest of the map pool, where usually Rain's been the one that's kind of had to change things up. And so I'll be curious to see kind of how he handles that throughout this game. This should be an easier first test.
I feel like Saw are just kind of holding on to the vestiges of what they were good at in July of last year. Like, that's a long time gone, and Barry outlined a great system with them. They were able to experience a huge uptick when a Danish coach was able to employ a Danish style of playing Nuke, and so it really showed Saw the light on this map. But at this point, the fall from grace is just too drastic, and that's why, you know, I pinned them to get 12 rounds in over 2 maps. Yeah, and I feel like they're pretty safely going to be under that one here. Yeah, well, partway there. And obviously, FaZe, no slouches on this map either. You know, we've seen some historic performances down the years with some of these players, and you know they're going to be feeling super relaxed, super confident heading into this one. It's not exactly a curveball, is it?
No, yeah, it's definitely one of the maps historically they felt pretty comfortable on. They've gotten some big wins in the past, definitely one of their better maps from last year. Again, the only real change they've had to bake is, you know, putting Frozen to Rops' positions, and everything else has kind of stayed the same other than that. And yeah, this is a map where Kerrigan can really thrive in kind of that mid-round calling. Once he has that outside yard control, once he kind of has his like kind of anchors in position, he can kind of really move the pieces around the map the way that he wants to. And again, this is a Saw team that is certainly under the weather right now, not having any of the star riflers that they used to have that propelled them to some of the heights they did have last year. That's long gone in the past now, and so this is more about FaZe just getting reps, in my opinion.
It's just like all the X factor of Saw has been stripped away.
Exactly.
They really have nobody that's just going to pop off in a moment where they need something. Like, Roman is pretty decent in clutches, a 1v2. I bet you that he's going to experience maybe like one winnable 1v2 at best, because everybody else is just going to get shredded on his team as they're taking map control.
Yeah, so we feeling FaZe for this one then?
13-6 FaZe, 13-6, yeah.
I'll take the under on that as well, yeah.
All right then, guys. Well, we're going to find out if you're right. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if FaZe can power to victory on Nuke. So make sure you join us.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
We're playing Guess the Price as we try to see if Story from Saw can remember the price of our weapons in CS2. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing good. And you?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. You ready for this challenge?
Not really, because I don't think that I'm going to guess much, but let's see. I'll try my best.
If you get stuck, just say a number close that you think.
Yeah.
Because you got 60 seconds to get as many right as you can.
Okay.
And when the timer runs out, it's game over.
Okay.
All right, let's get this started. 60 seconds will start now.
Oh,
M249.
1.7K.
5.2. CZ.
Okay, that's 500.
Yes. Negev.
1.7.
Yes.
Okay.
R8.
800.
Oh, 600.
6.
SG553.
3.1.
Oh, 3000.
Oh, no way.
Max 7.
1.3.
Yes.
Okay, nice.
Nova.
1K.
Oh, so close. 1050. P90.
Not sure. 2.1.
Oh, 2350.
Oh.
Scar.
5,000.
Yes. MP7.
Oh no, I don't know.
And the time is out. Ding, ding, ding.
Oh no.
That wasn't so bad. You sounded to me like you thought you were going to get maybe 1 or 2 correct.
Yeah, but the revolver, I don't know how I felt. I think it's not good. I feel ashamed for it.
But I don't think you're buying the revolver so much.
No.
No, exactly.
I don't even have it on the vault.
See, it's only JL that does that.
Yeah.
So not a weapon for you.
No.
Well, thank you very much for playing. I'm sure the games will be better than what we did on here.
I hope.
But you still did better than you thought, so that's a positive sign.
Yeah.
Jigsaw, circular saw, table saw, miter saw, reciprocating saw, bandsaw, coping saw, bow saw, chainsaw, and Portuguese saw, the most endangered of them all. Down one map up against FaZe Clan, a top 3 team here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. They got rumbled on map number 1. We turn to their turf of Nuke, and, well, I don't expect this one to go any differently. CT side start for FaZe. I'm joined by Alex Machine Richardson.
Do you think Rain's wearing a double XL arm sleeve? Because that looks like it's at capacity right now. Yeah, I didn't know he was an arm sleeve gamer.
Are you looking at his bulge?
He's bulging right now. Jesus, everyone thinks we're sus already, Chad. You didn't have to do that, man. Everyone's all like, why have we got horny casters? But we're not. We're just being normal.
Yeah.
Anyway, FaZe Clan, CT Star. I don't know. Maybe not. No.
I just listed a bunch of saws.
You did. Yeah, but it was cool. I enjoyed it. I didn't know half of them either. Let's see if Saw can get more than last time.
They might get another pistol.
Yeah, unless Carragano. Oh my, Brokey, more of that. More of that, please. And Rain, oh, he's got the bomb down, flying up the vents. That's an awkward death for SHR. Now wondering where they are. Carrigan reveals with a tap to the side of the head. Doesn't hit the shot, just onto the shoulder blade instead. They know Brokey was lobby. And the bomb's under the vent, or just at the vent, thanks to Rain's handiwork.
Yeah, tough to pick up with this setup, but Brokey's going to keep searching, keep clicking, and keep deleting. One more to find. Story, he's noted, running out of bullets. 4, 2,
you're out of there!
Lift off!
Oh, that was better, yeah.
Yours was more like a baseball reference.
That's what I was going for, yeah. Strikes. But I started with 4. Kind of like the side with 6K, you know? just overshooting a bit.
Sometimes we know how to count.
Yeah, well, yeah.
In case you are just joining us, the format for PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025, 16 teams, Swiss, best of 3 the whole way through. You win 3 and you're through to the playoffs, which is 8 teams. And that'll be a single elimination bracket. Best of 3 until the grand final, which is a best of 5. And there is a third place deciding matchup, which has big ramifications in 2025 because of the VRS, Valve Regional Standings, and the way that that has implications on major qualification and event invites. Excuse me.
You are excused. Rain likes the new FAMAS, which makes sense. He's a rifling and Counter-Strike GOAT, actually.
He shoots good.
He shoot good. Bang. I suspect that this Deagle and Search yard is not going to bear too much fruit.
I think Brokey takes first contact, then Rain pokes up his head and says, hello. Oh, never mind.
You baited
sorry,
the observer,
Chev.
mate.
Chev, I'm so sorry, Chev.
Oh, the double nades on the
Sorry, Chev.
I think SHR is going to get a kill.
But we'll get it in the replay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chev.
We'll get it in the we'll get it in the replay because the replay team are going to smash it. Watch it. Here it comes.
You are just sending everyone down the river right now.
I have so much confidence in what is going on 4 doors down from where we are right now.
Dude, I don't know, 12, 11. Oh?
You doubted them?
I didn't.
How dare you doubt them?
I doubted you. That was funny. Oh, it's good to have Chev behind us, even if we are sabotaging him.
Sorry, Chev. Bonus round!
Bonus round.
3 MP9s, and the FAMAS carried through because of the clean round that just ensued. Molly doesn't spill, Carrigan safe. Deep nade. Frozen, postures behind the smoke, has support. Brokey over towards Hell.
Oh, they run straight past him. Frozen gets 2 on the MP9.
What?
You really enjoyed that.
I was watching the crossfire from the third-person angle, and it was sick.
Yeah,
it was really cool.
Gets you out of bed.
I like that a lot. It was a nice little...
The one between Frozen And the player on ramp?
Which was Brokey.
Brokey.
So you would have caught, because you were watching PGM,
I was watching
so you would have
PGM.
seen Frozen, but I saw it from Brokey's perspective, and it looked like a thing of beauty.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect setup. Despite the flashbang, Frozen gets 2, Brokey cleans up.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it just made me chuckle. It was good. It was good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
That was nice.
It was nice. It was just really, really enthusiastic. Tech-9s are out. Door is gone.
Top pop.
Top pop. Out the hut. Carrigan's got that little pixel of safety and enables him to get an assist. Big assist from Carrigan.
Give the in-game leader kills, guys.
Here we go. And he gets it. Nice clean kill from Carrigan. 2-0 as it currently stands. There's another opportunity to get some frags from Frozen as he does manage to at least go down. Empty-handed. Nice assist from Frozen. Mutiris will get one with the P250, put a weapon into his hands now towards his held position. You can see the close proximity of Rain with that. FAMAS has had the audible reload of Mutiris and will try and catch the timing as they relocate towards the ramp. Already Alicia's acknowledged this potential towards the ramp position.
That was good, but the play did stall out.
Yeah, I was ready to keep going, but we'll be cool.
Now, this is only an eco or a partial buy, so if they get anything more, a plant would be great. Another kill would be fantastic. But Lige, he was a beast on map number 1. Might be able to shut this one down single-handedly.
He's such a funny guy.
Oh,
nice, Agil.
Well, who's laughing now?
FaZe, probably.
Bomb's getting planted. Rain down ramp. They cancelled the plan.
Here we go.
1v2.
Carrigan with it all to do. I can't do it. I'm doing
a red eye.
casting. Yeah, with a bit of
You
red
can't
eye.
do a red eye.
There was a bit of red eye in there.
Give it the beans.
Oh, God.
Finn Anderson, a 1-on-2 lower site.
Carrigan. To keep the sheet clean, they dared pick Nuke into Carrigan. CT start for FaZe. A 1 versus 2 up against the crossfire. Mutiris and Agil. I've spilt my drink all over the desk. And now Mutiris, he's not looking. And Carrigan, he's looking to come up clutch. Does he clear the dark position? Yes, he does, but Agil! Something like that.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
That was full beans.
I did squeeze the water all over my desk, though.
You got excited.
I did. So, when I was talking about Leash being funny,
what did you mean by that?
He's renamed, he's put a name tag on his default weapons. Stat Track X, Stat Track AK,
that's
Stat.
hilarious.
He's a funny guy.
That's the type of human.
People don't see it.
Like
People
Rops
don't
would
see it. Like,
enjoy.
yeah, exactly. You have to look for it. A little Easter egg for those that pay attention.
Well, that's the worst round FaZe have lost so far, and that's only the 3rd round they've lost so far. So, there's that.
Sorry, I forgot I was just sitting down.
Orbs for either side.
Make a sound effect there.
Story and Brokey with their desired weapons. Now, let's see, because if Saw can win this round, they can start to make a map of this.
All right.
The money will be broken for FaZe, and then they should be able to tie things up 3-3. So an important round. The last one was a little bit sketchy. Oh, great entry.
Mutiris is taking the first. The second looks good. Snaps towards Frozen. Doesn't convert. Roman, however, onto Elige. Rare to see Elige without a contribution in the round after Ancient setting our expectations high.
Bomb
and
down lower.
There is certainly legs to this for Saw.
If they clear out Roman, it's going to alleviate a lot of potential pressure. Roman at the ready. Connects the dots. Another kill. Great round from him. Might just have to be a save for FaZe. Door's going to swing open. Smoke's going to come in. Brokey still looking for Roman. Found ya. Roman grabs another. Really nice round. His first 3 kills. Could turn it into 4. Frozen eventually snuffs him out. And yeah, we'll just hold on to this AWP. So, really, really good stuff from Saw. I think the problem is when you step back and you're looking at it from a viewer perspective, Saw, it was foretold that they were going to have very little chance, and then they got blown out. But if they can actually make it an interesting game, then we can have a conversation. So 2 on the trot, great. A likely 3rd, possible. How influential can Brokey be with this AWP, and what is the buy that Carrigan calls around this? Likely to be the save, I'd assume. Again, so great little drive-by entry there from Mutiris, ready for Rain, the outside player. Then Roman just battening down the hatches and pivoting between a couple of nice kills. So Frozen ended up saving the AWP. He's dropped that to Brokey. got himself a pistol upgrade to work with and the armor in util. So FaZe, they will buy into the next, but let's see how much they can get out of this retained weapon. Brokey will play forward.
Yeah, he likes an aggressive push towards the squeaky door, jumps across, breaks his legs, and then peeks back in. Story is holding for this. Yeah, he definitely has been heard. And Molly makes that clear.
If he comes back up, that's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, his barrel will be sticking out. Okay, Brokey, he really wants to fight, understandably, given the saved AWP.
Yeah, they mollied down the vent, so now he has to completely reroute. They know where he can be, and in the meantime, they're going to take some space. Looking good for Soul's third.
Here we go. Should be very little to be said about this one. Roman making sure he's diligent on his clears.
And they're in, so you'd retain the AWP again now.
How much
if
do
you can
know about the Romans?
The people?
Yeah, like the history of the Romans, the Roman Empire. Like, what can you regurgitate just from stuff you've absorbed over your 67 years on this planet?
Marcus Aurelius was a guy, right?
There we go.
Caesar.
He's a guy.
Russell Crowe featured.
Yeah, he was there.
Gladiator 2.
Gladiatorial combat. That's
Gladiator 2 is the worst movie sequel maybe ever made.
Okay.
Spartacus.
Okay. You're just doing movies now, are you? Or
No,
what about like facts or something?
They lost the AWP.
Yeah.
What? Oh, the knife!
No!
Sad. What should I know? I feel like this is going somewhere.
Oh, I wasn't trying to go anywhere. I was thinking, you know, like roads. They did roads.
Okay.
That was the whole thing. They brought roads. They brought a new revolutionized military technique in the phalanx, where you use shields and spears. Nothing like that?
That's great.
I wasn't going anywhere in particular. I was just wondering what you'd kind of picked up on Romans. I've been falling asleep to Roman books. I can't tell you anything.
Okay, so you're soaking in the
No, I'm not
Roman
though.
energy.
I don't know anything. There's just lots of names of people. The Gauls, they were doing things. The Germanic region, things and stuff. Nice start from Rain onto Roman.
Fallen like the Empire.
Fallen like the Empire.
Well, 4.
Yeah, this game is really reminding me of the Battle of Arausio in 105 BC, if you ask me.
But SHR can't even get one. 2-man advantage to work with. The bomb still crawling yard. And quite a dynamic CT setup. So they've rotated 2 towards B. Carrigan's about to get, I was going to say, a face full of info. And, well, that's more than enough. The bodies keep dropping. Trade there. Just one man. Story to be peeled apart.
Oh, I was wrong. The phalanx was the Greeks. What did the Romans do with their shields and the spears then, guys? Educate me.
See, it's like we have translators, but we also got fact checkers.
Yeah, no, this is good. I mean, like I said, I don't know anything cool. I was just hoping to learn. Roads are right, though. Come on, I got the roads right.
Oh, poor Story.
He's had a couple of misses, hasn't he?
Well, that was a tough one because it was a jiggle and the glass was there. Carrigan's had a big round. And hopefully a quiet night because they will have plenty of more matches to play. Remember, win 3 and you're through. You want to avoid ending up on the final day of play, which is the 2-2 bucket. Essentially, you want to get yourself in the 2-0 and then hopefully just be able to sail through. And with FaZe being one of the top 3 teams here by the VRS ranking alongside... Actually, where in the VRS are Eternal Fire? I might be off there. It could be HLTV's rankings.
Ah, Tortuga test.
Yeah, so MongolZ are 3 in the VRS. FaZe are 6. Eternal Fire are 7. So I think they're higher rated in HLTV's rankings.
So, but Mongols are in attendance here as well, so
yes,
they'll be able to fight for that spot. So it was called some sort of turtle tactic. I don't think they called it the turtle tactic, but yeah, that's what I was visualizing.
Are you having a discussion with one person?
No, I'm learning.
Okay.
I can't believe I embarrassed myself like that. The phalanx was the Greeks. You know, the Trojan horse wasn't real. That wasn't a real thing that happened.
Next, you tell me fairies aren't real, man.
No, obviously they're real, but the Trojan horse is just a myth.
All right, well, money to go down the gurgler if Saul lose this one. Had a moment of financial superiority, but T-side nuke, if they could get 4 or 5 rounds, it's something to work with. It's just they're really up against it. Main drop will have been heard by Rain. Communicated to Brokey, looking for the fight. Now needs to keep the head tucked as they get across secret. Nate a bit shy of the mark on SHR.
Oh, ooh, hard shot, hard shot.
Good understanding of the situation.
2 are still trapped, but the bomb does make it down. Who's acknowledged?
Alish.
Alish.
And he's just smoked them off for now. The round stalls out, and the T utility is quite limited.
Oh, good catch from Story. Brokey feels a bit robbed there, a bit hard done by. It was just through the corner of the red container. Leaves Story with 20 points of health, a reboost to establish some control towards heaven.
I'm curious as to what the decision is going to be from FaZe. I think you might just leave Elige on his own and then gamble more heavy towards top. So keeping their options open are Saw. Sending the heavens is SHR. There's 3 players in A, or at least on their way to A for FaZe, with the ramp pusher Frozen activated. 28 seconds. This one's going to get tight.
Yeah.
Are they finishing B? Are they going to go up the vent? What's going on?
I don't think they know. And if they don't know what's going on, it's hard for FaZe to know what's going on.
So it is B.
Oh! Eesh, dad to Mutiris. Huge kill.
Oh!
See Daisy.
Oh, now you have to save.
I suspect so.
Well, running this one down to the wire. Handled by Saw. So all tied up, 4-4. And it looked like a good start for FaZe. But Brokey only getting the leg shot on Story was converted upon. Rain looking to hold on to the weapon of choice for his sniper into the next. Frozen to retain an A4. And just taking a look at the financial situation, always important to do. 1,900 going into the next. Carrigan will be able to buy. Elige will be able to buy. And Frozen should be able to drop. So it should be pretty good for another FaZe gun round. But all tied up again.
It's pretty baller, isn't it, to be picking a nuke into FaZe and actually making them work for it?
Yeah, and I think it just shows that, obviously, for Saw, they don't have many options that they can go for. But as mentioned, if they get 4 or 5 rounds on the T side, then we can have a game. And they've already managed 4. Just because of how strong FaZe looked on map number 1. Oof. Interesting adjustment there, isn't it? And big one from Mutiris that essentially sealed the deal. But because you think CT side nuke, that's where FaZe could just do more domination like we had just seen.
Mm-hmm.
So right now they are being forced to work for it. Yard smokes are a fake. Brokey's aggressive. Here they come.
And Carrigan, good tracking, catches Roman on the advance, trying to get cheeky with the smokes. Nice catch from SHR, and Brokey's on top hut with the orb. Not known to be a great weapon on top hut.
Does he drop in if he's feeling crazy?
I've seen him do this before. He does like it. I've seen it go horribly wrong before as well, but that was when he wasn't playing Saw.
Well, they've heard the dismount now, and the round stalls out. Saw didn't get the space they were looking for, but Elige does fall, so there is an opportunity. Trying to sneak down the vent, you're going to be spotted.
This doesn't go well. He's actually, they pulled it off.
Just.
Hello. Bomb. Mutiris can pick it up. They may not be hearing this. Story's going to be able to relay information as Mutiris just accelerates. Frozen can't stop the plant, but can Mutiris get out of here? Oh, he's going to have to.
Maybe not with his live.
Yep. Comfortable for Frozen. Story, a dead man walking.
Good shooting from Carrigan. He's hit some nice shots. 8 and 4 at the moment. Elige had a banger of map number 1. He's sitting 3 and 7. This one 4 staying alive. Bomb goes down. Money light on for 3 of the 5 Saw members. You got 4.3 on Story, 5k on Mutiris. You've got Galil's available for Agil and Roman, but the key is going to be the util. So they need to have at least 3 smokes to construct a smoke wall to force out these rotations. Story's got 1. Agil's got 1. Yeah, so there's more than enough because SHR's gone into something lighter with a Tech 9. Roman prioritizing the HE. He can blow open Squeaky. So enough to work with. But FaZe can start to run away with the half with this round victory.
Nice angle from Mutiris, catches Rain's aggression.
He's had a couple onto Rain so far.
Yeah, good understanding of Rain's flow chart. Brokey, he's flown. Oh, missed the jumper.
Get out of there.
Yeah, Mutiris has got his name and number, but doesn't manage to catch him over the smokes. Is a spam from Elige. Good find. Removes SHR. Bomb still moving down. Actually, Mutiris has gotten across. This is an important kill. Roman's shadow betrays him. Frozen remaining active on that Ang and ready for him. Brokey collects Mutiris. Agil. Last man standing.
Yeah, and it's 1,900 lost into the next. So this is the 6th. It should be the 7th. And then for the final round of the half, it's also going to be pretty miserable. So not ideal, but a nice shot. How many more can he get? A 1v4 to remember. Shot from Elige, shut down, 2-round gap. And as you'll see reflected now, the money is in the bin. 2.4, 2.3, so kind of a bit of a boon with some of the kills that those players picked up, but we'll have to take the eco. Now, this party did get started for them with the light by victory. That's how they were able to take financial control. A fake top or a denied top into a ramp play, into a couple of wobbly shots there from FaZe. Gonna try a ramp pop into the AWP. So there's a flash, it's no good. Oh, how's that?
Second one's good.
He's on his own, Alex.
He is in so much trouble. How many can Brokey get out of this? Oh my God, he's gotten 3. Does he get away with it? Yes, he does. How has he not panicked? How does he not mess that up? Instead, he leaves with 3 frags and 9 grand in the bank.
Support network. Now, look, there is a debate going on wildly in Twitch chat right now when Karrigan ran through a Gill's molly on the lower side.
Oh, yeah.
And people are calling it a 1G. It's not an official 1G, guys. A 1G like Summit did, you have to run through your own molly / incendiary and die.
Yeah.
If you run through an opponent's Molotov, it's just you died to a Molotov or incendiary.
And
it's just a normal.
The new 1G in World of Warcraft Hardcore is when you're in Berserker stance and you rip aggro and you lose your level 60 warrior.
Because you're playing hardcore.
Because you're playing hardcore, you have to re-level. That's like 120 hours or something.
That sucks.
Hard work, just down the drain.
Well, Golden, maybe some of you will recognize him. He's standing behind Saw. He's the coach. He's a Swede. Fnatic once upon a time. Can they walk away with 5 at the half? Let's see. Brokey's birthday bounty. 3 eco kills. He'll be happy with that. I don't think the waterfall smoke landed correctly, did it? Oh, it did.
Yeah.
It definitely did. What am I saying? It looked a bit puffy on the top. Oh, out the door.
Looking for more. Karrigan gets 2. Oh! Lovely lineup. Frozen, he's going to peek off with that flashbang. Rain. Lost a gun. Finds the AK. Should be a big round for Story in SHR. Keep a 7-5. 5T rounds on Nuke against FaZe is no laughing matter. That's an achievement.
Well, both looking, well, I was going to say to play lobby side, but SHR going to use that smoke. Skill for Story.
Oh, nice. Good awareness that the event was going to be utilized there by Brokey. Through the smoke, Story. Another headshot. And it's 3 to finish. Lovely quad from Story. And a workable scoreline here from Saw.
I understand that came down to the post plant, but Golden took a timeout for that, and they had the number disadvantage. So very well done there to get that round across the line. FaZe still with a 2-round lead short. I wouldn't be surprised if after map 1 you take your foot off the gas a little bit, because it feels like you're dealing with a dead, dejected roster, all the things which are true, but you still need to get the job done.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I suspect that Elige is going to have to, you know, he's going to just kind of shake it off and go, all right, I'll play like Ancient again. Because, I mean, the reason they probably take their foot off the gas is because Elige was 1v5.
Yeah, so on this map, Rain is the outside rifler who did get an AWP kill. So we will have to keep the counter up for that. It is quite important when Rain gets AWP kills. It's almost like a public holiday. Everyone enjoys them.
Yeah, he's got like, I think, 11 career AWP kills, is it?
I'm not sure what his AWP kills are up to now. We can go and take a look, actually. That's something we can investigate. But for Elige on the CT side, he doesn't play...
23.
He does play a 23?
I'm calling it.
Okay, you're guessing. I thought you actually knew. He doesn't, like, not playing yard. Obviously, he still gets to rotate from his position, being the main door, secondary top player alongside a Karrigan. But you're more responding to things. So he's not in that yard position. So he can't... Essentially what I'm saying is he can't have as much control over the game.
Yeah.
It's still a really good position. It's the second best position other than... Well, outside rifler best than his. I'm not going to count Brokey's AWPing role. Doesn't come into the convo.
Mm-hmm. We got pistolas, and we have a game plan. Kerrigan P250 Yard, a classic. He does it without the Kev, drops the nades. But basically, this is the jewel he was looking for, and now he's been spotted. They'll have to acknowledge that he is a threat on the lower. Ooh, SHR's got to get out of there. Keeps his head down. Uteris out of the round. Tried to aggress into lobby. Frozen quickly dispatches of him. A pivot up the vents just in time from Roman. Nice headshot as well. He's doing work. Frozen should have him dead to right, but could cover from Agil. Elige, oh, a free frag to the back of their head. They weren't ready for that. Up the heaven on the T side, a powerful position. It's all falling apart.
So, do you want just LAN, or are we going to count online AWP kills?
I'd like LAN AWP.
LAN AWP kills all time for Rain. Mr. Harvard, 58 on LAN.
Okay.
Do you want to know in in 2024? He had one AWP kill in 2024 on LAN.
Wow, so he's already set the record for 2025.
Yeah, or he's equaled it.
He's equaled it at least.
So that's great.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 0 AWP kills this year. So now he has his first. 2023 on LAN, he had 1 AWP kill.
Where did these 50 come
Where
from?
did he get? 1 AWP kill per year. He hasn't been playing that long.
He had 1 kill.
2 AWP kills in 2022.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's going to match his 2022 output this year.
1 in 2021.
He averages 1 AWP kill a year, essentially.
1 in 2020. Oh, 2019 was a bumper year for Rain's AWP kills on LAN. 6.
6 AWP kills.
Now I'm filtering LAN during the pandemic.
Yeah, I just realized 2020.
But that's fine. Don't worry. It's still got 1 somehow. 2018. 14 in 2018.
Okay, 2018 was his year, man. 2018 was his AWPing year.
RV5. 50 seconds on the clock. Upgrade. Force by. Saw. Not going to get any company as the reroute silently up secret. Smoke towards single. Flash into main. Roman tucks in. Fight coming his way.
Where are they going? Roman second guessing. And rounding the corner. 3 of them on his screen. Agil has to push forward into this hut position. Frozen ready and waiting should he dare. Flame on one side, Frozen on the other. Comfortable.
I just want to hold on to these upgrades now. If you get a chance, Story grabs what should be a Mac 10. Smoke in front of the vent. That could facilitate Muterus to come up. They're going to try and kick up a fuss.
If by kick up a fuss, you mean saving their Kevlar. And that's what they're doing.
And that's exactly what I meant.
Oh, they're kicking up a fuss next round for sure, Chad. They've got themselves an MP9, a 5.7.
This is me in a restaurant when they bring the wrong food.
Oh.
I'm kicking up a fuss by not saying anything.
Yeah. What are you supposed to say? Who's the naughty guy who's got that title on his bomb?
Isn't it Brokey?
It can't be Brokey.
It's Brokey or Rain. Oh, maybe it's Rain.
Frozen.
Is it? Well, they put the camera on Rain.
Yeah, well.
Because we were just talking.
I
didn't notice who planted. I wasn't really looking at.
No, but it's whoever spawned with the bomb.
I could look at who planted the bomb. Oh yeah, you're right. It is whoever planted the bomb. I mean, whoever spawned.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, sorry, man.
No, it's okay. Yeah. 9 to 5. 9 a larger number than 5, and likely to be 10, which is a larger number than 9.
And most people's work days.
Working
9 to 5. Just trying to make a living.
Kicked 2 teammates, and we're still competing.
I'm gonna give it our best.
FaZe Clan are giving us a beating. Okay, I just remember beating and beating. Yeah.
So Muterus is in this position for the entirety of the round because the Overwatch would have him quite pinned. So we'll see how this one unfolds.
The Overwatch.
Kind of like bird watching.
Okay.
Are they going top or are they going ramp? Well, that's still the conversation. If they pressure ramp, SHR has that defensive smoke. Carrigan pivoting onto the roof. He's going to line up a Molotov. It'll be the top hut one. Story going outside, so high alert towards A now that the util lands.
Nice from Agil. Double dig 3 from the Desert Eagle. Now he's kicking up a fuss. Brokey and Carrigan, though, they have managed to rectify. 2v4 goes 2v2, and hang on, that's so dangerous. The Mac-10 can farm. Another one available. Brokey! Destroying him now. It's his turn in the spotlight.
Yeah, Jill does so much there. You think it's going to be enough. And that was with the double dip. Now they're into the rifle, sure. They did win forced by upgrade Tech 9 thing in the first half. This would have been a great one to snatch too. We'll catch it from his POV. First and second at Beautiful. Gets burnt out of position. And it, well, sets him up for the third. Rain taking the fight with Story. But they can't hold on.
Frozen. Iced out of the round by Roman.
Oh, ahead of the smokes, Rain.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misplay and it's been punished. Good shooting from the AWPer. Hard to control the spray. Exposed and Liege neutralized. Carrigan a free frag for Roman as well, just waltzing through the smoke. They will be punished by Sort. All their missteps.
How much can Brokey get done? He's been able to squeeze into main. Oh, now detected. It is clean. A great round from Saw. All 5 staying alive. Going to be able to try and scavenge back some of those AK-47s. 10 to 6, just a 4-round game. And because of the casualties that were sustained in the previous, it has done a bit of damage to FaZe's finances. You can see a hero AK in the mix and a scout for Carrigan. A couple of Deagles being equipped as well. So just a light investment. A good opportunity for Saw to get to 7.
Okay.
Very good opportunity.
Yeah, let's see if they can avoid the potential trap. Scout from Carrigan missed its opportunity. Rain's Deagle is on the prowl. They've just used their CTHE. Audible on the glass break.
There's no smokes for the T's, so they're going to have to do this with bullets.
And Muteris doesn't quite finish it off. Rain will slip away, and he's been punished by that scout of Carrigan. Roman thinks twice about re-aggressing. Multiple body swing, and Elise draws the crosshair. Running out of bullets, running out of points of health. Carrigan a second with the scout, but a Gill trying to hold on. The Carrigan scout gets another. Oh, dear. The trap laid and it snaps shut. Story in trouble. Another shot hit by the scout of Carrigan. And there's Frozen from the depths for an 11th. Oops.
Oh, shit.
He did it again.
Oh my God. Hold up a second.
What's up?
He's Mr. Anderson.
And
Neo's the coach.
Oh, man. Oh, we've never seen that.
I know it's the same person.
Mr. Anderson.
There's something there.
There is. Well, I was just thinking, like, you can see Saw do something and see Saw, a playground instrument. Don't think they're called playground instruments, to be honest with you. They've got another name. What is a swing and a slide? What would you refer to the collective of all those things? What are they called? Playground instruments, isn't it? What is the collective?
It's so obvious. That's why we're stumped.
Swings, the roundabout thing.
The people in chat will tell us. We'll let them... Oh.
Okay, sure.
Just a freebie through the smoke. That's quite nice. Quite nice indeed. AU till pressure, but no follow through. Passive smoke. Rain does almost lethal damage. SHR brought down. Story chases Carrigan. They're coming through.
And SHR could perhaps have more than one in the smoke, a no scope. Oof. Roman's here in time. Hang on. He does hit the walk.
The doors are open.
Doors. Frozen is coming for you. Head-to-head duel for Roman. And he nails it. Good work from him. Paid quite the heavy price with 28 points of health. Brokey has bomb on his back, will be looking to plant. Fakes it out. Agil will go looking. He's investigating towards the double doors. Brokey gets the bomb down safe. Oh, hard shot to hit. Yeah, Rain unable to do it. Can Brokey clutch up? Missed his first opportunity. Won't get more of those. He knows he's trapped. Fjorpa's holding, trying to bait shots, trying to isolate Jules. Agil's got him locked. There is no way they can lose this round. An unwinnable round for Brokey. And Saw make it 7. Playground equipment?
Yeah, equipment.
Okay.
I think that's the one. Okay, well, they do get to 7 after all, and it was against the harder of the buys. Now, because of the investment that got them to this point, and 2 players staying alive, I wonder, I don't think they need to facilitate the Brokey AWP. Brokey can buy himself an AK, Carrigan can drop one. Could be 2 Galils. Or are they going for this crazy little piece together nonsense again? Okay, they are. So, knowing with the 1900 loss into the next, as long as everybody keeps around the 2K mark, it can still be a full buy coming up. Well, they just won a round like this, so this time Brokey went, hold up a second, I'm the sniper.
Yeah.
That's my job.
Showing him up.
I'm glad that Saw is showing some fight.
Yeah.
It's easy to be dejected considering the circumstances. No. Oh my giddy yarn. That felt like a slow reaction time.
Yes, it did.
X-ray misleading, apparently.
Well, I didn't...
The AK's loose. Carrigan, you should have stuck with the scout, man.
Nice. And another. And another. Story just adding them up. Good shooting.
They could have really justified a gun round. I am surprised to see FaZe take this type of a save.
It's because they're nervous, do you think?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure. They could have justified a relatively decent buy, but anyway, this one's better. Squeaky door lurk smoke. Standard protocol yard utility. Gonna drop out the aggressive. Oh, okay. That was the door fight, I believe, or did he go through hard?
Just accelerated. Look at that. That was an AK, just down and out.
Well, the ramp pushers had to follow through because of this. SHR very active. Might catch a timing because he's so early.
Free frag, just waltzes into lobby, claims that one.
I like the fact he backs off immediately because at the same time, Story gets a kill, so now they have the number advantage.
And FaZe Clan kind of segregated. You got Elige out on yard solo. Carrigan working into, towards ramp. SHR, he's had a quiet game. His 4th frag was important. And he could find a 5th here as well. Audible drop down, has Story coming over to lend a hand. Only 2 frags are remaining, and it's just the one left for SHR. It's not the multi he desired.
The birthday boy 1v4.
Not happening. Not happening.
The AK was coming out a split second longer. Could have seen a bullet between the eyes.
You seen I asked my barber for the Mutiris?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I'm rocking the Mutiris. He knew exactly what I was talking about as well.
It's one of the most popular haircuts in multi.
Yeah, Rain did the Mutiris. Well, I think Rain did the Mutiris before Mutiris, but...
This is actually troubling waters for FaZe. Remember the first series when I spoke about the finances down the stretch for MOUZ against Big?
It kind of sounds like, you know, in Roller Coaster Tycoon, when the people are in your park. It's kind of, that's kind of what it sounds like.
Ambient noise.
Yeah, like just people enjoying
it's
their
like I'm sitting on a train somewhere.
Just a couple less, you know, roller coaster screams.
FaZe might be screaming in a second.
They won't be, bro.
Well, no, listen, because now they have to take another partial. Loss bonus going into the next is going to find themselves at 2,900.
Oh, so they need a signature FaZe Clan.
It's going to get close. I think that Saw should get to double digits.
Okay. Need door, go ramp. Taylor's old as time. SHR going to be tested here. He's had a quiet day in the Nuke office.
Story can get there in time.
Okay, that's going to be important. Because here they come.
Oh, he's not going to get there.
Ready, one and done. Gets out. Ooh, needs to reload. There's Story. Oh, clean. Swaps the 5-7, gets the headshot. Well handled. There's the double digits.
Yeah, okay, so now you kind of got to pull up your socks a bit, FaZe. If you've been cruising until this point, that can no longer persist. So what is the call going to be? Second tactical timeout in just a short spree of rounds. So Carrigan doesn't look like the happiest of chappies. Probably thinking this game should have already been over. It's just a one-round differential. The buys are still lacking for FaZe. I'm looking at the... Wait, is Elige playing with no head armor?
It looks that way.
Elige has a gun round with Kev only.
I suppose he's calculated that the chances of him running into an M4...
Still a couple of M4s, isn't there? 2 of them. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them.
This is a very big round.
Yeah, it is. Like, this is what I was saying. The finances, the type of buys that we're looking at, the level of over-investments. They're working with limited flashes, limited Molotovs.
He's running towards Yard, which is just Mutiris with an AK-47 towards main. Should be okay. Any aggressions from the CT side? Story on that vent, going to be looking for that spot over. The second wall is deployed. And they all waltz down, so a lot of pressure going to be mounting here. He's already blocked, has Mutiris. A little early on the nade. Roman, he's come back down to support his teammate. Unfortunately, no more block util, so you need to hit headshots, and that's a good place to start from Mutiris. Gets Rain out of the round. Man advantage, they're running him down. Mutiris, oh, nearly gets another, but they overlook the second. Elige needs the trade. Bomb on his back, he hits it. 3v3, and Carrigan already with control. Story gonna try and clear out Frozen, and he nails it. Good awareness of the potential from the late arrival. Carrigan, though, could catch this AWPer off guard. Does he take it, or do they walk into him? SHR, dead man. It's not the AWPer. There's another one there for Carrigan. Story, missed chance, missed opportunity, has got that 5-7 available to him as he starts swinging through. Carrigan completely overlooked by Story. Molly to force the fight. Elige will take that fight. Carrigan says goodnight. It's 12. FaZe Clan survive, and it's 3 from their captain.
Okay, a bit of pressure there. Alleviated, but a hard-fought round. I think Mutiris did pretty well, and baiting in Roman on the single door, it was looking good. But Carrigan, once Story takes that initial shot, he is backpedaling down ramp. So Story assumes he's going to play safe, but Carrigan reinitiates, locks it down, a very difficult clear. And 12, just one more round now. Felt like it should have been a formality after map number 1. Saw have managed the 6 rounds per map.
Hit the average. And Brokey, dispatches of Story, perfectly timed on the uncrouch. Frozen's done well to not go down to the smoke spam, albeit heavy liquor damage. Mutiris has taken risks.
This is going to be crazy. Yeah, he's going to walk into this.
Perfect from Mutiris. What a great read of the situation. Got a bit scary.
Straight bullet, you never know what could happen.
And Carrigan dead to Roman's aggression's lobby. Ooh, this is shaping up nicely. Look at the damage already inflicted onto Frozen. So it's a 2.5 men.
I feel right now you either have to save or you have to try and get the bomb down. And the fight might come their way. So FaZe might not even get those options. 2,400 loss bonus next round.
What do you do with this? Frozen's not ready for SHR to re-aggress in a man advantage. Still goes down now. An easy one. Tracks him just about. Do you still look?
49 seconds, a 2v4 turn 2v3. If another kill comes Brokey's way, he can go fishing.
He could get this. He doesn't hold the line on that cross back from Mutiris. He's allowed to get back into the safe haven of heaven. And goes looking for a jiggle. Brokey.
Someone has to rotate towards B. Mutiris is heading over towards ramp to do that. He has got a smoke. He can block. And in the vent, Roman, this would be crazy. You have to let Muterus take contact. 18 seconds.
Door open. Confirmation of their suspicions. Muterus low HP, but he has utility as well. That incendiary could prove useful. Rain looking for frags. Not ready for Muterus.
No time.
It's looking great for an 11th. Saw extend play, and as Chad has highlighted, it feels like overtime is more expected now. They're looking to take us to the bonus rounds.
So I think FaZe had one more timeout left. I wouldn't mind taking it if I was Neo just to have the final conversation, because you know the buy is going to be pretty thrown together. At the moment, it's not even looking like a single rifle. There's an SMG in the hands of Rain, everybody else with the Tech 9s. Curious what else we'll see invested upon. It's a Galil. So there is one rifle. This is the type of round where if you've got a pocket strat to close the door, it's time to whip it out. A lot of harass utility towards A to start. Smoke wall, landing yard, the diagonal variation. They are just going to try and pop into top. Roman. And a Jill to be tested on A.
They've got this far. It would be such a shame to concede. Oh, what a Molotov that is, but still he weathers the storm for one. Roman is noted on the vent. Rain looking for him. Hard fight with a MAC-10. Gets it. Oh, needed that. Story 5-7. Has to survive. No, it's all onto Story. It has to be Story. Oh! And Frozen denies. FaZe Clan take it in 2. Made him work for it.
No, it didn't. Yeah, it did. It was burning. Look at it, bro.
Yeah, made him work for it, indeed. We saw the excellent from FaZe in the first map, and then we saw the labored on the second, on Nuke. It was obviously Saw's pick, but at one point it just looked like FaZe were in cruise control. You're seeing ridiculous rounds. Carrigan's running outside, getting 3Ks with the scout.
Yeah.
Insane things are happening, and yet it comes down to the wire like that. Really thought we were going to have overtime. So, I don't know. I mean, look, based on what we said on the first map, we talked a lot about FaZe and how easy it was, saw dead team factor, etc., etc., etc. That's kind of worrying that, you know, FaZe maybe didn't do it a bit cleaner.
I mean, it's crazy to think about if Carrigan doesn't get an insane 3.5 kills with a scout. So I'll probably win this game.
Yeah.
Like that's what FaZe needed. And FaZe, you know, they're good for a little bit of BS here and there, as Chad and Alex have told us before in the major grand finals. But, you know, like, for them to actually get pushed this distance is really shocking. And honestly, the bounce back from Saw here was actually pretty impressive. They were very active on the CT side. They read a lot of the plays that FaZe were actually throwing out on their offense. So a little bit of praise goes their way. But all in all, FaZe do get it done.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it really comes down to is the fact that Saw were able to get that 5th key round in the first half. I think if it goes 8-4 and they lose pistol second half, I think it could be a different game. But Saw were able to fight back very well. You know, even when FaZe were moving closer and closer to map and series point, a couple of key rounds like this kind of keeps Saw in it. I think you're right. You know, it's really the proactiveness on their CT side that were able to kind of really put them in charge and really put FaZe against the ropes there for a while.
And obviously, it's got to be noted, Nuke is a tactical map. It's one of those where if you are a new team and people are maybe learning new roles and making those adaptations, you know, I mean, FaZe, obviously, they are going to have a big change upon a number of maps based on the Rops factor and how he liked to play and the Elish factor and how he liked to play. And Elish did have a quiet map, didn't really get into this game, you know, and I imagine that's because of the changes they're having to make.
He looked a little bit uncomfortable, I would say. I mean, towards some of those outside yard plays, he's the guy that's having to walk through a smoke, sometimes trying to be the point man. And if those aren't set up, well, we saw both Rain and Elish at times struggle with they actually dry swung before their smokes even landed at times. It looked like it could be two things. You know, it could be one is that they're trying to play off of timings and surprise the other team by dry peeking before the smokes bloom. But at the same time, like, Story hit some shots. Like, you can't just challenge him on every single corner and disrespect him entirely. So I'm glad that FaZe, sure, they still won, but they got humbled at least a little bit in this game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's also a good note for someone like Agile to be able to pull off a pretty good game here. I mean, again, we've seen hints of him being able to kind of fill the shoes that Aradose left behind, being, you know, kind of one of those extremity players and anchor position players on the CT side. He had a pretty good game here on Nuke as well, individually, to kind of, you know, again, kind of show like why he's one of the ones that's being retained as they're about to go through this whole like roster transition after this tournament's over. He maybe could be like a young upcoming talent from Portugal as we see more reps from him. So I just want to give him a little shout out as well.
Yeah, I mean, and great day for the birthday boy as well. Obviously,
Indeed.
Brokey getting a lot of love from the fans there. Really powered them through down the hard yards. And, you know, like I say, job done. It wasn't the cleanest. The first map was kind of a nonsense, really.
Yeah.
Second map, definitely, that's going to be a demo they're going to want to look at moving forward for sure.
Yeah, shouts out to Brokey. I think he has one of the most passionate fan bases out there for Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Everybody, anytime he gets a highlight, it's culturally impactful.
Yeah, putting the bro in Brokey, pulling his team across the finish line. Guys, we're not really going to analyze anything now. We're just going to chill. That's it. It was a nice short day for us. So
that's true.
As always, it's been great sharing this setup with you, and I'll look forward to
Pleasure shared.
Later.
Pleasure shared, Dust. Pleasure.
You know, as always.
Yeah, and for you guys, good news. There's 2 more series coming up, and you get a break from me. We're bringing in the infinitely superior Stunner, and we're bringing in Blair and Pimp as well to keep him company. So make sure you join us after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Complexity are coming into Cluj-Napoca looking to try and course correct, I would say, when it comes to results that you've been seeing so far throughout this year. But we can understand why it hasn't been easy. You had new players coming into the team, you make some big changes, you lose Elige as well. Obviously, when we're looking at that, what kind of expectations have you put on yourselves and how long it will take to find the way you want to play and find your form again?
I wouldn't say there's any expectations really. I mean, just we want to play as best as we can, but I think with the way the new system works, I mean, we have to get wins, we have to play well in the first like 3 months. So what we need to do is we need to stay like around the rank that we are and try and overtake the other NA teams to try and get a berth into the major. The focus right now really is just learning and getting better and getting the rookies comfortable. Yeah. And then the wins will just follow through with that as long as we're successful. Then things will kind of just work out, but we'll have to see what happens because bringing 2 new rookies into the team, losing Elige is a big change for everyone. It's the first time that these 2 guys have been to like Europe and been boot camping, not to Europe in general. I think CXCI went to some like challenger events. Okay. But in terms of tier 1 events, it's the first time for both of them, and just it takes some getting used to, so I'm hoping that they're getting comfortable now. We've been boot camping for like 6 weeks, so hopefully the results coming out of this event.
And that's crazy, right? You were ready for the start of this year. You told me you got it on the 6th of January. You've been boot camping non-stop. You've been playing events as well. Can you start to see some progress?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think when we first started boot camping, I think we had like there was a week where we lost like almost every single scrim. Oh no. But now, like, I mean, practice is going well most of the time. I think the players are gelling well. We're very comfortable with each other again.
Okay. Do you notice a difference in the rookie players in terms of how they play when they get into some of these officials against tough opposition? Can you see a difference compared to when they're playing in practice? Are they still learning through that?
I mean, I think it's difficult for me to say because we've only played 3 matches actually like on LAN already this year. I mean, we lost all of them, but they were really close games, and I think we were playing like top teams, so it was always going to be hard for us to beat those teams just from the get-go. But in terms of like communication and stuff like that, I don't feel like the guys are getting that nervous or anything like that. I know they've mentioned to me that like they're a little nervous, but I mean that's expected when you're playing. Everyone gets nervous, and especially for your first big games. I think when I was first playing my tier 1 events, I was also getting nervous, and I think that's normal.
We know obviously losing a Liege is a big thing in terms of the firepower, but how is it for you as a leader in terms of the voice you had in the team as well?
It's a little different. I think when playing with Liege, like he has a lot of his own ideas and he has a lot of things that he wants to do in his own part of the map. And now for me, it's more just like taking the reins back on certain things. So there's a lot more. I think back when it was with Liege, maybe it was like 70% me and 30% him, but now it's like back to like 85, 90% me. I mean, Liege is just a big voice in general. That's just how he likes to play. I'm sure like back in FaZe now, he's doing the same thing that he was in our team. But I'd say like, yeah, it's just a lot more work for me now than it was before.
Now, obviously, if we look at Hulzerk, if we look at Grim in there as well, they've been with you for a long time. Is someone else on that thing, do you want them to step up as well and have more of a voice and help you with some more of it?
I think CXCI is actually doing a pretty good job.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job.
Okay, I didn't expect that. That's very good.
He's in those positions, a lot of the positions that Liege was in, so it's kind of like part of the role that he needs to step up in terms of mid-round calling and his roles and speaking about like what we should be doing next and what he should be doing in his positions. It's just baby steps. Like we have to see how it goes, but I think that he's doing a good job.
Well, that's a positive sign that he's already willing to take some of that. So maybe in time it will grow into more and help balance that load for you. For your expectations at Cluj, it is getting worrying for you guys, obviously, with the results you said, and you need some points here. Like, what are you aiming for? Like, to get the first win, what's the goals?
I mean, for me, I want to make the playoffs. I kind of miss playing in front of the arenas. Yeah, it's been like, I think it's probably been like over a year being in an arena. Like, we've made playoffs at Pro League or something like that, but it's been a long time since being in an arena for me. So for me, playoffs, but I think for the team, like we just have to focus on getting that first win now because we haven't even gotten a win this year besides in open qualifiers. I mean, after that, for me, it's just playoffs and getting enough points for invites for the next events.
Very nice. Well, step by step, it is a grind, but you seem like you're ready for the challenge, so best of luck, JT.
Thank you.
The Mongols go from strength to strength when it comes to Counter-Strike events in recent times, especially if we just look at the recent tournament results. And here at Cluj-Napoca, they're expected to do pretty good. But I got to ask you, Mazzino, just how does it feel when you went onto the Katowice stage, when you started to find some good success and make another playoffs?
It's like playing in the Spodek is like dream comes true. I was watching, when I played first Counter-Strike, I was watching G2, Fnatic, I mean FaZe Fnatic final of Spodek.
Ah.
Yeah, that was Flush and Sick.
Yeah.
And I think I want to play this stage one day, and then I made it.
And you're so young while doing it as well. You guys have shown that you can be a team that can fight with the best. Do you think that your team still needs to get experience on the stage?
Yeah, I think we got experienced, and in the stage that we don't play like our play-making style, and we didn't show best of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now we're getting a little bit experience.
So with more events, more stage experience, do you think we can see the real Mongols on a stage, be able to fight and win big trophies?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Now, you guys stayed in Europe, so you've been practicing a little while.
Yeah.
I gotta ask, how is Senzu's hand now?
No, I think it's good.
He's better?
Took off his arm hold.
So he took it off?
Yeah, now playing like this.
Oh, good.
Regular. Yeah.
Have you been able to get good practice in Europe now? A few days practice?
Yeah, I think 2 days.
I'll take 2 days.
2 days, yeah. And we took 5 to 10 scrims and play. Yeah, we did good, I think.
Do you feel right now like you guys are very well prepared for this event? Because you had a long break at Christmas.
Yeah.
You then missed Bounty. You came to Katowice. Lots of tournament. And now just 2 days practice. Have you had enough time?
We had not enough time to make lift trophy, but made playoff, I guess so.
Do you guys have a lot of confidence coming into this event?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah?
We beat Eternal Fire on stage. Yeah, I guess we were having a little bit confidence.
And looking at the support you guys have, there's so many Mongols fans now, not just from Mongolia, all around the world. What is that like for you to see that support?
Yeah, it's like we're superstars. Yeah, it's really nice to having a lot of fans internationally.
How important is it for you now to show the best level to the rest of the world, like the best of the Mongols?
It's a really important thing. And in 2025, maybe we can lift trophies. Yeah, I think it's an important thing.
And how important is it for you if you could lift the trophy here in Cluj-Napoca?
We will try to win this tournament with the full potential.
I like it, man. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah.
It's been great watching you guys grow, and you certainly have a good chance of lifting this trophy.
Yeah, thank you.
PGL Cluj-Napoca, the year being 2025. We are still in the thick of the Counter-Strike, I can assure you that much. My name, Trey Saranthus, and you can guess I have been called a lot worse, but I usually go by Stunna, and here we are in the city of Bucharest. I say we because I look over here to my left, and I do have gentlemen that I've honestly shared desks with for a lot of times now, but then I look at them today, and I think, wow, such a blessing, such a treat. Blessing in the middle here.
Shut up. Some of your best work, Trace. Some of your best.
God, it's not my worst. I can assure you that. Now, of course, that would mean Jacob is down on the end. Gentlemen, welcome back to Romania.
Thank you. It's been a while. It's nice to be in Romania. Nice to be back at the PGL circuit, and nice to have some more Counter-Strike. We just came straight off Katowice, and now we're jumping straight into another Tier 1 tournament. So Counter-Strike just never sleeps, doesn't it?
Never sleeps, and yeah, I'm just ready to get this thing rolling, right? A couple of good games already, and then, of course, I got my MongolZ coming up. So I'm just ready. I'm just ready, Trace.
Of course you're ready, but were you ready all day? With all the Counter-Strike that we've had up to this point, let's just kind of catch everybody up to speed. The day started out with MOUZ versus Big. We just saw the conclusion of FaZe and saw where they did get a little tight like a tiger there on Nuke, didn't Jacob?
Yeah, it did. You know, that was a decent game coming out of Saw. I don't think anyone had any expectations for them, to be completely honest. So for FaZe to struggle a little bit there, maybe early signs of them not being at 100% just yet, but it's just a group stage game, and they got the 2-0 anyway. MOUZ beating Big 2-0 in the fashion they did it. I like that. Obviously, first map, very, very close. Second map, not at all. A lot of people are doubting on MOUZ and questioning MOUZ with Broland, etc., etc. All I'm saying is that there's too much individual skill for them not to be good.
To be good, depending on the opposition, if you ask me, for me personally, I'm still going to, just wait a little bit until we face on some better teams. But yeah, I mean, overall, they look very, very convincing over a Big, who once again, they seem to have plateaued once more. And on a B stream, like 3D Max, man, getting that win over VP, close series, by the way. But the fact that they just added a new player and they're able to just start off with a win, I think that's a great sign for the French side.
Yeah, I think so as well. You talk about 3D Max and rising stocks, they would definitely fall underneath that category, Jacob.
They would. I think what they did in Katowice, the way they were playing was at a very high level. All their games were close. All their games were competitive. I think myself included, everyone is kind of sleeping on them in a sense, but it's a team that's just been sticking together for a long time. They keep progressing. They keep getting better. Now, there's probably a skill ceiling to the lineup. There's probably a limit to the lineup. They just made a roster change as well, so maybe they're trying to raise that ceiling. But overall, it's a team you have to respect, and I think with an 8-team playoff, as we have right here at the PGL Cluj-Napoca, watch out for them. They could be one of the surprises in the arena.
Yeah, they might just slide all the way.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, which is the scary part about a team like 3D Max, but also I could put maybe the Mongols in that same category. We do have Mongols taking on Complexity here, opening matchup, again, best of threes all the way through. These two teams, starchly different positions in their trajectories, we can say, Blair. Let's start with the Mongols. I know that you're a big fanboy.
I'm a bit of a fan right there. Listen, I think the Mongol story it's been told many a time, every event they play right now, right? Every time we find a ceiling, so to speak, for this team, they're able to break through it. Like initially, like, all right, are they going to make a deep run? They start making deep runs in Tier 2 events. They start winning Tier 2 events, and then they're like, can they make it to playoffs? They made it to playoffs in Shanghai. Coming into Kato, incredible run, of course, eventually falling short to Vitality, who are playing out of their minds. So I feel like at every event, we see this Mongols team just power up. And at this point, considering how young the team is as well, we don't know what the real ceiling is for this team. And that, for me, is super exciting.
I agree with that as we see them arrive here. I think the fact of the matter is that the ceiling is yet to be found for the Mongols. I think we've seen them play some incredible Counter-Strike. We've seen them play some fun Counter-Strike. It's emerging. It's almost animating you to keep watching them because it's a fun team to follow, in that regard. Now, is the ceiling as high as we consider Mongols to be a top 3, top 5 team consistently for the next 3 or 4 years? I don't know yet. I think that could be the case, but everything that we see from the Mongols and everything we have seen the past 6 months is a team that gets better and better and better every single tournament they play. Now, at this specific tournament, they are one of the favorites. They are one of the favorites to make 100%. It into the playoff, maybe even go into the final. So this is where they have to confirm that it's a team that we can count on for the future.
And you've got to keep an eye on things as well. If you look at the teams that have lost in the past 6 months, I'm looking at Na'Vi, I'm looking at a Vitality very recently, you're looking at MOUZ. Most of these teams aren't even here. This is absolutely a real opportunity for Mongols because now we know they can make it to the arena. We know they can make these deep playoff runs. Now they have a real chance to get the win.
But you saw their HLTV ratings there, right? And how it is consistently trending in
healthy growth.
The direction the healthy growth that you'd call that. But for the side of Mongols, getting some of that experience from both sides, playing in front of crowds, stylistically speaking, their gameplay is also another facet that they have in their pocket.
It is, and I think we saw glimpses of that versus Vitality at Katowice as well. I think there's, if you look at them right now, there's a limit to how well they can do against the top tier opposition. We saw that against Vitality. I think we saw that against Na'Vi as well at IM Katowice. But apart from that, as you said, Blur, you're beating teams you're supposed to beat, or you're beating teams that is valued to be at the same level as yourself, and you're doing that consistently. You did it at the Major, you're doing it at IM Katowice, and I bet you we'll see them doing it here as well.
And more impressive for me coming into this Mongols team is when they face off in Eternal Fire. It was Eternal Fire who kind of have the veterans on the team who choked a bit on the stage. But they look at Mongols and they just played so very clean. So impressive stuff. And for me, anything apart from a semifinals run for the Mongols here is going to be a disappointment.
Just to keep that trajectory going the way that we're looking at least within our nice little line chart there of what their HLTV rankings have done over time. Now, speaking of rankings, Complexity, the ups, the downs, the trials, the tribulations, Jacob, it's a rough day in the office usually here for Complexity, but why?
I mean, it's just tough to imagine them getting back to a level as we saw them last year and the year before that. I think losing losing Elise obviously has been talked about a lot already, and losing a player of that capability, of that capacity, it's going to hurt any team out there, and let alone Complexity, because they cannot replace him. They haven't found anyone within the North American scene that has anywhere near the same skill set, the same attributes, the same attitude, whatever that may be. You know, it's just impossible to replace a guy like Elise. So we're talking about a team that was last year struggling a lot, you know, to get it going, but for Complexity to return to a level that we saw earlier, I don't believe it.
Well, let's talk about the year 2025. Just kidding, it's already crazy outside of this. But if we talk about the VRS and what the forecast might look like, here is how it can break down. Now, Blay, I know you love numbers.
Oh, I love numbers.
So go ahead, take it away, Blay.
Well, I'm just looking at this. It's like MongolZ. That's the thing, right? There's such a big disparity in these two teams. For MongolZ, if they win, they get, what, 10 points? That's about it. But if you look at the side of Complexity, it's over 100. So MongolZ have way more to lose here, Trace. And considering math could be hard for you, I hope it did a pretty decent job.
To be honest, I gave up on math when they first started, so that way I never had to worry about it for the rest of my life. And yep, here we are. All three sat on the same sofas. Jacob, let's talk maps. Let's get into the thick of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, I think MongolZ showed in Katowice that the map pool is quite deep, actually. Again, they've been testing it, they've been proving it, they've been playing, you know, a wide variety of maps now. Big surprise, not really. Complexity coming in with the pick right here of Dust 2. To me, that doesn't make too big of a difference. MongolZ picking Ancient, that makes sense as well. No surprise in that regard, and that's my point here. Even though MongolZ don't have the strongest map pool out there, I don't see Complexity being in a position where you can punish them in any sort of
I kind of feel like for MongolZ, the slight disagreement I'm going to have with here, I feel like the nuke is a bit of a problem, especially when they go up against S-tier opposition. That's where they always struggle. You're talking about vitalities, you're talking about even your phases, for example. I feel that's where they're going to struggle a little bit. But when it comes to other maps, Dust 2, we haven't seen him play this map in over 3 months, by the way, but they do have a 4-map win streak on it against teams like Heroic and, you know, I think even 3D Max as well. So they're going to be comfortable. And again, Dust 2, I don't want to simplify, but it does come down to the firepower. And I'm going to be lying if I say that even with MongolZ, even with Senzu's one hand broken, they still have more firepower to take down Complexity on this map.
You probably have to break his other hand as well
both his hands.
To have a chance.
And it still might win. They still might win, Trace.
Wow, when you guys put the odds up there like that, now, and I don't mean the numbers in front of us, I'm talking about what you're saying about physical inabilities to get into the game and play it properly. But Jacob, all fun aside, you know, all jokes aside, this is what someone might say a David versus Goliath battle.
In some sense, I mean, it shouldn't be, to be completely honest. Complexity should be a team that have the abilities to apply pressure towards a team like the MongolZ, but I think we've just seen two teams going different directions. You can also see the setup on your screen right here. I know Dust have been working on this with PGL, and it's kind of cool to get an overview of where the players are. What I have seen from the MongolZ, as you said, we haven't seen them play Dust 2 in quite some time, but pretty much the way they play any other map is very fluent and very, I guess, proactive in the sense that the players will not be static in their positions. They'll be rotating around. They'll be also sometimes playing off spawns, I'd imagine. So take that with a grain of salt. It's nice to know where they are roughly going to be at, but it's going to be very fluent in the MongolZ camp.
I think the one, I wouldn't say caveat necessarily, but one potential weakness, which is touch upon the fact that Senzu, if you look at the way he plays, is playing towards CT, towards the mid position. And he was the lowest rated player from the MongolZ in Katowice. No surprise, because his hand is kind of busted up right now. But despite that, a semifinals run. So, you know.
Yeah, what can you say about that? What can you say about that? What can you do about that? But you guys did say the key word I was looking for there, which is salt, which means ultimately we need to bring more sodium into the broadcast. So I brought my NA friends along. That's right, Scrow and Lau.
Spice, baby.
What's up, gents? Welcome back to Romania.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. It hurts me a little bit to see you guys kind of writing off Complexity so quickly.
I mean, how can you? We're not completely deluded, Connor. Come on.
Yeah, we are a little bit. And we've seen Nick's play, and we've seen how good he can be. I think maybe a 2-0 for MongolZ, but there's got to be one close.
How good can he be, Londas? How good is he?
Well, I mean, Jacob, you did say earlier just in this segment here that, you know, somebody like Elish can't be replaced. But, I mean, we went ahead and replaced Nico with somebody like MOUZ, and he comes from the Americas region. So I think maybe that sometimes people get overlooked until they have a chance to shine.
Let's get into the game, gents. Thank you very much.
I think it's a great time for Nyx to shine, to shut up some Euro nerds.
Yeah, he's got to. And maybe some Asians, too. I could say that because I am one.
That's fair. Go ahead. All right, Mo. 2-0, but at least one close map. That's what the man to my left has said. I'd like to co-sign. We'll see what Complexity can throw forth. For the pistol, It's Techno up in the lower tunnels, dead quick. 910 still frisky, even though he's lost that lower teammate. Goes for a mid-peek, sees nothing top middle, and that's going to open up Blitz to start moving into the B site. Reading that this commitment's coming in. Senzu dropping shots. That flash comes out and kind of stalls it all, but then Blitz is going to make up for it with a clean kill from sight. That's 60 dead. Senzu burned out by the utility, so that was worth it. But poor JT, by the time he puts a single foot on that bomb site, he's got 3 players in front of him, swarmed by the Mongols, and it's pistol to the CT side.
And make no mistake, oh, they're laughing about that. Make no mistake, Senzu was totally blind off of that flash. And he stood up behind K-Sharp, took the fight totally blind, lined up his crosshair perfectly, and got his kill. That was a quality attack out of Complexity, but, you know, you don't get him on the back of the site right away, then you're in for a bad time trying to attack B. So the Mongols kick off. The best we've seen from Complexity so far, I think, is safe to say, is on Train.
Yes. I think that's where we got the best version of Nyx as well. So Speak of the Devil in with the Deagle wallbang, and 60 gets cleared out. Techno's not going to let map control go for free. We've got a Grim opening. Ooh, things getting interesting with that scout frag. It's good utility damage from Techno, and then blindsiding Nyx with the fallback. Smoked off already, so the chase won't really net much. And even then, Techno still floats around this, but you've got the last 2 Complexity players corralled in lower. And now Blitz from top mid's going to catch them off guard. Nicely done from him. I think already an example here of Mongols just kind of keeping pressure up and catching Complexity off guard with a bit of tempo, a bit of pace to begin this one.
Yeah, and they're wild. They go for map control. They are not shy on CT sides. Techno was even thinking about re-aggressing into the upper tunnels on that round. So everything going so well. Now I think actually Grim, who's on your screen right now, is the main issue, I think, for Complexity, because Nyx had very standout performances, but they could have probably closed if Grim actually became the star player. Now, you could say that Nyx comes in to replace Elige, but that's supposed to free up Grim more than anybody else. I think Nyx overperforms. 60 still getting comfortable. Grim, he should be going back to Triumph 4.
I think the desk is dead on where it's like, it's huge shoes to fill, and we see that with Elige's play just earlier today. It's going to take some time, but it's a Complexity roster that I think understands that. We got some early interviews with JT. Speaking of the endeavor that they're on, and right now walking out middle, not half bad. You've dropped the op of the Mongols. Pressure from the util to keep smoke open. Continuous utility coming out from this, and it's going to bank on 60 coming in with the entry attempt from tunnels. He's got the Halzerk scout behind him to support. Mid players coming in on the split right now. Techno gets busted up. Oh, nice shot from Blitz to at least peel one off window, but the trades come back. Support from Halzerk through the doors, and we've got Complexity finding their first in round 3.
Absolutely. Lovely frag out of 60. And so we're getting a couple of moments here from Complexity, which is nice to see in an early round in a game that many could forecast as one that should be a stomp. JT also in an interview said that he was okay with the debut for the team, but they don't have much time to lose. He was very focused on the idea that, yes, it's great that Complexity want to stick to their North American roots, and they take a risk on 2 players that are just sort of free agents on the market or on smaller teams, but they're still on Complexity, and they need to be able to put up results. And we put pressure, like as pundits, on lots of teams to be good fast. And I think that Complexity are trying to hold themselves to the same standard, which is great.
A lot harder to keep that early pressure up when you're working with only 3 guns, and so we see it this time. Total mid control for Complexity up to Xbox. This continuous door play is going to come out for them again. Senzu taking a little gander, but just missing the timing on the walkout. 2 players now out. Going to try to keep eyes busy. Oh, bad smoke. He cheats through it.
The smoke is fine. They know it's going to do that, but they didn't clear it.
Now 910 off the scout from the window trying to get his, but there's a player slipping out from tunnels. Oh, Nyx misses the jump up, and 910 turns it on his head. So suddenly this one gets real problematic real fast.
Not a single
Total
kill.
sweep of Complexity. Not one frag coming out from that. And, I mean, that was just like a slow burn, very telegraphed. Obviously, they knew it was up. That one push out through the CT smoke, and Complexity not ready.
Yeah, that one's a matter of protocols, man. They know the mid B smoke they're throwing, the gap that's there. If you're a CT waiting in front of that, you're dead if you get cleared. But they don't clear it. And there's obviously the crossfire between that and window, which helps out a lot for MongolZ. But there's still sort of no excuse for Complexity. You can't let kills like that go. And to not get a single kill on a round like that, well, that's brutal. Look how much money is even saved here from the MongolZ after they buy.
Nice little kickstart to get right back where they were, which was winning early.
This is a CT round with 4 AKs.
Damn. Thank you.
Thieves in the night.
Nice little cache of utility.
Yeah, so, oh, actually, let's see what happens here, because it's going to be looking like a full B exec.
Yeah, with this Grim AK. Just Grim walking out first. Yeah. Hook, line, and sinker. But Grim actually snaps back for the 90-degree headshot, and that is Techno dead. That's a bomb site open.
Ooh,
still, good utility for the retake, of course. We've already got Grim looking for that third. We said he's got to be a leash. No easy feats. Blitz trying to come through off the flashbangs, and JT's now got him dead with that picked up gun from inside sight. Man advantage forced by Cole. Halzerk getting into the kill feed now. Tapped away with the AK-47, and that is Grim with a double kill. Again, you'd think the Humvee position was good to get them all, but because it's fixated on pistols up close, it just gives Grim that extra half second to react fast enough. Clears the second player, puts guns in his teammates' hands, and look what it nets them. Eesh, a costly exit, but a second round win nonetheless. Complexity forcing one of their own with the solo AK.
Yeah, that's great. Round of the Grim, that's what we want to see. Now, it is a position, as you mentioned, that Techno, if he, in terms of target selection, if he takes out Grims first, it's possible Senzu lives. And not only that, the other players who are around him all have pistols. So because he kills somebody else, doesn't finish off Grim, Grim gets his first kill, he doesn't peek early enough. This just allows Grim that extra half second, as you mentioned, to make this 2K possible. Once you have the sight, you're all good. So very simple, clean call out of Complexity, and the right guy for the job, Grim with the AK. But as mentioned on that previous round, MongolZ saved money. 4 AKs in their hand. Now they'll keep the saved AK buy up nearly in full.
Deep volley to keep the double cap players back. JT, oof, eats that grenade. We saw that cache of util being chucked around. Well,
they're gearing up for another B play here.
Yeah, they're also gearing up for a cap push off of the fire burning out. So we'll see about the timing. But right now that B site looks just prime for the taking.
Yeah.
Quick scramble back from the mid setup. Techno's going to be walking into the gunfight. 9-10 finishes off JT with the nade, but they go one and done over towards the B site. And that's a tunnel emphasis for the retake.
They're a little low on grenades for the retake.
Single smoke quad tunnels retake.
Oh.
They're going to send one guy first.
Oh, Halzerk.
Halzerk missing 2 shots. That's one thing. And again, he's only spotted one player. Now they're all stomping at them. 60 thinks he's got time to drop a Molotov. Will slow down the pack. But can he hang on his own? High-low peek into the deep of the corner. And that is MongolZ with the quad tunnels retake. Just disrespecting the util that they're trying to chuck down. And Halzerk could have changed that if one of those op shots hits.
It sucks to have to analyze the rest of the round when Halzerk misses 2 shots that he should have hit. And the fact that he had 2 chances to hit the same shot and still missed, well, that obviously spells disaster. It becomes a 4v2 on the retake. And obviously very easy for the MongolZ. So Complexity cannot build momentum off of their 1 AK round. That's not a great sign. So, round 7, we'll have a scout on 60. That's pretty much it. So I was going to say that there's been a lot of conversation around Dust 2, how it's been such a great decider map and series. And I'll say it again. Oh, okay.
Say it. We're just watching the highlights roll in here.
Yeah, let's get this $500 ace going. It's because people are doing a lot more bid beat. Nice shot from Grim.
Sensu thinks that's enough. It's all fun and games until one man goes down.
Yes.
Very stringy what's left of Complexity, so Deke shot here from Nyx would be nice, but now incredibly unlikely. 10 health on the fallback. Techno again in the tunnels. A real rascal he's been with this lower play. But we do get 2 of Complexity's members over towards the doors now, so it's going to be Mzinho, but easy. Grim steps out, both players go down, and Nyx isn't too far off of it, so trying to time that split, not going to happen. 5-2 lead, MongolZ.
But yeah, there's been a lot more cat, a lot more mid Bs, and a lot more full Bs, and I think those rounds are just more exciting than rounds that start off with long control, and I really like that that's fallen out of the meta, and I totally agree. Dust 2's become more fun that way. And of course, because they drop the sightline and Suicide, you can go for lower pushes more often. There's a lot more CT action. Jumping up cat by yourself and being able to nade from there as well, not even just going up. That also adds to really exciting moments. So the map's at a very good spot meta-wise.
Just another prime example of how Counter-Strike's just such a great game. We add one box.
Yeah, you just changed a little bit.
One little thing.
Yeah.
Everybody's frothing about it. And then we got to watch how it adapts, and it has been welcome.
Yeah. And you do have to be a prude about the changes. You have to be very careful. You know, you might flip a doorway once every 8 years.
What are you, a madman?
Yeah.
Nice tag on the door jump, and that's going to be a quick pace out of 60 this round. Already trying to get up into the catwalk. Worried about lower tunnels, but Techno's not down there. Don't fret, brother. Solid control out of the gate. We were talking about a lot of tunnels attacks. Well, now suddenly it is a burst out through the long doors. Very well timed off of the Hulzerk flashbang. And Nyx got covered. Now Blitz from behind the car is going to catch them off guard. Can't pop up for the multi-frag. Senzu's locked in, and Sixy's going to find him. Now it's on the Opper. 9-10, quick jump out from the corner. You've got the cat player preoccupied. 9-10, making this 2v4 equaled out. But Nyx is looking to be that difference. And JT hangs on for dear life with 15 health to get Complexity's third on the board.
Wow, he had to John Wick through all that ammo. That was a high percentage chance that JT would die and the 1v1 would be on. But instead, Complexity win another unlikely situation. And we talk about bad smokes. There was one there on long, and 9-10 made the most of it. But still, they did a really good job on the attack overall. And finally, the MongolZ buy is like the worst we've seen in a while. It still is a buy, though.
Yeah. We've seen them pull it off with 3 rifles.
They've done more with less.
We've seen Complexity do it with 1. Game's been back and forth in that regard, but nice of JT to sprinkle in the double doors flash pop 8 rounds into the half. Trying to keep MongolZ on their toes. The MongolZ.
And that is something that doesn't change for Complexity. They still have JT's flashes.
Yes, sir.
They still have their core.
Ooh, Techno trying to bait them in to just focus on the right when 9-10's really tucked up in the corner. And it looks like they're all buying it.
Oh, they keep buying it.
Yeah, he's going to put that MP9 to the back. Almost going for the triple. Techno from the site is content to sit. That was a great fake. Although, you'd argue somebody could have kept their head on a swivel. It looked like Grim for a second was still worried about the Humvee position, but up close, not quite ready for it.
Yeah, that's a real fool me twice type of situation. They every single time they see one player, they just get tunnel visioned. Oh, and Hulzerk, he missed a shot in B, he's missed a shot here in window. Just can't let these chances go. Every time you miss, you got to reposition. And the clock is already not on your side.
He'll try to do that on Cat, but obviously great positioning from Mzinho. Could have catch both off guard. Free AWP to be held onto, and that is Complexity turned away.
So the game's been pretty exciting, and there have been some situations Complexity could have won even more. You know, here's a moment where an MP9 getting 2.5 is probably too much. But if you're Mongols, why not just keep applying all of these bait setups? They're working so well.
Back to the fast A hit. Grim versus Mzinho. And the flashes are good. Good enough to get Grim onto the corner. Nice exchange of util. A Deagle shot comes out, but good positioning still for Blitz. He's got 2 teammates already on this. Mongols just so fast to the scramble. That rotate over, supports the system, and 9-10 and Senzu lay down lead. Free Tech 9s, Mongols go up 7-3. Look how quick they are, Mohan, to react to whatever Complexity try to throw out. You love to see that if you are the favorite. Like Mongols not falling for any trickery.
Yeah, fast to the scramble is a very apt way to draw a characterization of the Mongols, and there are some teams, and I'd say them and the Brazilian lineups for sure are very good in moments where you try to create the most chaos possible. Sometimes icing them out is the best approach, but this is the CS they want to play, wild and aggressive. And after all is said and done, 3 rounds for Complexity, maybe they had to try very hard to win, but they built no momentum off those rounds.
Smoking a flash for JT, all that's going to be offered up here in round 11. You think that comes down on the spawn to block off, but they try to go beforehand. 9-10 turning that Tech 9 against them. Ooh, little chance as Blitz gets a team kill off of the frag grenade. Grim's going to get softened up on the fallback, and his teammate from Tunnels, what are you boys going to do? Chuck a flash out through the rooftops and hope you get that bomb plant in?
He's going to set up the nastiest entry right now with this flash.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to tell Grim.
Yeah.
Listen, man, you've got a chance, all right? You run out there with that Glock and 16 health. But total redirection. They'll go for long instead. Honestly, it's the better play. Depending on whether or not they get peaked at range or if Mzinho had given them a little more space to work. But he's carving out the information and getting over to that A site just in time.
Yeah. And with the amount of time left on the clock, it is only just long or B.
There really hasn't been a single moment in this first half where I felt like Mongols are kind of at a lack of information or are too timid to make those kinds of information gathering plays. So just finger on the pulse from the get-go here for the Mongols. We can talk about that Grim double entry inside of the B site as like the one hiccup, I suppose.
Yeah.
But ultimately, this has just been Mongols proving they're one of the best in the world.
One of the best in the world. We saw the chart of their improvements in the rankings in the past year and a half, 2 years, and it has just been a steady incline. There haven't really been any drop-offs that were too drastic. It was a very healthy-looking chart, and they have also, it's been the longest period of time where they haven't made a roster move, which is very nice. And Senzu's clearly going to be set up to be the best player on the team, if not for Blitz, I think, in some ways, because if his IGLing means anything, then he's definitely the most important player. But this team now, I think, is in a place where they're one of the youngest lineups. They're growing together. They've made the roster moves to get the right amount of talent, and now it's just about, carving statues out of that stone. And I think that they're here to make history with this team. I don't know who you'd replace at this point. Now they're firmly top 7, and they're seriously a contender threat at events.
Consistent playoff appearances. And it doesn't feel like Cluj-Napoca should be problematic in that regard, at least based on this first half against Cole. Double op to end the CT side. The beauty of that graph mode was actually 12 months from mid-20s to now 7th firmly and knocking on top 5.
Wow, yeah.
12 months. And I think I like what you just brought up there. It's the period we don't see roster moves for a team that was notorious for just chopping people off left, right, and center.
Yeah.
You didn't get a lot of runway if you were attempting to play with the Mongols. And it felt like Blitz has found what he was looking for in this one.
Yeah, him and Mara.
Yeah. Samara's been looking for quite some time. 910's fallback into the bomb site, supported by the rifle down beneath it. And unlike Halzerk, he isn't missing shot. Well, I will shut the hell up.
Shot of the
No
Unlike
way.
Halzerk. Put it in the clip.
No
Please. Halzerk. There we go.
I mean, listen.
His 4th and 5th kill. Let's be fair to Connor here. Halzerk has not had a great half, but
crazy.
What a time to turn up, huh?
That's crazy timing. The retakes have been so strong for MongolZ. So let's see if they can pull it off, or whether Halzerk will make me eat all my words. 3 players to find with this scout. No, just blasted away by the Techno 4K peak. That is a 9-3 CT side for the MongolZ. And again, really the only moment that came back to haunt them was letting Grim get away with that double kill entry in the B site. Halzerk tries his most in the 12th round, but that is, well, it's the immovable 9-10 for the first 3 frags.
You know, if they make the roster move getting Nixon and Sixy, both those players have time to get good. Sixy's been so impressive because he got good so fast. But the core of the lineup has to show why they're the ones who are still on the team. And, I believe in JT's calling and his flashes and everything, but Halzerk and Grim cannot be the players who are inconsistent on this lineup. You know, the rookies are looking to them to bring them some of their big wins and create rounds and more rounds for them to play so they have more time to improve themselves. And that's just a matter of individual practice at the end of the day, right? I mean, if you are going to fall for things like getting tunnel visioned, or you're an opper and you're not opping and hitting op shots, there's not much that JT can do to make that better. So this will be a game that I think ends in disappointment for Complexity for that perspective.
At least the first half, that's clear. And we'll take over to the defense now. So 3 rounds to work with. Yeah, run them back, okay? Not one shot missed here by 910. And in Halzerk's defense, very clean scout shots as well.
Let's see if it was a warm-up half for Complexity.
Yeah. It's their map choice, Dust2. And we'll go to Ancient after this for the MongolZ. Double tunnels set up. Little decoy. Oh, nice drive-by by Senzu. Instant trade from Techno. Gush onto the Cat player. Controls it for the double kill. Halzerk can't get his. And that's going to leave Nyx and JT on opposite sides of the map with a whole pack of MongolZ players just floating out there at the moment. Flash through doors. Right. It's a little ugly, but Techno will get there, and he's already got 2 kills before that. So 3 frags for Techno, clearing tunnels, clearing catwalk, and getting that mid kill to make sure B has no support. 10-3, pistol, they've got momentum. Dare I say it, Mohan, I think MongolZ are going to win Dust2.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, even Techno, he's got 12 kills, but that pistol round, he missed a lot of bullets.
True.
And he still got all his kills, so it wasn't like there wasn't time to shoot back. Would love to draw up a better story here for Complexity, but I'm not seeing a lot of heroes on the team at the moment.
Little jump spot. Checking bottom middle. We're going to see Cole try to throw a Hail Mary towards top middle, but by the time they get there, it is just Blitz, already having passed the bomb over in anticipation. He saw that player outside tunnels. Bomb could have just run away, but instead Mzinho wants into the action, and that is an easy cleanup for Blitz in full anticipation of the mid push. Complexity, they're not even getting away with a ruse. There is no, again, trickery. There is no tomfoolery. There is no wool to pull over the eyes of the MongolZ right now.
No.
But hey, man, they've got a buyer this round.
That's true.
Woohoo!
Then we got to go back to the desk, and they're going to make fun of us and Complexity.
I was just trying to sell my snake oil. That's all.
We saw good things from them, but hey, soon we'll be watching the MongolZ and think no one stands a chance with the MongolZ.
Right. You know, MongolZ is one of those teams that I was concerned about the start of their year, just because obviously coming off of Shanghai, weren't present at the first event of the year. They had to start in Kato. You know, they were kind of starting one step behind. Yep, no reason to be nervous. No reason to be concerned. Tapping right back into the potential we've seen from them over the course of the last 12 months into the playoffs as quickly as could be. And at an event like this one, where the top of the is a little more open, I think that we are looking at a MongolZ who could be pulling off something special in Romania. But that is, of course, getting a little ahead of myself. Let's see if they can get back from this 4v5 in a gun round. Grim on the doorway. Flash at him. Turns back and clears Senzu. Does a ton of damage as well, so 910, single point of health. And we'll see if 6E can and should be able to hold on. Nicely done killing Mzinho. That's the full bar down for the count. And this is Complexity's first gun round, by the looks of it, netting them a little more runway on map 1. Ah, nicely done. Holds back Techno. No bomb plant even. And that single point of health all too valuable. So the 20-7, 910 walks away.
That is a lot of numbers.
207-910.
What's the area code?
1.
Oh.
In fact, it's 1-650-910-2071. Those are all the numbers on his plate. Call that toll-free. It's the Complexity Surrender Hotline.
Your mama's so fat when she stepped on a scale it said 90210.
Good job, Grim. Held back the long fight. A little distance between the MongolZ players, no trade frag, and that's why Cole get their 4th.
Ooh, Grim smells blood. Someone leaving their post? And he's going to patiently wait for his 1 minute timing, maybe, unless he gets pushed. Okay. Why did Mzinho just know he was there?
Yeah, kid's got a hunch. I like Mzinho because he's got bloodlust.
I love him, yeah. I love the way he plays CS. He stands out a lot in terms of his play style. It's just, you know, so much like a gym hat. Just very creative about the way he approaches his fights and closing rounds.
But now into the Opper. Halzerk not going to miss that one. And back in, but they scurry off for a second. 910 thinking about challenging for this corner, but will that set up Grim instead to catch him off guard? Yeah, it will. Grim gives him a little tease, and...
But he just kept them both at long, so... Well, the bomb's going back. How weird can they make this?
Maybe a little too weird.
Senzu is coming in with nothing. He's got such low HP. His flash, he's just going to walk out probably. And as soon as Techno takes one bullet of a shot, as long as Halzerk... Oh, there it is. Now Senzu. Oh, he's not ready to walk out, actually.
He's figuring it all out. Oh, he has figured this out. He has found 3 players' positions. The walkout connects. There's only 7 seconds. And so this one is impossible. In fact, to get that bomb up long felt like it was always impossible.
Yeah, Senzu played that weird because like he just needed to go at the same time.
Yeah.
Techno needed to go a bit faster. They almost did something cool there. Instead, it'll just be the Senzu save.
You know, could have racked it up on some kills instead, but majority alive for Complexity as they go 5 rounds to the 11 of the MongolZ. MongolZ looking to get this one finished off quick, but Complexity being pesky about it. And I think that's because Grim's stepping up a little bit over towards these long doors.
Yeah.
Again, was set up nicely by Halzerk on the bait on the corner. But he's got a couple kills to his name, and we've got a player running into the tunnels. Go, JT, go. But be careful, because those Tech 9s looking to come back your way. Of course, there's an AK out on the field in Senzu's hands. But JT's going to find first blood. Techno gives his position up. JT's going to keep it clean as need be. There's the AK. Showing its presence with the cat kill. Halzerk's got him locked into top middle, so...
We should call that the Max Holloway. When you pick up a gun in someone's view, and then you take the fight right after.
Because it's kind of like whoever he beat the hell out of.
Right here.
Right now. I'm the best stand boxer in the UFC! JT gets back. This frees up Nyx to get active, and to hell with your mid holds. But at the moment, Senzu's making him kind of a little more cautious with that second kill. Can't afford another one. Suddenly then, bomb could be opened up to a plant. Oh!
Senzu!
That, you see, you're
Dude,
not
he's
supposed to
clocking.
open your way up. Oh,
my
okay.
gosh,
Tries to slide out with the spray. That's insane. That's crazy.
That was unbelievable.
And Mzinho 4 health. If only he had a little more, you'd think he'd have a better chance at this.
How
But
much does he need, Connor? How much does he need?
I would say at least 27 health to pull off this clutch. Fake plant, flash to the window, eats it. And that solar flare of a flashbang sets up JT for the easy clear.
Yes, okay.
But yeah, man, Senzu's making him nervous. That cover into lower tunnels.
Pre-firing the mid-B, knowing that he was going to be held, that's how you play with low HP. But still, it's a complexity 1 round.
It's only a 5-round game now.
That's right. And so far, CT side looks right.
Well-timed nade, get a little damage out of that one. And 60's gonna set up JT for the wide swing. All's good in the tunnels. Complexity comfortable 5 versus 3 type beat. A lot of utility still on this round for the Mongols, but it's utility and Kevlar, to be fair. These are still treacherous players to be up against if you're not careful, Cole.
Yeah, they lost the whole kit of utility on those lower stairs. They really didn't want to see a push in the tunnels this round for complexity. But I like the way that complexity have been playing the CT comeback so far. Getting aggressive. And overstaying their welcome. They've got the support to do it.
JT racking up kills, money, and rounds at this point. Zeno can't see a damn thing again, but he knows that 60's still stuck in that corner. Molly goes a little too far by the looks of things. Just got to try to keep that util pressure up, sweep away the kid, and keep this comeback rolling. That's 4 rounds straight, an 11-7 scoreline. Dare I say it, we're almost getting close. That's what you said. You said one of these maps would be close.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was going to be Dust 2, but
we're almost there.
That's so far so good. And I like on a big comeback using the aggressive rounds earlier on. You can't just do that every game, but that can take the edge off. I think that can show the other team you're not scared of them. And it also allows you to play a little bit slower later on when there's more economy problems for the other team who are in buy save.
But there's an op in 910's hands now. Still 20 kills to his name. His counterpart crosses through the smoke, and no harm, no foul. And no challenge either on long this round, despite complexity throwing bodies at it early. Ooh, I think Mongols are putting their pressure where it should be, right into the currently vacant middle of the map. They're going to go 5 catwalk, and they're going to do it fast enough.
They're
this
so
is kind of
quiet.
gross,
They're
huh?
avoiding all the nades. 60 would be responsible for stopping them here, but he's still thinking it could be mid. This is perfect timing for the Mongols.
Great call. All 5 players up catwalk, all 5 players ready to get in and trade as needed, and they're going to find 0 resistance from T-spawn to the damn bomb plant. Blitz is going to put it down, and that's complexity to make a difficult decision to go 5v5 retake or to give up that 12th round.
They have time, they have nades, and they haven't lost a player yet. If they lose one, they're probably going to turn away from this, but right now it's still worth taking the fights.
We've got players trying to catch up from above, and Blitz gets the first one. How many more commit off of the flashbangs? They're going to find him out in the open, but the kill feed says nothing but Mongols. JT tries to disengage now, will be allowed to run for the hills. That is Mongols keeping it real simple, keeping it nice and quiet, but also quick. Cutting a path up catwalk to secure that coveted 12th round.
And it's the best possible outcome where they get complexity to try a retake, where obviously odds go way up when you get that bomb planted, and now complexity lose all their players. So I think they've still got some money left over, but for the Mongols. That's about as clean as you could get. That's off the Mara pause as well. Call that a miracle.
Save the good ones, man.
A Martin. Marvelous.
Ooh, awkward 9-10, kind of falling off the ledge there. And Halzert gonna make the most of the chance.
Oh, come on now.
It's gross. It's actually beautiful. Great headshot out of Senzu. So clean, just gets him right back. That's Nick's down for the count. Halzert tries to cheat over into this B site ahead of the commitment. And it is indeed going to be the commitment. Oh, and the frags just keep trickling in now for the Mongols. Again, Complexity try to put their best foot forward with some gun round success on this CT side. But off of that Mara pause, it is an answer from Mongols. And then the close right there with it. So unfortunately, Complexity just not as quick of a tempo, not as clean when it comes to trying to hold things back. That is the Mongols. Again, just 2 rounds needed to close out. And you can have your fun and games for 4. But that is Complexity losing their map pick.
Yeah, they definitely lost that map pick. There's no way, shape, or form to refute that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to try to tie up this loose end here known as Dust 2, and it is the Mongols running over Complexity on this first series, or first map of the series.
Yeah, I mean, you can at least say Complexity did put up a little bit of a fight at the end, but listen, MongolZ did just look so comfortable, especially the first half. Look, sure, Complexity were able to string a few rounds together on the CD side, some decent calls coming out, some decent frags coming out as well. But for me, the first half was just a statement performance coming out from Blitz and the team. They look so sharp. And even Senzu, man, if he's going to be dropping 17 kills with a broken hand, I don't know what to say about that, Trace.
I mean, you're right. You know, you're completely spot on the money right there, Blair. Even the rounds that Complexity won in the first half, they weren't supposed to win. You know, there was some...
The Grim 2K with AK.
Exactly. You know, nice by Grim, obviously, but that would a round that could have gone the way of the Mongols as well. If I've ever seen a cosmetic comeback of any kind before, this would be it, you know. At no point did I sweat. At no point did I believe, or at no point did I think that the Mongols even believed that they were in any trouble whatsoever. Credit to Complexity for still believing, putting up a bit of a fight. Again, they tried to be aggressive on the CT side. We saw JT in the lower dark tunnel, you know, 3 rounds in a row, making it a bit tough for the Mongols, but overall, a very dominant performance on the opponent's map pick as well.
Now, just really quickly, when you say cosmetic comeback, right? You want to clarify for the viewer at home what you mean?
What I mean is that it's a comeback that looks good on the scoreboard for Complexity. Again, if you're not watching the game or if you're looking over the results tonight, you may think that Dust 2 was somewhat close at a point, or maybe Complexity could have won a round more or won a clutch, and then the game would have been close. But in reality, Fleur, did you at any point in this game feel the Mongols weren't going to win?
And never. Not a single point. And also, I really like the final 2 rounds in Mongols call to close this one out, right? 5-man just walk up to a shot, making no sound. They had a pretty good read altogether, good adaptation. But we do have to point out a couple of players that just popped off with the Mongols. Now, you look at the scoreboard, Trace, and it's like everyone's having a good old time. Mazina not really having to do much. You know, he's playing towards the long. He's kind of stuck there far away from the action. But 9-10 was kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, for a guy like Mzinho, you know, he found himself with a precarious situation, having the bomb on a lot of those eco rounds, and really the last one left to fight. Now, if you look all the way through to 9-10, yeah, he was doing the damn thing, Jacob.
He was doing the damn thing, especially in the first half. He was the big difference maker. You got to give credit to him. I believe he was 6 for 6 in opening duels in that first half as well. Speaks volume to not only the impact he's having on the server, but also the output. You see it right here. 6 opening duels, 1 all in the first half as well. So for him to have a great game, obviously a big part of the reason as to why the Mongols were never in any danger.
And I think also one of the things that this particular map highlights is just the depth of just raw firepower that his team possesses, right? Because you're looking at, you know, Senzu, you're like, is he going to have a good time? Is he going to have a bad time? Doesn't really matter when 9-10's going to be popping off like this. We had Blitz as well, second drop fragging in the team, one of the hardest hitting IGL fraggers we have in top tier Counter-Strike as well. So just making it look so comfortable, despite there was nothing too elaborate in the way to play this map, just simple Counter-Strike overall. But when you have such heavy hitters, it's really rough, especially for a team like Complexity
to go up against. But this is what I mean with the map pool as well for the Mongols. As you said, it's a map they haven't played a lot the past 3 months. Nobody wants to pick Dust 2 against the Mongols. The Mongols doesn't want to pick it themselves when they have the opportunity. So it's that second tier map within the map pool, and you see how strong they are on Dust 2 right here. Again, it's different when you see the Mongols versus Vitality, FaZe, the top echelon of teams. Then yes, the map pool comes into question. But whenever they're facing a team on their own level or below them, I feel like the map pool and the second tier maps within that pool is just way too strong for anyone to compete with, let alone for Complexity.
Yeah, you take a little bit of that map pool, but also you kind of take some of these players and them coming off of what would very much be a LAN high versus the LAN low that Complexity had just down the road in Katowice. For the side of Mongols, are they still playing on some of that, you think? You think they still got some of that in their wheelhouse?
I think the one thing I really like about Mongols, at least in the past few events I've seen, is, excuse me, when it comes to the group stages in particular, they don't struggle at all. Unlike a lot of other teams out there, you're looking at, even against like the likes of a G2 or a Spirit, they seem to just have a very comfortable time in the group stage. And it's for them, it's almost like a foregone conclusion. Guys, we're going to make it through. We're going to make it very easy. And that's what I love to see from them. I don't have any nervousness watching Mongols play in the group stage of any event anymore right now. And they're showing why. They look so comfortable. They look so confident. And I feel like for them, the next ceiling, as Mazzino said as well, is just big arena games where they've gotten a couple of wins, but it's about winning those arena games against a top 4 team in the world. I think that is the ceiling they're currently facing at the moment. But everything else, man, they look so comfortable.
We definitely looked at what their HLTV rating is doing, how it's trending upward. When was the last time you didn't have faith in the Mongols, Jacob?
The last time I didn't have faith in them was actually in the quarterfinal at the Major. I think people were slightly overrating how well they're playing in the group stage. I think the Mongols we see today, the Mongols we see playing right now, is as good, if not better, than the Mongols we saw at the playoff, which is why I want to give all the credit. It's a team that is getting better and better and better. And as Blur said, just imagine this thought process. If you would ask the Mongols a year ago, hey, would you be okay with getting into the quarterfinal at the Major? Would you be okay with getting into the semifinal at IM Katowice? You'd lose both, but would you take that? And they would say yes in a heartbeat. They established themselves as a top, let's say top 5, at the very least top 6 team out there. They're knocking on the door maybe to be a team that you have in the conversation when you speak Vitality, when you speak Na'Vi, when you speak Spirit. Not up there yet, of course, but just the fact that we can mention their name in those conversations is a massive testament to where they're at right now. And as you said, we don't see the ceiling yet. We haven't seen the best of them.
Crazy thing is, a year ago, people are calling for the heads of Mazzino and 9-10. They're like, you guys are too inconsistent. Mazzino's struggling. And then halfway through the year, there was this big discussion. Are they really a top 10 team winning the CCD tier events and all of that? And look at them now, right? Like, as Jacob said, I completely agree. They're not at the level of a Na'Vi, a Vitality, or a FaZe playing at a very high level, or a Spirit for that matter. But there is a real conversation that any team below that, they could, on a good day, be better than almost anyone else in the world, which is crazy for a team where we're calling for changes just a year ago.
Yeah, and I think some of that, again, we can attribute that back to a stylistic approach to the game. Like, they came out of the gate with something that not a lot of teams were able to answer or respond to, and now they're going to go into Ancient, and they've still got that in their pocket.
I agree. I think the way they approach the game is very mature for a team, especially coming from the Asian region. For many, many years, we always talked about them as being hard hitters, great aimers. But when it came to team play, when it comes to communication, when it comes to making the opponents feel uncomfortable outside of just raw duels, the Asian Counter-Strike teams have always struggled a little bit. I feel like the Mongols have now been part of the European circuit for such a long time that they picked up, And as I said, a young team that is learning, a young team that has spent an awful lot of time in Europe. They practice against the European teams, and sometimes they outplay the European teams, especially on a map like Ancient.
And the thing is, for the Mongols, don't get me wrong. Don't be mistaken. They are an anomaly when it comes to the Asian region. Like, there's no other team in the region who plays the way Mongols do. So it's like, despite the fact that they're an Asian team, they play this very high level of Counter-Strike. Because there was a time, Jacob, when you look at some other top tier teams, they're starting to pay attention to the Mongols. And, all right, we've got to pay attention to these guys and kind of figure out how they play. But they were still able to adapt, still able to survive. And for me, the man behind all the success this team has found has to be Mara, right?
Mm-hmm.
The coach, the unsung hero. He's been around for such a long time, and I feel like that is the guy who deserves his flowers.
And even on that cosmetic comeback, there was a timeout that was called there just to kind of bring it in. Hey, guys, we can close this out now. I think we've given them enough of a look into what it might be like playing in the series versus us. And for Complexity, they're going to need a response sooner rather than later on Ancient, Jacob.
They need to do something coming into Ancient. The question is, what can they do? Again, a player I like to highlight for Complexity is Grim. You see him playing over towards the left side of the map right here. He's very much by himself. He's sometimes flanked by JT, sometimes flanked by Halcirk, who likes to rotate over to that area as well to lock it down with the AWP. But losing, and this is the issue, right? Losing Elise, you lose that playmaker, you lose that big voice on the CT side. Elise even came into FaZe, and we're now hearing that he's the one calling most of the CT side. So who's supposed to be that guy on the side of Complexity who takes that step up? You look towards your JT, you look towards your Grim, and I haven't seen it yet. Take nothing away from the new guys. I think we need to give them a bit more time to show their worth, and maybe they can be molded into new positions, and maybe they can mature as well as players and take a bit more of that responsibility. But I'm not seeing them doing it right here, right now on a map like Ancient against a formidable opponent like the Mongols. I think this game is more or less over.
Molded or malded? Which one are we going to go
with? A bit of both,
here?
actually.
I guess, I don't know, man. If you're an NA fan, you might be molding it out of it. But I have to agree with Pimp right here. I feel like Grim has to do a little bit more of lifting, but especially on a CD side of a map like Ancient and playing towards an A anchor position, there's so much you can do. I feel like JT is maybe trying to do a little bit too much, but he kind of has to as well. But I'm looking at the two new guys on the team. I'm looking at, Sexy and Nyx. They're going to be playing on the B-bomb side, right? And I'm sure they have had a couple of reps, couple of officials so far, but man, they're going to get just, I feel like, bullied by the Mongols here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like your voice line cue, Jacob. I was expecting that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, we do get to flip the page a little bit here to find out if Complex are going to wake up into this series or if the Mongols are just going to clean house, and that will be going on the other side of this break. So ahead of us, we do have Ancient, Complexity, CT-sided start. Mongols did pick this map, and they are up 1 in the series. We'll be right back after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
Techno 4K is joining me for Guess the Price. Our Mongols player is going to try and tell me what the price of the weapons are as they appear on the screen. How are you feeling today, dude?
Good.
Yeah?
Yes.
You ready for a challenge?
Yes.
It's not as easy as Counter-Strike, I'll tell you that. But this is numbers. I believe in you. We'll see if you can do it. 60 seconds. We'll put it on the clock now. And the first weapon is MP7.
MP7, it's 1.5k.
Yes. Sawn off.
It's 1.3k.
Oh, 1.1.
Oh.
FAMAS, new price.
Yeah, new price, yeah. It's 1.95.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Zeus.
It's 200.
Yes. Bison.
It's 1.6k.
Oh, 1.4. XM.
It's 2000.
Yes. UMP.
It's 1.2.
Yes.
It's 5k.
Yes. MP5.
Now it's 1.5k.
Yes. AUG.
It's 3.3.
Yes. M249.
It's like it's kind of expensive. I'm gonna go for 4.2,005.
Oh, 5,200. But you did very well.
Yeah.
And you told me before, oh, this might be hard. You did good.
Yeah.
Happy with the result?
Not really.
No, you wanted all of them.
Yeah.
Of course. He's always competitive, always trying. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the tournament, man. Thank you for playing. Guess the price.
Thank you.
Time to step it up a bit, Complexity. If you want any chance at holding back the Mongols, #1 team in Asia.
How much for Techno 4K? What's the buyout?
I wouldn't even, you know what? I don't even want to ask. I don't want to ask because I don't want this team to get bought out because I want it to stay together, Mohan. They are breaking records as the best Asian Counter-Strike team ever, and those records are being broken now. Not in this matchup, not versus Complexity. Complexity more of a snack
And the
than
fact
anything
that
else.
it's a Mongolian team, it's not a Korean team or a Chinese team like we've had for so long in history, a Mongolian team. Man, go look at the roster history, okay? Only Mongolians all the way back to like whenever they started playing, 2015, 2016, whatever it was. Hundreds of them.
Yep.
A horde even.
Yes, sir.
And they finally picked the cream of the crop, those 5. And they're actually doing it, man. They're at every event. They're beating top teams. They could lose 100 VRS points by losing this match. But the reason that they have that standing is because they are extremely likely to win. It actually adds up with the ranking disparity, the time they spent together, the wins they've taken. They're not meant to lose to a team of Complexity's caliber, and they proved it again on Dust 2. They could let that one get marginally close, but in the end, they had full control.
What's wild is this is obviously in Valve's ranking at the moment, the #3 ranked team in the world.
Yeah.
And it feels like, in a way...
Valve's ranking, by the way, has been kind of based at times.
It's been kind of doing it, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a team that, you say like, #3 in the world. I don't think so. But they're making playoffs. They're making everybody nervous.
They're not #3. Vitality, Navi, Spirit are already top 3.
On their best day, they could challenge for 3.
That's fine. A lot of people could say that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying today.
FaZe Clan are top 3.
Sometimes.
But top 5 is very realistic, and that's already amazing. Because there is not a single other Mongolian on any other team, right? How many places can say that?
Only other Mongolian teams.
Only other Mongolian teams.
Yeah, I mean, we had Machine Gun once upon a time.
He was also on the Mongols, though.
But he was also on Splice,
Splice,
when he came to North America.
That's right.
That one time.
Laser Chicken's roster.
Yes, sir. Now that's some NA lore for you. Speaking of NA, Complexity.
Davey, Drone.
Yeah. Shout out Drone one time.
He's been playing a lot of CS, actually.
Yes, sir. My guy.
Wait, how do you know that?
He's on my Steam friends list.
Oh, okay.
I have friends too, Launders.
I just didn't know they were the same as mine.
Little challenge around. Pressure from Complexity in the pistol. You've got a lot of Mongols players stuck out in middle, and you thought that you had them stuck, but you were really stuck in with them because the flanks are massive, right? All that mid pressure that Complexity think is going to keep Mongols back, but in reality, it was the A main push that goes into Red Room and Donut that creates an exit strategy. And that exit strategy is going to push them into the post plant at the very least. Now, Grim has already cleared out A main. That's going to get him steps closer to the site. 60 on the fallback. Oh, now these Berettas starting to find their headshots. Looking to rip them back from the CT spawn, but that ain't going to happen on 910's watch. Still softened down to 23 health. Grim's trying to get on the bomb. Does not have a kit, folks. And that is the Mongols' evacuation plan into the A-bomb site for another. That's 3 for 3. Pistol win in the series.
How are they taking mid and flanking window at a minute 15? How are they making this happen? Just looked way too easy. Beautiful round on the Mongols. And actually, because that round becomes marginally close, it is a moment where if Nick's got his kill, charging into the window versus a guy not looking at him, maybe there's a world where Complexity win it. But instead, another pistol to the Mongols.
You have any cool Mongolia facts?
I did watch a season of, I think it's Alone in Mongolia.
Okay.
Where it's pretty brutal temperatures.
All right.
And that's where you have to survive with like 7 things for as long as you can. If you survive 90 days, you get $1 million.
Yes, yes, yes.
Great show. I didn't get any facts from it though, except that it's cold. You got any good? He's Googling Mongolia facts
no, I'm
right
not.
now, folks.
What? Nuh-uh. No, I got nothing either.
And we want to know.
I was hoping you would bring the lore. One flash for the complexity push. It ain't gonna work, Chief. Triple headshot from Senzu. And it's all cleaned up.
1 in 6 people are kind of Mongolian.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're talking about the Genghis Khan
Yes.
DNA? Yeah, 1 in 6 people in the world.
I made that number up, but it's around there.
Okay.
That's what I've heard.
That sounds about right.
I feel it sometimes when I cheer for them.
Yeah, you still, yeah. Yeah.
I would be more likely than you, Connor.
Why is that, Launders?
Geography.
Geography. Yeah, correct. The odds are higher. That is true. Right out into mid in the first gun round. Complexity held back by Smokes. You got no vision. You've got no certainty as to what's out there. And the bomb floats outside of elbow. JT going to have to come back and play this. Ooh, they're going to double peek him. Nicely done by JT here, hanging on. And getting blitzed down to a mere 15 points of HP.
That's about as good as that gets. Caught in the corner, double peek coming in. JT still alive. Oh, they got to be careful though, huh? Oh, maybe they don't. JT, another kill.
Yeah, this is getting awkward. They're both very low. They could be cleaned up by the USP, but we've got Grim to bail them out of a bad place. Although that does open the door for the A hit again. A little mid shenanigans gets Complexity off their rocker, and now Mzinho
he blinded
into
himself.
Donut. Bombs being planted. That can't be stopped. This 2 versus 5 is looking to come together. Low HP on 2 players. Senzu's got one.
Oh, he got that flick.
And he turns back. Now you've got Nyx to clear out sight at least. Mzinho strong post plant at this distance. Nyx has got the health advantage. Smoke onto the bomb, and he's going to play forward. He's trying to force their hand. Oh, Nyx survives the spray down, and that is Complexity to get the round they were supposed to win.
Yes.
So they're first on the board.
With where the bomb is planted is kind of tough to defend that. I was thinking, why don't they smoke Donut here? But this definitely still could have, I mean, it was a winnable spot for sure, but arguably sensible. JT has to do so much and has a lot of good support around him to like get extra kills and keep the winning position throughout the round. JT's aim sometimes is so good. There will be some games he just pops out with like 7 opening kills, instant first bullet headshots on T side.
Every series usually features JT Deagle moment.
JT Deagle moment, classic.
Right now it's Halzerk with shadow advantage, so on high alert of the A main hit, but there's a lot of bodies coming at him. 3 more. And Grim's gonna leave a little to be desired in that spray down. We've got players already trying to challenge back around through Temple. And we've got a slow burn in Blitz playing out middle. No challenge for the bomb planter, so that's Senzu now with gun back in hand.
Oh, Techno's gonna let him out, but they're still watching this. Oh, he calls the shadow.
Yeah, he's gonna hold back for it. JT creeping out, trying to get ever closer. 60 looks to give him cover, but...
Oh, very smart from JT.
Nice pathing. Although Blitz is now going to try to get into the action around from Red Room, he will find one back turn to him. That is his element of surprise spent. JT is going to go for the defuse. It's almost there. Oh, all the way. JT going to stick that bad boy, clearing both T's after the fact. Complexity tie this game at 2 apiece.
Another great JT moment. Beautiful stuff out of Complexity that round. And that was, you know, Grim failing the spray on Donut. And you're like, okay, well, that gets a little bit scary, but still they had control of the situation. Spoke in the right place. And even though it looks like, oh, they're just sticking the defuse, that's a moment that they really cultivate. Blocking sight lines, understanding the flanks are coming in just a little bit too slow. They had every right to go and do that.
Ooh, here we go, though. Numbers strong into B lane. B site really hasn't seen a lot of action so far in the first 4 rounds of play. First real test for Sixy. Teammates got him covered, him and Nyx. These are the 2 players new to Complexity's roster that will be playing at this B site all map long. And that's why I'm kind of down to see it get pushed more often. You know, the best version of Nyx that we've seen in a Complexity jersey was on B-site Train.
Anchoring, yeah.
I think, you know, versus Eternal Fire kind of made them sweat for it. And to see him and 60 try to hold down Ancient versus a team like MongolZ right now.
Yeah, and it's no doubt they have good aim. And I think what we were seeing with most top teams in general, like look at the players Spirit are pumping out, even on their academy lineup. It's like Navi Jr.
They got a factory over there.
They got a factory, but I think the key thing is they have the right floor manager at the factory. Okay, and they're able to like take these guys, train them, and then make them, you know, special. I think they would have otherwise. It's very possible Dong falls into obscurity, if not for his organization. I mean, he's even credited them for teaching him how to play Counter-Strike. And when we casted him and we play, he had a season or two where he was just very average. You know, very average. And when a team can pump out so many players of that quality, you have to start thinking about, well, it's the players or is it the team? And I think right now it's a lot of great coaches that are making great players, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's Blade's system that brought this international Navi to be able to win a major and then get Team of the Year. You have Team Spirit with Hallie behind them. If you watch the vlogs, you know. You watch Saw do with every day he's got a new lineup on Heroic that he's got to make good again, and he does out of nowhere. Now we're talking about Youngstar these days.
Yes, sir.
No one even knew his name 3 months ago. So there's one thing in common with all these great rosters, and it wasn't always the case. It used to only be Zonic, you know.
Sir. Yep.
And now we've got a lot of coaches.
Well, I mean, just a testament to it when Donk wins all the awards that he does. He didn't got on stage and instantly didn't instantly thank even Hallie in that moment. He was appreciating the previous coaches of the academy system, you know. So just throwing it back beyond that, and those in in orgs like Spirit and Navi who have those systems in place with their junior teams, we really don't get much insight into what's going on down there.
Yeah,
you know, all too often. We did more so when We Play existed.
Yeah, we saw like Blade hanging out with Navi Jr.
Yeah,
like okay, sharing knowledge.
Oh God. And look at the fruits of their labor. Counter-Strike runs deep, folks. And deep control of Cave. Ooh, almost taken back. Luckily for Complexity, things going well elsewhere. Mid control is theirs. We've got Blitz walking around with an AK, though. That makes me a little nervous for Complexity. Popping open the red smoke. JT being a real nuisance so far here on Ancient, up to 8-2. You know, we touched it briefly back on Dust 2, where it's like, you know, we need Halzerk and Grim to kind of be those guys. Like, we need them to step up and be consistent so that, of course, the newer pieces of Nyx and 60 are able to find their groove with time going on. But if JT's going to do it today, if JT's going to be that guy right here, right now, early on Ancient, it's another option.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen him win so many moments now. He's got 2 defuses in this half so far. He had the moment where he snuck past the shadow play from Techno and then killed him around the single box on A site. And right there, he found the perfect timing to blow up the window smoke, take out Senzu.
Blitz in anticipation of a main.
Wait a second. Wait, he actually has an ability to plant right now.
So 1v3 queued up by Blitz. Looking to peek into the CT lane. They're both back there. Oh, but JT, speak of him again, 3K on the round, cleaning up Blitz and denying the clutch attempt.
Yeah, man. 9-2. Another round 1 from JT. 3 frags, in fact. It's a lovely start for Complexity here on Ancient. What the hell is a map pick anyway?
Really doesn't matter, does it? For some more than others. Thing was, MongolZ were showing us a depth in the map pool as of late as well, right? You know, they were kind of going down the checklist of why MongolZ are promising, and well, I thought the map pool was one to give them credit for. Still plenty of runway. Complexity showing us that they can play more than Train. JT again. Big shoes to fill when it comes to Ancient being the mid player nowadays, and JT stepping up to the task. MongolZ set back outside of the B site. There are going to be 3 players trying to push through this door, but total lane control for 60. Oh, he tries to turn for the flash. JT's here to stop it, but the 9-10 Deagle's collected, and suddenly we are into a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, just don't miss.
Hit this. Whoa, Halzerk pushed off of the angle. Incendiary behind Techno. Flash gets Halzerk to miss a second time. Third shot going to connect. And now it is a Deagle in hand for 9-10. He'll depart to grab a better weapon and sprint on over to that A site.
Yeah, they have to know that he's got a good timing. Grim also doesn't worry about the window. I think that's a very smart move by him.
Easy.
Yeah, you're right at the moment. Sometimes you leave that early, you check on mid in case someone's walking back, but Grim doesn't overthink that position at all. To be fair to Halzerk, they boosted to displays his crosshair placement, and then they flashed him back, then they threw a molly at him, so
yes, sir.
Yeah, not the easiest situation.
And he still took a player down, so got the one up front. Got scary for a second here with Techno coming out from that smoke. Ooh, that was a blind Tech9 headshot. And a clean up for Complexity. 5-2. Grim throwing himself down into middle alongside JT. They're going to go for a faster boost this time around. Actually, don't go for it right away. Threat of that op being out there somewhere, but it's not actually a part of this B site. You know, it's not Halzerk's default position at all. So they're going to smoke out both sides of the site. Little challenge here from 60 to try to open up Speedway, but
no cave, no one in the site at all.
Yeah, they've called this one out well. Mongols sprinkling in a B commitment at the right moment, waiting for that Molotov to burn out. There's another incendiary for them. That's going to get Mzinho off the plant. And now those smokes are about to start fading. This is getting weird. The kills have been collected by Complexity, double off of Nyx. Here comes the answer, though. Senzu.
Oh, that allows the plant to go down now, surely.
You'd think.
Actually hasn't crossed yet, but Senzu keeps fragging.
Dude, just going right into them, right? Smoke would have helped it be planted, but if the smoke's not going to be there, then Senzu's going to step it up. JT's low health, trying to press in. Oh, good timing. Grim actually gets the kill to 9-10. We are in the post plant, but Halzerk insta cleanup on 2, and that is Complexity to weather the storm of having nobody inside of cave. That double incendiary on the bomb plant bought enough time, and even then Senzu tries his damnedest, but it's not enough.
That's what you always envision yourself doing on a retake, but Complexity execute it perfectly. They layer the mollies, and the mollies, you know, 2 mollies sort of equates the amount of time a smoke is. And that just allows you to burn the full clock on those smokes. And once those are up, the B side is so easily retaken. And even in these moments, when you throw the first molly, all the T's go and have to take guard on all these different positions. That's when you get kills through smokes because people are floating around and there's not that many places to hide. So that was a very calm spot for a moment where it looked like a great time to go B. MongolZ even took a small risk there of just kind of dry peeking where Halzerk would be on long, not seeing anybody. And it felt like it was open season for them to go into the site. But a very solid retake. That would have been even worse if not for Senzu's kills.
Did you catch that Senzu desk slam?
Yeah, with his good hand?
I think so, yeah. Well, sure, hopefully. Just set himself further back. Getting angry. You don't see the Mongols always show emotion, so I'm down for that. Oh, they're going to charge him, dude.
Oh, man.
With flashbangs over top. They go back.
No!
Yeah, more. JT back from Red Room.
What just happened?
Well, that, my friend, is called a rush.
And that's why the one molly is just not good enough.
Fair.
It's a CT molly. It takes longer to expand. It doesn't expand as much. And unless you throw the nade with it to slow them down, like a rush like that, they barely took any damage coming in. And they really were mad, too.
Yeah.
You know, you shut them down twice, then you're in for a good half. Instead, Mongols might be able to creep back into this. They're surely going to... Oh, Blitz did not see that.
Huh.
Neither did JT, apparently. I don't know. Blitz did not see JT looking at him.
I felt gentlemanly for a second.
It's funny because Techno, originally, the story is that he replaced someone because they broke their hand coming into the Mongols.
Why's everybody breaking hands over on the Mongols? What's going on?
And the Techno came in as a sub, and then he played so well they just kept him. So, I'm just saying, if you're going to break your hand, just be very careful if you do it on the Mongols. They might replace you.
Unless you've had the 12 months that they have. Now they're going to give Senzu a little extra time.
True. 2 broken hands, though, Senzu. I don't know, man.
Blood was saying that he broke it by falling on ice. Is that the truth?
Techno said it was -30 outside. Everything was frozen. Yeah. And they were messing around out in the Mongolian frost. And Senzu broke his arm, or broke his hand falling on it.
God.
And it's his mouse hand, too. Imagine how scary that would be if you were a professional player.
I mean, if I ever slip and fall, I always try to go head first.
You want to break your mouth?
No, just, can't damage what's more important. Got to keep the gaming hands ready to go.
The difference is he gets paid to play, Connor.
Oh.
You get paid to talk.
And I talk real good. If you ever hear me with a stutter, just know it got slippery in Montreal. This is an interesting spot, JT. What do you think you're going to get away with here, my friend?
Yeah, that's crazy. It works, eh?
Yeah, it's looking like it. Senzu was about to try and clear a corner, but JT not going to get out of there unscathed. One and done. Sixy tries to put up some kind of a wall. We're going to get the MZinho frag over from A main, and then smoke fades, and Sixy actually catches a 9-10 out in the open. That's dropping the bomb, and he's still just going to keep that pressure up, and it works. But all the while, Techno 4K is creeping into the back line.
But they get away from him. So now maybe they check their flank? I don't know.
You think they should, but at what time?
Yeah. They've got 2 in there, so.
Bottom mid's drawing their attention. MZinho trying to set up Techno somehow, some way. Ooh, he jumps the gun a little. Still, he will kill Nyx, and then MZinho finds the red room frag. It is only HallZerk left up, and he can no longer control possession of that bomb.
But they know B is clean.
Yes, sir. Easy disengage.
Right, yeah, HallZerk's now in for a retake, whether he knows it or not. But that flank had to come in from somewhere.
Really well maneuvered here if you are the Mongols.
Yeah, and he's leaving the kit behind.
MZinho's already on it. Oh, nice one.
Maybe he doesn't need a kit.
Love that, HallZerk. You got to go. Time is of the essence. Beautiful quick scope into the cave first. Now, player backside, so many potential positions. HallZerk's got to just go for it. Bomb planted for ramp as well. And Techno just waiting this out perfectly. Woo! Taps him away, and that is a beautiful round from Techno, unraveling what felt like for a moment Complexity having control.
Absolutely. Yeah, another beautiful mid-round with a big flank involved, and won that Mongols. It's very ambitious the way they're doing it, but they have it fully under control. The really difficult part is for their mid player to be throwing flashes and fighting just enough so it looks believable that they actually want these duels. Because if MZinho doesn't play that properly, then it becomes obvious there's a flank coming in. But also you have Nyx giving his position away once the smoke comes up with his barrel sticking out.
Pistols now for Complexity, so gonna have to hold off for the buy. That 6-round streak was looking real tidy up until now. Team kill sprinkled in, so be it. It is the Mongols with a 5th on the T side and a final buy round out of Complexity here to end out the half.
It was
Are there limitations, though?
It was that Nico blood game, man. Now everyone thinks they can make a comeback after they slam their hand.
Blood for the blood god. And now Nico's rubbing walls in anticipation of his next violent outburst. Down to 3 smokes, and HallZerk blasted away by Senzu. Good trade out from the elbow attack.
He said, I'm gonna repeak, I'm gonna repeak, I'm gonna repeak. I'm dead.
Two players in here. I like the challenge. I like the challenge, Complexity. Ah, but the cover is great. MZ right there ready to deal with the pressure. And while he catches the off guard, you saw 910 kind of scramble for a half second. MZ ready to do his duty. Double kill plus the bomb plant sets up 910 to shut this down. And this is an excellent little recovery here from the Mongols. You know, winning pistol, converting for the 2-0 start, losing 6 straight to Complexity. Made it feel like the North Americans had a challenge to offer up, and they will still have a chance on T-side, but this is Mongols changing the tune a little bit as we wrap up this first half of play at a tied 6-6 scoreline. Shout out Senzu, 14-9 on the half.
And shout out to JT on the other side. This is a 6-6 half, and in this early rounds, it was very apparent how much impact he had playing middle on the retakes. It was a gem for the team, but when we watched Dust 2, I think Complexity made far more mistakes. This half, this Mongols comeback, maybe some small issues like allowing that rush to come through, trying to stop it with one molly. But for the most part, they had good retakes over on A and B site. They controlled mid pretty well. But Mongols really fragged hard in those final moments in a couple of very strong mid-round situations to make the worst of it for Complexity. It's another game where you see good things from Complexity. They don't look like a totally brand new roster in some senses, but they are getting outdone in the mid to late rounds. But that's where you would expect the most advantages for the team that's been together longer, is to come up with stronger creative ideas and be able to calculate faster with less options. And we go back to Katos. Mongols beating Complexity was like a pretty big upset.
Yep, that's true. Oh, how times change. Good on 60 to find that opening, but the thing is, you've already got 3 players donut. Yeah, Complexity think better to bite on that one.
It's a smart moment to pause, it looks like. They're casting a pretty wide net here, but not really overstepping. There is no one inside the cave to come and push, and they're positive, I think JT is positive, that if they are playing B, they will come and push something. So it looks like they're gearing up to go for the B split now, maybe. Oh, walking up towards Donut, actually. Oh, actually, they are going to A.
Yeah. Techno now, a little less cover. A main peak comes through. Challenge off the lane. Oh!
Stop.
MZ, beautiful second headshot. Drops that bomb in the dirt. And he just taps out Grim as well.
That's raw firepower.
Now, you don't know where Halzerk's at. That's the problem. Halzerk could still clutch this, but a little late to the party now. Blitz, does he turn in time? Jumps up, offers Halzerk a chance. MZ looking like he might need another fire at the feet of Halzerk. Both CTs trying to get into the action. Halzerk just can't hit him right away, but he will clean up the one. The problem child.
Oh, look how fast Blitz is here.
Love the reposition. He's still looking at the smoke. Halzerk trying to clear out backside to grab that bomb. This is a huge reposition from Blitz. So quickly repositioned, dude. Didn't waste a second.
He ran even a few steps inside of Temple, exactly as far as he could go without being heard. That was a really great moment from Blitz. I can't believe MZ gets that clip. Just the biggest individual moment of the series, I want to say. At such a critical juncture. And that's obviously why. Look at that. Oh, poor 60.
I feel bad for him too, because 60 did a good job.
Took so many bullets to kill the guy in Donut, one to kill 60.
And still wanted more.
Yeah. Don't worry, it's still a highlight.
Oh, that's gross. In all the right ways. Couple upgraded pistols for Cole out there on the field, but they have officially lost that lead. From 2-6 to 7-6. You know, I do think that 6-round streak from Complexity was, although it deserves praise, a little misleading, right? There was 4 defuses mixed into all that. Ow.
They were good defuses, though.
They were good defuses, yeah, sure. They held E real well. Here we go, Senzu. Feast a little. Yeah, ramp play gets shut down. That Desert Eagle's not going to find anything else. Valiant effort from 60 yet again from the pistol here to the next one. MongolZ convert.
Can't spell JT without E.
Can't spell JT without E. You definitely can.
JT.
Somebody help.
Nobody's coming to help you.
You're locked in here, brother. Yeah, for 2 weeks. All right, Cole. Gun rounds up. 60's looking for the entry. Tough task. Oh, good cover by Grim there. Utility was getting 60 from back behind that box. Mzinho is going to track the kill to the bottom of middle, so that is at least one trade frag back. But Complexity still sit pretty man advantage. And with that mid control, they clearly fought for it out of the gate.
And they try to block mid here. Off the cuff smoke. CT's in a good spot, though, to re-clear through Donut. If they don't see anyone crossing, that smoke will only do Complexity a disservice. If they move fast enough, this is a real problem for Techno, but if they take any longer than just a few seconds, the CT flank is going to win the round. Oh, and
doesn't go.
Yeah, they won't go. Okay, here's the moment for Complexity, surely.
Techno on the pillar. Cave players are coming, but it's a little too late, man. Double MP9 frag. JT stomping. What did Senzu just do?
What patch is this? How did he just do that? He stopped the entire... I don't even know, bro.
They had AKs.
I can't tell you how he did that. MP9 nerf? MP9 nerf, maybe?
Well, yeah, I guess he wasn't, crouching at a long distance. What was he doing instead?
Running and spraying.
Literally moving. Yeah.
Someone at Valve likes the MP9. That's what I'm...
Here comes Grim towards mid with the ump, and it's dead. And then the pistols are going to try to push their way out into the A site, and they're dead. And Complexity can try again in the next round once they've got guns, but this round, they're dead. 10-6 here for the MongolZ. Clean up on the A site.
That's real annoying, man, because last round, that was actually a great setup for Complexity. Right site hit.
Looking promising.
They were all close together.
We were going to have a nice, fun second map of the series. We were going to get that close game.
You can't even run and gun spray transfer with a rifle.
Nope.
Oh. Four AKs here for MongolZ.
3.
Oh.
Nice analysis. Ooh, okay. Look, more of that, man. I'll watch 60 for as long as he's going to try to keep this fight going out middle. He will try again, and he doubles down this round. So doing it on his own if he must. Techno is going to creep out through cave behind the smoke. Okay. All's good. Recovers that one, and we go 3v3.
Going this way is the play. If the round goes on a long time, Techno has the long flank backwards. They got to be scared to go B in this spot. And now another moment where if Complexity move fast enough, they've got a nice sort of isolation fight versus Senzu.
Yeah, but he's keeping himself down. Oh, Holzer's not ready for that one. Gets caught unscoped. Nice kill from JT. Give him that second chance. He saw you on the first jiggle. On the second, he didn't waste a moment. Op shot does good damage. Slowly but surely, Techno is getting this flank into position. 9-10 decides not to go for the wallbang. JT doesn't look like he's going to get out of here for free, so he's down, and now we've got a smoke to block off Donut. That's surely what's coming out of Techno in a moment. Both players with kits, both players with flashes. 60 trying to figure out where both players are at, but now he hears the rumblings of the retake go down on that bomb site. Deep smoke, loses his angle, and he's going to have to get a little lucky with the spray. Again, both players with kits. Techno hits the headshot through it, and MongolZ holding them back, despite Sixie's best efforts with yet another successful mid-entry.
It was one. Malzinho answered back real quick, and the Techno play, obviously, I think is the round winner. Pushes through, gets Grim, goes all the way around through spawn. It's full alert over on the A site, and then this moment from Halzerk is, I think he's holding for someone to drop out of Temple, but doesn't think that someone could approach from the left side, and this is where you have Senzu just appear on his screen. And the aim is always there. The aim is always there for the Mongols. But you're right. Why not keep trying mid if you're Complexity? If you can get some action there. But
yeah, I mean, the entries have looked good. You know, Sixie's trying to step up alongside JT. Somebody's got to pick up slack, and he's trying to stand fades.
Remember those phase nades?
Yeah.
To stop anyone popping out. I mean, that's something they could definitely use versus the Mongols, but it looks like this round it won't matter. Full A play is in store here for the Mongols. $9-10 on his own. I mean, he's got a donut player. And maybe there'll be a little fake involved, actually.
Yeah, like this. Nyx finds the right timing. Instant trade frag back from Senzu.
The op pulls back a little bit, but then Complexity, excuse me, also adjust their plans.
Trying to walk through this. Mzinho's on the smoke, but he's so close. In fact, it could get weird. He's so close. Okay, whoa. Good trade frag back from Grim. In a hectic moment, he reacts. 9-10 misses his chance to strike them down. And we've got a Complexity inside of an A site with a plant to boot.
Yes, and this is a slower flank out of Blitz. Senzu will have to do most of the heavy lifting if this is going to be possible.
Timing works out.
What is that spray? Oh my goodness.
Little flashbang for the bomb site. Blitz's flanks coming out. JT's going to be on full display back here. Yeah, easy cleanup here for Blitz. And now we've got Grim, unfortunately, sitting down on just a quarter of his health. And the smoke on top of the bomb to cover. They've got contact confirmed, and it's a retake from MongolZ.
Yo, that was
Complexity. Man advantage with the bomb down.
How does Senzu do that? He's really good at those, like, I'm spamming because I know you're here, I'm full committing. I know you're about to peek. I have safety. Yeah, that's not one you want to let go, Complexity.
I think North America does have to break both his hands instead. That's the only way you're going to stop him. This guy is 22 kills, 12 deaths deep.
There are only 10 VRS points on the line here for the Mongols.
Yeah, and they want all 10 of them.
And 100 if they lose. That's why they're trying so hard, folks.
They want that Valve rank #1. Gonna try again. 9-10 ready to go. Oh, nice shot, dude. JT, highest performing player for Complexity through and through. And with very little lane control, Cave's gonna get taken over. JT just keeps going. Launders, he has the bomb.
Whoa!
JT's got the bomb, and he is still the entry into the cave. He didn't trust his 3 other teammates to go do it themselves, so JT wanted to be a part of that action. Leave nothing on the table, JT. Senzu thrust to the 1v5. Complexity have a little life left in them because of their South African in-game leader, Johnny.
Here's Johnny.
Johnny, I want to get that last name right. Theodosio.
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 That's almost a little Greek, I feel like.
Theodosiu. Johnny Theodosio.
A little Italian.
A little whatever you want it to be.
A little French, maybe.
A little impressive. How about that?
Oh, yes. Johnny T right here.
Doing whatever the hell he has
That's
to.
what we say. That's what we're saying, man. These T-side entries sometimes, that's what he does. I love that. I thought Mongols watch around like this and they go, man, they're a bit of me. That's exactly the round I would have called.
Yep. With bomb on his back. He unleashes the rest of the pack into cave control to make sure this one doesn't fall through their hands. There's been a lot of disruptive moments from the Mongols in, like, you know, bomb plant attempts, and they're not able to offer any kind of an interruption. Mara wants right back into the communication.
Guys, they're copying our playbook, and we don't like it.
Senzu has the same anime character as Chopper on his mousepad.
Oh, I was going to say, is that either him or Magix that has that?
That's the Chopper. Sharing waifus.
Very good, Connor.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Connor is a weeb now.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Just kidding. He's a Korea boo. He watched Solo Leveling.
Ooh, here we go. Oh, Nyx. You thought you had something to work with. Little did you realize, stuck in Senzu's sights. Oh, I love this. Mzinho, ratty, hides behind and gets the double kill. And with that, Halzerk's going to have to scoop up Bomb now on his own. Now, you've got a teammate in JT, right? Highest performing player for Complexity, but he is on the other side of the map. And right now, that bomb carrier is stuck inside of Donut. He was trying to get off site so that he didn't lose it. And now, unfortunately, poor JT, who has been playing lights out in an attempt to keep Complexity in this series, is going to have to go into a damn near impossible clutch. You've got a player in cutout on their own in middle. This is the best chance at it first. You peel Techno off the play if you read that this corner is occupied. And he does, but the aim betrays him finally in this map, and that is the Mongols. Number 17 in the world, baby. Taking up the 2-0 win over top of Complexity, who couldn't keep it close. Despite the best efforts of JT, well, the rest of Cole bottomed out.
Yeah, bottoming out is a very eloquent way you've put that there. Thank you very much, Scrow and Lau. Of course, for us, I'm looking over here at Mr. Pimp and Mr. Blair to put a ribbon on what happened here to Complexity, and rather, where did Complexity go?
See, this was a complete different game compared to the first one we saw. You look at the scoreboard, you think 13-7, 13-7, kind of similar. The Mongols leading, the Mongols dominating. But Complexity had a chance here on Ancient to make that game competitive. They were even looking like the better team the first 9 rounds, up 6-2. You think, okay, if this is the level Complexity can produce for the rest of the map, then maybe there's a chance that the Mongols will lose the map. But at the end of the day, it felt so short. You know, it was so fragile for Complexity. They win a couple of cool rounds, but from that point on, as soon as they start losing just a couple to a rush that we're going to see later on, that felt like that was it. You know, that was just enough to break the back of Complexity. So they show us they can play decent Counter-Strike. They just show us it's way too fragile.
Also, like, listen, you go 14 and I think 5 or 14 and 6 in opening duels, and you wind up losing 13 and 7. That doesn't paint a pretty picture. And there were so many moments in that first half where I felt like, you know, they get the early opening kills, like 3v5 situations, which really you should be converting. Now, I want to take nothing away from the Mongols. I think they were shooting hard. Senzu, man, like a broken hand, top fragging like that, Tracy. What need to break both his hands? And I still feel he would have had a very comfortable time against a side of Complexity. But as Pim pointed out right there, that's some good start, reasonable 6-2. But there are a couple of rounds which you're going to highlight in a bit. That's when it felt like once the momentum just swung in the favor of the Mongols, there was no stopping them.
Yeah, let's not pretend that if Mzinho doesn't win that second pistol here on Ancient, that this map plays out exactly like it does.
I mean, it probably would have been closer. I still think the Mongols...
12-9.
Yeah, 12-9.
Okay. Whatever.
Yeah, something like that. It was a nice pistol by Mzinho as well, and a nice display of individual skill in that regard. But overall, I mean, it was the first half for Complexity. They had to capitalize on that. When you're up 6-2, you already put yourself in a favorable position. You had JT firing on all cylinders. You see it on the scoreboard as well. 120 ADR. The only player almost, you know, next to 60 who did anything on this side of Complexity. And again, as your in-game leader, it's nice that he can step up. But we called out Grim. We said Halzerk needs to step up. Some of the more experienced characters winning Complexity. And unfortunately for them, they didn't. They didn't deliver. They didn't contribute, and thus they ended up losing the game.
I mean, we keep talking about, you know, how Elige, his boots are too massive to fill with anyone from NA. For that matter, actually, if you cast a net pretty wide around the world, it's very hard to find a player. But JT did his best Elige cosplay right there, and despite that, rest of the supporting cast, as you pointed out, you know, Halzerk had a couple of rounds here and there. You're talking about Grim again struggling quite a bit, but this guy, man. You just can't stop this guy, Senzu. Like 23 and 14, and he's making the MP9, which supposedly was nerfed, look like it's a pre-nerf gun.
And Sinzu has been one of those front runners, been one of those torchbearers, if you would, Jacob. He's been a guy that you would expect to see towards the top of the charts when it comes down to the scores.
You could definitely make that argument, but I think the same case could be said for pretty much any player within the MongolZ, and that's what I love about the lineup. It's not a lineup that relies too much on one individual or two individuals. It does feel like I wouldn't call them the old heroic in the sense, but it does feel like a team where any player can pop off at any moment, and that's a nice feeling to have when you're a team, and it's a nice feeling to have when you're watching them play as well, that it's not the same name over and over and over. It's different characters stepping up.
I mean, even if you look at Mizinho, where on Dust 2 we were talking about how he wasn't really a part of any of the action, considering the position he plays towards long. You look at this particular game, the pistol round comes to mind, so many pivotal moments coming out from men fragging out. So just underlining what you just said right there, Jay.
Yeah, I would love to see round 9. I believe the production have it cut up for us, because I think that's the round where it all goes south for Complexity. You see on the round history right here as well, off to a good start. They're leading 6-2. We then jump into round 9.
By round, by the way.
Yeah, and it's after a timeout. It's after a timeout called by the MongolZ, and they just straight up rush to the bomb site, completely catches Complexity off guard in a force buy, in a scenario where Complexity should have won the round. It should have been 7-2, and at that point, they should have won the first half, and maybe even, as you said, Trace, it could have been a different game. So Complexity weren't without chances, but when you lose a round like this, it will happen from time to time. You just got to bounce back. You just got to be able to shake it off and move on and win a couple of rounds, you know, and pick it up again. But it was this round that showed how fragile Complexity were.
And I feel like if you go back to, I think, round number 4 or 5 initially, when they were getting, shut down the B bomb site, it was Complexity being very proactive. They're like, all right, if you're going to lose a bomb site, just play retake. And I think the 2 new kids on the team, they did a very good job in the retakes. But then MongolZ like, all right, they're not going to be ready for just the horde rush coming in. And that's exactly what happened. And after that, they really weren't able to kind of find a solution on the CT side.
Yeah, speaking of solutions, I got a couple for you guys, but we'll talk about that off air. What we do have going on in front of us is a quick break. We do have more Counter-Strike coming your way, looking like a little bit of pain versus Astralis on the forecast. So if you're here with us on the way back, guess what? More CS. We'll see you there.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Astralis are coming into Cluj-Napoca off the back of a lot of online tournaments and a lot of playing and a lot of grinding right now. So let me just ask you how that's been, because you're still trying to make it through things, but it's been constant games. So are you getting much practice in at the same time?
We had 2 practice games since Katowice ended. So yeah, we were playing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And we were supposed to play yesterday, but we had 2 planes to get here to Romania. Yep. So we had to postpone the last game. So yeah, there's been plenty of playing, but not much practicing.
But I remember when you exited Katowice, you said it wasn't so much about like what the calling was like or what it was in terms of how the system, it was more the individuals that let you guys down. You were honest about that. But it seems like I have not seen this problem when I look back at these online results. So was there a team talk afterwards? Was it an easy thing to just be like, it was an off day for us? How do you view it?
We definitely had like a team talk to try and share our vision on why we didn't perform exactly how we wanted. I don't think the results were necessarily bad. We had like a bad game against MIBR, and then Gamer Legion is a team we want to beat. But I think the way we played against Pain was really great to see, because I think they're a team that's been on the rise for quite some time. In the qualifiers, we still had some of those moments where we make like silly mistakes and people's decision making is not up to the level we want to. I think the ceiling is high, but the floor is still too low.
Okay, and in terms of when you say the floor is too low, what do you put that down to? Is it just the individual part, or is there a mix of other stuff as well?
I mean, I think overall also we have a lot of players both in the Danish scene, but maybe especially in this team, who thrived a lot in CSGO and are playing the right way of CS, the perfect CS. You flash someone off an angle, you get the angle, they re-peek, you win. In CS2, you just swing. You just need to swing. And I think we're still at times maybe not matching the movements of some of the best CS2 players, where you really have to stay active. Like, you're just not getting rewarded from getting the good angle and stuff like this. So you have to learn the game still even more. And I think sometimes that's one thing. Other times it's just not reacting to things quickly enough. So yeah, we'll try to do that better.
I would say though, for like you guys all speaking the same language stuff, and some of the synergy this team should have in terms of knowing each other, reacting to things should be quite easy. So what do you mean by that?
Maybe like me, Down and Javi, we were used to one way, and Stan Device was used to another one, and then they found some kind of middle ground, and now maybe we're leaning a bit more towards my side of how we did things in the past. So I think it's just everyone getting on the same page, but still finding a way where Stan is able to be comfortable in his role. Device, as the star operator he is, has space to get his peaks in and stuff like this. And then sometimes when it's go time and you gotta run. But I also still think that it's good that I think a lot of the mistakes are fixable.
Now, for you personally, obviously it wasn't just the role change, but obviously coming into the Astralis jersey is a big deal for just looking at Danish Counter-Strike. How are you feeling right now with where you're personally at with all of this change you've had to go through? Because it wasn't just simply taking on a new team, it was taking on a lot of different roles and responsibilities.
Yeah. Well, I think in terms of outside pressure, I feel absolutely nothing. Like,
as always.
it doesn't affect me the slightest. I think nobody out there has like higher expectations for myself than I do. I think, there's games where I feel awful for not being able to put up better numbers or stuff like this. I think my calling is overall really, really good. But I think there's games where I don't feel like I can have the impact individually as I want to. I think kind of also talking about my floor, or like the team's floor and the team's ceiling. For me, I kind of feel like the same. I have some maps where I'm like fucking excellent, and then I have some where I'm like awful. And I need to find something a little more in between.
It comes with time though, and one thing I know is you will always grind to make that happen. For your expectations of this event though, where do we put it? Because I think a lot of people still look at Astralis, the players you have, we should be looking at title contenders, but it might seem a bit too far away from where you're currently at. So where do you look at it?
Reading kind of people's visions of how this tournament is going to go down, I don't see anyone expecting us to like be a top 5 contender of the tournament.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I think we'll do pretty good. That's all I can say.
And he says it with a big smile on his face as well, which makes me intrigued to see what he's been cooking up. We'll have to see how it goes. I wish you the best of luck. I'm excited to see what we can do.
Thank you, James.
It is PGL Cluj-Napoca. My name is Trace. I'm here with Jacob. I'm here with Bled. We just wrapped up one series. We're about to jump right into another one. Before we get there, let me just go ahead and remind you a little bit about what's going on all around the tournament here. Falcons just 2-0'd FlyQuest. So you guys want to comment on these as I go, or what? What do you think?
Not a big surprise.
Yeah, okay, no. Fair. Up next, MIBR Wildcard, and then following that will be Eternal Fire and Imperial Valkyries. That's over on the B stream. But for us, we turn our attention to a bit of Astralis and Pain action. Let me kick this over to you guys in a way that sounds positive, right? Astralis, are they out on top? Is this the best Astralis we've seen in 5 years?
No, it's not. You know, and that's a big issue. I think there's a sharp contrast coming into this game. Pain Gaming have started the year, you know, way better than anyone would have anticipated. Did well in Copenhagen, did somewhat okay in Katowice. Whereas for Astralis, I don't know what people expect from them, but you look at the roster, you look at the personnel.
To not be garbage, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. You look at the budget, you look at the salaries, you look at, you know, the holistic picture when it comes to Astralis, and you'd expect them to be fighting for playoffs. You'd expect them to be fighting against some of the better teams out there, but fact of the matter is that they are what he just said before, and that's a bit of an issue.
Yeah, look, here's a problem with Astralis right now. You're looking at the name values of and what these pieces have accomplished in all the years of Counter-Strike, and you look at what we're seeing from them right now, and honestly, it's way below what they themselves would be expecting. I'm looking at Astralis, the way they're playing at the moment, and I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, oh, is something wrong here? What's happening with this team? Because I'm seeing so many moments. I'm sure, look, there's a caveat. Some of these games are online. Like Katie said, they've been playing a lot of online games, qualifiers and whatnot, but at the same time, I'm watching them play, and they're not playing anywhere close to the level you expect from a brand like Astralis, to the level of a name like your devices, your cadence and whatnot. So there is a big question mark around that, in all honesty, and I don't think they found the answer yet.
Jacob, I would love to keep picking your brain about Astralis, so let's do a little bit of that. You're telling me that in all of Denmark, with what's available, this is what they've come to?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's what it got to. I think Danish Counter-Strike is suffering quite a lot. We all knew that last year, not a single Danish player were rated within the top 23 of any players on the HLTV rankings, which was a big issue. I think Device was the first Danish player as 25th, 26th or something, and that's obviously a no-brainer. Now, if I were to find one positive within the Astralis camp, it is the man Device. The fact that he's back into the starting roster, that's good. The fact that he's playing at a high level, that's good. The problem is there's no one around him right now, you know, doing him justice. You'd look towards your Stown, you look towards your Yabi, you look towards even Katie at that point and be like, someone help out Device, someone be the secondary star, someone live up to the fact that you're getting paid an awful lot of money to play Counter-Strike. But fact of the matter is that Dips player right here on your screen is the only one where I can proudly say that he's doing his job properly right now. And it may sound a bit harsh, and I think the Astralis would be the first to admit it themselves. What they've done so far this year hasn't been great enough, but as we also spoke about, Blur, it's not only been, you know, a couple of months, it's been a couple of years where we are circulating the same conversation over and over and over. You look at Astralis, you think they should be better, but they're not. So what is the goddamn issue?
I just remember the final game they had in Kato where they got knocked out by Game of Legion, and I think it was PR who
wasn't even close.
Absolutely curb stomped them. And I'm looking at them and I'm wondering, it's not about even bad calling. I don't think the calling was necessarily bad coming out from Kaden, in all honesty. Just that I'm looking at the CT side, for example, and I'm looking at the names again. I'm looking at Stone, I'm looking at Yabi, I'm looking at Device, I'm looking at Kaden, even Stair, who for me is actually a diamond in the rough, in all honesty. And they just seems to be a lack of synergy, a lack of, there's no butter in that sandwich.
There's no cohesion.
Absolutely no cohesion. And even Kaden was saying as well, he's like, I don't know what's really happening. It could be a difference in styles, but buddy, how much longer are you going to take for it to finally come together?
It's a confidence issue, and Kaden even said it in the interview. Sometimes you just gotta swing. Sometimes you just gotta believe in your individual abilities. And trust me, Device is a great player. Stown is a great player. Yabi is a fantastic Counter-Strike player, but only when they play with confidence, and that's a big of an issue right now. Astralis are playing with no confidence.
Yeah, and so where we find ourselves is that crucial crossroads for Astralis, where they have been feeling the pain, and they might just be feeling it a little bit more if we flip that script into what to anticipate here. For Astralis, what do you got?
Look, here's the thing with Astralis right now. Again, look, the one thing that got going for them is the fact that last time these two teams played was very recently, and they did manage to get that win over Pain. But that being said, as Pimp pointed out earlier as well, Pain have looked just overall just so much of a better team. Davidius coming in was a bit of a surprise for me, honestly, Pimp. But, you know, he's been a great player for Red Canids. I think he's been saved coming to this team. And again, when you have BTarena at the helm, this is a team you always have to be wary of. And for Pain coming to this matchup, they're looking for a little bit of revenge from Kato.
Yeah, I agree. I think Pain Gaming have had an uptick in performance. You look at Davidus, he's been a great signing, especially in Copenhagen at Blast. He did a great job, even played well in Katowice. Another player that's been going a little bit under the radar is Snow. I know last year he got a lot of flack for not really performing at a high level, and he didn't. His online performance has always been better than his LAN performance, but at least he's had a couple of matches now where he's stepped up and had a big impact. So it is a team trending upwards. Now, here's the whole way to phrase this, Trace, for you. Here's the whole way to contextualize it. Astralis shouldn't be competing with teams like Pain, and Pain shouldn't be competing with teams like Astralis. Just the fact that we have them in the same conversation is a testament to Pain Gaming playing good Counter-Strike and getting the most out of what they have to work with, whereas for Astralis, it's a little bit embarrassing.
And even if you look at the results right there, the most recent results, again, losing to Game Legion and Astralis in a very pretty one-sided fashion, you might be like, all right, maybe they're struggling on LAN a little bit, maybe a little bit of early jitters, but just go back a week prior, they almost took down Na'Vi in Copenhagen. Na'Vi, you know, top 3 team in the world, arguably top 2 or top 1 on a given day, and the fact that they're able to make it look so good, I think is very telling. And also looking at the VRS as well, you can see it's much more closer than what we had between the Mongols and Complexity earlier.
And I will say, Trace, just before you say anything right here, for Astralis,
shut up, Trace.
But for Astralis in particular, they're in the EU ranking, right? They're competing against a lot of good teams. Astralis desperately needs some Ws. They desperately need some points. That's why they're here. They cannot afford to lose this game or any other game at this tournament. The more points they can rack up, the better, because they are right now, again, in a scenario where Astralis not being part of the major later on at Blast Austin, that is a realistic possibility. Whereas for Pain Gaming, it's a little bit easier given the circuit they are in, you know, and the level they're playing right now. So if you were to put it up as who is this game more important for, I would argue Astralis, because they are the ones at risk of not making it. And it already starts now. It already starts right here, right now.
And we all know how ruthless the MRQ can be if you look at what the RMRs were. And we all know what happened to the RMRs with Astralis as well, right? So absolutely a lot of that on their mind. But that's a problem for me, Pimp. Like, we were talking about how they feel so stressed, and you can see it in the server as well. So many unforced errors being made by the veterans on this team is because of the pressure on their head. And now, with even more pressure mounting, are we going to see them actually rise to the challenge, or are they going to capitulate? That's a big question here for me with this team.
Yeah, and really, if you talk about getting a team on the same page, so for any team, you could pick any group of 5, any video game, any workplace environment. Getting people on the same page can prove to be mission impossible from time to time. Whether they all have their boots aligned in the right direction towards winning, or perhaps they just can't seem to find that crunch time feel.
It's very important, you know. It's very important to have a vocal leader, and you see Kanan being a vocal leader. You see him trying to tame the range, and that's a good thing for Astralis. Now, on the other side of the coin, you have Pain Gaming that have a leader that has been praised for a long time in BTarena, and he's been praised for a lot of different things, making the most out of the rosters he's been gifted, making the most out of his individual play. But there is one negative thing when you look towards Pain, and that is BTarena's individual performance. That has been a little bit lackluster as of lately. In 2024, we all spoke the case of BTarena, go to Furia. You can be the guy making the difference. You have individual skill, you play at a high level. However, in 2025 so far, you see the stats for you right here in front of you. It hasn't been great for BTarena. He even said during Copenhagen that he's taking up certain positions he doesn't necessarily like, so maybe he's sacrificing a little bit more. But a drop-off of 0.16 rating is a big one, and he's needed if they want to beat Astralis today.
I think I've seen enough from BTarena in the past where I feel this is just going to be, I think it's a case of two things. Firstly, a smaller sample size. Number one, in the beginning of the year and all of that. And also number two, as you said yourself as well, Davidius coming in, playing a few roles is kind of a little bit uncomfortable with. But I have an inkling that as we go through the months, as we head into Austin, for example, he's going to come closer to his previous average. So I'm not too worried about it. But yes, it could be a factor, at least in this game.
Is Davidius, is he him, Jacob?
I think he's him. I think MOUZ called him the Chilean Elish or something.
Yeah, I have heard that one too.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. You know, not his best work, and maybe it is his best work. Either way, interpret it how you like.
That's straight.
He's a good player, and I think he's onto something when he's calling him a great player and a difference maker. I think he was a signing that did a great job coming into Pain, and he's definitely helped them elevate their level of game.
And especially if you look at the previous team with Red Canids, you know, he was that one guy. He was him in that team, and you're like, oh my God, I hope he doesn't just, you know, disappear from the scene, because we've seen this happen so many times in the South American scene. But I love the fact that he has been picked up. I won't lie, it was a bit of a surprise, but it was a happy surprise. And the fact that they got off to a pretty solid start over in Copenhagen, I think is a good sign.
And you know what he is, Trace? Unlike a lot of people in the industry, he's a smart player. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's a very calculated player.
Are you calling
he's
everyone
a player
else
you
dumb?
can count on. I think if you ask Big Ozera, he loves playing with Davidus because he's never overstepping his mark.
Play?
I agree. I'm just looking at the videos here. And I'm wondering, look, here's the thing. I think Mirage might be the difference here, because I believe Astralis should be going with Inferno. It's a map they picked earlier when they played against them as well. It's a map that they won pretty convincingly. Dust 2 was picked by Pain last time, where they got kind of, again, taken over, completely destroyed by Astralis. But Astralis have lost, I think, the last 3 or 4 Mirages they played against, I think it's Bedboom, BC Game, these guys. There we go. That's a switch up coming in from Pain. As a decider, I doubt Train's going to be played. There we go. It's going to be taken out. And I don't know. I'm thinking maybe Inferno getting bad. Sorry, Nuke is a decider.
Nuke is a good decider for both teams. A map where
I'm actually a little surprised Astralis banned Dust 2. I thought they looked really good on that map.
Astralis want to play Nuke. I'm not too surprised about that. I think they feel that the favorites. Dust 2 is not a random map, but it's a map where you allow your opponents to invite them into the game. I think Astralis would like a little bit more of a tactical game. As Cadian said, they are more about playing the perfect brand of Counter-Strike. However, they're not. I just want to say that for Mirage, I saw them last time they played that map against Gamer Legion, and they got absolutely smashed on the CT
That was
side.
one of the roughest CT sides I've seen in recent memory. Like, it was horrible. Like, there was one round where they had, it was a buy versus buy. They knew it was going to be an A hit. They had all the info. There were 4 CTs lying in wait, and they get 1 kill, 1 or 2 kills. They just get completely run over. And if that's going to be the case here today, Trace, yikes.
Yeah, you can't afford to have a slow start right here. I do want to continue that conversation here just really quickly, Jacob, about changing the culture within a team. You come in to wherever the program might be, positives, negatives, but you have to get in there. And if your approach is to try to change how everybody's approaching the game, that's not an easy task.
It's not easy, not at all, not for Cadian. However, he is surrounded by players that he knows very well. You know, in Stown obviously being there, Yabi being there, so they obviously bought into the project. From what we hear on the outside as well, for Device, he speaks very highly of Cadian. He speaks highly of playing a more proactive style of Counter-Strike. When Blame F were the in-game leader, they were a little bit tired of the very static, slow-paced Counter-Strike, whereas Cadian is coming in with a bit more fire, a little bit more tenacity in some sense. So I do believe everyone is buying into the project. So I also do think as much as we've been negative, you know, I think it's about setting the expectations for a team that is one of the best paid teams in the entire world, that is working with one of the biggest budgets as well. I think Astralis will win this game, but again, it's just the fact that we can raise so many questions. That's my issue right now. Early starts to the season, the majors coming up, that's the big goal, but they cannot afford to miss another one.
No, they can't afford to miss that. They also can't afford to have a slow start right here, if you can believe it. It is Astralis taking on Pain, and we are ready to go to Inferno.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise, for your information, for your time, really, folks. Astralis Pain Gaming, Wanderers, I'm kind of siding with Jacob on this one. I'm looking at the Astralis win. It just boils down to in what form, I would say. Pain, it's a weird struggle at the moment with Cato. They started with the FaZe win. I mean, they were turning heads until their heads got torn off themselves. So today's a new day. We'll see if the new kid on the block in Davideus can do much. Right now, it is just the 1 frag from short side. And right into the bomb plant, right into the post plants, right into a potential retake. What, double players up on library side, a late mid play coming out for Pain. Looks like Astralis have carved their path to a pistol win, but we'll see if they can hang on. Yes. Yes, they can.
Yes, they can.
Because the retake won't even be attempted.
Yeah, not even a try here. Too far away from it. This game, make no mistake, there is a 2-0 victory for Astralis over Pain. But this game is all about today's form. These two teams, like, again, when we had the conversation about the Mongols, they're becoming an elite team because they can take down elite teams and they beat everyone worse than them. They don't really lose those games anymore. Right now, Astralis kind of beat everyone beneath them, just as the old Heroic were actually one of the best teams in the world at doing, never losing to a team lower ranked than them, but they aren't able to punch up very high. And then you look at Pain, and they have some better wins than Astralis. They actually beat teams like FaZe, Virtus.pro, other rosters, Furia, that Astralis can't even beat. But then they can lose to random teams. So on paper, it feels like Pain's trend is actually more impressive than Astralis, but Astralis have been winning a higher percentage of their, low floor games, if you will, and they have the recent head-to-head versus Pain themselves. So I'm not sure if that last game matters too much for me.
The head-to-head?
So many, yeah. I've seen so many good moments out of Pain, but also the worst game at Shanghai was Pain versus 3 Max on Dust 2.
But Maui Snake said they had really cool flashbangs.
He didn't watch the game. He didn't watch that one. That was...
I remember it.
And that wasn't just 3D Max's fault, by the way. That was Pain's fault as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Luckily, it was just the best of one.
Yeah.
And they've done better things since. Both teams, in fact, have done better things since. It's real quiet over on this A site, despite the triple stack up on short side. We're going to get Biguzera working over with that MP9 on Arch. The Danes look like they want to get going, however. This could be a good interruption from Biguzera playing ahead of the util. Yeah, he swings in, and yes, sir, SMGs come out on top. That's 4 frags to the MP9, and Stound's nowhere to be found just yet. Bomb in brackets. The hopes of the Astralis pistol conversion have just gone up in smoke.
Hugely, instantly. Total mid-crush here from the MP9s. The flash from Astralis does nothing inside of the cubby for the position that Biguzera is playing. And we haven't really cast that much of Astralis lately.
No, we haven't. Not you and I.
Just looking at their games. Device saved them in a map at Cato. But I thought they'd reach a way higher potential way sooner. It's a Device taking a break through the winter season and missing the major. To come back refreshed and ready to take on the second, part of the year, or the beginning of this year. And you'd think they'd have a pretty solid foundation now, but I don't know if they do.
We saw in that pregame interview with Banks and Cadian, Cadian saying like there hasn't been a lot of practice. There's been a lot of playing.
Okay.
Competition has been constant in that regard, but he said there hasn't been a lot of practice.
Not gonna lie though,
why not?
This is Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
You have to practice in tournaments sometimes. You've got to be learning all the time. That's never changed.
I'm sorry, I need to address that. Cadian goes tapping 15
Shooting,
bullets of a Tech 9 out of smoke, running through smoke, and gets blasted out of the round by a 4-bullet burst. Nice try, bro.
How do you know I was there?
All right, guys, there's 1B. Work on that one in practice.
There is no practice.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just trying new stuff then, live.
Yeah. But that's the thing. We don't really have, we have an off season, but that's supposed to be, you take a 2-week vacation, then you start practicing again, right? It's like...
And QZ's just going to prod the mid-control as Astralis are trying to set up, as they're hoping to get that single Galil and upgraded pistols somewhat closer to this bomb site. But again, it's numbers strong for Pain. Ah, dirty. Just as he's trying to clear out the cubby that we saw Biguzera play in, well, what do you know? Cowes puts the Galil to the back of the head of the double peak. And now Bomb in a 1v5 on Device. Ooh, 1 HP Device. Which you'd think should never be enough. It won't be. Single kill, not half bad. And QZ and Cowes lock it down on the bracket attempt.
And you want to talk about practice? Pain go back to Brazil, then lose to Brazilian teams, then come back to Europe and still play well. So they've done that for years now. What kind of practice do they get? They're like the Mongols. They have to be the best in the region by far in order to get better themselves. Like, they have to play with a certain level of discipline and they're still somehow able to learn those lessons, come to Europe for shorter periods of time, and still perform. I would tell you this, I'd much rather play tournaments in Europe all the time than have to practice in a region without any of the top 20 teams.
Ooh. He's gotten away with this.
Yeah.
Very understandable that they'd let their guard down, but it's just the P250, and he doesn't quite let them come to him. There is still an attempt here from the Pistols to try to flood up Banana. Fallback's looking good enough. They will disengage effectively, and Astralis not able to capitalize on that one just yet.
Yeah, they thought they would set them something a little bit more, but Pain never actually pushed down with their smoke. So there's nothing for Astound to do, and a lot of time has been burned off the clock. That's all the utility gone. For Astralis, that is.
Yeah, plenty of nades still for Pain. Although, none of it over towards that B site, so things could still get weird on this half of the map. Big Uzera's lost his support, and he's leaning back new box. Ooh, Deagle's hunting for him, but he's doing a great job of just sectioning off these fights, buying time for the rotate to come out from spawn. Ooh, that rotate takes a Deagle shot to the forehead. Cowez is out of the round. Oh, Cadian. Every once in a while, man, these Deags. But enough's enough. And QZ is going to end that where it stands, and that's Pain to go up 3-1.
Those were some great shots. That's about as much as you could do in a round like that after your first idea gets stuffed. They're trying this window flash run up, and the idea is they have this lead off with Stound in front of the smoke, so they know they can't die running through it. Then they want to get the top Banana player blind, fall back to the site. But as that's happening, ideally, you turn that window flash into a guy flashing from the bottom of Banana, then a guy flashing God Flash over the roof, and then you just run the whole time and everyone's blind. But they don't have those kinds of resources.
Ouch.
Lots of set plays, it looks like, here for Astralis, but getting met with utility.
Yeah, every step. This double frag grenade into an incendiary. That's Device on 28 health. Covered off, but they're going to keep that pressure up, and it works. Cowez is down. David Deus, pop from Pit. Nice entry here from Stair, working with that Galil. And we're going to lean back if we're Pain. 2 players on Library side. Eventually, Snow's going to get into the action through apartments, but he's got to take the long road. And it's being held. Or so it was.
It's just going to be blocking off the save now. This is all about the 2 entries that Astralis get. It's a round where they set themselves up quite nicely. They block the attack, they get HE damage on the way in. Astralis are full commit, which means they can't just turn around. And they're in jeopardy of dying to a Banana flank because they aren't watching anything. They're all in on this play, but 2 first bullet headshots in from Device and Stair, and that's all you need.
A little extra price tag at the end of this one, but it's still Astralis' second. I think after all that Utso, right? Somebody from the bomb site would have capitalized, but
yeah,
time to kill was really quick from Astralis.
Yeah, again, they set themselves up pretty well, but the shots were equally as impressive. Surprised we get so much set stuff already here from Astralis. That's brand new. I mean, Cadian definitely calls a rush or 2, but they don't really look like that.
Right.
And Heroic's defaults, I think, was the scariest part about that team, because Jabby could lurk on one side of the map, get a kill by himself. Stound could do the same.
Remember that interview where Cadian was talking about coming back to join Jabby and Stound on Astralis? And he said yeah, they had no idea. Like, they didn't know I was coming. You remember that?
No, I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
he's been on record as saying just like, like they didn't know I was coming to join the team. Like,
right.
It hadn't been, like, it's all good, guys.
It looks like a prank.
Yeah, it's all cool, guys. Like, we're all good. The 3 of us, it's all good. It's, the hatchet's been buried. But yeah, they had no clue I was joining Astralis. And that always I think about that sometimes. From like, what a crazy work environment.
Yeah, that is wild. We need that on film, though.
I think about that sometimes. So, Cadian trying to do something a little different. in the look of the last round. And Device, good for a double. Are you good, sir? Utility's got that position given away. Snow, he's got a teammate to come support him. Kawez.
Play that safely. Now they know it's 2-2 to sites. They saw the smoke bounce as well. Kawez quickly leaves. No boost in place. B site looks like it still will be hit shortly. And this is good use of the map from Astralis.
I like the push into Boiler.
Yeah, Boiler, though, that changes things.
Ever so slightly. Smoke goes down in front of the banana hit. 3 players ready to go.
He's waiting for this Kawez flash. Timing. It's a little late.
Oh, they're on each other. Oh, God. Oh, God, it's weird. Device actually gets through the CT smoke. Snow, they're going to be worried that somebody is in sight still, so he's taking up position.
Wait, they're going to go back. Hey, there's still 2 CTs here.
What?
He can hear them leaving.
The hell? Davideus in sight. NQZ in pit.
And Device is just sitting in con, though.
And what if they go arch to B, Launders?
Okay, that surely makes less...
Met by an incendiary off-site. Now they're going to have to hit this site at 15 seconds. And NQZ softens the player up short. What do you do? Where do you go? NQZ serving up the distraction. Don't die on sight. Hang on. Everything going well now. 2 players inside of the A site deters the war. The frags. They got every kill. The frags come in the final seconds. No way. No way. Astralis wins that round.
That was the worst round ever, and they still won. They had the B site done, okay? And they just don't. And why is Device lurking in con that whole time?
I don't know.
And then obviously, how are they supposed to know about it? I mean, the site is coming in, so he catches the rotator. But if he didn't at that moment,
if Device is in library, if Device is in CT spawn,
if Pit stays alive,
yeah.
I mean, if anyone stays alive,
if site even, you know, you got box, you got 1 fight left. You've lost your Pit player at that point. All you have to do is survive.
When they saw the mollies coming into Arch at 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
They were wrapping A.
That's a crazy round that Astralis ends up winning.
I mean, thinking back, I guess Device's position makes sense for the A hit. It's just not as sneaky as they think because there's still 2 players there. All right. We ball.
That was something, but a round win's a round win. It's on the board now. Put it in the rear view. Keep this going. And a great chance to build momentum off it. That's one of those, like, oh, you got away with it.
They did, yeah.
Type situations.
A couple times now. Even that round that's fully blocked on the A site and they just get 2 entries. That's fragging their way out.
What a round to win. Jabby is not going to notice any of the 4 players who have crossed over to alt mid apartments. But that's fine, because Astralis have the bomb plant down on B.
They're just mall walkers, you know?
Mall walkers? What's that?
It's when grandmothers go on walks together through the malls before the stores open.
Oh, that's the thing?
Yeah.
Nice. Good for the elderly.
Never watched Better Call Saul.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, the group of mall walkers, right?
Yeah.
All right. Mall walkers. Makes it sound like they're already dead, though.
I won't say anything inappropriate at this moment.
1 casualty. That's an op save. You take that. That's it's not half bad there for Payne. A little parting gift as Astralis take this lead 4-3. I don't know if we can handle all these mall walkers, Rick.
Is that from The Last of Us?
No, it's more Walking Dead.
Oh, Walking Dead.
You
That's
know?
what I meant.
Rick Grimes.
Rick Grimes.
Carl.
He's dead?
Whoa, spoilers.
Well, I was just asking a question. I haven't seen the show. You just sound like you're talking to a dead guy. All right, here comes that set A play again.
Nice nades once more, but last time nades weren't enough. Yeesh, pit player hanging on. Davideus cleared out by the Balk fight. So Astralis adamant about the pressure, and again, a little sprinkle in from the arch pressure. It's down, goes down after the one frag. It's a 2v2. This is anybody's round still. Through what we've seen, it's anybody's round all the time. But NQZ's just got a USP. There it is. AK grabbed off of the corpse. Do you take this? Well, the frag grenade opens it up for a chance, but nobody pouncing on it. NQZ's playing with the kit, but Flash doesn't find Jabby. He confirms the second player, and he's going to put them both in the coffin. That's the 5-3 lead for the Danes. Again, a couple grenades, soften them up. So be it. Astralis, when they want that bomb site, take it.
I feel like there's something that's under the hood that's obvious, that's not obvious about this game, that seems to make sense to Astralis, but on the outside looks like it's pretty risky. Like, the plays are consistently working now, all these set tactics and you know, full A and B commits, but they look like, it looks like there's really great staging from Pain. They get their utility out in the right spot. They put themselves in positions to get like the one kill they need to stop everything, but it consistently goes wrong. And I feel like both Astralis should be able to notice that like they're getting hit by full grenades,
yes, sir,
as they're running in, so they know they're not welcome, yet they win. And then I think, like, if I see that, I would assume, okay, that worked that time, but it probably won't work again. But they try it again, and then it works out the exact same way. And I'm starting to wonder, like, is this just a weakness of Pain? Like, they weren't able to stop Astralis's fast set tactics last time, or is this just a confidence thing?
Ooh, trying to clear out Bow. Good flash. Good flash. Second player in the corner is down. Davideus, you know, not everybody had an MP9, so good on him to make it work. Oh.
That box is just so spammable now.
Really changed the game up, eh?
Yeah.
How easy it is to pull players off it.
It's actually kind of nice because T-side, I'd say that's one of the hardest choke points to attack of any map, is like a pit and sight crossfire from there. So maybe that's the hot take, but I actually like that that's easier to spam now.
Let's see what the nades do look like out of the gate again.
Yeah, it'd be hard pressed if I was Big Zero to tell my team you need to do something differently here.
Right.
You're hitting them with like 150 utility damage and mollying them for rotations and everything.
Nicely done.
Nice find.
Oh yeah. There we go. Again, you know, staging out of the gate.
Yeah.
It's looking like a winnable Pain round. We've said it multiple times, but this one looks a little too comfortable.
Yeah, this one, the difference is their pick play, so they get kills, not just HE damage and stuff. So at least now they guarantee, they know where they're coming. They kill them as they're coming instead of just softening them up. And so maybe that was the remedy all along for Pain, was to make it a moment where you take a little extra risk and go for the kill instead of just trying to take 40, 50 HP off.
And no knockout blow follow-up from Pain after it. Just a cautious little jump spot here from Snow. Gives the can a shake. And drops it just in case they follow through. But just eliciting a utility reaction so far. It's going to give Astralis a chance to go into an execute. Again, flush out this player in the back of B site, and suddenly Astralis have a post plant to try to hang on to. But it'll boil down to 30 seconds. NQZ's coming running over. We've got a flash to be sent out by NQZ so that Big Uzera can push. And it works out well for one, but Stair gives cover. Snow's position's now well known to Astralis, but he hangs onto that line. And that line is gonna make the difference. Cadian swept back by the USP. Well done by Snow, well supported by NQZ. Yeah. Getting Big Uzera into the mix there and finishing off what looked like a comfortable round after that double pick on both half of the map.
You can see that even the flash into B blinds NQZ before he's about to throw his flash, and that just opens up the time into cross grill. Big Uzera maybe gets a second kill or something like that if NQZ can throw the flash earlier. And then a lot rests on Snow, actually. You could swing from that spot and be held. That's always dangerous. But the interesting option that he finds is to crouch. And that's Stair thinking, this guy's holding the angle as flat as possible, standing up. And Snow times the crouch perfectly. Bullets go right over his head. That was some good micro from him that round.
Ooh. Ooh. Hefty nade damage on that one. That's half of NQZ dealt with. And another disengage. Back to the spawn where they had left some utility for themselves. But they've also opened up the door for the defense to make moves, and that's why we've got this third player hard allocated to the A site. Still, he may have ran away from Banana, but it just looks like Astralis are going to re-engage it with that second volley of utility.
Yeah, this is a moment where I think like 5-10 seconds ago, they should have been working on their, recollecting in mid to get some info back. Snow has no nades after this smoke, and so now they should at least cheat over a rotate or try to get some info back. So how's he going to hold this by himself? Promising moment here for Astralis.
Flashes in the smoke make it weird, but that's fine. They still pop through. Ooh, stare. Yep, it's done enough. Gets Snow down with nothing so that Biguzera's trade frag also gets traded right back out. Now there's nothing here for Pain. They've got 3 players stuck on the other half of the map, and Astralis secure a lead at the end of this T side, guaranteed. 7-4.
This is the hardest they had to work for a round so far.
True.
They try to play this one more slowly into the final seconds and wait out the smoke. They actually end up running through it just to be safe, but they know that there's only a solo player here. And this is finally a round where I'd say Pain's staging wasn't that good. I mean, last round he had 2 pick plays. Into this one's full passive. Into this one, it's giving Astralis all of bracket control, not taking it back, and heavily rotating, but without the idea to now look farther into this quiet section of the map to try to get some info back, work on flanks and things like that.
Oof. Oh my god, bro. Those are great grenades. But is it enough? It hasn't been all too many a time, but NQZ, third player, it's gonna make the difference. You get them here out of the spawn. To hell with their half health bars. It is 2 quick op shots to give Pain a man advantage to try to close out this half. Ooh, Jabby walking past Arch. But the timing. Wait, tell your teammate.
Yeah, oh
no
my
way.
God, that's really bad.
Oh my god.
Cowes. Wait, no,
Cowes has got to recover the situation. He's got to. He will. Still turns around just in case the commitment's on A. If NQZ misses here, then Cadian could be on for the clutch. Position confirmed by the util. Puts a front sight smoke down. And he's going to try to plant inside of that. And it goes about exactly how you'd think. 7-5 on the half.
Man, impressive that Astralis won 7 rounds, but I have to tell you, I did not expect this type of game.
Oh, no.
Like, not the way that Astralis have been calling. It's so... It looks so tailored maybe to their opponent, but so unlike what I was used to seeing on Astralis or on Old Heroic,
right?
In terms of how much set stuff they were doing. Yeah, it almost felt like when we were watching Gamer Legion Spirit on Anubis. It's like they had something they knew worked. No matter what Pain tried to do to stop it, they could afford taking 150, 200 util damage.
Yep. They remained adamant.
Yeah, they just very confident about the way they came at that. But
well, it works.
It works.
It's enough. 7 rounds on a T side.
And here's another round where they do the same thing. They just decided to rush B through every piece of utility.
Hadn't seen that one before.
Sneaky beaky.
Maybe he was hoping that sight was clear, but nope. Dual Berettas to your head. Heavy utility pistol round between NQZ and BigUzera. And 0 pressure for Astralis in pistol number 2. One tap.
Wow, crushed.
One tap from Kawes.
That's from Kawes.
Device is dead, right behind him. Now, second player in pit gets blasted out of the round. That's a good one from Snow. And Stoun's just stuck inside of Moto for the moment. NQZ has done this perfectly. Both players going library, just offers 3 backs to him soon enough. And he'll double back through Arch just to make sure all goes well. But, oh man, he's kind of floating out there for an extra second. And, well, there's no kit, but now the smoke is faded. And obviously Astralis, they can go for this. No shame in that. Oh, BigUzera's got other ideas.
Wasn't even looking at him.
Nah, from the back of the site, one blasts him out of the round, and that is Stoun to try to come back. BigUzera's not playing games. Payne closed that gap to a mere single round after picking up second pistol.
Yeah, it's just in Astralis fashion with a simple exec towards A. Everything came down to those first couple of shots. Oh, it's Kawes right behind. Wow, on the shoulder spot for Stair.
That Stoun kill on Kawes is also underappreciated. Tap through the smoke into the pit. See ya. And a forced buy response back out of Astralis. They want to hang on to this lead at 7.
Speaking of teams and coaches and IGLs that make the most of their players, I think Payne have been that lineup with BigUzera. We know, I mean, we know very little about most coaches in general, but even less with Payne, I would say. But BigUzera we know for sure. The talent that he's surrounded with, young or old, whoever he plays with, they get better when they play with him. I think Snow's been the best example of that. His development as a player has been pretty exponential, I want to say, in the past year. And that's everything from site anchoring to opping as well, which really shows how much you've learned. I mean, anyone can op.
Of course.
You know.
Ooh, here he comes. This is the stack, boys. And you're going to find that out the hard way. Triple from the defense. Clear. Device with the 5-7, but he's only got 1 bullet left in it. And now he needs a reload with just the sidearm, but at least he gets him to burn the whole mag of AK. BigUzera swaps, but he's lost track of Jabby. Oh, the force buy. They skip the search part of that and get destroyed themselves instead.
They could have saved it, but Device's Deagle shot. Ay, 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 that was a big one. And Stair got 2 on that round. Bow.
Oh, 5-7.
Oh, it was a 5-7.
Hit him with the little... Hit him with the... And just that, honestly, just that surviving got him to drop a mag, and that's where Jabby slides out.
Yeah.
That was Apex-esque.
Yeah.
His dance moves. Ouch. Tough reality check there for Payne. But we go back to, like, you know, you said that the first half was kind of tailor-made to their opponent. Great stack. You lose pistol.
Stack, yeah.
Great stack.
It's true. Uh-oh.
Lucky to have gotten away with that. Made you mess up your Molotov, but so be it. You're alive. And I feel like if you're Device right now, you're just content with that.
Oh, careful with that jump spot.
Stair's going to hold back short side. BigUzera did kill Cadian on Banana, but there's bodies here. Nice trade from MongolZ to try to keep the dream of a B plant alive.
No, I mean, it's got to go A now, right?
Go back,
they heard someone running over from Speedway. They know there's one in the site. This really comes down to Cowes.
Stair tucking into the back site.
That means he's scared of somebody eventually wrapping Arch, but does he think it's now?
Yeah, the timing. Oh, didn't think he thought it was going to be that close, but able to react fast as he finds Cowes up close and personal. And MongolZ swept out. So Astralis from the force buy win after losing pistol to converting that with 3 standing. It is 2 rifles across and a 3-round lead, 9-6.
Yep, very nice. Very
That's
nice.
just, again, pistols out of pain here. So Astralis making it look like, making it look alike.
You had a few too many there, Connor.
You know me.
I start early.
It's Friday after all.
Ever felt like the day's too short?
What was I saying? I don't know. Making it look like they've come to play.
Right.
Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Triple spray down for Katie, and on the unarmored torsos of Pain, it's down to Unleash. That's 10, folks. 10-6. Comfortable CT side after that force buy win. And maybe that's why Cadian gave it the little jiggle, because he has put his team in a great position to just try to close out map 1 quick.
It was a nice jiggle. If you look at Astralis' games, I think probably their most impressive win is Pain. In terms of their recent games. They've won a lot again, but not versus the higher ranked teams overall. So 2-0 does say something. They like playing against these guys.
You know, there was that weird loss as well recently for Astralis versus BC.game.
Isn't that Guardian's team?
No.
Oh, Guardian bye-bye.
It's X-Bleed. Jacob, Knock, Nexa, Prime Taps, and Cypher.
Right.
To qualify for IEM Dallas as well, right? That was a big fumble from Astralis.
You mean it was a big win from BC Game?
You're correct. Sorry, yes. Big win for those guys.
Point taken. Yeah, that was
But, you know, organizationally, you know, the conversation is like, Astralis can't miss another major. Dallas isn't a major. But Austin will be.
Yeah.
And that's close.
And I don't think anyone's going to be leaving after it.
Oh, nice return here for MongolZ. Looked like that MP9 swing was going to just mop up the little health that remains on 2 of these Pain players. Instead, you have allowed them to leave. That MP9, if it gets 5 bullets off, this could be a 4 versus 2 to the favor of Astralis instead. But
so here's what, Astralis are doing that I kind of hoped that Pain would do on their CT side. But the thing is, they're actually not acting on this information, maybe worried about halls. So this is actually a great moment for Pain. They've moved quickly over to the other side of the map. Not a single bit of friction as they enter. And this just turns into a save, surely, from Astralis. Even though 2 players from Pain are low, I don't think they have that guaranteed information.
tried to fight that brackets control with a peek. And instead, you check that radar. 2 deaths on the front side of the A site. So try to rack up costs here on the exits. And that's going to allow Pain 1 step closer to time back again. Oh, these guns are important. It didn't even look like he was around the corner yet.
Yeah, Device had a deeper angle.
What the hell? That bomb is big.
He hit him on the head with that incendiary.
And it looks like only Snow's going to survive.
How many water-based names are there? Snow, Rain, Frozen?
Well, I don't think Frozen's water-based.
It is. What else are you going to freeze?
Solids.
Yeah, but with condensation.
I don't think that's how that works.
We got him, boys.
Just confuse him.
That's why his hair looks like icicles.
Oh, okay. Water, rain, snow. Wait, water's not a player. Jesus Christ.
He got himself, boys.
Oh, boy. I think those are the only ones.
Rain, frozen, snow. Is there anyone named after a fish? Oh, there's sharks.
The team, yes, that's true.
Yep.
Yep. I think that's it. Icy.
Icy. Nice.
I knew there was another one.
There we go. Okay. Oh, right in the legs. Cowez down lows. They're running up. That nade. Ooh, almost took him out. Oh, now he has to turn around. So this might be the better version of what Pain tried to do to them. They get an opening op shot plus their utility as they fall back. And that's the idea stuffed from Pain.
Oops.
Oy. Not that it would have hit.
It's a very narrow corridor, this banana alleyway. Fast moves here from Astralis to throw that third player over. So we get the coffin rotate plus the CT crosshold. And Jabby doesn't waste the moment with that headshot. Then blinded was poor Davideus. Oh, and the nade finds its home. That was 1 point of health left for Cowez. Can't blame him for dying to that one.
Okay. I wasn't a big fan of the Astralis T side. CT side, though.
You're liking it?
Amazing. I mean, it shows all the issues that Pain had. They kind of like early on stuff their rushes with lots of time to spare. And because they do it so early inside of middle, it's not like bracket control gets taken over and then they can't rotate. Instead, they rotate 2 more over to B. Then they get aggressive over on the B side with utility. They're ahead of the information every step of the way. They're taking the first picks. They're getting utility damage. So I think Pain could learn from Astralis' game plan right here if they want to try their set stuff next time. But yeah, Astralis' T side struck me as one they were just trying to get it over with.
Yeah, sure. And in some ways, just trying to get the CT side over with as well, but it's just working very nicely.
Yeah. Operating at full strength.
You know, and I think that's that is a testament to the kind of conversation that you kicked off this match with, where it's like when you're Astralis, you are just kind of, you know, if in the Heroics case, you know, you always just kind of crap on the teams that are down beneath you.
Yes.
And
they had like the highest, I think right around Rio, right before Rio. They were the top 10 team with the highest win rate versus teams lower ranked than them.
Yep.
They just never lost to underdogs.
A little bit of that flair sprinkled into this head-to-head because, again, you know, Pain has shown promise, but if you keep the pressure up on them, then you know that Pain can have off days, and this is feeling like one of them in that regard. We're not getting big moments from Davideus, who was looking lights out in his debut in that Pain Gaming jersey. He is muted alongside Cowez and Snow, but again, maybe trying to get it done a little too quick. Stown goes for the mid pick, and it wasn't even like an out-of-the-gate fast one, just kind of a slow walk, and suddenly he is the first casualty of round 19. And Snow's not going to waste a moment here, taking up a quick glance towards balcony, but doing it with no teammate nearby. Now that frees up Device, and Device's teammate had just walked past, so why would Davideus expect that Device's op is right there trying to find him? Unfortunate spot for Biguzero with just the deagle, but he will take his time and wrap this around on Katie.
Yeah, he's here to trap them inside A, but the problem is that Pain have not clued into this quickly. They're moving slowly around through the back of halls, comes down to this shot, and this should be a total freebie here for Biguzero. Pick up a gun. Now we got eyes on Jabby. Bomb, figuring out where to go, and Jabby's got nades. Jabby has nades.
Love it. Goes into the headshot, and then just drops that incendiary.
Oh, that's smart, man.
Knows that the pressure's coming out from the other side. Knows that Stair can try to help him on the T-ramp. Jabby, doing it on his own. Woo! 3 clean frags from Jabby off the B bomb site into the banana push, and that is 12 rounds secured for Astralis.
Now his aim looks fantastic. That was great use of both positioning, utility, and the time that was not on his side. So without that molly, it's a whole different round. Without this first peek, even more so. That couldn't have been better played here from Yabby. And
clean as
to
hell.
defend against the guy coming down Banana, as well as taking the fight at the bottom of Banana, as well as changing position in general, like, did that all in one move.
Smooth as need be. And Cadian, right back into the action here. You know, it's blood in the water, and Astralis know it. Uh-oh. They're going to try to open it up to Swarm, but Jabby, triple kill, saving his captain and thrusting poor Cowez down to 46 health, no bomb possession, 1v5. This is Astralis essentially icing out Pain for a second time on Inferno, specifically at 13-7 between their first debut at the start of the year and now. And it just boils down to Astralis actively trying to play to get this game done quick. They had a read, they played their counters, and they had a little bit of confidence sprinkled in. Did it cost them some T rounds? Maybe. But CT side, smooth sailing.
Smooth sailing, yeah. For now, we'll call it that, but also there's still much more Counter-Strike to be played here. Thank you very much to Scrawny and Launders. Back into the studio we go. Jacob, Bleh, Sudin, they like to call you in some places. Yes, we do get a response here from Astralis. They must have heard Jacob prior to the match.
Yeah, hopefully they did. But they did look pretty good here. It's a map, as we alluded to earlier, that they had a very comfortable time on against the side of Pain recently as well. It's a map where they seem to be kind of leaning towards as a first pick most of the times. Yeah. And it's showing why. I like what they did. A couple of rounds, maybe overcomplicating things a little bit perhaps, but it's all forgiven considering the scoreline. There never seemed to be a doubt that Astralis is going to run away with this.
No, it wasn't necessarily a perfect game of Counter-Strike, but it was a much, much better game of Counter-Strike from Astralis than we've seen in a long, long time. As both Corner and Mohan said during the cast as well, the CT side was good, you know, a lot of proactive stuff happening, a lot of great understanding of where to push, when to push, how to make things uncomfortable for Pain Gaming. I'm pretty sure if you ask Pico Zero right now, he's probably sitting back with a feeling that we never got to play our style of Counter-Strike. We never got to execute our game plan. That was because they were being disrupted every single round by Astralis on that CT side. So much more positive outlook for the Danes than some may would have, I guess, you know.
When you say some,
a lot of
just
people,
call them by name.
A lot of people, including myself, you know, we're fearing that we didn't necessarily get a well-playing Astralis, but I think, at least for now, as you said, a good start to the game.
Oh, absolutely. And also, credit where it's due. I feel like a lot of the calls, apart from a couple of rounds, as we will touch upon later on, where they did overcomplicate things a little bit, I think Cadian did a very good job with some of the calls. Some very good mid-rounding coming up from him as well. And many of the times, Pain seemed to be just walking the traps. You head over to the second half, as you point out, at CT side, just walking into full stacks when you have the, when you have the player advantage, when you have the weaponry, when you have the utility, just kind of, I'm just a little surprised Pain played the way they did. I want to take nothing away from Astralis, but they would have expected Inferno to come on in. And I felt like they made too many kind of very simple errors, which you shouldn't be making, especially on a map where you should at least be prepared a little bit for. But one guy who was ready for was Cadian, man. He's been, look, we've been critical of him as well when it comes to individual plays recently. He's been having a lot of rough times, a lot of Reddit threads being like, oh my God, Cadian just throwing the round. Not this game, though. He really was stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about buying into a system, right? Or trying to get everybody on the same page.
A flash assist, by the way. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, of course. He's more than done his part with the util, it would seem. 24 blind is a pretty good number. But we talk about getting a team on the same page. When it comes down to Cadian, maybe the fruits of that labor are a little bit easier to see from the outside.
Yeah, maybe. I think Cadian needs everyone to buy into his project. And as I said, I sense from the camp in Astralis that everyone has bought into the project. Again, when you say Cadian, you also have to say Rocker, the coach. They work in tandem. They work together. So one thing is looking at Cadian as an individual. What is his production on the server? How much does he actually contribute in the fragging department? And how much does he contribute in terms of installing philosophy within Astralis they can bank on, I guess, and raise the floor level? I think he said was it Katowice after they were eliminated that he doesn't necessarily feel the issue within Astralis is the ceiling. The ceiling is going to be high. Once we get everything rolling, it's going to be fine. It's the floor they need to raise, and this is a great game to do that. This is a great game to go against a team like Pain Gaming. As I said, they didn't play perfect Counter-Strike, but they did a good job. There was one round, that I think we should revisit, that made both of us, scream a little bit in the green room, round 6, if I'm not mistaken, where it could have gone very bad for Astralis. They kind of overcooked it a little bit, and and that's something they still have to iron out.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean like kind of trying to roll right up into that A bomb site at about 4 seconds left?
Yeah, and this is
still win the round.
And here's the crazy thing. They get the kills. They know they've isolated the one player because Device had a perfect play right there. And then look 15 seconds
Look at the time.
walking into the stack. And in the end, it should have been around 100% should have gone the way of Pain. But in the end, like I think a little bit of an overpeak coming out from the final player on that A bomb site. Great shots by Stone, by the way. If he doesn't land that headshot right there, round's lost. But I feel that's indicative quite a bit of how it feels like Caden tries to, again, as I said, going to complicate things a little bit too much, overcook it, overplay his hand a little bit. But then, at least in this game, we didn't see too much of this. We saw this one round. Early, I think it was the second round, they walked into the bracket stack. Apart from that, it's been kind of flawless from Astralis. So as long as they're willing to, or feeling comfortable enough to kind of reduce some of these overcomplications, I think they should be feeling good.
Yeah, I think they should be, and it did beg the question, or rather, we kind of thought about it there in those moments where hey, yeah, guys, there's like 6 seconds on the clock, and really, what's going on right here in this moment? It comes down to some of those very acute calls. Can we call it that, Jacob? They're very much situational dependent, and they have to be made at the exact time, and everyone has to react the same.
Yes, we can call it that, and we also have to respect that, because that's also what we praise Cadian for when it works out. That's also what we praised Heroic for back in the days, this proactive way of constantly being somewhere on the map and constantly moving and constantly making sure the opponents are feeling unsafe wherever they go. So there will be occasions, there will be times where it looks a little bit rough. This time around, it worked out for Astralis. What we didn't get to see in the round as well was they had a player on the B bomb side who got a kill at the exact same moment. So that could also have been different. Overall, though, that's the style of Cadian is trying to integrate within Astralis. That's the style that Device as a player will have to get used to. He's never played in that sort of system before, and that's also why I'm willing to give Astralis a little more time before I ring the alarm bell and say this project has failed again. All I'm saying is a tournament like PGL Cluj-Napoca, that would be a great time to come alive. It's just one map. It's the first series. There's going to be an awful lot of Counter-Strike played out the next 4 days, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it's a good start.
I'm going to be a little bit more critical here. I totally get it. Look, at the end of the day, even if they'd won or lost that round, right? Even if they lost that round, it would have still been a very comfortable scoreline overall. But I'm looking at a situation right there. You know there's one player in the B-bomb side. You have Device push inside a church. He's cutting off the rotation from CT. There's one guy trapped, right? And it's a 4v3 situation. In your advantage, you don't have much time remaining. What do you decide to do instead of just attacking that bomb site alone? No, hey guys, we're just going to be walking into A where we have no idea where no one else is, and almost throws it around. For me, that's dumb. I'm sorry. You might have a very special style of playing CS, and yes, there are moments, there are times when you want to be aggressive, when you want to catch your opponents off guard. But when you have the information, when you have the man advantage, and you know this is the most optimal path to a round win, and you do that, I'm not a fan of it.
Get used to it. It's going to happen again.
Well, I hate it. Like,
that's
why are you doing this?
When you're playing hyperactive Counter-Strike, there will be scenarios where time is pressuring you. Certain players feel that you don't have time to make the rotation. I don't disagree with anything you said. I just told you to get used to it because it will happen again.
I mean, we're going to have ADD in the server, man. I don't know, some Adderall maybe. There's some teams in that once upon a time.
I don't know what you're referring to.
I don't know.
I do know that the next map we go into is Pain's Pick. Now, I'm sure they've endured a lot of pain in the first map, having not really got to jump completely up on the trampoline, just kind of like some little bounces here and there. But we go to Mirage, and what we're looking at is an Astralis CT-sided start.
Yeah.
So what does that spell for you?
Well, that's painful because last time we saw them play on the CT side, it was very, 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 I wouldn't say horrendous, whatever it was.
Despicable, disgusting.
It wasn't great. Now, you can look at the map right here, and there's one player I want to highlight. That's Stown playing in that connect area together with Stair. Device obviously not going to be in CT spawn too much. He will try help out as well. But the Stair and Stown combination, that will be tested early on in the game. Pain will apply a lot of pressure towards that side of the map, and it wasn't really working out last time around. Stair was left by himself a lot. He was caught off guard. He was getting killed without getting anything done. Stown didn't really help him with any flashes, any backup. So if I'm Astralis, I will locate Device towards CT spawn with the AWP to begin with, just to establish a presence on the A side, free up Stair a little bit, and from that moment and onwards, you can focus more on middle. That's what Gamer Legion was abusing over and over and over again, and hopefully Astralis have learned from that.
Yeah, and if you're on the side of pain right there, let me kick into your wheelhouse here a little bit, Blair. I'm looking at a guy like NQZ in this last map who certainly showed his presence. You know, how important is it for these guys to get off on that right foot?
Oh, absolutely. They have to get off the right foot here. But I feel like Inferno was kind of a foregone conclusion that it was going to be Astralis taking it. It's a map where, despite the trials and tribulations they've had recently, it's a map they have found success on. But as Pim pointed out, the biggest problem for Astralis and Mirage, I just don't feel the individuals are comfortable yet in some of the CT positions. They have some very good reads. They do the classic old heroic info plays, pushing towards B apartments, pushing towards Palace, for example, getting info, knowing where the hit's going to be coming in. But even despite that, they just got completely manhandled by a kid coming in from the academy, the ex-MOUZ academy team. So going against a team like Pain, where they're very comfortable on this map, I just don't feel the series is quite done yet.
I have one question, and I want Corner and Moham to look out for it as well, because every time I've seen Astralis play Mirage, especially on the CT side, they have an idea of what they want to do. It's been very mid-focused. They want to retake middle. They want to be aggressive towards middle. It hasn't really worked out yet. And then they always go into the double up setup, where both Cadian and Device on the CT side picks up the up. How about you try out the double up setup from the get-go? Because they have more success having the double up going. I know it's an expensive investment. I know it's not optimal to play like that 24/7, but change it around, you know? Maybe go into the double up setup before you lose grasp of the match instead of doing the other way around.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're saying the exact words I think we would all think right now. There is a risk. Let's say you get shut down on the first one. Do you dust yourself off and try again, Jacob?
You should, you know, and that's my issue with Astralis. It feels they're always playing on their back heels when it comes to Mirage. Again, the personnel on the team, Device, a comfortable player on Mirage. Stown, loves to play in the connect area, loves to be aggressive. Yapi towards short as well. You have three players who are used to be aggressive and used to fight a lot for that mid control, but for some reason the synergy is not there. I think the double up setup is something that alleviates that pressure from the get-go, and then maybe you can go into a more mid-focus, heavy presence later on into the half instead of starting with it every single time and then folding.
Well, winning the first few rounds would be absolute imperative, because they're not going to have the money there.
Yeah, it all starts with winning round one. But what's more important than winning round one?
You got there.
Winning round two, which is what we're going to have to sit back and relax, just find ourselves on the server. We go into Mirage next. It's going to be Astralis and Pain in the second map of the series. It is the PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
From a confident game plan applied on Inferno to the dusty trails of Mirage. Can Astralis 2-0 in the opening game of their Cluj-Napoca run, Mo? That is the question. They've got Pain in front of them, but unfortunately, despite the promise Pain has shown us throughout the last year or so, this one's just not coming together at the moment, right? David Day has showed promise. This was supposed to be a roster move that the Americas region was proud of, and unfortunately, there's just a lack of consistency from some individuals right now, and it's getting exploited by these pesky Danes.
They can't figure out these Danes, man, and Davideus has definitely shown us some great stuff. Like, again, in that match versus FaZe, like, we really saw his true potential. So there have been good moments in the move, but now we're looking for a bit more consistency Of course, it's all fun and games when it's the first few matches and you're like, whoa, this guy's got so much promise, but it has to continue. And another talking point with Pain is that they have BTarena, who used to be their star carry and star rifler and everything. He was the Brazilian donk, the bonk. And now he's not carrying every single game, but arguably has a better team than he did overall back then. But if he's not fragging as consistently as he was, then there's more reliance on those players. So for whatever reason, Pain definitely have a hard time with this Astralis lineup. We saw on the CT side of Inferno, Astralis were definitely by far the better team, and they got more rounds in the first half too. So however they figured out how to do that, they got past it. Pain have their work cut out for them. I think I was a bit more optimistic about Pain starting the day off, but now after seeing that second half, I'm certainly a bit more worried.
Yeah, it's unfortunately another one for the record books of this unfortunate drop-off statistically from BTarena. We saw that 2025 to 2024 stats comparison that the desk brought up before the match went live. And that last series is, again, just adding to his sub 1.0 ratings. Still the second highest rated player, though. Obviously, I don't think the blame falls on BTarena. But it's just sucks when, like, you have that pillar. Kind of like MIBR, right? When it's a big game for an Eternal Fire, well, all of a sudden, MIBR can throw it out there. And we've seen that from BTarena so consistently.
Yeah.
And we're just not getting it yet this year. And maybe we're early on, but it's like, okay, guys, this is tournament 3. Like, where is it gone?
He should be closer to Blitz, though, than MIBR, right? I think that,
okay.
Yeah, MIBR's surrounded by objectively better players, but we've seen BTarena's potential is probably higher than anyone else on this lineup. I don't think anyone's carried as consistently as he has for this lineup for a long period of time. So kicked off CS2 the right way, but I think the expectations should definitely be there, but making more room for his new players makes sense too. We didn't see the best of Snow last map. Expecting a better game from him here on Mirage.
Yeah, because as those pop-ups have come out from other teammates, you know, Snow is kind of becoming that guy.
Yeah.
From the energy, from the consistency, like it was. Yeah. Exactly. And then the new kid on the block.
David Dace.
David do $.
Damn, is there a $sign in his name?
Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yep. There's a $sign. PGL didn't just throw it in for fun.
Small clan.
So, we'll see. We'll cross our fingers for the Pain Gaming side. I hope that they can bring something back on their map pick. It is Mirage, after all. Come on. It's just Astralis.
Yeah, what is it, 2018?
But right now, this is an Astralis that entered Inferno with a good game plan, applied it with confidence, even when they got turned back on a couple of those rounds, right? You know, maybe trying to play too quick. You could see they had what it took to stop them. Cadian burnt to a crisp. And Stare dead right after. So nice clean entry frags out of Pain Gaming. That's going to be the 5v3 post plant inside the A site. All that is left of Astralis, ready to try to retake from spawn. No kit. So far, no kills. Ooh, Kawa's bringing one with him is icing on the cake of this situation. Sorry, Stown, you're stuck in the corner, bucko. And you're toast. Pain's going to pick up Pistol, but again, picked up Pistol back on Inferno to give themselves a false sense of confidence because the Astralis game plan force buy brought it right back. Can't afford that one here.
Anybody can get crushed by MP9. Stare will be the first to purchase up. Device grabs a scout. They don't even actually have one, so it'll be pistols and scouts for them. And a fiery A attack to kick this game off. Followed by what looks like a set play towards B. Some mid nades just to hold the attention of the CTs that are here. But it is a round with utility from Astralis. Pain should definitely expect that. And it looks like it actually won't be a set play. They are coming out of underpass incognito, no one at the top of mid. This is going to be a tricky round to read for Astralis, but down, you kind of feel it. Okay.
Yeah, that looked scary for a second. It looked like the CTs were pouncing at the right time, but they didn't have a lot of time because it was instant kills coming out from Pain in the other direction. You know, you're catching those players in mid boost.
Yeah.
But Quick to the trigger were Pain. And that's going to be the conversion. Good, they got through this time, and they did it without losing a single player. Well.
Without losing a single player.
Correct.
There we go.
Small sigh of relief here. Everybody getting in early on the action for Pain. And now you got pistols ahead of you for Astralis, so your map pick starting well. You know, you can lose Inferno because it's Astralis' map pick. Doesn't matter. Best of 3 series.
Yeah, that's the cool part about. I mean, this format is very pure in the sense of all best of 3s all the way through.
Yeah, because I mean, again, you know, PGL format. This is first PGL event of the year.
Yeah.
Woohoo! It's honestly, it's just the major format, but improved.
Yeah, it's
no
great.
BO1s, best of 3s only.
Yeah, only good stuff.
And I think we're seeing that, right? So it's been quite clean games thus far on the A stream at the very least. I don't know what Harry, Hugo, Dinko, and Moses are up to out there in the crazy world of the internet. But we've been sweeping through. And it looks like that sweep will continue here on the A site yet again. Cadian's MP9, nada. But the player on the garbage can gets another chance. Unfortunately, he was blinded in the process. David's going to keep it clean, and that's Pain 3-0.
Just David now.
Yeah, just David.
He's gone from Magisk boy to Magisk.
Yeah, well, you know, there's a couple things actually in the kill feed we might need to fine tune. NQZ is actually capitalized at the moment.
Oh, Connor
supposed
hates
to be
that.
Lowercase.
Over at Blast, we have Flamesy with the capital F.
No, that's ESL that does that one.
Oh, it's ESL that does that one.
So
okay.
I'm just gonna, you know,
gamers don't make it easy for
hate
us.
to be that guy. Please don't fire me, but it's small NQZ. Don't
plus,
fire
that's your celebrity look-alike. So
that's true.
It has to be right.
Don't fire me.
Even if you don't like him, I'll stick around.
It's true. Launders would make a decent analyst.
Connor would make a good blind stage host.
Thank you. I think I could do it. Actually, Freya's my new duo, so make some room.
Freya...
See if she can cast.
Freya refuses to cast.
Refuses to cast, always.
She always takes a pick at the casting desk, never actually casts.
Kind of a fraud, if you ask me.
Coward.
Smoked off on the approach. Oh, they just want to get their teeth on this B site, and Astralis put a smoke down in front of it, so...
Info for Astralis on this full buy round. They are making their way over. So not as inconspicuous as Pain might assume they're being right now. Full A push, and there's the lurk in place for Big Zero, which he's consistently lurking here on this map.
Cadian. Ooh, devilish, the drive-by. It goes both ways. Snow's burning, though, and Cadian was stuck then to the pistol. We go 2v2 at 15 seconds. Oh, and he waits. Big Uzera, that's dirty. He just waits him out and now stands in the middle of both. He's got 8 bullets in the magazine, 8 bullets for 2 kills, but he's done a wonderful job of repositioning around that smoke. They're going to have to plant. If he could stop the plant and then survive, that'd be one thing, but now it's pistol only. Use the smoke, get the reload, but they know where he's at. They try to track him down. Oh, he almost kills NQZ, but Pain come out on top of that.
Man, that's Big Uzera staying nice and patient, waiting for his opportunity. One CT rotator coming in the window, and that's all they need to make it a 2-on-1. And somehow they chew through 3 players in the B site.
Snow wrapping around the pillars with the MAC-10.
Yeah.
As Cadian thought he was the guy getting tricky with the SMG.
And it's Big Uzera with 6 frags lurking on these rounds, being very impactful. What you want to see out of Pain.
What goes around comes around, Cadian. Flawless start so far. 4-0. And a single M4 out there on the field. Cadian gets it. Okay. Actually, a bit more bot behind this, right? A couple pistols, MP9 for stare. Wouldn't be the first force buy win of the series. Oh, not even a force. All right, keep it simple. Straight to the window peek. And I like the Palace push, but Devadeus able to disengage fast enough.
It's an interesting moment here for Devadeus. He knows that they're very close to him. A lot of alerts in place right now. Sprays goes a little awry here. Big Zera. They're getting so much info, but at the cost of lives.
Oh, no, no. Snow tries to reopen the rotation. Bomb smoked off from the apartments. Has to disengage with this.
Now here's that play. Devadeus, he's coming up through Palace, and again, they were pushed super deep right there, so they might not be ready for this at all. Oh, Device, he should have been in range, right?
Yeah, he would have been. 100% he heard that drop. All the other CTs actually try to reapproach this. You've got a guy now inside of, not connector, but the stairs in stair. Molotov to his feet. Ooh, he's still a little too preoccupied. And now Down's going to switch over to that M4. Device does double back to get his. Waiting for the stairs peak, but still bested. 40 seconds to the clock. Device. Oh, another headshot. And now Cowez with bomb on. Misses the jump.
Aye. Either way, that would have been known.
Where does he go?
Up cat, it looks like, and Yabby? Well, there's a chance he turns back, but this is spotted. Well spotted by Device.
Cow is going to try to just turn it up. Device is the hero.
Wow, big time, man. That 5-7 kill, that was massive. And it looked a little strange because you definitely heard someone dropping out of Palace, but it didn't actually feel like it was calmed. There's 3 CTs in jungle.
True, right?
And then Stair jumping across the stairs actually was not the right play. Because his teammates in jungle can't help him.
Nice 5-7 shots from Device, and then the cherry on top there with the hold on Cowez. 3 kills to Device. And that was the solo M4 solo MP9 half buy.
Yeah, that's right. Rug is going to get involved. He's looking skinny. I mean, he was never big.
Right. I don't know. Maybe he's got an
Danish people always getting in shape all the time.
Riding bicycles and whatnot. The hell's up with that?
What are they riding from?
Swedes. Trying to outrun those Swedes. Great way to kickstart this. If you are Astralis, and back to the mid play goes Pain. There's a response being set up very quickly here. Double catwalk, double connector setup. And Pain want out instantly. Devadeus, though, he's going to get cleared out from underpass, so they tried to disengage, but one half of that doesn't get a chance to. Oh,
what
down.
a spray.
Love that. Tracks Big Uzera on smoke, gets next contact, almost finding the kill towards top middle, but that rotation from Snow back to underpass clips his wings. It's 4v3 Astralis still, sitting around, but maybe a mistake made. Cowez, critical headshot at 15 health.
It was. But we see Device moving into this position just as they leave it. He's not going to see anybody towards B, and once again, rotations are good for Astralis, but you take fights like Stair did in that moment. There's a way back into the round for Pain. And they got the timing to get in a window. Cadian, guard down. Doubled up inside Con. They've got to be watching their flanks now. They know how much Pain love to get into window.
Oh, no.
No, just scope in, man.
Recoverable. Recoverable. Not so much. That's bomb down. And now Cowez, poor guy emerging. You know, he's the guy that reopened the round with the exit from top middle, but no bomb possession, no teammates, and he concedes.
I mean, really, like, you know, no scoping, there are very few situations where you actually have to no scope. Even if you don't aim with the scope, just clicking right click to scope in makes you perfectly accurate. And that's like one of the moments where you just gotta do it. Because you're dead otherwise, but you're not dead if you don't shoot. You know, they don't know you're there still. this round's all about Stout, really. It's about totally stopping this A attack. Astralis looking alive. What is that?
It's a charm, man. Sometimes
like a rooster.
Yeah, it's weird.
Oh, it's not placed like that. It's just
it
up
flips
right
up
now.
like that sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, drive me nuts.
There we go.
Okay.
But it is one of those things. It's like if you place it there, that can happen. So don't put it there.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But with a view model like that, you know he's up to no
good. That's true, dude.
He probably likes this
With a
part.
view model like that, I feel like he does it on. Yeah, exactly. He's done it on purpose. Come on, get it back up there. Double AK, one top middle, one bottom mid. Makes sense, doesn't it? Tech 9s to support each.
Let's see if they try to get up into the window again.
It's an approach that makes sense, and then even more so when Astralis don't apply any pressure to it.
Yeah, this puts lots of stress on your jungle player. Oh, but that's perfect. What a tactic.
Perfect. And the jungle player can just lock in. Ooh, hold on. Tech 9 double tap from Snow. Lovely stuff. Quick burst towards this A site, but at 25 seconds, Stare could get problematic. We've got Astralis trying to pinch in within Ticket and Stare, but clean kill on Snow. Serves up a distraction. Kawez goes for the plant on the opposite side of Triple and gets away with it. Device isn't able to interrupt anything, can't snap up fast enough, but Biguzera still gets clipped from this attempt out from Stare. Crazy he gets away with the second. Davideus kind of flushed back into this fight. Jungle player clears him with ease, and now it'll boil down to Kawez. Stare has taken damage in the process, and he'll be cleared off top balcony, so Kawez into the 1v1's got a double back. Doesn't know if that bomb's being stuck. And Jabby with a kit is going to elicit the push, but Kawez delivers both with a 3K. It was 2 rifles on the round, and Payne still break through.
Yeah, that was a great adjustment, and Jabby's spray doesn't look very good right there. That's a nice round out of Stare, at least for Astralis, even though they end up losing this round from Palace. It's the only reason they're able to have a chance. But overall here from Payne, and like the Molly threw in connector, they sectioned that fight out, helped out Jabby. But I think where the problems begin here, or this is the 19th time that Payne have tried to get into window, and they have successfully again. And if Astralis give up that much space, then it comes down to the jungle player. It's the only active player on the map. And then there's too much pressure on him because he has to watch connector and he has to watch window. Then he gets into that very annoying looking fight versus Snow with the Tech 9, but everything comes down to that.
Buguzera up catwalk already with bomb and a teammate behind him. Oh, Cadian waits an extra second, but lines up a frag and a reposition to bench. Oh, with Jabby with him.
Oh.
Jabby's push out from the market gets 2. Stare stops the push out from connector, and it all falls to the op now. NQZ doesn't have bomb. It actually got cut off by Arch, and he is found out. Jabby saves the day.
Totally saved it. That was a wicked spray down that he got the lineup on Cat. You want to get them whether running up Cat, holding W, and also great shot from Cadian. Really was patient about that. Didn't go for the wall bang. Didn't get too worried about the Cat pressure. Had a nice Van Pillar smoke to stand over top of. And Stare has definitely come alive. That was not an easy kill to get after he peeked off the stairs. Had to be a first bullet headshot. His first 3 kills in these last 2 rounds.
Stark contrast for the last few rounds. Not anybody spotted top mid. Nade to soften them up with that triple smoke exec. They've given themselves a path to a bomb plant, but the bomb is a little bit late. NQZ only crossing now into the middle of site, so that's 4 players for Payne in this bomb site. You've put it down, but now what? Stare behind Ticket. Oh, he was looking for a second, but David Diaz lets his guard down. Oh, Stare! That third kill is clean. And with NQZ in sight, he still tries to hang on for dear life, but that triple, what was that?
Stair started 0-6, I believe, on this game, and now he's got 6 kills, so his scoreline altogether doesn't look that impressive, but in these last few rounds, he has really warmed up. That was pretty miraculous. He was blind, he was getting pushed, and it's a good thing he was tucked deep enough there behind Ticket, because it could have found him immediately and gunned him down and maybe won the round with that one frag. But instead, they let him live a little too long. I don't know how he did this.
Oof. Ton of pressure, man, but he thrives in it. Double op setup again for Astralis, trying to tie this game at 5 each. And highly likely with just pistols out there on the field for the Brazilian camp. Okay, Stair. Window climb up for 2 players. Stound's wary of it. But wasn't ready for the second. And so Davideus opens up the jungle plate, gets his hands onto an AK-47. Now they've got window control here for Pain. And that window control catches a market player off guard. Cadian just kind of walks back lackadaisically. And now the bomb disengages from top mid. That opens it up. Big Uzera can go apartments into the 2-player cat split, which is working. Woo. Davideus, 3 kills on the round from the Tech-9 into the double AK, completely vacant B bomb site. Just when you thought Pain were going to lose their lead, an unarmored Davideus goes from a Tech-9 to the triple kill.
Yeah, he just transformed into Weapon X here for Pain Gaming on this round with his entries. And Yabi looked like he set up a very nice peek, and with the way he's been shooting, you expected him to get the kill, but Davideus is even sharper. That one totally rocks the weakness of the B site. And you can see why Pain keep going back to the window, because it's working.
Yeah, 100%. In this case, it's not even one of those ones where it's like Connector's got the jungle player's attention split between 2 ways. That's just a very clean shot on the... Funnily enough, it's the same kind of window jiggle that Snow got over top of Stound, what, 2 rounds earlier?
The Tech-9, yeah.
Stound approaches, clears out close corner once the smoke fades, but still these... Nice kill. Oh, excuse me, from a Deagle to the AK double down.
And that had to be a missed shot, right? Skadian was on duty to watch that B play.
What's wild is like even that duel versus Jabby on bench, remember Davideus doesn't have armor. That's unarmored. Not one bullet hits him from Jabby. No aim punch, no issue.
Wow. Well, that makes it even more impressive. So Pain looking to crush this half, but I mean, with this round maybe comes to Astralis in general have done a decent job of handling these situations. It's very hard to forecast the outcomes of these rounds. They're so scrappy. This and on Inferno. Again, until we got into the second half of Inferno, that's when we saw any sort of stability, I should say.
Clean one for Device, offered over. His counterpart in NQZ now scoped up on Ticket, but also has to bring the bomb out. Ooh, Palace player gets clipped off. They're kind of feeding Device opportunities, and he takes both of them. Loses his rotate, but swap over to the Tech-9. Easy triple kill so far from Device. I mean, one-man army inside this A site. And now the support shows up. NQZ still just scouring over towards jungle, hoping somebody steps forth. But they've done a good job of going numbers strong over towards Ticket instead. Device with a quad kill in round 11. Just when it looked like Pain were starting to pull ahead. It is only a 1-round difference going into round 12.
Yeah, that's clean, man. First kill, staying alive in CT spawn. Them just trying to dislodge him from that, but with the amount of time he burned off the clock, it didn't seem like they were getting really close to that goal. That's a device we know. Heavy B lane here from both sides. They've been walking underpass quite often to get away with window. And finally, it looks like Astralis are playing deep off Cat. Those rugs are not for sale.
Another climb up, huh? Window has been problematic for Astralis, to say the least.
Oh, this one won't even be called. Is Jabby still playing this deep angle?
No way.
Wow, he's totally going to get away with this. This is just a B-split waiting to happen. BTarena is foaming at the mouth right now. Cadian is on a timer, and he can milk this because he's here so early.
Cadian gets executed. That's going to activate that straight-up apartments push. Can Device really go above and beyond? That's the bomb drop. Slowed down for now. Can't track the player who's managed to jump out and hit that ground.
And Molly's not deep, but he'll reroute.
Ooh, giving up Market, though. BTarena peels back. And Device is going to move the op over towards Market as well. So they're going to go 3 players strong through Market and 1 apartments. Honestly, slowing it down, not half bad. And all of the presence that was shown towards Catwalk, you can see how it draws Payne's attention still to that part of this retake, but nobody's there. We'll see if the numbers in Market end up helping. Stound's going to be super slow to this apartment's flank, and he gets found out. Looks like Payne are not going to let you back in for free. Jabby, 1 frag, and Device swaps over to the AK. 3 strong in this post plant. They're going to solidify it. 2 rounds sprinkled in at the tail end of this T side. The 4-0 start to the 7-5 T half. Not bad here for Payne.
Yeah, quite solid overall, man. I mean, again, if we want to credit Astralis' game plan on the T side of Inferno, there's a lot of stuff that you'd feel like by the end of the half you could see coming if you were Payne, but they couldn't stop it, and it feels like that was a bit of the same here for Payne. Getting into window over and over again. Astralis finally kind of cluing into the end by playing Jabby pushed up on Cat, but then they still missed it. They still had no idea and couldn't see BTarena through that smoke getting into the window.
Definitely a part of the Astralis approach that got exploited throughout that half. 4-0 start. 7-5 finish for Payne.
There's a number of ways that they could have stopped this by pushing B apps, by starting underpass to get the kills there, or just trade down more mid control. But instead, Astralis were relatively passive, leaned on sites, doubled up in connector sometimes, but they really had a problem they didn't want to deal with early. In the end, even information wasn't on their side.
Fast tempo this time around. Astralis already knocking on Connector's door. That is insane, Cadian. Jumps off of the railing into the window with the kill. Now trying to split out into the A site. We've got 2 pairs of Berettas out here. But the bomb is now dropped out in the open A site, so the 2 players from Astralis are going to try to go jumping into ramp. Yeah, right.
Crushed.
Jabby gets sat down, and it's man advantage now for Payne off of that with the last 2 Astralis players spotted. Bomb still down by bench. Minute 10, and NQZ comes all the way back from ramp to instead play towards Tetris. Now Payne can just chill for a second. There's that looming threat of a potential ticket wrap.
Yeah, you want to milk this one. 2v3. The CTs are a little bit wondering what's going on. Even though the bomb is in their possession, it's only sort of. They don't have info on both just yet. Now they do.
Davideus able to turn back. He will get killed by Stare. 35 seconds to piece together what's left of the 1v3. Player on triple just toying with him, and at the same time, NQZ is not giving him anything to work with. Just holding off on that bomb control. Oh, Stare! Oh, he's walked out. Clears NQZ. Oh,
he did it.
Clutches up. Finishes the 1v3 with ease.
Wow, that's a cherry on top of that. First half comeback out of Stair again, starting 0-6. And now the multis and the clutches are coming through. And this is a terrible position for Pain. That one will sting. He wouldn't have had too many opportunities to get that first frag on Tetris. Yeah, just had to be that first opportunity. Otherwise, this would have just become a nightmare. Now it'll have to be the force-up victory here for Pain.
Got the FAMAS on default. We got that scout floating out towards window at the moment, but Pain looking to carve some control here with mid-play. Ooh, saw that. He saw Stair wiggling around in the apartments, and the bomb's not far behind him.
It's the kind of round where you're worried about everything, though, if you're Astralis, so it'll be hard for them to get too much out of this.
This is big.
Oh, yeah. Maybe this is just the move that they need. And Big Zer, will he shoot?
Oh, boy.
Oh, okay.
Boy. Oh, okay, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great.
Honestly, 2 was kind of hard, so that was pretty impressive.
You take the double.
That was the perspective of the guys laying on the floor right there.
Yeah.
Easy stuff.
Lets the first go, waits for the second, but once the second comes with a third, and then that third guy's got a fourth.
That's when the math becomes too hard. You just gotta close your eyes.
Just start clicking. So good on him to get that second headshot. Is it all for nothing? Because bomb has managed to creep its way up catwalk. Cadian is taking the bomb alone forward right now.
Yeah, he's extremely far forward. And did Devadeus see him?
I don't think so.
Oh, now they need to pause on B, right? Because the CTs are going to start making moves.
Well, they exchange glances, and that's the bomb spotted out. So you've seen the bomb over on B right now if you're Pain, and Snow just won that fight up in Palace. Cowez isn't going to rush this. And by not rushing, it allows the bomb to go down. So it is 3v2. You've got Jabby locked into Arch. You've got Cadian over on bench. Cowez is unknown, gets spotted, and now that he has to start firing off, it's going to fall on the shoulders of Jabby, who is silently snuck in behind Van, but gets found by Snow, and so the force buy works. The force buy works after the beautiful 2 kills from Big Uzera. How many of those moments where he even fumbles getting one?
Yeah.
But just railing that second headshot as he gets taken down by Man 3. Beautiful play by Big Uzera to lock in top middle and to take that momentum right back out of the hands of Astralis.
You'd almost wish to have a 5-7 in that spot, so it definitely can be a very nervous moment here, but holds it down and knows that he's just going to start spamming the deagle after the first kill, and it's enough to get the second headshot. Snow also surviving in this spot is huge because he comes in for the closing kill. Pain retained that lead.
Snow hears all this. Yeah, they're going to skip his corner so easy. Kind of comparable to Big Uzera, just a player slipping into a corner 5 seconds before. Not even 5 in this case. And that's going to cost them dearly. Triple kill from Snow on ramp, cleaning up versus this force buy attempt of Astralis. So 9-6 queued up.
Yeah, Cadian had a kill, so they know he's around here. But still, too clean with the aim.
Bomb down on a ramp. He's going to take this cat. He heard that.
Yeah, but now he has to be heard himself. Now he's got NQC looking around.
But he only dropped once.
Ooh. Wow, very good aim here, Cadian. I've seen him clutch on this map before.
Oh, so have I. The impossible always feels winnable when Cadian's out here on the field in a play like this. Down to 30 seconds. That's smoke, though. You'd think that's smoke. That's just going to make his stomach sink. Tries to spam off. I mean, there's no element of surprise at this point. There's no timing. He's just got to get one more kill through spam. Eesh, and he can't reach out for it. So, well done.
Yeah, he did have... I think he did have a few extra seconds to actually wait for that smoke to come up.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
But starts to get a little antsy. Just being smoked off causes him to panic slightly.
I guess trying to go in early, if the smoke is about to come up, you want to go in before they refresh it. So when their nades out, usually right in the middle of that. And yeah, you got to do something crazy to win a round in that fashion. So a nice try there from Cadian, and the economic damage will be felt if Astralis somehow crawl back into this game. But for now, Pain will be happy with the win.
Not going to be timid in this one. You have earned an advantage, and you damn well know it. Desperate little bomb plant attempt here at the B site. Everybody comes sprinting at Cowes, and they get quickly swept away. 10-6, everybody standing. Great money at this point for Pain Gaming. And we're going to have to see a breakthrough moment for Astralis on this T side, because it didn't come from converting pistol. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm very curious about, like, stylistically what they're going to do here. T side Mirage. And we saw so many set plays on Inferno, and that was a surprise for us who haven't caught some of the recent Astralis matches. But you can already feel this one's a little bit more defaulty, though. However, this one might be fast to connector. Running up Cat now to look for their first kill. And did they not see this? Oh.
Over the top of that smoke, dude. Easy pickup on Cadian, because he gets softened up by Davideus. And then Snow's going to find himself into the kill feed as well. Stown tries valiantly to get out from Palace. And Device, 1v3 clutch for him. Ooh, tries. He damn well tries, but the trade frag's too strong.
There we go. And
now we're starting to get a bit of a rowdier Pain. Finally, after that beating back on Inferno.
There he is.
They're starting to turn up the heat a little bit here. CT side looking very solid as they lead by 5.
It's the sign of the best position that Pain have been in. They're looking alive. They're smiling. Really absorbing the moment. Now, this push out of Connector initially looked like it was going to be a bad idea. They got very far up Cat. Astralis were ready to try to attack Connector from 2 different heights there at the bottom of mid, as well as on Cat itself. But I think the counter utility was great from Pain. Slowed him down a ton.
And a little challenge over top of the window smoke as well.
Oh, look at this money, man. Whew. Looks like they're going to invest a little bit.
First it was Stown going all in, but now it's Jabby.
Yeah, I'm like, does Jabby really need a Mac 10?
He just sold it. He sold it.
Yeah, because, like, how much does that improve your rounds, you know, compared to
instead
keeping your money even?
So what's the strat here to keep Pain off of 12? Full-blown execute into the A site. No contact just yet as CTs keep their heads down. A little bit awkward there on the staircase. Snow, though, just plays it to perfection. Lets them out, raises the alarms, and still it's a total cleanup. But they also find their way into B, right? That rush, all that execute, it's all to get Cadian's space extended out onto this B site. And look, he's about to blindside NQZ in a moment.
Yeah, let's see if he takes this push properly. Okay, and
reaches for the op.
Upgrade is a bit too greedy there for Cadian. Can't get that one. But to make it a 2-on-5, surely you needed it.
Yeah, definitely had to have gone a little further. So high risk to reach for it, high reward not established. And that is Pain to clean up the B site. 12-6, 6 map points to extend play to nuke.
You could argue they needed that plant, so at least it's something that they got it. But this is a much better, already a much better series than the last time. Failed to get over double digits.
Yes, sir.
Versus Astralis 2 maps in a row.
That was obviously Dust 2 instead of Mirage. So a little swap up in the maps. And we've got Pain on the brink of a map win. Hello, though. Again, extra money bodes well when you get that op in play for Device. Would have been nice for Astralis if the op could survive a bit, but it's a good trade frag back from the Biguzera Cat hold. Grenades coming out of the apartments. You've got 3 players for Pain leaning on B at the moment. But it's not like Astralis can really take anything else just yet. Still just stuck top mid for the time being.
Yeah, look like they're just trying to drain utility and using their own But in response, I think they do get a lot more out of the CTs, and they need to even that up because Pain are coming into this round fully stocked. Still really early on into what could be a comeback. So unless Astralis start winning rounds dominantly, it's going to be hard to believe in them. Let's see if they can make this look convincing, or if this is just simply going to be the last round of the game.
Try to create some uncertainty here, but BTarena actually peels away. Could have kept eyes on Connector, but instead just lets them have that walk up. Now suddenly Davideus is in a tougher spot, but he got the jungle contact. He saw that jungle push coming. Ooh. Snow is given the red flag, and BTarena is going to clean up on mid as clean as you could ask. Pain, the force buy after losing second pistol into a flawless 6-round CT side. This series going to nuke.
Series is certainly going to nuke, and there is absolutely nothing, and I mean nothing, that Astralis can do to change it at this point. Welcome back to the studio. It is Cluj-Napoca, brought to you by PGL. Gentlemen, yes, we do have a full-on series now, so let's talk about a little bit of the nitty-gritty here. What made Pain formidable on Mirage?
Oh, that's very easy. I think Astralis just don't know how to play this map.
Okay, well, pack it up.
There we go.
That's that, isn't it?
That's that. You know, I don't know if I disagree. What we've seen from Astralis so far in Mirage, back at Cato now coming into this event as well, it's the CT side that is a big talking point for me. It seems disjointed, seems like they couldn't get it going. Again, I want to give credit to Pain Gaming because they came in with a clear game plan to pressure Astralis, and they knew where the weaknesses were, and they were able to capitalize on it as well. Got off to a good start, won the pistol, converted, etc., etc. The amount of times they had a player in this position, we just saw BTarena boosted it in window, killing Katie, and in the back, killing someone rotating from Astralis on the CT side. The biggest issue they had, Astralis, was that they had no synergy between the mid player and whoever was covering over towards the B bomb side. So they left off gaps every single round that BTarena and Pain Gaming were able to utilize. So from that perspective, not good enough by Astralis. On the other side of the coin, Pain Gaming finding the gaps, utilizing it, and punishing. That also requires a bit of skill.
I mean, we were talking so much about, the heroic style of CD side aggression, right? Where would they actually see it coming out from Astralis, if you ask me? They never really had the confidence, the synergy, as you pointed out as well, of, going for this info play. So most of the time just getting caught out of position when it comes to rotations, and never at any point really disrupting the T side coming out from Pain. You flip over to the other side. I'm going to show you, going to remember a round where BTarena pushed up towards top mid with a deagle, catching 2 players with their backs turned as well. There was never a point in time where we saw Astralis have their players in positions which were able to kind of catch Pain Gaming off guard. So yeah, I mean, the scoreline, I think it's very indicative of how one-sided this was.
Yeah, dare I say, that was about 4 people he caught off guard. He only got 2, I think.
Yeah, if he had a rifle, it probably gets all 4.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that was the issue for Astralis. There was one round, Stair wins a nice clutch in the second half in the pistol.
The 1v3,
yeah, exactly. Okay, it's 7-6 now. We got a game, and then the next thing they do is lose a round they're nowhere supposed to be losing. They did it in the first half as well. They lost to a couple of force buys. So overall, just very disappointing for Astralis, and that's what I hate about this. We praised them for playing a good Inferno. We think to ourselves, maybe, just maybe now they're trending the right direction, and then the next thing they go do is something where it's not good enough. However, I'm glad this guy played well. Snow, I pointed him out. I said coming into the game that he's been playing better on land than he has online in 2025, and he's continuing that trend. He's not consistently delivering, but he's having these pop-off maps that he didn't have last year, so that's another player that is getting better and better in the Pain camp.
And I think it's really good for the Spain team as well, because he was a kid, coming in initially, we're like, we don't know where he really lies. We knew he was very hype and, really added a lot to the, just the mood of the team, so to speak. But the fact that he can have these pop-up maps, that it's, he doesn't, also, even if it's not necessarily top fragging in a server, it's not like he's completely disappeared off it, right? He's finding that impact. So, again, great side for Pain to not just have him perform like this, but also bounce back in such a convincing fashion after what was a nightmare of an Inferno they had earlier.
Yeah, and if you look at sort of his role, his trajectory, and we say trajectory a lot, I'm talking about Snow himself, because yes, he is one of the younger guns. Yes, there is a whole, I wouldn't say movement, but there's definitely a lot more younger guns in the scene now, and some of them are just proving how lethal they can be. So will, that question ever answer itself? Is this the best he could be? Is there more that he could do?
I mean, he's still young, so he can still progress and become better. And I think he was also involved in some of the rounds we're going to look at now, round 7 and round 10. And he had impact, from pretty much the beginning of the game to the finish of the game. So is it the final product of Snow? I don't think so, but a player that is stepping up massively.
I mean, I just want to highlight here, it was 4-0 for Pain. Astralis went 2 together. And this was just 2 rifles saved by the side of Pain, right? And just these fights being lost. What is his deal being taken by Star? Losing that distance to the Tech 9. Again, I don't want to take anything away from Pain, but this is a round Astralis should have easily won. This could have been a 7-5, a 7-5 scoreline for Astralis. You win the pistol. I'm just saying in a parallel universe, it could have worked out. Then you go to round number 10. After they won the following round, again, just falling apart. All these holes in the defense, and again against these half-buys. And then you head again to the second round. After they won the pistol, losing to these half-buys. You lose 3 to 4 rounds on a map against a team like Pain. I think it's very indicative of how uncomfortable they feel sometimes in certain maps, and I feel like that is something they need to ameliorate real quickly.
And just before we move on to Nuke, because I bet that's your next question.
What was it? I guess we'll never know.
There we go. I think it would be, this is a massive issue when you look at Astralis and the future tenure for them at this tournament. Now, everyone saw it at Katowice. The Mirage, it didn't look great. People may think, okay, they've been working a bit on it. They had a bit of time to practice coming into this tournament. Maybe they sorted out their Mirage so far. That's not the question. Now, every team out there in this group stage, every team at PGL Cluj-Napoca will punish pick Astralis on Mirage unless they figure their shit out. And nothing have suggested so far that they're going to be able to do that. So it's a massive weakness in the map pool for Astralis in this tournament. So you can look at this game in isolation and be like, yeah, maybe they're not going to beat Pain Gaming, but the following games, whether that's as an 0-1 or 1-0 game, they're going to be struggling in that map pool.
And this is something which I think Caden mentioned in the interview and was talking to Banks as well earlier before the game, where he said how they've had a lot of reps so far. A lot of officials played recently. They're playing the IM Dallas qualifiers and whatnot online against BC, Game, Bedboom, and all these guys, but they haven't had time to actually practice. And I think that is what's going to bite them in the butt. But that is the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes you got to put up a shut up, and right now they're not really putting it up, and it's struggling quite a bit. And that is worrying. As Pim said, this is a very clear Achilles heel for this team. And what's worrying for me is they haven't gotten any better. They've had us reps coming in, and we can clearly see there's some big flaws in the CT side, and the fact that your coaching staff, your IGL, your main coach, primary coach, whoever, your dietitian, they've not been able to find a single solution is a worrying sign for this team.
It's hard to make excuses when every single time it looks like that they're maybe going to do it. This is going to be that day where the flips get switched, and then we get an Astralis that is lethal again, Jacob. But that is not reality. Moreover, probably not fair on all of us to sit here and think that every time Astralis wins a map.
No, true. It's a reality check for all of us. It's a reality check for the team as well. It's a scenario where we kind of preface this game as well, saying that we speak of Pain Gaming as an Astralis in the same category. Two teams that are on paper should be miles apart from each other. You have one of the biggest budgets in Counter-Strike. You have a Brazilian team that is supposed to be the 3rd best Brazilian team after MIBR and Furia in terms of budget and in terms of expectations. However, right now Pain is punching above their weight and Astralis is punching below, which is why we're having an even and almost fair matchup.
Even heading into the map of Nuke, right? I'm just, for me, the memory I have of Astralis lost playing this was against Gamer Legion, I believe it was, where they lost pretty convincingly. And Pain beat Na'Vi on this, on LAN. I know it's like a month ago, but that's pretty recent right there. So again, if you look at the results, if you look at the way they're playing in the server, and we're talking about confidence as well, right? I'm looking at some of the Pain players and a little bit of zest they have in a step in the server, how they're playing with, just balls out. They have confidence in their skills, looking to take those duels. And then look at some of the Astralis players, and I'm just looking at someone like Stav and someone like Yabi in these scenarios where you expect them to win these 1v1s, maybe these 1v2s, these 2v2s, and they're actually falling short. I don't know why.
And, Jacob, I would normally probably go like, hey, well, what do you think the scoreline's going to be? No, I would like you to perhaps and potentially give us how you think this one breaks down within the first half of play, regardless who starts where.
Yeah, that's a tough question when I don't know that, specific.
Neither do they.
Neither do they. I think for Astralis, what I saw at Katowice, you're right, played it against Gamer Legion, I believe so, but even against Spirit as well versus Dunk, they got off to a good start on the CT side. Couldn't follow up with it, couldn't get anything done on the T side. If I'm Astralis, I'm going to try to take the pace out of the game. I know Pain Gaming is a team that likes to play slow-paced Counter-Strike, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. I don't think Astralis necessarily have to speed up the process or make sure it's a fast-paced game of Counter-Strike. I think it'll be relatively slow. And then I want to see Astralis, play at a point where I don't care if you're playing the T side or the CT side, you should be able to make Pain Gaming sweat. You should be able to outplay them. You should be able to apply pressure. Could be down towards the door area or Yabi as a lurker towards door. Apply pressure, you know, fiddle it with the rotation. Make guys like Snow and QC rotate all over the map. But I haven't really seen Astralis keep their calm and their composure in those scenarios just yet, especially not on a map like Nuke. So, you know, use the fact that we know Pain like to play slow-paced Counter-Strike, buy into that, and then show me that you're the better thinking individuals in this game, that you have the more experience, because you should be having all that going for you, but I just don't see it transpire on the server. So that'll be a wishful thinking for me. Is that what I think's going to happen? Probably not. It's going to be a bit of a shit show back and forth, and that's what's will win.
Well, I love that. I love that about you, Jacob. Please, Bled, by all means, give it a shot.
Well, a shit show, I rather hope not. I want to see at least, you know, something a little bit closer. First map was kind of atrocious for the side of Pain. Second map for Astralis, right? But I feel like this should be, at least on paper, a little bit closer. I'm going to be pointing my finger at Ston. I feel like he's been kind of quiet so far this series, and this is the guy we're looking at to be the star of the team, right? Device, sure, primary opera, you know, legendary player we've had. He's doing his job right there. Cadian seems to be carrying a lot of weight. Seems to be trying to maybe overperform a little bit too much. So I'm looking at his left and right hand men, so to speak. I think Yabi's been okay so far, considering his roles, and Stair has been pretty commendable. The 1v3 in the pistol round comes to mind. Stan has been very quiet. What are you doing? Like, you're the guy I'm looking to be kind of the star of this team, and I'm not seeing that.
Left and right hand mans. That's what you've got around. Yeah,
yes,
makes sense.
Exactly.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your thoughts. Obviously, we need to get this series concluded. So in doing so, we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we do decide to settle this one on Nuke. It is Astralis taking on Pain at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
To Nuke we go. Decider map between, of course, Astralis and Pain Gaming. Exploiting that weak Mirage, Mohan. Pimp did a good job of highlighting it on the desk. It looks like he said anybody. He said anybody at this event could target that weak Mirage and that it could end up costing Astralis a solid run here at PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. Now, Nuke is not Mirage, so there's a great chance that the Danes can bring it all back, but props to Pain for just turning it around because over on Inferno, it looked like they had been read and figured out. Now, I'm going to co-sign what Pimp said. Again, I think this one, in the end, is just going to start to get messy.
Yeah, when it comes to the CT positions for Pain, we're looking to BTarena playing outside, and that's where he's had some of his like mega star player performances, where he's roaming a lot. He kind of plays it like Rain does in terms of rifling outside, and NQZ is actually becomes more of a support in the op, running around. But I think the key to this map for sure for Pain is a dominant CT half, and now that they've survived Mirage and broken that curse of 3 maps in a row they lost to Astralis, I think now they can look to actually being able to pick up the series, which would be more than impressive. Astralis have always struggled on map pool for a long while, like since their really the founding lineups, so to speak, It's very common. It has been very common for them for years now to just really drop their opponent's map pick, crush on theirs. It's actually quite a common story. So Astralis, well, they're the slight odds favorite in this game, but there's no telling based on the 2 maps we've just seen how good they're going to play.
Like you said, pressure on BTarena when it comes to outer. Fight comes to him in the pistol. He finds no success. And already we got a player knocking on the door of hell. Stare, trying to climb up.
Doink.
Actually redirects. Ooh, curious little spot here because we've got some secret control, and now we've got Astralis coming back at main.
They got their claws in, right?
Yeah.
They're every single choke point.
There's a lot of defenders here too. That's the odd part, right? You've got still a double up inside of Hut. And Kawez is going to catch Stare. So running around, just sprinting the whole way, that's to make them not think that there's a second player Hut.
Yeah, that's
good. And they fall for it. But there's so many players inside of that bomb site. Layers upon layers. Like a millefeuille. And just
what,
like
sorry?
That, a millefeuille.
Is that a dessert?
It's 1,000 layers. Yeah, it's a pastry. Millefeuille. And then they win the pistol.
Yeah, that's a solid pistol round here. They get into every choke point really quickly. It ends up being a mini split. And as you mentioned, even though there are so many CTs here and a nice little bait as they run one player out through the back of Hut, that there's just so many outs for them. They have everything covered, including Heaven. Very hard to stop that problem unless you're BTarena and you clip them as they're jumping on top of Mini, trying to wrap outside in the first place. That's why so much pressure is on him. Fast and aggressive. That's what it's looking like for Astralis here on T side.
Yeah, Rapido Presto here in round 2 as well. Already got Stare down into secret. Ooh, Kawez, what you got? 1 dig already. Second one could be had. But doesn't want to be too predictable. So tries to come at that from a slightly different angle for a moment.
They're committing though. They've got Stare downstairs.
And he's still floating around, man. Chances for Kawez. But other than the first, he's not going to quite find the mark. NQZ leans back in hell, gives over a little more space to ramp. We do still have bodies mostly all downstairs for Pain, so losing hell here would be quite disastrous for the A site, and the way Stare's coming back from secret starts to lead me to believe that it is going to be an Astralis redirection.
Yeah, they did pull those rotations downwards, so...
Stop that bomb, though. And you could be having a little more fun. 3 players in hell to swarm NQZ. He just tries to buy a bit of time, knows he's doomed in all of that. Devadeus able to get back around towards ramp, doesn't see it coming his way.
That's their final resting places on the lower side. So Astralis got what they were looking for. They took their time here, cleared out everything. Love the approaches, both on the pistol and on this anti-eco. Devadeus comes away with a small upgrade, and BTarena right through the nose. Down goes Device.
Can't get away with the fruits of the labor. And so this one is still going to come with a cost. Careful, careful, careful now. That bomb is planted on the short side of Silo, I believe. There's a kit on Snow. My God, there is a kit on Snow, but that's fine because Cadian's going to watch this because Cadian is not a fool. And it's all good.
Yeah.
It gets scary there with the kit in play.
Yeah.
But ultimately, good conversion. Although, I will say, costly. You know, that ends up being way costlier than it looked like for a moment. We were 4 players up in a post plant with all the players down on B. Like, that's a surefire, what, 3 players surviving? But no, just Cadian's AK moves forth.
Yeah, until Big Zera had the 5-7 kill up into heaven. Everything was fine. The hard part was done. They got the rotations downstairs. They got the easy kill to wrap up into heaven in the first place. But still, I like the way the calling is looking for Astralis here on this decider. Oh, the Stound gets clipped off.
It's not the end of the world. There we go. That's better. Stairs going to line up 2 through the spray. Snow puts pause on the 5-7. And with the buy that Astralis have over top of the 1 of Pain, there's no way they lose this round. So already on the recovery here. NQZ could get lucky, swoop in with the USP and find 1, but it looks like Astralis, like the round prior, you know, the moment they kind of hit a singular hiccup, whether that's the Deeg from Kawez on ramp, or in this case, the 5-7 frag, just hold for a second. Pump the brakes.
Yeah, every time you get a kill in a position like this, you just add 15, 20 seconds. Make sure nothing else goes wrong, and they got to make up some economy from the last round, so.
And then slowly but surely, they all trickle into your bomb site, and as alluded to, that USP just betrays NQZ. 3-0 start for the Danes on the T side.
So it's not a perfect start, but it is from the perspective of being able to recover, having a nice, nicely called pistol round and anti-eco. The kills are still there for Pain, but with this last round, Astralis have secured at least 1 more buy-up as NQZ gets onto the op early.
Cadian, love the timing here. Cadian versus Big Uzera could be fun. Oh, he doesn't get the kill.
That's
wow, dude, Big Uzera disengaging like that?
Yeah, that's a pretty big opportunity for Cadian.
Ahead of the flash. Kawez flashbang goes past him, and he will double down, but Device right there to deal with NQZ. And so it's a quick storm down to the B site, seemingly. There have been some tricks offered by Astralis in these mid-rounds, but this time there is no extra layer of illusion. It's a straight-up bomb plant from Device. There was a player on the double door, so they could be cautious to come and clear it, but all corners clear. And that's going to let the Danes lean back here.
When they get to better spots, Device safely escorted up into control side. Big Zero coming in late to this. And Pain thinking about walking away? No, right?
Oh, Snow's walking towards it. Some of the others look like they're leaving. Cadian's hanging out on the ladder. And he'll be rewarded for it. That's Big Uzera dead. And
that's being, you know, between 2 plays. Could have saved and got away with 3.
Right.
Now they could have simply tried to go for it.
They could still lose more here. Nothing's guaranteed. Yeah, bomb kills off David. And Astralis go 4-0.
Another strong round, man. I do like Kawez as a ramp player overall, and that 2K sort of shows off what he can do. But that's pretty much the only way they stopped that round from happening. Astralis were so good at transposing into lower, and there was a moment where Device is between the site, control door, and then getting out to control side fully, and Pain were just not quick enough to get there in time. Nuke can be a very damned if you do, damned if you don't type of map where, you know, you need to rotate lower, but only if the attack is coming lower. It can be so punishing if a team tricks you, and Astralis have been able to do that a few rounds now.
Can never trust a Danish player on Nuke, Mohan.
Because they're just so much better than you would assume.
It's something, it's in their blood.
It is, yeah.
And right now, Astralis showing us that. And varied approaches so far throughout the T side. Here we get a different one with multiple bodies going for that secret stairs. Also, no interruption, right? They hit him on a round where there's not enough nades to pop open smokes.
Yeah, it is a round where, you know, look at the economy here for Pain. So it's just a great call, I think, for Astralis to take advantage of outside when there's no, or very few long-range weapons, so to speak. If Pain want to stay curdled up inside the upper site and Astralis don't see anything, I think it's going to be hard to convince him to come up here, but it's a 2-3 split. The only thing that ruins this round for Astralis is taking too much time.
Down to 45 seconds, going for that volley of util lower. Thinking about sizing up this A side as well as Stown, but he's got to be careful about it.
Yeah, they are like confusing themselves. Oh.
He sees the barrel. NQZ happy about that one.
They are confusing themselves.
And they just start to crank the dial downstairs instead. Avoiding double, of course, just actually avoids the defense. That's all that Pain had downstairs was the double up on double doors. Cowes, what? MP9 double kill. Both headshots in sight, stair taps once. Biguzera goes for the peak. There's a follow-up, and that follow-up's going to clear the lower site. Pain Gaming find their first in the 5th, and that is just a nice, patient, waiting game downstairs.
Yeah, and they can do this round with just decom, but of course not if Cowes is going to get a 2K with the MP9 in that fashion. But this is a round where they, you know, Stown trickling into upstairs as they're kind of going lower. It's not like Inferno in the way that you can scout with one player and then commit to the other site, and because the rotations are too quick to go downstairs, that kill becomes risky. I think Astralis, well, Pain's idea to kind of keep them blind that whole time works out beautifully.
Fast play though. Into the M4 they'll go, and overwhelming Cowes with no close enough support from the Opper. How many players get scrambled lower now? We get the double down through the vent. Still leaving that op in hell, and somebody pushing for a bit of lobby control. Now it looks like that third set of feet to join downstairs, maybe? Astralis with the commitment out from ramp, still a bit stalled out from the A site, and Device just hits a zinger of a headshot on Biguzera backside.
Now they can kind of safely plant.
In a moment.
In a moment, yeah.
As that frag grenade opens up smoke, and, well, back here in the corner of the site, all is good. Because Snow joined up on double side, well, that left Stair uncontested as he punches in the digits, and we have bomb down. Stair actually clearing out Snow towards single, so now suddenly it looks like this is going to be Astralis right back to winning ways. And QZ just wants to leave with that op. It's no guarantee. He was going to start running for the hills.
Did they plant without having someone inside single?
Correct.
Wow, okay. So they ran a small risk there, but maybe they knew about who was in vents.
Yeah, I think it was accounted for. I think vents going stairs was heard. You knew NQZ was still upstairs
like
as well.
Control stairs?
Yeah.
Terrorists win.
Either that or Stair just doesn't give a damn.
Doesn't give a damn.
Don't give no damn, sir. I'm gonna plant this bomb. And he's right in doing so.
Putting lots of pressure on Cowes. Cowes' output's been consistently good overall, but here, even through his own smoke, he only gets a kill and a half. Oh, wow, what a shot, too. That changes the round.
Hello, Device?
Entirely.
Explain yourself, you rapscallion. Fast one, fast one. Cadian's going A. Ooh, the flashes find the guy back box, but David Deus regains vision. And then it's just Cadian dead. So into the ramp they'll try to run. NQZ ready. Cowes, good change up in the position here. Stown finally getting some kind of an answer back for Astralis. And they will indeed find a second in the ramp room. But this 2v5 still long from being finished off.
For now, it's just a damage-making position. Stare on this op, and Pain, you know, half concerned about what could go wrong. But as he goes up into heaven, Snow looks to join him here. Stare has his guard down for the moment, so Snow should be able to clean this up.
Nicely
well done.
Smooth and easy from the young gun. And we go 4 rounds back and forth, non-consecutive between the teams.
It's nice to see someone actually helping Cowes finally.
Sure.
Over by ramp and to kick it off early, because Astralis have been non-stop going there.
Yeah, NQZ's been floating nearby, but always kind of like just that like 5 feet, 5 feet far away.
Yeah, that's the key thing about rotations. It's like you can know where to go and generally make your move over, but the timings are tight at this level. Like if you're not at Turnpike when they're throwing their molly, because they can't throw that unless they expose themselves, you could get an op shot if you're there on time. But that relies on Big Uzera's information, on NQZ's intuition, on Kawez's comms.
Pistol in the lobby, and Snow's gonna best it. What are you boys up to? Stare and oh!
That's more than a great shot, my goodness.
Owned. That looked like a flick, too.
Yeah.
There was some kind of reaction demanded of Stare right there. Let's cue that one up, shall we? 4v4 off the back of it, and I think he wants a little more than just one. Clean lineup for Snow here. All 3 kills so far with his name on them. And confirming Stare's trying to split into this A site. Full house on the defensive A-hold. Pain Gaming stabilizing now. Winning 3 of the last 4 rounds, 2 consecutive at this point, making cash. I see money in the banks, and still some good amount of runway here to take a lead even on the CT side of Nuke.
I can see why they keep trying to go downstairs. Don't want to be fighting Snow and Davideus in this form. This is such a calm 5 kills from them. Look at this lineup out of Snow. And finally some more moments from Davideus as well.
Now Glock's up. Deagle at the front. Stare trying to tap into what he just did. The only problem is, well, yeah, they're ready for you this time around. Leaning back here, Pain dealing with a little bit of outer pressure. Good chance for Big Uzera to just rack up some easy ones. And we're starting to see Pain get a little more comfortable knowing the advantage they hold in round 9. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what Big Uzera can offer every once in a while. So very quickly, that lead closes in. A single round between them.
Oh, they're having so much fun all of a sudden, making the comeback happen in the first half. I think this is feeling desperate for a moment, but this is one of their big rivals at the moment. They have to take their losses in stride and be grateful for their wins. This half is still not done, and Pain can see themselves now winning 7 if they're careful. They've dealt with the ramp problem a little bit more, getting more action outside as well. And, well, don't get me started on an upper. That looks ironclad.
From 3 players surviving to 4 players surviving to everyone surviving in that last one as well. This is just a very natural progression in Pain's ramp up to close the CT half strong. Does a lot of good for the money. 3 rounds left here in the first half.
What you want to see from Pain on this round is more pressure on the cross when they see these smokes coming through. But at the same time, you see that there's a trophy push coming out. So maybe Big Uzera doesn't want to overplay his hand. Just here to catch lurks. Yeah, they have all of lobby. Oh, running a little bit early. Jabby's still sitting here in Squeaky, it looks like.
He's nervous about his flank, checking it intermittently.
But they didn't actually clear Squeaky.
Ooh. Crossfire lower, burned back on one side. Davideus can't hold on to his half of the bargain. And now all of a sudden, Astralis is starting to size up this lower site. And we've seen this happen before. Again, you control double side, but hang on. They're going back. And outside, we've got Big Uzera leaning towards CT spawn. He'll be able to spot main. Hell, good headshot even onto Stown. Lobby fight now starts to unravel. And that's a weird one, because Snow could try to double back to site to hold off the main play. Cadian kills Kawez. Elsewhere, Big Uzera got all 3 kills outside main. Now he will still fall to the hands of Jabby, his first in the round, but this is a 1v3 called forth and needed by Jabby, or Astralis lose this lead. Triple kill from BTarena's massive, and Jabby's thinking that Snow has maybe gotten back into sight. Little does he realize it's a fallback around the lobby. Now he has figured that out, and so Jabby puts himself in a good place to maybe close out this round. A little tease towards the peak on Hut. Nades at his feet. He extends, and he's got to find a way to peel one off, but won't. And BTarena, all 3 kills from CT into main.
He's supposed to be the trap wire, the early warning as they get into mini and go past him. Instead, his first kill ends up being a headshot off the spray, and the second 2, well, it's like sunk cost. They just want to deal with him now instead of just going by, because they feel like he'd be an easy person to take out. Well, no, that's not what happened at all. He dealt with this all by himself. That was actually nasty.
Tough pill to swallow there if you are Astralis. You have lost the momentum of the game. 4 straight from Pain. Money flowing. And limitations in the next if you can't peel this off. Now, NQZ, love that for Pain. Easy opening op frag out of Garage, but fast pressure from Cadian. Jabby's found the 1, but Davideus good to come out from main. Fast response from BTarena. And that is simply the A defense doing what it does. We saw it tested, we saw it hold strong, and it's gonna do it again in round 11 to take the lead on map 3.
Passing with flying colors, and you see how fast BTarena is up there in heaven after he dealt with outside in this previous round, right in the read when it comes to Astralis's next play. Perfect in time to take out him out coming out of Hut after Snow goes down, because he has been obviously an important piece to this puzzle. But Davideus continues to persist. And Pain now in the lead, seeing a lot more success. Didn't think we'd see that this half. They've just adapted so quickly.
Boy, jumping. Gives BTarena all he needs to track you for a little more damage.
How is it Astralis don't have a single player over 10 kills in this game?
I don't know.
Well, I guess it's because they did win rounds so cleanly getting downstairs. There were quite a few saves involved. Yeah, but they got this lead now. No one on the team is positive, and BTarena is getting powered up. Oh, MOUZ even helping him out.
Nice cover from the Opera at a distance. So it felt like, again, just a posturing turns into a 5v3 advantage for Pain, and they could be sweeping away this half. This would be 6 rounds straight after a solid start from Astralis, and still a CT side to go, of course, but a whooping to turn this game around. Right now, lower bomb site's going to be banking on Davideus over towards the single door. We get a player coming down vent to try and come and help him soon enough. That's BTarena to add numbers to the forces. And then what looks like pretty quick ramp reaction. Both players take a fight through the doorway. It costs them 1.
Oh, Nate is beautiful.
It goes a little far. Cadian still softened up. Bomb plant happens, and both players get off of the site with the clear of single. Now, again, the pressure's on fast. Double doors closed. Cadian into control. Tries to find an angle into sight as Cowes just duels with him. But eventually, those doors are going to have to come swinging open. The smoke has a bad bounce. No way. Snow spams the door, takes both down, and with that, 7-5.
Wow. You got to be hyped if you're Pain after that half. Ooh, and you got to be worried if you're Astralis.
What is that door spam?
That's awesome. That's what that was. It's well done from Snow. His best map so far. Davideus, we're saying his name more consistently. And make no mistake, there were some good rounds here from Astralis at the beginning of this half. It took a lot of answers for Pain to figure that out. But once they did, they never let go of the gas pedal. They put it down, went full speed, didn't lose a round after trading in the very beginning of this comeback. And they solved ramp. They helped Cowes, who was already playing well, but helped him out. They had better rotations. that Big Zero started turning up outside, which was a win condition for Pain. So they've got a lot to be proud of.
Oh, wow, the struggles of Astralis also started to emerge there. You know, some I don't even want to call them weird calls, but just, it's almost unfortunate. Like that triple kill outside of main. You know, first player back turn, Big Uzera finding him is one thing, but...
That was just getting owned, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like, if they went upstairs, there's 2 players there, but there was also Big Uzera outside.
And that's awesome, because it was, honestly, it was a sad feeling having to start the conversation on Mirage after the Inferno loss of, like, the absence of Big Uzera lately, you know, statistical drop-off from year to year, and, you know, I believe it was Blair who on the desk said, like, you know, I think it's a sample size thing, and we'll give him a little more time. Well, this one's looking better. Still, only 10 and 9, but in terms of the impact felt with those 10 frags.
Yeah, and it was a lot of early rounds with no impact.
Yes.
Too. A lot of rounds in a row with impact.
Everybody with a solid recovery within that one. So a pistol round here for Pain. Ooh, boy, would that bode well. But quickly down into the double doorway. Device peeling off of the fight has given them the space to put that bomb down. Snow would have his hands busy if they attack him single. We'll see how much he sticks around for. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just going to bait them into it, shut the door in their faces. And now with majority for Astralis attempting to come out from Heisenberg, well, they actually decide to double back. Going to leave 1 player single, 3 towards control. Closing the door for the sightline sight, but that's just going to lock Cowes into the gunfight. 3 sets of eyes here to just control the stairway, and it's looking real good. Top silo hold deals with single, and Cadian never even gets into the action. Everything falls around them, and that streak of wins from the CT half continues into pistol.
There have been some good pistol calls both ways on this map. We had one great call from Astralis, and Pains have been a lot more simplistic, but just as ferocious. And here they full commit downstairs. The plant might be good enough for them to feel okay about the starts of this half, but they get the win with it. That retake looks very difficult to try to win with the utility that they had. And now Astralis with a 3-round gap go instantly into the bye. We're talking about an MP9 on Caden, MP9 on Stout, and a Scout once again on Device.
Pain have gotten 11 opening kills of the 13 rounds we've played. A trend that bodes well as now they're just racking up the round wins alongside those first frags, and this one no different. Cadian kind of jumps into the lion's den. But it's not Pain pulling the trigger or getting too overexcited. I like this. Stairs ahead of the Molotov.
Yeah, it's just a bad molly because it should give them what they're looking for. Cowes comes back to watch it. Luckily, they keep that loose end tied up.
Going to approach ramp, and they're going to find it clear for the taking. Again, it's a round where Astralis are working with limited, but nobody around.
Only Yabby downstairs.
Yeah, and unfortunately he's inside of the vent, so no eyes on sight. He stomps his way over to single, as does this MP9, rotating around in full force. Nice deagle shot, gotta say. Jabby brings it back, but at what cost? You've already lost your teammate. You were unable to contend with the bomb site because you had to go back to deal with Snow. And so this one turns into the 9-5 lead for Pain. Converting pistol, but allowing Astralis to get away with a couple tools for the next round.
For sure. These are small victories here for Astralis. It's just this gap that you wonder if they can recover from. But we really haven't seen the real rounds yet here in the second half. There are some very handsome-looking score lines here for Pain in terms of, you know, Cowes. So much action in the first half. Definitely died a couple times, but not without kills. 12 and 8. You have Snow fragging, Davideus, Big Zero fragging. Like, NQZ he's the opera of the team, but he's not, you know, he's not that star.
Right.
And
on this map,
Snow could also op. which I'm not sure if he did at one point, but he did back in WePlay.
I feel like,
yeah.
I feel like I remember a Snow Sniper too. I feel like with this map specifically as well, right? It's kind of like BigUzera first contact outer, Kawes first contact ramp, Davideus floating in main. NQZ's filling holes, and to be honest, nobody has faltered in their initial positions. See if he gets a round at least to shine, but right now, screw it. Your teammates are doing the heavy lifting. They're on the brink of double digits, and it is still not real full buys for Astralis just yet. Ooh, and you've let Snow creep his way down secret.
We saw Astralis maybe overcook a situation or two, similar to this position. When Stown leaked into upper, when the CTs sort of kept their lips sealed about exactly what they were trying to do.
It's a scout for Device. Op shot would have gotten a kill just now, but that'll turn BigUzera back towards lobby, where he's got plenty of teammates to work with, and they're unraveling that forward hut setup.
Yeah, they can assist Snow getting into mini. This is the key point. Oh, they're actually going to drop.
Cow is dropping down. Oh, clean one from Katie, and my God. MP9 insta headshot, doubling down now on Pain. Jabby activates from behind box. BigUzera's got his hands full, he knows it. And we've got a solo bomb planter downstairs. BigUzera, clean control of the AK. Bails him out of a tough spot, but that tough spot's not done just yet. Chance to shine again for the newest member of Pain, for the top performing player of Pain on Nuke. And as he locks into the corner, he hears this approach from Device, this control peek, gonna be read like a book, but where's the second? Oh! Right above! Sends him packing with the back-to-back headshots. 10-5 Pain.
Oh, that was a big risk from Davideus, but that's the risk that you need to take to win in that spot. They assume because the bomb's planted backside, he could have snuck back out to decon. The smoke was still fresh, and he played Astralis in the Astralis plant zone just to be able to get a chance on that first kill. The second one's just a fantastic adjustment. It's down from above. It's not able to do anything. And it's such a massive win here for Pain. And now we've got Sound sipping the water because they have to not only come up with a great game plan, outfrag Pain, make this comeback happen, but hope that situations like that are able to be closed, because that was a massive opportunity. Man, Astralis, you lose this round. Damn near call it a day. It's all your money gone. Might be the last chance to get an op in play.
Sad because it's maybe their last, but it's also their first. Let's see if Device can turn it around with the first op of the CT side. First time they've also had enough utility to try to disrupt this outer wall, but guess what? Oh, Snow tries to sneak through it.
6 angles.
Yeah, Snow thinks he's getting tricky. Instead, opening kill for Astralis, but I brought up that stat before. There's been a lot of opening kills Astralis that don't get added to the scoreboard. Can't afford at this scoreline to allow that to happen again. Stair trying to hang on to Vision of Hut, but he also heard those footsteps back squeaky. You see him frantically call that. Woo, dangerous game to be crossing the crosshair of Davideus. And he's going to start dumping some util into this A site. Flashbang finds its target, Stair recovers, and he's going to lock in the double kill, but NQZ just got the frag on Ven.
He did.
Cadian was down there at the bottom of the steps, and Device is locked in backside to make sure that things don't go too south. First gun round for Astralis, first CT round win.
Yeah, it's a nice start. It's a drop in the bucket for now, but it's a round where like they were pretty shrewd. They didn't get tricked. They stayed on their positions. Stair fought hard to stay on top of the hut for as long as possible, disrespecting Molly, dropping down eventually, only to turn it into 2 kills. And Pain always threatening these vent drops. Oh, Oh, he gets stopped a little bit. Surely. Yeah, that's not going to work. Close enough.
Nice try, buddy.
He was
I don't think so. A Glock, though. Why not?
Yeah.
Jabby there to clean it up.
Stound's not been playing too well, man. Aim's not been there.
Yeah, tough one, eh?
Yeah.
And coming into this map as well, it's like it's not just this map, but the series. He's the lowest rated Astralis player.
Right.
He's coming into map 3, 17 and 27.
Wow. That score looks great backwards.
Yeah, that's tough. So, still a little room to turn it around, but certainly not ideal. What you got to show us here, Device? Nice. Yes. Excellent.
It's a move.
Love that. Silent footwork. Oh, yeah.
Where is he?
But then Snow walks right into that scope.
Snow's having some trouble with this outside lurking thing.
Yeah, it's not as easy when you got a guy like Device just pinned on top of you.
I would really be just letting BTarena do that. You know, you really put an experienced dart rifler in a spot like that, and Nico, Rain.
Going for the HUD aggression. Kawez is gifted a kill, but there's Jabby right there who's meant to trade this. Ooh, and he will. Nicely done. Hangs on to it with fire at his feet. It's down behind him, so one of the A defenders is going to find a bit of success. Denied on the smoke walkout. They're trying to get tricky with it, but you are giving Astralis a chance to stabilize on this decider map. That is 3 straight now.
It's also atypical that they use, you know, BTarena plays outside CT. You know, Rain, Nico, they play outside CT. But then you're using Snow on the T side to play it. Usually you have the same player on both sides in the same position. Not to say it would have gone any better for BTarena, but the amount of things that are happening mentally outside with the timings and the smokes, and I feel like there would be no one better to know how to, you know, tactfully approach this part of the map than BTarena, but...
What's that Molotov destined for? Secret. Top hut. A post plant, baby.
See, even like jumping over the smoke, you don't do that.
Now everybody on high alert, including Jabby, but he would have heard Snow already cross down, so he's going to go hunting, make sure that front runner dies. And then turn around for the inevitable Secret push. That's everybody else coming their way from Secret. Sorry, Payne. You weren't too sneaky about it. M4 in the hands.
It's 2 kills.
Yeah, that's actually maybe a bomb plant too. BTarena, we'll see.
Wait, is that an op?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, no. Hold on.
No.
Wait, this becomes a long and tricky round now. They have to retake versus the op. They don't know what he's looking at.
And he could just get off site. Right now, bomb's on BTarena's back. He's waiting for the ramp approach. Oh. Cadian gives a little jump. That's going to get Devadeus interested.
Oh, the thing is, Devadeus, when he goes to look for this, Cadian made the jump. Devadeus didn't make a step.
Oh, flash out, but no door swung. Down to 15 seconds. He's going for that bomb, and he gets caught but not killed until Stound comes out with 2 late kills on this one. So, you know.
I guess that was nice from Cadian in that if he didn't die, he distracted the op for so long that he had to follow up all the way around, so fair enough.
But also hard to give Astralis praise too much for that round just because always should have won it.
Yeah.
Very scary out of nowhere. With
True
that
enough.
op getting caught down on the bottom of ramp like that, ooh, you know Device is suddenly sweating because you've just given a sniper over.
It's the double-edged sword of buying an op.
And
or just having it versus pistols.
That lead has quickly evaporated.
Yes.
from the first gun round, 4 rounds straight, and none of the last 4 rounds even featuring a bomb plant for Pain. So this one's certainly not over. Astralis have swiftly reminded us that they are not going to go down without a fight on this decider.
Round 20, and it's a very tense moment here for Pain. This idea, I think, will either gain them or deny them a lot of confidence. Astralis have the opportunity to tie up here if they play their cards right. And Cadian playing the ultra passive angle here.
2 players to come help him as well in a moment. Trying to send flashes out. Ooh, was he not spotted?
Yeah, I mean, I think he has been.
Right, yeah, 100%. His leg was sticking out. He tried, oh, that wallbang still hits. That's fun. But it's also still just Kawez on half health. He'll take the kill at the cost of 50 HP. You've got Stare downstairs behind Silo. Damn, Cadian would have loved to have gotten away with more than just some damage.
But that spot, that's what you get, you know, if you play an angle that passive. Oh, no, that's not a great spray.
Nope, but
things are going wrong.
Astralis will take it because it comes with a frag from Stare as well. Oh, he's under pressure, but he's doing fine with it. Looking for a third one, doing a great job on his own inside this B site with the dink on top of that. Easy wallbang cleanup from Stown. What a recovery from almost essentially Stare and Stare alone.
Love that. I mean, he's so good at positions like that. I mean, I remember watching him play on overpass, I mean, the B site pillar, like any kind of like hard positions where there's lots of pressure coming at him. That's where I think he shines the most. Pretty solid anchor work there for Stare, and this is a spot where I think Cadian's position, I mean, it didn't really grant much to Astralis. You didn't get early information, died without a kill, opened up ramp. That's where your odds go way down on winning the round. But now Pain, well, they're on Tech 9s only.
Weird one here with Jabby on the vents, but you've still got Stare anchoring sights, and as long as he's alive, he's bringing players with him. Still, though, an odd amount of answer back from Pain, and now yet again, hands on guns. That is an op scooped up back sight with bomb. Or no, where is it? Oh, it got dropped over towards the squeaky door. Snow's gonna have to go grab it. For the time being, Cadian gives him that space.
It's not actually being watched, and because of its position, they have to respect that it could go lower. This becomes quite a difficult round for Astralis, but Pain have to make the choice. And it feels like the right one is to stay up here, but they don't know where the second player's got off to.
It's a long road to wrap around for Cadian, and he doesn't get there fast enough, nor does Stown. Now positioning up in heaven. That bomb plant on the front side of sight, right next to the hut corner. Stown's trying to give himself a little pocket to get out from. Molotov can't spread to Kawez or he is toast. And Cadian, still unbeknownst to the T's, is about to blindside the Opper, but he missed it! And Kawez is gonna punish that! Quick drop down from Stown. Incredibly rough series. And yet, if he can piece together this last frag, well, that would have been his moment! But it snows instead!
It's the perfect timing on the peak. And Stown can't win the rounds. A clutch at a crucial juncture here for Pain. They win this with just Tech 9s.
After 5 CT round wins straight out of the Danes with no bomb plants even for Pain, that comes through. Cadian misses the shot on Kawez, and the Opper turns on him.
And that was a one-bullet death. Cows is sitting there under heaven, hoping Cadian hadn't made that rotation. The timing almost worked out. He both missed his shot and revealed his position in the same bullet. Another shot missed and the op revealed.
That's a double op this time around as well, so keep your eyes on that.
True, but the other one's tied up outside, isn't he? Device, we don't know if this round could definitely still go back outside.
I think if you think about the success as well that Device has had versus like the Snow holds outer, see if they're finally able to win one in terms of outer control. Little damage comes Snow's way. David is through the smoke. I mean, Stown just trying to peel away from that. He sent a couple shots through, it costs him. You poke the beast, you pay the price, and Payne now on the brink of 12, but at the very least, Snow gets clipped out inside of Garage. Device looks for more, and he'll find it. Catching Big Uzera along that main wall's huge. Oh, no third, though.
That's payback.
And QZ's going to equalize and look to join forces with his two teammates who are both coming out from Squeaky. You've got Stair back sight. And Stair has been rock solid on these holds, but he just missed timing.
They're getting close.
David's up front. He'll drop NQZ in the background. That's the bomb to be scooped up here by Cowez. No pressure out through main, which means no stoppage of that bomb plant. And with Jabby already out, he's done this silent.
It's a sneaky move.
He has crept in between both.
He's got a good tempo.
Yeah, he's going to catch somebody off guard, but which one and when? Because the repositioning from Cowez has Jabby chasing ghosts. But eventually, he's still going to find him. All he's done is bought a little bit more time.
But they don't know that Davideus is here.
Back-to-back clutches demanded of Davideus, and with 2 kills already, 20 health to his name. Where is he, they wonder? It's a fast approach, making sound. Davideus can't track it. Onto the bomb, you've got to get no kit. No, excuse me, Jabby's got it, but still, it's his.
Oh,
that
so
extra
close.
second for 11. Woo. Just when you think the Danes are done, they will rob one back.
All the time that was burned off the clock, just trying to chase Cowez slowly and quietly all the way back around through Squeaky. But that's the right move for Yabby. That's the guy that they had to dislodge first. And Davideus is there on the back of the site. Jabby, you have to assume after everything else is cleared out, the guy's not opposite vent. They're not up in heaven. Like, he must be in this spot, and I just missed him. So they were very careful about this 2v1 in the end and had just enough time to get this defused together. Wow, and it really looks like one more kill there from Davideus, and, you know, say sayonara to that one.
Ooh, trying to cross down, new position. First time we've seen him here. Works out. Insta attempt to take ramp instead, it seemed, but they falter off.
Yeah, and they looked clearly like they were going to full commit to it. This becomes a way more complicated moment for Payne. 12 rounds on the line. Stown, about time to show up. Oh, no. The timing is unbelievable.
Trade is great. There are layers, but Jabby doesn't get his. He is right there alongside Katie, and that is the trade train that's meant to keep Astralis at the very least in a 3v2.
And Stown wants to see some action here in secret. How could they expect another player to be outside in this timing? But as they vacate, I don't know if Stown, the novelty of his position, will wear out quickly. He's got to make another move.
Cowez looks to carve this path towards ramp. I mean, listen, Payne have the advantage in that you just go 3v2 strong.
And if they
group
go
up and trade
lower, well, that's the golden ticket, and it looks like they'll find it. They'll even start running at the right time. Rotations will be there, but a little bit too slow to stop a plan, it looks like.
We've got a Molotov on Stown, but by the time he comes out, Vent Cowez already down here in the corner of the stairwell. And that could spell disaster, if not for his teammate right behind him with the flashbang. But it is Cowez to hang on. Good trade out of Stair. A huge clutch demanded of him. And with that positioning on top site, though, I mean, you just can't get out from the double doors if he's on top. And in this case, it's a little bit off angle, but it's still the NQZ close.
Wow.
And it's Payne to taste 12 first.
Wow, they actually have done it. It looked like there was no chance here coming into T-side. The score getting tied up all the way to 11-11, but a key clutch, and then honestly, it's still a 2v1 close, 3v1 in general. They had full control throughout this round. It's the trades outside that makes the biggest difference, and yeah, NQZ is the struggling performer for Payne, and he gets 2 trades outside in round 23. So now it'll be max rounds, and it'll be a minimum buy here for Astralis. We've got Stown on an M4, that's it. An MP9 for Stair, Cadian on a Scout, a pistol apiece for Device and Yabby, and a chance for Pain to get revenge for their 0-2 loss to Astralis.
Yeah, an 0-2 loss that's recent and one that was best case 9 rounds on that Dust 2 map pick. They changed things up with Mirage, and they put forth on Nuke after trailing 5-1 was the start for Astralis. 5-1 on this decider map. And now they play for overtime with a bye, like you mentioned, that lacks. Pistols into the top sights. Down puts that incredibly important M4 inside main.
The money is crystal clear here to the T side, right? All they can do to mess this up is not moving with conviction. They know it's best case to go outside. Last time Astralis kept to themselves, split up 2-3.
Look at this wrap. They leave that open, just putting one smoke down instead, and they want garage control off of this.
And they're trying to fight into mini, but Star will get one on the side. How are they letting this happen?
They peek a second. Big Uzera, they're so concerned about somebody in the depths of garage that you've just given over the 5v3. Irretrievable weapons. No way Astralis can run the risk of going to grab that. Is there a quick enough response? We've got the bomb down secret already. Kawez hears the movement inside of the ramp room, but there are layers to this movement from Astralis. Into lobby they'll go as well, splitting both sides. Kawez starting to move forward. Device unravels just a second too soon.
And Davideus gets another.
Cadian's just been killed inside sight. This goes back to the 2 versus 2. This was a 3v5 to the favor of Astralis. Jabby saw that as well. Davideus versus Jabby, and Jabby disengages. He wants to hit that bomb site instead. Is it Pain with revenge, or is it Astralis OT? We pause for a moment. There are no kits on these defenders, but Jabby gets the better of Davideus after he's done so much. And with a flashbang on the doorway, NQZ trying to frazzle the 2 defenders on top of this bomb. He's got to get him off it. Jabby still defusing. Now comes off and falls to the 1 tap. Revenge for Pain.
Oh, I mean, wow. Just an elation of emotion there at the very end of the road for Pain. They close this one out 13-11 in Astralis. We'll be putting another L on their mantle.
Revenge can be sweet at times, and I'm sure Pain are feeling it. Listen, man, this was 5-1 up for Astralis. It was looking like Nuke, you said, Pim. It's a map they really enjoy playing. It looked like they're in firm control, but then Pain able to, grind it back, and it looked... We saw some really good stuff from Astralis initially, but then in the end, just not able to close it out. It's a tale as old as time, it seems now. With this.
You know what? Credit where credit is due. The better team won tonight, and I think that's that's what I want to start off with. I think the better team. I think the better team won this game, and I'm happy for that. I'm a fan of Counter-Strike. I'm not a fan of not Counter-Strike or whatever that was. However, you're not wrong, in saying that Astralis in the first half looked like a much better team. They looked like a team that came in with a clear game plan, and they had the right, idea of how they wanted to execute that game plan early on. The second they were forced to alter that game plan or adapt to whatever they were faced by Pain Gaming, that's when it all fell apart. And that was my one ask heading into this game. Show that you have the experience. Show that you can win the mental side of the game. Show that maybe from an individual standpoint, you're lacking a bit of confidence. Maybe that these young players from Pain Gaming and this hunger coming in is maybe catching up a little bit. But show me that experience is valuable in Counter-Strike 2 and then win the game. And they showed the exact opposite. And that's why I'm the most disappointed in this, because they did play okay at times, but at no point did I feel that they were on top of it mentally, or at no point did I feel that tactically they were more sound than Pain Gaming, and that to me is disappointing.
Especially when it was like, 1-5 to 10-5, like 9 in a row for Pain and no reply. Sure, there was a bit of a cosmetic comeback, as I like to say quite often, Pim, but it was, again, very hectic moments here and there. But I agree with you. It felt like Pain had found more solutions than Astralis were able to on this map.
So, Jacob, let's just put this, into the big words, into one kind of sentence. Let's just say, from what you're saying, you hate Astralis.
I'm not sure I would say I hate Astralis.
Hate maxing.
I hate the way they conducted themselves in this game. I hate the fact that it's the same conversation over and over and over. I hate the fact that I sound like a broken record where I come into a game, I don't have high expectations for Astralis, but I'm trying to give them the silver lining of maybe today, maybe this tournament, maybe at some point you get it to click. But I think I'm sympathizing with all the fans. I'm sympathizing with the players as well. Often when you watch an Astralis game and you have any stake in Astralis or you have any stake in any of the players within Astralis, you're left disappointed. However, I don't want to take that away as a focus point right now because I think David does. I think Pain Gaming, I think they were the better team. I think they deserved this victory, and I think the man on the screen right here again showed us what he was doing in Copenhagen, being one of the best pickups of 2025 so far. He's helped Pain Gaming to elevate them to a point where they are arguably a better team than Astralis. And just to say that out loud is freaking ridiculous.
I wouldn't even say arguable because it actually got the win right there, right? And the thing is for this particular team, firstly, I want to give credit where it's due to Biggest Era. I think some great calling on the CT side. When they were 5-1 down, they became so much proactive. They were playing a little scared initially. They were, not really going for any control, so to speak. And then they started playing in the face of Astralis, getting a lot of information, playing towards secret, going for those lobby pushes, getting all the info. And then everyone else chipped in. We had Snow being just a rock on the upper bomb side. And NQZ, who had a quiet game in the end, the clutch, right? There's so many crucial kills coming in. So everyone chipping in. And in the end, I love the fact that they didn't choke. They were 10-5 up. Then you see Astralis bringing it back 10-10. And you think like, all right, this seems like it might actually go to overtime, or maybe Astralis might steal this one away from them. But they said no, and they got a job done.
It almost went to overtime. Yeah, we did just avoid that, Jacob. For the side of Pain, these are obviously the motions and the sort of wheels that you want turning in the right directions if you are Pain Gaming. For them to make a big run in this tournament would be a surprise, right?
It would be a surprise. I think realistically speaking, they are on the cusp of making playoff. I think they've shown us at Copenhagen, they showed us at IM Katowice as well, that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level when everything is clicking. Now, is Pain Gaming a team we expect to go into a semi-final, or we expect to put up a fight against the likes of FaZe, for that matter, or MOUZ? Not really, but it's a team that is growing on me. It's a team that is growing into a path where we can have the conversation of them being part of a playoff of a tournament of this caliber. And to me, that's good enough for Pain Gaming. Again, people at home have to remember that not everyone can be the best team in the world. Not everyone can come into every tournament thinking we're going to win this thing, right? And I think for Pain, just making the playoff would be a massive step in the right direction, as they've already done.
And for me, it's more about they had this incredible debut in the Blast Bounty, right? Like they had such a good run, even in Landis were almost beating Na'Vi, and then they head into Kato where they had a bit of a struggle against Game Legion and Astralis.
So reality checks.
Yeah, exactly. So we all of us are like, all right, where is this team really? Did they have a bit of a honeymoon period initially, and then is Kato where they really lie right now? But the fact that they're able to come back, not really being affected by that loss to Astralis and actually getting the revenge right here, I think it's me at least starting to kind of have a handle on where this team is going to be. And it seems like it's going to be an upwards trajectory. That Blast performance was not just a fluke.
Seems like they could be dishing out more Pain to come, right? Well,
You're getting so good at this.
What do you mean?
You're getting so good at this.
I'm not going to beat around the bush.
Stop flirting, guys.
Let's talk, or rather, let's look at...
What's up with the pen in your jacket, bro?
You mean this one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the results for the A stream. You'll see the Mongols 2 over Complexity. A lot of 2-0s in this column right here. In fact, MOUZ FaZe found themselves in that same way. We're not going to talk about Saw. I think it's been talked into oblivion. Big Clan. Now, that's a fun one, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising that MOUZ won in the fashion they did on the second map, I'd say. First map, very competitive, arguably, could have gone both ways. I think MOUZ, as I said, Blur, and I'm not sure if you still disagree, but I feel a lot of people are sleeping on the fact that MOUZ is still a decent team. I know we used to have them in the conversations about a top 5, top 4 team in the world. That's probably going to be tough to replicate with Roland as an in-game leader early on, but at this tournament, tell me again why they couldn't go into the grand final.
I think it really depends on, again, who they're going to face off against. And listen, here's the thing. Brolan, I mean, he's not a, he can grow into the role, right? And against a team like Big, who have struggled a little bit recently as well, they should be an easy opponent for them. My question is, in an arena where they have historically struggled, even when they had Shuhei at the helm of things, now if they go up against, let's say, for example, a FaZe, or for example, a couple other, like Eternal Fire for that matter, or even a Mongols for that matter, without the experience of Shuhei, I just don't see them, getting that win or making a grand finals. But I do agree with you. I think the pedigree of the players they have individually speaking, especially with Spinks coming in, they don't need to have some 5D chess playbook to beat the majority of teams here in Romania.
And sure, there's a whole conversation we had about hot swapping and, hey, here's Spinks now and MOUZ, and like this is what you have to do in order to find your season starting in some fashion rather than not even having an IGL. Speaking of which, as the IGL of this situation, let's take a look at the Group B results, or excuse me, B stream results, and that's going to be looking a little bit like this. The Falcons have finally put a dub next to their name.
Yeah, that was a good win for Falcons. Didn't have to break too much of a sweat versus FlyQuest. A little bit disappointed in FlyQuest. I think they showed, in the beginning, online at least, that they can play good Counter-Strike. At the major, they were playing better than most people expected, but the way they started off 25 have been a little bit disappointing.
Yep.
Hopefully they ramp into it. MIBR losing 2-0 to Wildcard on a second map that wasn't even competitive. What happened to MIBR?
Look, I just want to give praise to Wildcard and Stand, right?
Sure.
They just haven't tapered off. Like we saw the run they had at the major, and a lot of people seemingly were very surprised. And even when they finally got knocked out, I think Stan himself said, "This is exactly where we find ourselves in right now. I'm very happy with what we've been able to achieve, and the fact that they hit the ground running, coming into this year as well. I think is just a fantastic job overall. For me, the performance which I wouldn't say surprised me, but pleased me the most was 3D Max getting that win initially.
Okay.
Very close affair, and the fact that they were able to do with just a very recent replacement in the form of Body coming in for Joko and still making it look so good, I think is great for the French scene overall.
Good signs. Sometimes a hot swap will work out, sometimes it won't. And in this case, day one is done and dusted. I don't know that I can lean on you guys anymore for anything in that moment, but I do know that over there on that B stream, we do have Eternal Fire and Imperial Valkyries going on. Now, I would normally give you the schedule as to what's going on tomorrow, but we're not quite ready for all that, are we? But what we are ready for is to kick you right down the road over to there, where we're going to see if Eternal Fire can continue what they've already started now that they're up 7-1.
Nearly's taken off the top. Changed up his position to look at the challenge. They're looking to fight, and Xantares gets into the ladder room as Zaz repositions. Now, made a little bit of noise. Seems like Xantares is very aware of the possibility that she could be inside of that room. And Zaz is going to charge up, try and chase him down, but ends up getting taken out by Xantares. He had a teammate to help him there in that scenario. Now under a minute left, 23's Deagles banged out one, and now look at the A side. It's fallen. The Pistols once again finding a way forward here for Imperial Valkyries.
Yeah, but can they recover? Can they hold on to this post plant? We've seen them lose advantage post plants before. Walks in a tough place with the op. Wakadia's going to come try and help him get through the murder hold. The retake can begin now. 23 with the peek and can't win it out. Wakadia's spray's been off the mark in this map, but does land the headshot deep into the spray.
Yeah, well, a little bit of damage at least done there. Wakadia down to 5 HP. Perhaps it'll be enough for Tori and Cat to combine with the Deagles. But the head spotted just down into the site. Cat's under a lot of pressure now. Wakadia to clear out with AWP, and they ask everything of Tori. She's waiting for this moment to shine with the Deagle. She's waited all season long for this chance, and the Deagle headshot will connect, but the defuse stuck. Woxic to make sure that the bullets are not going to land, and an 8-1 scoreline for Eternal Fire rings out as they continue to build this CT side up.
Yeah, but again, another round where Imperial find a good standing into the bomb site. They find a way to get the critical kills to get themselves a plant, just not able to close out any of these rounds. A number of times they put themselves in pretty good positions, and just down the stretch, Eternal Fire coming right back into it.
Just too good on these retakes right now. Another opening kill though in mid. That little gap in the smoke has cost them multiple times in this half, and Tori not slowing down, throwing some aggression into the mix up through short side, bringing the fight. And Wakadia is going to go down, so a 4v4 off the back of that.
Yeah, I like it. They're flexing a little bit. Despite the fact that they're getting beat up in these post plants and down by 7 rounds, they're still not shying away from any battles. Good aggression from Tori up Catwalk, and they've been able to exploit Wakadia on Catwalk a number of times. So the question here in this 4-on-4, now that you have Tori in this position, she can be the pivot point as you move around the map. Back to the A bomb site and hope Tori can find a nice backstab in window or cut off Major's access.
Shadow. Enough for Tori to get a follow-up kill here. Major to go down on short. Minute left. The Valkyries flood the A site. Cat just charging up and a sick double kill through connector to the bottom of the stairs. And Woxic has no other options. Got to save now. His teammates all go down in the blink of an eye. And a second round picked up for Imperial Valkyries, and it's an acceleration, a change in pace from Tori in particular, just running down middle, getting a double kill in the end in the round.
And that's got to be where Eternal Fire put their conversation going into the next round. Is like, look, I mean, Catwalk is where they found. Ooh, damn. Nice shot, Tori. This is where they found most of their success, and most of their success in the opening engagements is coming up Catwalk, coming out mid. Despite the fact that they've lost a couple of players to a missed smoke in window, a corner gap open in the window smoke, the Catwalk smoke this time, they're still able to find Wakadia and even Major as the follow-up.
Well, this has got to be the lifeline now to try and build on this half for Imperial Valkyries. If they can walk away with 4 rounds out of this half, then maybe they can do something. We know how strong their CT side was against Furia. They started slow against Furia,
in that Mirage game, they just took off when the CT side started. So they can get 4 rounds here, and the pistol one going into the second half, it could be back on.
Yeah, well, I think who's doing the people doing a lot of great work for Imperial Valkyries right now are Cat 23. Like, those are the players I'm looking at right now as your kind of extremity players that are kind of getting a lot done away from the initial action. I don't know if that's going to last here, but certainly when you switch sides, it'll be interesting to see how the individuals of Imperial Valkyries work together. If Eternal Fire come with bodies, come with numbers, are there going to be enough multi-kills to slow it down?
Well, Imperial Valkyries unfortunately lose every jewel in this round, so Anna can't really do too much about this. Minute left, and that dream of 4 rounds now is impossible. 3 still on the table, though. And Anna makes sure that she saves this AWP to make sure that the likelihood of picking up a 3rd round win in this half increases.
And she should be able to. I don't think Eternal Fire, I know there's only 1 round left in the half after this, but they don't have the money to go lose weapons, especially with AK-47s on the ground that Woxa can upgrade into. If he doesn't want to keep the Scout, you have options of other weapons. Anna's actually going to go for it. Drops the AWP, picks up the AK-47, says, maybe there's 1 defender at this B bomb site, so going to challenge. That's a weird off angle to deal with from Major, and it's 9-2.
Well, they still have enough money if they want the AWP. Cat can drop that. So
I think that might have been the motivating factor. Is Cat's just like, I have 7K. If you want to go for this, do it. See if you can get that plant. I can drop an AWP if we really want to go in that direction.
Yeah, and the AWP is thrown down, so she will have it regardless. As Madger's B aggression, just an unfortunate jewel to lose here for 23. If she had beaten out Jordet, he might not have been able to turn down and get a ramp player. Oh, yeah, that tough angle to deal with at the end. So last round of the first half coming up. Eternal Fire searching for double figures in this first half against Imperial Valkyries. Not too far away from getting that. At least it's a good buy here for the T's. Oh, that's a meaty grenade to have to deal with. Tori and Zaz losing half of their health before the first engagement. Especially sucks for Tori, who has to play this round with a Tech 9. And she does have the bucket of utility. Heats things up for Xantares, forces him out of connector, and actually does a load of damage. He's down to 29 health off of that.
It's a nice find, a nice start. Good way to soften him up, but you've got Joda inside the bomb site. That swings off a call from Xantares, who's tucked himself into a corner. Joda, another Molotov in his position, but Anna's not ready for the punish. Meanwhile, Cat finds one again. Those extremity players putting a lot of pressure away from the point of attack, and up catwalk again we go. It's the B bomb site that once again is susceptible. They've got to clear out Zaz over in the window room to begin this retake, but man, Imperial have found a lot of success, and now they can have good standings to hold off the retake. And they must win this.
Yeah, the retakes have been so hard for them throughout this half, but they need to close it here in a 3v4 in a deficit.
All the retake coming from Market, though. Nobody coming catwalk.
And Anna gets the first fight. A gap in the door. She can peer through that window rather and take the kill on Xantares. They don't have the info that all 3 remaining players are coming from the same position, but as soon as they do, Anna can turn back and help from short side. And here they come. Rifles going in. Anna chimes in yet again, and they will close out their 3rd round win out of the half from a 3v4 post plant into a 3rd round victory. The half ends with a 9-3 lead for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, really cool half from Imperial Valkyries, to be honest with you. It's a shame they don't have a few more rounds on the board, but I thought that was a very cool style of play and put themselves in good positions. Eternal Fire with the experience, I think, able to overcome a lot of them, but that last round, too much to ask.
Yeah, I mean, think how many times they got into good retakes or post-plant positions, right? They just lost on the retake. You know, pissed around, it's a Xantares double kill. Xantares clutch again on the A bomb site. You know, if you win those for early 2 rounds, if you win those, your economy's looking a lot better. A few more rounds to play with right from the get-go. It could be a very different story here in the half, but they'll be happy enough, I'm sure, with getting that 3rd round at the end. At least gives them some hope, some chance going into the second half, but it's still going to be a very difficult road back into it.
Majer telling a few jokes here in the halftime break, keeping some smiles on the face of his team. Up by 6 rounds as they switch over to the T side. So yeah, let's see if the Valkyries can actually replicate that great CT side they had against Furia. It would have to be another massive comeback here. But we've seen him do it before, so we know it's in the realm of possibility.
I'm glad Tori got off the goose egg as well, sitting on 0 kills for a little while. Going to be very frustrating for her, but she started to deliver some great impact towards the end of that, especially some of the faster plays up through middle. One of the 3-round wins picked up off the back of it. Eternal Fire going for a similar pistol call that Imperial Valkyries run, which was a straight-up A hit.
Yeah, here it comes. Molotov towards the top of the stairs to prevent any kind of a peek. One smoke in play, running the avenue to stay out of the sight lines from CT spawn. Anna's going to back off in case they push into CT. And bomb will eventually get planted as Woxic makes his way in.
Yeah, plant going down on default. A retake to be set up here for Imperial Valkyries. They've got a kid on the back of Cat.
Yeah, but like this smoke destroys them. They wanted to bring bodies to retake through CT spawn, and that smoke just makes them reconvene elsewhere.
So they have to go through connector instead. And they do have some space. They're actually getting pretty close to the CT spawn players. Woxic sending out bullets, but no kills. Tori to chime in. Follow-up headshot from Tori. Zaz to go down, but the defuse being tapped, not stuck yet. Anna now on it. Anna now sticking it, but it's a full 10 seconds. She's not the player with the kit, but it doesn't matter because the rest of her teammates come in on that retake and protect the defuse. And the pistol round collected in a retake fashion for Imperial Valkyries.
Damn, that's some clean shooting from them USPs coming back in. Well done. That's a brilliant retake, especially considering those, again, just like we just talked about with Imperial Valkyries in the first half, that's Eternal Fire having 5 players alive in a post-plant, good positions, control of CT stairs. That should be a really, really hard round to lose.
Yeah, Woxic kind of whiffing a few shots as they're charging him down. Tori getting a double kill towards CT. Huge stuff that opens up that possibility, but Eternal Fire got the bomb plant, and that means they're coming back with a strong force buy.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Tori slow started to the map, but she's come alive in a big way. Good pistol round in the second half. Had some good impact on entries up catwalk later on in the later stages of the opening half. Xantar's dinked and brought down to 2 HP. He'll pass that Galil, you'd imagine, off the Major.
Yeah, and the Tori angle is an interesting one to look at because she obviously missed out on going to Katowice. Got to play with him in the online stage of the Blast Bounty, but missed out on Kato, and obviously missing out on some essential LAN experience at this level, and this is our first time to it. Going to be very frustrating, I'm sure, watching her teammates go off and play that without being a part of it.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
well, it'll be contact up ramp. I think Major's going to hold on to this util. I'm incorrect. He chucks it out now towards top con. Galil and Wakadia going to lead the way.
Well, 23 gets the Galil out instead here. And she's going to make it work perfectly. A second kill as Woxic goes down. Zaz clean from default. A double in no time.
And biding her time.
Is nowhere near the ball.
Waiting patiently for the flashbang to come in, which is timed to perfection, and then a nice, easy cleanup on the peak after the fact. So, if we wanted to see Valkyries replicate what they did against Furia on their defensive side, they've got out to the exact start they needed. The pistol round victory, a really clean second round with no issues. Now they can build up some money and some confidence, and now they've got an easier route against just Glocks. Maybe a couple upgraded pistols, but with no plant, not a whole lot of investment for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, and Zaz keeping the good vibes going. Got to see a lot of that recently. And this should be a 6th round. The problem is with Eternal Fire, they always stand a chance in rounds like this, just with the amount of firepower they've got available. And Madger with a play like this could start to unravel the entire defense. There's one on the Tech 9. Tori makes sure she closes that gap as quickly as possible.
One more to follow up through Con. Oh, Anna expects it. Good read. Good read of the situation. Being aggressive and proactive on stairs. Constantly keeping track of the movements of Eternal Fire. Oh, damn. Joda knocks her down off the perch.
Oh, Xantares comes out of Palace. bang to the head of 23, and this starts to become a very worrying scenario. That situation I mentioned was a possibility with Eternal Fire always standing a chance when they've got these little hand cannons. It looks like that is about to become Imperial Valkyries' nightmare reality. Jump up from Tori, great elevation change, but she needed the kill, and now she's out of bullets, has to go to the USP, and now they're fighting on 2 different angles, and that is just too much to handle, and you can't afford to drop around like that, and unfortunately Eternal Fire find a way to 10.
Yeah, Eternal Fire throw a little chaos into the mix, knowing they have the weaker weapons. MOUZ taking that big risk, walking through the smoke, catching a player reloading, makes things awkward, makes Ana uncomfortable, realizing she has 2 choke points she's got to worry about. And then you add in the bangers from the Deagle. Joda and Xantars with the impact kills. Massive performance. And that hot start from Imperial Valkyries gets cooled down quick because money is tight.
Yeah, this is MIBR just looking to create a little bit of chaos. Zaz went for the same opener she used in the previous round where she got a dink off on Xantares, but MIBR was already so deep down middle, and then Xantares comes out of Palace this time with the Deagle. There were a couple of chances to still recover it. I think Tori made the right move jumping up on the bench. She could have got it down into the 1v1, just a bit difficult to see her opponent through the whispers of the smoke and over the top of the default box, but you see what it's done to Imperial Valkyries' money. They're forced down to an M4 on 2 players, Zaz and 23, a Deagle for Cat, FAMAS for Tori, and a scout in the hands of Ana. Great chance here for Eternal Fire to push themselves towards closing out Mirage. Shot up to crack things open. Zaz to go down first. Eternal Fire giving him an advantage here. Under a minute left. Woxic, another one. And that is, there's not much you can do about that. The most amount of damage done possible. Woxic's just so fast on the trigger.
Yeah, that's one where you're just like, oh, well, fair play. he's hit an absolute stellar shot. Bomb going to be planted, and this is a retake you can't go for. There's no money left in the tank. You have to consider saving this M4 on 23. Cat may press forward to try and find a rifle she can pick up somewhere. That's going to be over in window room. Good kill, but it's not enough to activate.
Yeah, you're really just looking at that as maybe a kill that opens up the save opportunity. Cat only has a Deagle, so you can send her in to fight, but Ana was too committed into it. They have nothing to carry over into the next. And Eternal Fire now at 11 with Imperial Valkyries with no money in the bank. So likely to be 12, and then Imperial Valkyries will just have to play for the overtime dream. This is the Woxic shot. Just so quick to react up to the window that.
Round 17, 11-5, and just pistols for Imperial Valkyries. Eternal Fire have taken complete control of this map at this point. And knowing the economic situation, they'll play it safe.
Yeah, it was always going to be a really tough game versus Eternal Fire, who have come into the 2025 season in great form.
Yeah, they have.
Grand finalists of the opening tournament of the year, Blast Bounty, playoffs in Katowice, now coming into PGL Cluj-Napoca. They have similar intentions of perhaps even winning the whole thing. And so for Imperial Valkyries, I think this map in particular is going to have a couple of frustrating moments for them. You know, losing that opening pistol round. I think the most frustrating round will be the one to kick off the second half where they lose with the pistols. That kind of killed any dreams of serious comeback.
Now they got to do it with no mistakes left to give. Still this stack at the B bomb site that hasn't budged. Hoping and praying that Eternal Fire will come here, but we can tell that's not going to be the case. This is one of those games that's kind of a bummer to talk about because I really liked what I saw out of Imperial in terms of like the team strategic decision making in the first half. The shame is just not being able to complete and close out some of those rounds, losing some of those clutches early on. It's one of those games where you want to say, like, man, it feels like the scoreboard should be a little bit closer. Like, this game is actually closer than the score is going to let you know. That's
there was definitely a lot of opportunities there to make something more out of it.
Yeah.
And a team kill. I like it. So, yeah, nice one, Kat.
If you can't laugh about it.
She's definitely laughing about it. That's for sure.
Oh, she got another one.
Oh, well, she makes up for it. She makes up for it. She got her kill back.
All right.
Making sure she stays even. 13-13.
Knife a teammate, shoot a teammate in the back of the head. Just having a little bit of fun. You know, we were all here to have a good time.
Sure. This is Jota just elevated, sees the feet coming down. That's enough for him. And here's the... pretty stylish team knife as well.
And then this one.
It's like Assassin's Creed. And Kat's going to get banned from the server. She's going to get a 7-day cooldown after this.
Oh, everyone's got smiles on their face. Even Bubble.
Even Bubble.
Even Bubble.
I'm sure he's happy to be standing behind them instead of playing.
Sure. I don't know. I think he'd rather be playing.
No, he said he would rather.
He's happy. He's happy to be coaching.
I think we all got to see what his return was
fair.
like. Yeah.
All right, 12-5. Got to rattle off 7 straight if you're Imperial. They've got the ult back in the hands of Ana, missing some nades, M4s otherwise, no kits across the CT side, so retakes are going to be a little bit rough. And already an opening kill for Woxic as Tori's jiggle goes a little bit wide.
Yeah, just that smoke coming up at the window just a little bit late. Tori gets caught, opening kill, given over towards Eternal Fire.
That's a very deep con smoke from a CT side. I think Madger's looking at that like, thank you, I'll take this gap.
He's going to re-smoke out window. Madger can go elsewhere. That bomb to be picked up. Needs to be careful. Possible push through ramp, or possible push through palace through T-spawn, but have an eyes on that for a moment. Bomb's going to be collected. He's going to join his teammates and be ready to go into the A site. Zaz taken away from the bottom of the stairway. Ana looking to do her best to keep her team in this fight, but 23 is the danger woman up here on top wood. She's going to try and spray away. She's done well to get the first pick, but just couldn't survive the second, and Cat not enough done. It will be a 13-5 victory for Eternal Fire here on Mirage. A lot of chances in that first half for Imperial Valkyries, and one at the start of the second half to begin a comeback, but Eternal Fire's firepower just proves too much to handle.
Yeah, I think that's the key. I mean, even the firepower was great. Zantares, Wakadia picked it up towards the end. Jota had some great rounds. And again, I think, as I mentioned a couple times, and you just talked about, like, strategically in the first half, I thought Imperial Valkyries made a lot of good decisions and played a really cool game. I was really impressed with the lurkers, with the kind of side, the extremities players. 23 and Cat doing a really good job of kind of making things happen away from the action when their team needed a plan B to shift into. Just can't close it out against this overwhelming pressure that Eternal Fire has, such a deep roster of skill and ability. Zantar saving the day a ton early for Eternal Fire, or else this might be a completely different map.
Yeah, you let Imperial Valkyries come out, you let them win the pistol, or you even let them win that follow-up force buy, and there could be enough confidence built up to have a great start on the T side, but wasn't to be. Missed out on a few of those chances. Like you said, could have made the scoreline look very different. And who knows what they would have been able to do on the CT side if they hadn't lost to that round. But there was just so much force behind Eternal Fire that it just felt almost inevitable here. Mirage is a great map for them. It just sucks for Imperial Valkyries. It's also their best map that they've shown at this level so far, so you have to go for the Mirage pick. You just know it's going to be a tough fight with Eternal Fire on it.
Yeah, but I think they put up a good fight. Again, it's just losing those clutches and those post plants. That aspect of the game is just so critical, and Eternal Fire was clearly the better team in that regard.
Yes.
So tough one, but still cool to see. And now we get to switch over. The next map is going to be Nuke in this series, so we get to see what Imperial Valkyries is going to be able to bring forward on that map.
Yeah, well, Cat delivering the most cultural impact. That was my favorite moment of the whole map. That team kill fiasco was great.
That second knife even looked weird. It looked like it was just like an automatic click that she didn't even mean for it to swing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the highlight moment for sure, creating highlights all day long. But Eternal Fire get the job done on the opening map of Mirage. 13-5 wins. Antares topping the charts. No surprises about that. Woxic just in behind with Jota. And we've got over on the Imperial Valkyries side of things, 23 and Cat. You mentioned you're getting a lot of praise for their extremity play throughout that map, and definitely doing a lot of heavy lifting in those round victories that they were able to pick up.
Yeah, for sure. They were big pieces of it. Really cool performances out of them. Just not enough at the end of the day, holding off retakes. Yeah, not much else to say. Eternal Fire, some shaky moments. That B defense looked a little tenuous, but as the game went on, you could see it felt like, you know, even someone like Wakadia, who had some missed sprays early in the first half, kind of got into his groove and found his aim back as the game wore on. And now you'd expect going into Nuke, these guys are going to be on point from the get-go.
Yeah, it's, again, a tough series ahead, but without further ado, I guess, they're just hoping to get into Nuke and show us more of what they're made of. You have to remember, this is the first time on LAN this year they've been able to play with their full squad, rather, so Tori finally coming back into the team. It's not the result they would have hoped for. You can see there was smiles on their faces, but you could see there is frustration behind that because they know that they're likely to have done better in certain scenarios, especially in those clutches that we mentioned. But a chance to go again as we head into Nuke. But before that, we're going to take a break. When we come back, this series will continue as we head into Nuke.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025 and Eternal Fire have been more than on fire for the start of this year. Things are looking very good, but it's back-to-back-to-back events right now for this team. I want to just start by looking at the Katowice result for you guys. How do you view it now you've had a couple of days to kind of let it settle, the end result?
Yeah, I think we did pretty well in the studio, to be honest. Like the FaZe game was really good to play it. We really showed good Counter-Strike, but then when we came to the arena against MongolZ, we just lose against the crowd. And I think it's just about the stress, you know, you need to accept that. So it's just the gaining experience, learning why we choke against the crowd and try to be better.
And I respect your honesty with that because it's kind of strange when we look at like you, Zantares, Woxic, a lot of experience. Woxic's the one with the most stage experience considering where you guys have been in your career. Do you have people you're working with within Eternal Fire to kind of go through this, like maybe a psychologist coach or performance coach or anything like that?
Actually, we don't have a specific guys who can help us for that, but like I feel I have experience. I didn't feel bad on the crowd. I feel really exciting, really good in my head. But I think it's just about small details, like player not doing the same things or the same communication, and it's also going on myself with my how I will call, because I don't have the same information mid-round. I don't have the same power, so I'm more in the randomly. So I'm also trying to figure out what can I call because it's not the same. So I'm trying to choke also, starting to choke because I don't have a lot of information. So I just randomly call. So it's just dominoes, you know. But like even if one people is not doing the same things that he do on studio, it's just doing.
It's a knock-on effect, right?
Yeah, it's for all the teammates. To answer your question, no, we don't have a specific guys who can help us for that, but I think we listen to team speak and
We find out that what the issue like on communication, and we will fix that. But in the future, yeah, we will in talk with the manager and our boss in Internal Final to find maybe someone.
And let's look at that. It's a big change for you guys, right? Towards the end of last year, was certainly looking better. Now we come into the beginning of this year, it continues in a very positive way. Jota's making a huge difference. Do you feel like now, every event you go to, it's like, okay, we should be aiming for the trophy, for playoffs, like this should be the minimum?
Yes, the objective, to be honest, every tournament we aim for the trophy. We just go in a row, 3 tournaments in a row, without going home, like going home for 1 day, 2 days, 1.5 months, we didn't practice. So we're just playing official in a row, trying to hotfix after official extra, but we need that for the new system Valve extra, so it's important for us to be here. Our goal is to win 1 title, like 1 tournament, S tournament this year, and we will give everything for it.
And looking at this event, you guys are coming in as probably one of the clear favorites for it. Does it feel like that?
We know that we can beat everyone here, but we also know that there is some teams who are having some difficult to play against the style, like MongolZ style is very difficult for us.
Yeah.
We will see, we'll try our best here to win that, yeah, for sure.
And lastly, I've got to ask about Jota, because he continues to impress, he continues to look like a phenomenal player. How much of an improvement do you feel like he's made for you guys as a team?
There is two really big step up since 2 years. The Wicked came and we just step up instantly last year, etc. But we stay in the position like we can't win a S tournament. We just between these teams. And when Jota came, we feel that now we may able to win a title or to be contented to be in the top 5. I think he helped us a lot also in Counter-Strike, but also outside, like mentally, like a lot of positive vibes. So it's also important. Like I saw an interview of Donk saying 70% of the game is mental. Like I think I'm completely agree with him. Like I think it's just mental game, you know, and you need to be always positive, always thinking the next round extra, but it's not easy. Sometimes you do big mistakes and you think about this round, like we lost this round, it's so important round. But you need to forget that, keep forward. But I think these guys Jota bring a lot of positive vibe, like I told you, and it's a good thing for us, and he helps us mentally also to be in shape.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do here. It's been
Thank you very much.
A long few weeks for you, but hopefully it ends in a good way for you as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Welcome back to PGL Cluj-Napoca 2025. It's our last game of the day. We'll see if it's the last map of the day. Imperial Valkyries have a tough road ahead of them, having to claw their way back into the series on Nuke. Jason, they just lost 13-5 to Eternal Fire on the opening map, but I think I'm expecting a few more of those close rounds for sure on Nuke, but I feel like it does get more difficult. Mirage is definitely the better map here for Imperial Valkyries in this series.
Yeah, I actually think Nuke should be a relative breeze for Eternal Fire. I think the problem I have is like Imperial playing such a good game in the first half on their T side through the early and middle stages of the rounds and just kind of letting it slip in the post plants in the late stages of the round. That's a huge factor on Nuke. And even if you play a great game, which is no guarantee against Eternal Fire on Nuke, their map pick and one that's not really strong for you, the fact that you still kind of lose out in that late game aspect of Counter-Strike is very concerning, and it's hard to kind of predict that this is going to be a close or a good battle back and forth if you're not winning post plants, kind of like how we saw in Mirage.
Yeah, interesting as Antares is still one of the wired mouse gamers, Jason.
I like it. Respect to him. Respect to him.
It feels like a very old school thing.
He's even got. He's even. Yeah, I was gonna say he's even got the old school mouse bungee. That's from like a decade ago. Like,
I remember,
what a legend.
I remember buying that bungee in 2018, and I felt like I entered, a peak gamer year, and then it fell off. I think the wireless mice came out that same year and started getting popular, and then I just had this wasted bungee.
It took a long time for my faith in the wireless technology to kick in for the wireless mouse.
And that's understandable because in the past it was kind of whack, wasn't it? The battery died. It was sometimes bug out, but now it's good. Now it's very good. I can't see a world in which I go back. So fair enough, Zantares. Maybe he has trust issues, Jason, a little more than you.
Well, he's probably just thinking I know if I change, I'll never go back, and I just can't. I'm just not there yet. He doesn't want to let it go. It's his old friend, and he's going to stick with him. You got to appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. So fist bump's coming in. It looks like we're just about to get ready. Zaz going for another speech. Bubble hyping up the girl as well as he walks down that line behind him, ready to go into Nuke. The good thing is, even after a map loss, they're all still smiles on the faces. They realized this was an opportunity they didn't even expect to have coming into this tournament. They got in with the invite at the end.
I know
so another chance.
I know I just spent the whole time kind of talking about the reasons why I think Imperial can't win Nuke, but if I was to kind of make an argument for what would have to go right for them to win this map, I think first and foremost on the CT side, if Ana's AWP can get going, which was solid on Mirage, but if she gets it going and is mobile the way we saw in the first game today, that could be massive. The way we saw kind of Fuzi do it, that could be a huge element if that AWP is wreaking havoc across this map.
Well, she got the triple red, is swinging straight away towards Woxic. 23 coming in with hers as well, and Jota, it's devastating, a double back, but still a 2v2, just over a minute left. Jota charging in towards the upper bomb site, and Zantara's pinning Cat a little bit further back. She can't come into the site just yet, which leaves Tori isolated from her teammate. And she's just trying to buy time for Cat to come swinging back in, but Zantara is going to close around and close that door, and Jota on the follow-up. So Eternal Fire with the 1-0 lead.
Speaking of closing the door, did you notice that Jota closed the door behind him on Wakadia, left Wakadia trapped in squeak door as 3 players came in? He was just like, all right, peace, bro. Right here.
You can deal with that.
Door's closed. He's got to open it up again. Yeah, he's like, well, okay, well, yeah, now I'll get these kills.
Or you're fully committed, You can't be half in, half out. You're committed to that fight now. There's no way to fall back.
It's like, you're on your own, baby.
Yeah, have fun. Well, it worked out pretty well in the end for Jota. So it is Imperial Valkyries losing the pistol round despite getting some decent openers. And they don't have a force buy here. So it should be 2-0 start here for Eternal Fire. Catch is looking at her teammates going, if anybody says anything to me, I will not refrain from stabbing you. A lot of pistols stacking up towards the upper bomb side right now for Imperial Valkyries. This could be deadly. I mean, it looks like they're about to come in contact, so... Oh, Cat's been spotted. That's a bit unfortunate. Look at the trigger discipline from Madrid. Not showing that he spotted her. Waiting for the rest of the pistols to reveal themselves. And Tori, she's got the only chance now, and she's stopped by Wakadia.
Yeah, complete deletion coming into the upper bomb site. So 2-0 for Eternal Fire, and then we get the guns out in the next round for Imperial Valkyries. What else is there? I think Ana with the AWP is going to be a huge factor. I think obviously retakes are going to be big. Anchoring the upper bomb site is going to be really important because we know Eternal Fire with their kind of style of play. We know there's going to be a couple upper busts mixed in there throughout this half. How do they defend against that when they do come is going to be very, very important. So I think if those are probably my top 2 things to look at for Imperial Valkyries to see if they can have a good CTF is Ana's AWP and how mobile and effective it is around the map at different positions and how they defend against any kind of pressure on the upper bomb site. Those are going to be critical for me. If both those things come out positive, then we can start having a conversation. Ana's got her AWP out first. It's over in lockers peering towards outside. Smoke wall is put up, and Xantar's going to make the run very, very quickly.
Yeah, gets himself down secret nice and early. Strong position to have early for Xantares.
Nobody's dropped. They haven't seen any information.
Imperial Valkyries reacting to this at all.
And now they've lost the ability to drop in vents. The only person who can really shift downstairs is going to be Cat over in ramp room.
Under 1 minute left on this clock. Cat's going to be the play with the pressure on her shoulders. Floating up on top of the rafters. Xantares. Great shot.
It's a lot to ask out of Cat. it's a lot to ask out of Cat in that scenario. And I mean, the map is silent, but this is where it's like Imperial at some point had to get some information somewhere, and they kind of kept forward towards the upper bomb site. Cat shifted downstairs. There was no kind of lobby push, no outside re-aggression, no intel that the lower bomb site was going to be under attack, and Cat is just left on a really, really unfortunate island.
And save call fully locked in. At least everybody's able to get back to safety here in CT spawn. They'll be able to carry over every one of their weapons, including that AWP for Ana. And yeah, when you don't have that early rotation, where you have multiple players reacting to the fact that Xantares got down secret early on, yeah, you're putting everything on Cat to deliver a massive moment. And you're going into a 1v1 aim duel against Xantares. It's a tough fight. She moves out of position just at the wrong time as well. And just too much to handle in the end. And the only other option was to save everything. So at least they have another crack of the whip here.
Another crack of the whip. All right, Zaz.
Zaz, yeah.
Yeah, pushing in towards Hut. I like this. A little bit of a flex, providing some resistance. Smoke walls outside again, and maybe that makes them nervous because last round they were punished by not having the information. So this time it's an early rotation from 23 down the vents. But this is... Oh.
No more team kills.
It's not the impact I was looking for out of Ana's AWP.
Tis but a flesh wound, Jason.
Well, they now know the AWP is at the upper bomb site. So over towards the ramp room, Cat out in the open. Once again, asks a lot from her. Solo against 4 players from Eternal Fire.
Yeah, 1-for-1, a little bit of damage down to the second player as well. So not so bad for Cat in that opening position. Didn't have a teammate over towards Hell to help her out. And not really in a spot where she could fall back after that initial kill. So could only really stand and fight. So 4v4, 45 seconds left.
And once again, just like the previous round, this is like a really statuesque defense. Nobody really moving, nobody really shifting. You have 23 playing over at the decon single door. That's about it. That's the defense. And Ana finds an easy one on Major, who walks into the crosshairs, and now the information is there. Utility rigging out. 1 player advantage for Imperial Valkyries, and this retake is going to definitely come in.
And 23, that grenade, very unfortunate not to take away the play that she had just dinked. They've got the 1-man advantage right now. They're looking to pull off this retake. As they're coming back down through ramp, Tori's taking their time, and they're waiting for her to get down to the ramp before they explode out of decon. Flash going out. 23 still alive, still kicking, but not for long as she walks into the open. Joda's got that headshot. Ana unable to move forward until now, and a missed shot from Ana. Not going to work out here for the retake for Imperial Valkyries. They'll have to fall back, and a 4-0 lead rings out for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, really good job from Joda after the bomb plant as well. Low on HP, doesn't really have anywhere clean to go. He's already got a teammate behind Silo, so he can't double up in that position either, but still finding a way, realizing I got low health, I can take some risks. Gets a little aggressive, finds a nice angle on the decon exit, and another round win for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, Joda does very well here. I think 23 does a pretty decent job as well, making things uncomfortable as the only player who had rotated down to B. Plays alive, delays the utility, makes it uncomfortable, gets a ding through the smoke as well. Just didn't really activate the retake the way they would have wanted their Imperial Valkyries.
I think at the moment they look a little bit more concerned about getting pulled out of position and kind of faked out on the map than they do about addressing the initial problem at hand. And that might be something that Eternal Fire is able to take advantage of moving forward. But, you know, 23 downstairs alone for quite some time. She's playing decon. You have no position at control side for any kind of a retake. So everyone from Eternal Fire is kind of comfortable in their spots. Still can afford a buy here in round 5, though. All up in the hands of Ana. M4s otherwise.
Oh, Joda just about spots out Tori moving outside through that smoke. Is able to peer over the top of the silo, take Tori out, and now Eternal Fire have the man advantage.
Zaz looking for the drop off the mini roof. Anyone trying to cross through these smokes. A second wall is put up outside. She hears the drop onto the roof as well.
Cardia has moved very swiftly through the smokes. He's not alone. He's got Walk 6 AWP behind him inside of Garage. 59 seconds left. Zaz can't really make a move. Unfortunately, she's going to be forced to by that utility into the open. Missed shot from the sniper. Joda's AK tries to chase her down, and 23 has recovered from top hut.
Well, now you have the information that 2 are on the upper bomb site if you're Eternal Fire. You already have a player, Xantars, who's aggressing right at the top of Secret, but with this Wakadia lurk and wraparound, again, this defense has not budged despite losing outside. You're just going to turtle up in the bomb site, hope you can control it, and you can. There are 3 defenders here, and Eternal Fire might get caught off guard by the amount of players to defend this site.
23 so low in HP. Luckily for her, that grenade did not bounce off the wall the way Eternal Fire would have intended it to do so. And so 23 gets caught eventually by bullets instead, and Ana is asked to either save or clutch. And she realizes it is the lower bomb site. Oh, nice shot. Here we go again. Ana into the peak though, walks in at the back of the bomb site, punish the repeat, and a 5-0 lead for Eternal Fire as they go on fire. Yeah,
Eternal Fire, I think their biggest advantage that we're seeing in these first 5 rounds is just protocols. I think Imperial, you know, not really comfortable at the moment in terms of the reactions we see at high-level Counter-Strike normally. Not going for things like these kind of lobby crunches late with multiple people, not, you know, repositioning when you lose outside, not shifting down low quick enough. Eternal Fire is finding multitude of ways to keep them turtled up in that upper bomb site without information and without any idea of what's coming next.
Zaz tries to be a little bit cheeky outside, and Woxic is aware of the possibility of a push when you realize that their weapons probably aren't the best. So good patience from Woxic.
He's going to get another one.
Advantage here. Yep, damage done on towards Tori. She can get away though.
Remember the whole time, Zaz heard Xantars run across Red Box, running the route all the way to Secret, so they know there's going to be one over in the Secret stairs. Turning in towards Mini. 23 finds one, traded off. The upper bomb site wide open, and Woxic with the final kill on Ana. It's 6-0.
Yeah, but money's back. Finally, everybody has full cash here for Imperial Valkyries. You can get the all-out, all the utility you want. And perhaps we will start to see them change it up a little bit. I think their T-side look on Mirage in the early goings was pretty controlled, pretty simple. We've seen a lot of A executes, bit of a slower T side at times, trying to get the mid control. And then when they realized it wasn't working, they had a pace change, I noticed, where Tori just started running down mid.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we get to see something similar on the CT side of Nuke here, where maybe they start to take a little bit pressure off their shoulders and maybe be a little bit more active, aggressive, proactive on the CT side.
Well, we saw that earlier, and it got picked off by Joda up on top of the silo. Saw the push coming in from Tori to get behind the boxes underneath silo. So obviously negated there. It's more the mid round, I think, is when I'd want to see a little bit more movement out of Imperial. When they don't have information. Playing this map blind is such a nightmare, and I think that's mostly what they've been doing throughout this half, is playing Nuke kind of blind after the first 30 seconds. Another smoke wall is set up outside. Nobody's going to cross with it. They don't have that information.
Is audible, so we're locked in. Great block towards CT back with 23 off the top of the Raptors, waiting for the repeat is Jota, and he's got a second locked in the site, but Zach's quick to react. Jota to go down, and Woxic left at 1v3, and there's a minute for him to do this.
Yeah, big change this time is not a whole lot done across the map to make the defense move, so this kind of opening turtle style with the player up in Rafters is very, very deadly. No bomb control for Woxic, so he's got 45 seconds to go on an extended 1v3 clutch.
An extended it will be. The problem is the bomb is down in the site. He's going to try and climb up heaven. Surely this is a possibility that Imperial Valkyries consider at a moment. Zaz has so many angles to worry about, but Cat has the Rafters, and she'll turn back and watch heaven and Woxic to go down. So Imperial Valkyries get their first round win here on Nuke.
Yeah, on the board. And then this time that smoke wall outside from Eternal Fire didn't scare any of them whatsoever. So good job timing the peak after the flashbangs come out. Good crossfire deep with that vent. And the defense holds very strong. Good round from Imperial Valkyries to get on the board, but now they just need to build upon it. And still they haven't been able to solve the secret problem. When Eternal Fire have used that smoke wall to cross and attack it, they haven't been able to mount the necessary defense. So that still remains something Eternal Fire can return to whenever they choose.
Good kill from Tori outside. Picks up the advantage here for Imperial Valkyries. And that outside smoke wall deployed, no one moving with it, other than the one player that Tori picked off. Now Cat, a different look to a ramp defense here. It's another committed position, but it's an off angle, and it might work out for Cat, and they're not checking it, and they're gonna line up. Cat only gets one. Anna goes down though. Woxic able to take her out, and that setup, it looked way more deadly than it turned out to be, but still a 3v3.
And nobody's dropped vents yet. Nobody's dropped down. They just came down just now. 23 is the first one to set foot as she rotates downstairs, but still Eternal Fire move forward. They've got a lot of utility. They've got smoke. They've got 2 Molotovs to utilize to get into this bomb site and plant safely. But Imperial Valkyries, they're still really concerned about Eternal Fire readdressing to the upper bomb site.
23 had a big multi-kill round in the previous, looking for a similar result here as she waits in the control room. They got to start coming towards her with 30 seconds remaining on this clock. 23, if she even gets 1, keeps her teammates in a good position, but if she gets 2, might just win it here and now. Here they go, across her crosshair, and both will fall in it. It's now Wakadia left, 1v3, 19 seconds, and why not close it all? 23 with 3 kills.
Yeah, fantastic round from her. And, I mean, the smoke normally used at those windows, they use it for the doors as it's the only smoke they have. Everything else is Molotovs to prevent the run out, but not prepared for that fight that deep in towards windows. Woxic is ready for the swing, but can't connect things. That's how it opened up. And I gotta say, at least in this round, you had a little bit of stall tactics with the smoke breaks outside to make sure Secret cannot be an easy cross from Xantars. And you had a little bit of proactiveness in terms of shifting downstairs in the mid round. Good job from 23. 6-2.
Well, if they can win this round, if they have 3 in a row, they'll start to really break that money for Eternal Fire down. This time, Eternal Fire are going to move with forces outside. A number of rounds where they've thrown the smokes, but not really followed up in behind them. The first wave of smokes fade out, they replenish them. Tori is ready if they come through the garage smoke, which is a move we have seen Eternal Fire deploy already in this half. Cardia, great timing. Able to come back in, knew what play was up. Tori does well to at least get one, but it was almost impossible for her to be able to turn back and get that trade kill, or that follow-up rather.
Oh, good nade onto 23 in that upper bomb site. Zaz is also kind of stuck over towards this vent, and when that smoke clears, she's going to be in a really tough position. Meanwhile, Woxic is cracking things open outside to give them the access down towards Secret. Zaz is going to be the only one who can drop vents, and she does it now. She is the resistance for the lower bomb site, and Eternal Fire just reposition and come right back up top.
25 seconds could be denied by Ana. She peeks out, but it's not effective on the first piece. She still has her teammate with her. 23 has to step up again. Ana goes down without a fight, and 23 only manages one. That is not enough. And in fact, they don't even need to plant. They win on elimination. And that's around where Ana is going to be feeling a little frustrated. She just couldn't connect with the AWP, because if she did, that would have been strong enough to hold on to the site. You can then play off your teammate in the hut.
Same with Zaz, I think, as she just shifts away from where they attack into. And this is one thing Eternal Fire just has over them as well. Just these little micro decisions to change the point of attack. You show you're going secret, make a little bit of noise, and then you shift elsewhere as the defense is trying to recover and move into solid positions. Eternal Fire just picking them apart, up by 5, 7-2 on Nuke. And money is at a breaking point for the Imperial Valkyries. If they lose this, last 2 rounds are going to be real rough in terms of what they can bring to fight with. So Bubbles having a conversation, trying to get those changes and adaptations made.
Last few rounds of this first half of Nuke. 23 has to take the hit and go to an MP9. And she gets a lot more utility, but look at the speed of this ramp attack. Wakadia looked like he was going to continue it, but slowed down in behind that smoke. And Ana chiming in with that AWP outside. .5v4 for Imperial Valkyries to play with, and a great grenade. Looks like they're just going to go in towards this upper bomb size. These smokes start to fade away. Looked like they were priming themselves for an attack through the door, but the re-smoke comes in. That'll slow them down.
I thought Wakadia might peek before that smoke plumed and just clear that close angle by Squeak Vent. It doesn't come in. But yet again, the Valkyries have a solid defense at this upper bomb site. There's 2 in ramp, 2 at upper, and 1 down in secret. So an avenue to come outdoor and swing wide onto the bomb site. Let's see if Valkyries can hold on.
Here comes Wakadia charging in first. Zaz able to get 1 done, and 23 also making that MP9 sing. She runs out of bullets and goes to the sidearm instead. Woxic using that AWP like a shotgun. And a missed shot from Ana, but she does not want to re-peek and get punished, so she runs away. 25 seconds. Jota just clearing the site, but Tori yet to be detected. Another shot from Woxic. He is ripping this from their hands. And Ana comes back in for a 1v2. Both players are low. And is that information passed over to Ana? She's playing with a pistol. So maybe Woxic can get caught here. Oh, she missed the chance. She dives down, and oh, so unfortunate. Jota was just hidden behind the box. Ana was so fixated upon Woxic, and Jota is able to peek out with that distraction for an 8th round win for Eternal Fire.
This is what I meant about Eternal Fire individuals just being on a different level. Like, you just have someone like Woxic where everything else seemingly is going in the favor of Imperial. Woxic is just able to shut everything down. The follow-up reads, 1 good shot, reads the flank, and then he's very, very cautious and conscious that as this smoke fades, that corner is a point of danger. That could have very easily been a detail that was looked over, but Woxic delivers an 8th round to Eternal Fire and decimates the economy of Imperial.
Here comes a charge though. Imperial just throwing everything they've got outside, and Zatara is cleaning up alongside Woxic. And Jota, Tori with a P250, manages 1 before going down, and Cat now left 1v4. So she'll run outside with a Deagle. Might get a Deagle to the land, but Madger makes sure that it is a 9th round for Eternal Fire. Imperial Valkyries throw caution to the wind in that round, knowing that they had majority pistols, and just throw themselves through the smoke. Now comes the final buy of the half.
Yeah, do something creative. Get a little bit out there, see if you can catch them off guard. Obviously, didn't work whatsoever. Jota, half blind. Xantar's not really all that blind either, and they just mop things up. So a throwaway round to see if you can throw some cheese into the mix that steals a round away towards the end. But this final round, with all the money and all the utility that Imperial could have asked for, is everything to them to get a third on the board.
A little bit of burning for Madger, but he doesn't slow down that grenade. Oop, just in behind him, 10 HP off the top. And Anna gone early doors. So Eternal Fire picking up the advantage. Not stopping is Xantares. He's going to climb into the locker room as well. The 5v3, Eternal Fire incredibly likely to close out a 10-2 in this first half.
Well, especially with like a minute and 20 seconds on the clock, this is where they've done their best work, and I think this is where it's been most apparent the experience at the top level that Eternal Fire have over Imperial is just being able to, you know, either pick them apart, force them to shift into where they wanted to go, or kind of take over so much of the map as Imperial turtles up. And still at this moment in this 3v5, and Eternal Fire's everywhere. Heaven, 4 players down low now. They have control of vents. They have control of control side. And Xantar's even pressuring the upper bomb site just as an extra layer of distraction.
Yeah, well, they're now clearing out the lower bomb site. Not going to find anybody here. Imperial Valkyries will go for this. And it's the last round of the first half as Cat has taken Xantares away.
I think Jota forgot he had the bomb, so hustles back to get it planted. But Woxic's going to hold on to the secret angle.
Woxic has a pick on Zaz as she comes in towards his AWP. Jota to take Cat out, and it is a 10-2 half for Eternal Fire. Their T side looks so strong, and just too much to do at this point for Imperial Valkyries. Nuke just out of the depth at the moment. From one of the top performing sides of 2025 so far.
Yeah, this is always going to be a tough ask for Imperial Valkyries coming in and starting off the Cluj campaign against one of the strongest teams in the world at the moment. So I think for them, it's about looking forward and see who you might be playing next as the next round is drawn after this game ends. And let's see what their offense can do, because that's on Mirage. What was the most impressive was their offensive side of the map, watching the way they were able to kind of work the extremities, take control of the middle portion of the map. Nuke is a different beast, and I have no idea what to expect out of them. It's tough because one of the extremity players who played so well at Mirage is going to have to be that lobby lurker, right? And like even, you know, even the best lurkers in the world sometimes struggle to have impact in that role over in lobby, because sometimes you are just kind of left on an island to stop pushes. You have to have aggressive and creative plays to make things happen, a la what we see out of Rops at times in the position. And we'll see if they have something like that in their playbook.
Pistol round begins, and Imperial Valkyrie is going to be charging out in towards the A bomb site. Matcher just in the back of the site himself, missing shots, but Tori and Zaz not missing much. Two great openers as Imperial Valkyries flood into the upper bomb site. Here comes Jota. He unraveled the pistol round in the first half. 23 will not allow that to be a possibility here in the second. Jota gets floored. Now Xantares and Woxic, no chance really to get back into this. Woxic being pressured from multiple sides, and he'll just have to wait inside of lobby.
Yeah, a classic upper rush with Glocks. If you don't get those first couple of kills, if they're able to swing wide on the bomb site, the CT side is just kind of screwed. Exactly what happens here. Good scaling from Imperial. Nice simple tactic to get into the upper bomb site, and this time too clean of an opening to lose that one. Ana's going to push forward and find Woxic. Xantar's remaining goes down next. Some nice shooting from Imperial in the pistol round. That's got them their third.
Yeah, Eternal Fire likely to just take the eco here, right? Or, nah, never mind. They've got rounds to work with, so they're going to go for it, see what they can do. So Scout comes out, MP9s, and they're going to buy into things. Yeah, some real nut shooting towards the end of that pistol. But yeah, MP9s on 4 players, a Scout for Woxic. This can be deadly. It can be very difficult to put away. Wildcard is going to get up on top hut. He's protected by that little sanctuary away from the flames. But look how fast Imperial Valkyries are getting down lower.
Yeah, and I think it's fine. I think Eternal Fire just, I don't know, if you don't get like a gift of a kill or two in the next like 10 seconds, it's just a save, and you have the next round with the same kind of a buy. You never really have to save. So, I mean, Imperial's going to be like, good clean round, good clean win. Got down the vent so fast, you guys had no chance of responding, but you got to know you're going up against another, you know, the same kind of buy in the next round. So, what are the odd unicorn rounds, Dinko? Nobody's gone down.
Yeah,
this round is going to close with all 10 players surviving. I don't think anyone has shot a bullet at another player. I think it was just the utility. And
Wildcard has only lost 8 HP, and that's it.
Yeah, and we'll call it a day.
Pretty passive round. That's what we like to see. And we got another one coming right up. So, well, we have another round coming right up. It ain't going to be a unicorn round, I can tell you that. These MP9s are going to brawl next round.
Oh, yeah. You got to imagine. Well, that's the question now, too, is, I mean, Eternal Fire have some decisions to make with all these saved weapons. Do they want to replenish with some utility and play a standard round, or do they want to kind of save and maximize as much money as they can and maybe go for some, like, aggressive lobby crunch in this next round?
We'll get to see it. And for those questions will be whizzing through the heads of Imperial Valkyries as well. They don't quite know what Eternal Fire have, right? They didn't get involved in any engagements. We'll just have to assume it was something worth saving. Here's Zaz going aggressive outside towards red. Not alone. There's two of her teammates with her, and Zaz is not going to slow down. She's going to be quick about this. Anna taking damage first. She's the ball carrier. You don't want to lose that.
And Xantar's has dropped down, but again, only that MP9 to deal with. Yeah. And he's going to push up close. Zaz is way ahead of the rest of her team. If she turns this corner.
Yeah, that's rough. Xantares was able to isolate the fight, and that's one of the better weapons gone immediately. Zaz a little bit too far ahead of the rest of her pack, and now for Imperial Valkyries, losing that space and losing that front player, oh, it feels real rough now.
Yeah, 3 players here, and Imperial is hoping they're going to get the gift of a push off the back of that kill. And that push not coming in as Wakadia just holds his nerve. Now looking for that AK-47. It's a tantalizing weapon to try and pick up. Timing is everything.
Wakadia with 1 traded out by 23. But just look how many casualties they are taking down here on lower just from the awkward engagements early at Secret. 35 seconds left, and they've got to figure this out. They've got to piece it together in a 3v4.
Well, look at the movement of Cat. She's also taken up ramp room, which makes me think the finishing play is going to be to this lower bomb site. So they're going to have to come at this stack. She's on her own. Now she's getting pushed by Joda. Good find there. MP9's just whittling them down one by one. Not enough of a response from Imperial. And there's Modger coming out of the vents. 23 and Tori. Yeah, it just flies out with no warning. And it's 11-4.
Yeah, that's the kind of round that feels brutal. Feels like the nail in the coffin now. Imperial Valkyrie is going to throw what they can into this, but just on a very advanced angle there for Zaz to go on alone, and loses the flight to Xantares. Just chaos there at the end. So Anna will have the AWP, AK-47 for Cat, Zaz with the Galil. It's not the prettiest buy, but it's what they've got.
And you got to hold on to what you've got, Dinko.
That's true.
Timeout taken is...
You just say they don't stop believing either, you know?
Now Bubbles got some fist bumps and a few words to try and get one final run out of the Imperial Valkyries. But Eternal Fire has just shown they're just so strong at the moment. A wonderful start to the year for them. Probably a little bit frustrated by the capitulation on the big stage back at IM Katowice. But now starting out PGL Cluj-Napoca in very fine form.
Some great form coming into 2025. The addition of Jota has been a godsend for Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire will gain 7 points the VRS forecast. They'll maintain their 6th position on the ranking and close out this game. Woxic with 2 picks.
Oh, this is weird.
Eternal Fire into a 5 versus 3, and yet very uncomfortable inside of the smoke here. A little awkward now. Xantares, oh my god, how has he come out better for it? How has he come out in a better position for it? It looked like Xantares is about to go down without a fight there, but eventually he takes a step back and he had an opportunity to even take both.
Oh, as if that's the situation inside that smoke. That is crazy. 12-4. And all the weapons, the strength of Arsenal on the side of Eternal Fire. It's going to be a scraped together buy out of Imperial Valkyries for their final bid here in this series on Nuke.
Well, Imperial Valkyries, the loss here, only lose 2 points and will maintain their 29th position. But Woxic, well, that smoke blown open. The Whispers reveal Zaz on the other side. And the last hurrah of the Valkyries as they charge down into the ramp room. Jota with the M4, looking to lay down the law with the M4A4, and he's got himself 2. Xantares takes the final couple, and it is a 13-4 victory here on Nuke from Eternal Fire at 2-0 on their opening day at the office here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. And for Imperial Valkyries, it was always going to be a tough task taking down one of the best squads you've got in the world right now. They have started this season in some hot form. And Eternal Fire, looking at the rest of the teams in this competition, runners-up at Blast Bounty, playoffs in Katowice, they have their eyes on the prize here in Cluj-Napoca.
Absolutely, and they should. I mean, I think when you get second place at, to open up the year at the Bounty event, and then obviously you go out into quarters in a fashion and where you probably say we choked on the big stage. Yeah, every event you go into, that's kind of why I mentioned why this is a team that's going to come in and like kind of not take anything for granted and not kind of come into this snoozing a little bit, just because it feels like they have so much to prove, and it feels like they still haven't gotten to that point where they can overcome the sort of difficulties and deficiencies that we see sometimes. But a lovely game out of them today. For Imperial Valkyries, it's a shame. I think the map pool kind of hurt them more than anything as you got into this second map of Nuke, because Mirage, their T-side, while they didn't put up enough rounds, you could see some really cool things and some cool ideas and some cool reactions from them. I think Nuke just outclassed in terms of how you respond to different scenarios and situations that you weren't able to get any individuals kind of feeling comfortable, because team-wise, Eternal Fire just outplayed them here on Nuke.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a different feeling here than on Mirage. On Mirage, it felt like there was a number of rounds that they'll go to bed and think about. You know, a lot of those clutches going against some retakes, going against them, and you felt like you could have put up a better performance on Mirage. Whereas I feel like here on Nuke, you just have to accept that you just weren't at the level of Eternal Fire today. But yeah, I think Mirage certainly some positives to take out of that one. Imperial Valkyries continue to show us some impressive moments on that map in particular at this level. And, you know, it's never easy for them. You come into this tournament, you are the lower seed. You're going to go up against the better teams in the tournaments. And that has just been consistently their issue here at these tournaments, right? They went up against Navi in their opening game, and then they had to play the likes of Furia going into Katowice. And now Eternal Fire here at PGL Cluj-Napoca. Although not all over yet for Imperial Valkyries. They have another chance here in Cluj-Napoca to show us
plenty
what
of
they've
chances
got.
with the best of three
Swiss system.
Yeah, exactly, best of 3 Swiss. So you got a lot of maps still left to play. A lot of chances to get some more wins. So yeah, you get paired up against one of the best teams in the world right now. But your next opponent is going to be someone that is going to be closer to your realm of being able to overcome.
And I mean, when you look at the VRS side of things, which is the most important thing to focus on for Imperial Valkyries at this point of their careers, is just trying to maintain one of those top 25 positions, right, or being close to it as possible. And a win today would have, although very difficult, would have thrust them into an 18th position on that ranking. And so you can see what one win can do if you were able to get a series victory at this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they're looking forward to in the next matchups. For Eternal Fire, it's just kind of business as usual. Let's get through this group stage. They're a team that needs to prove it in the playoffs. No one's going to get excited by seeing them just kind of get the job done in group stage. They're a team we need to see do it up on the stages, do it against the best teams in the world in the playoffs. So for them, this is just business as usual. And as they start their campaign, and we're just going to have to see the draw of who's going to be playing next coming in the next few days.
Yeah, well, here's a reminder of that Swiss bracket. You can see how things are going to pan out.
That's a lot of Counter-Strike, Dinko.
That is. It's rather similar to if you're a casual viewer, it's rather similar to the major format. You know, you use Swiss bracket. so you guys can keep track of that. And it provides a lot of opportunities for our teams, and that's exciting. The most amount of Counter-Strike possible. Here's your schedule for the A stream tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. We got MOUZ 3D Max, MongolZ Wildcard, FaZe Eternal Fire, and Falcons versus Pain. FaZe Eternal Fire this early in the tournament, Jason. Yeah. Their little rematch from Katowice. Ooh, that was an exciting finishing game of the groups.
And I really like FaZe having a leash, so I'm always interested in watching how him developing within that team is going to go the other direction. Let's see schedule for the B stream tomorrow. Big versus FlyQuest to open up the day. Complexity on Virtus.pro to go second. And then MIBR taking on Imperial Valkyries. Saw taking on Astralis to close out the day.
Yeah. I mean, for Big FlyQuest, that's a rematch from the major. We watched FlyQuest kind of spank Big back in Shanghai, so excited to see that game go down and see how that one runs. But for the likes of the Imperial Valkyries going up against MIBR, two teams that took a loss today. That could be a very exciting matchup going into it. And Virtus.pro looking to recover against Complexity.
Yeah, Complexity trying to get some of these the younger NA players that they've picked up to see what they've got out of them and see if they found some diamonds in the rough. Virtus.pro trying to build off a good eye test in Katowice, not a good finish, obviously having the issue of not being able to play with their roster due to visa issues. But look, I still liked what I saw out of Virtus.pro at Katowice, so I'm pumped to see if they can continue showing good things here in Cluj.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fantastic to see. Well, we've got plenty of Counter-Strike action over the next few days, but that is it for day one. We'll return tomorrow at 10 a.m. That first game kicks off, so make sure you be here. 2 streams running simultaneously. And I'll see you guys then.